Sunlight filtered through the cracks in the worn, tan curtains, and the fresh morning air somewhat dispelled the stuffiness of the small attic. Perhaps it was due to its proximity to the sea, but the humidity here was as high as ever. Even in the attic, moss climbed and expanded its territory in the corners, leaving behind patches of inexplicable vibrant life. While the men of London were still in their beds, cuddling their wives, or perhaps lovers, you never could tell. In short, while those fellows were still sound asleep on soft beds, the people of Tarpoint were already busy. This was the morning in a port city. Not long after shedding the debauchery of the night, it once again embraced a new round of noise and bustle, as if people didn't need sleep. Of course, all this vibrant scenery had nothing to do with the residents of Tamo Alley. Marker was a resident of this dark alley on the east side of Tarpoint. Although he was born in Plymouth, what did that matter? P-class equals. Block 1, the poor had their own way of living, and naturally, they had their own choices. In this alley full of ideals and future, life was much more stable than in Plymouth, a place where various forces converged. Here, there wasn't much official scrutiny, nor were there major forces of financial behemoths. Those were all in Plymouth, in this port city, which was like a dark spot under a lamp. There were only various clandestine transactions beneath the surface. Although Marker was young, he lived a nocturnal life here, relying on his innate intelligence and extraordinary shrewdness. 2 hours ago, he had just returned from a colorful nightlife and was now sound asleep, curled up on his slightly old bed. He couldn't care less about a few extra cargo ships at the dock. Just as he was lost in a vivid dream, a rapid flapping of wings suddenly came from beyond the curtain, as if something had landed on the narrow windowsill outside. Thump, thump, thump. It seemed a bird was pecking at the window frame, and the dull sound permeated through the curtains. P-class equals block 1. Marker, still asleep, frowned but wasn't woken. He rolled over, pulling the blanket over his head. Thump, thump, thump. 3 more soft taps, like someone knocking on a door, made one wonder what was causing the commotion outside. Thump, thump, crash. 3 more taps, and perhaps the last peck went awry or something, but the old window glass immediately gave up its mission, and shards of glass clattered to the floor. If it weren't for the curtain fabric blocking it, the glass splinters would probably have already scattered all over the bed. The worn blanket was suddenly thrown open, and Marcus sat up, his eyes bleary. Perhaps he hadn't fully woken yet. As he looked around in confusion, his bewildered expression quite amusing. Suddenly, Marker, still in a daze, pulled open the curtain, but then froze. Outside the window, a light gray owl stood there, its large eyes meeting Marker's gaze. Before long, the owl actually tilted its head and let out a dry hoot, seemingly a little embarrassed by its mistake. Marker blinked twice, unsure what expression to make. He realized that he had seen a kind of spiritual agility that only humans usually displayed in an owl. Are owls that smart? Marker found himself questioning reality a bit. Who, as Marker was filled with questions, the owl hooted softly, then extended its left claw and placed a letter on the edge of the windowsill. The address was written in emerald green ink on a thick parchment envelope. With no stamp affixed, Marker paused, then reached out and picked it up. He saw a fiery red wax seal and a shield crest. Around the capital letter H, a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a snake each occupied a quarter of the space. At the top of the crest was a word that was both strange and familiar to Marker. Hogwarts. Marker spelled out the word, his tone full of surprise and bewilderment. He didn't rush to open the envelope, but stared blankly at the shield-shaped crest, his thoughts drifting further and further away. After a long while, Ally came back to his senses. He silently tossed the envelope onto the bed, and as he curled up, he tightly hugged his head with his pale, thin arms. His dull black hair hung messily between his fingers, seeming to tell of the dark and bitter past years. Only now, after a long time, Marker squeezed out a groan full of bitterness from his dry throat. Ugh, this is ridiculous. A gust of sea wind suddenly blew in through the window, making it particularly cold. Yes, June in Tarpoint was still a period completely unrelated to heat. The sun gradually rose higher, and its light brought a hint of gentle warmth to this coastal town. Marker sat on the sloping roof outside the window, leaning against the attic wall and gazing afar at the shimmering waters of the River Tama. The morning sun rose from the horizon, where the water met the sky, coating the azure river surface with a layer of sparkling gold. For Marka, who had spent years wandering the streets at night, this was a rare and magnificent sight. He stared blankly into the distance. Austin thought, his hand tightly clutching the unopened letter. The letter was so light, yet Marka constantly felt the heavy weight it placed on his heart. Rip. The envelope was gently torn open, and two quite substantial sheets of paper, neatly folded together, were pulled out by Marka. He held a corner of the letter and shook it with a rustle, the elegant handwriting giving him a strange sense of unreality. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Head. Master Albus Dumbledore, Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards, Chief Warlock of the Wisengamot, First-Class Sorcerer of the Order of Merlin, dear Mr. Marka McLean, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1. We await your owl by July 31. P.S. If the owl needs to stay with you for a while, please feed the little fellow. Marka read the contents of the letter repeatedly several times before turning to the next page. But before he could even glance at it, he pressed his lips together and shoved the letter back into the envelope. Yes, and it costs money, Marka muttered under his breath. Tuition is free, but miscellaneous fees are unavoidable. I should have known, he sighed, and with a glum expression, he climbed back into the attic, rummaged through the small cabinet by the bed, pulled out a few dusty papers, and casually threw them on the counter. Then he pulled a dirty, dusty suitcase from under the bed, and despite the clouds of dust that rose, he opened it with a click and pulled out a long, narrow box from inside. This was a fountain pen, not a good brand, but it was the only birthday gift his long-deceased mother had left him. It was also his most cherished treasure in this life, besides pounds sterling. Oh, and I need ink, he mumbled, preparing to write his reply. Not far away, the light grey owl stood on the bed frame, tilting its head, curiously watching Marka busy himself. Although he was a little rusty with the pen, he hadn't forgotten how to spell words. Marka had an excellent memory, which was evident from his ability to accurately remember large amounts of fragmented pound sterling amounts in his daily life. But writing crooked letters was an unavoidable matter. Because of this, he ended up wasting several sheets of paper, watching the owl flap its wings and fly out the window, quickly disappearing around the corner. Marka's ear finally calmed down a little. He truly hadn't expected that he, who had decided to sink into the dark underbelly of Britain in utter despair, would actually see a miraculous ray of dawn. And what he hadn't expected even more was that this miraculous light was related to Hogwarts, which he had almost buried deep in his memory. Hogwarts, Marka chewed on the word again, a sincere, innocent smile spreading across his face, a smile that had long been buried with his deceased mother in the old graveyard in Plymouth. Just as Marka was lost in thought about his not-so-distant future, far away at number 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey, the boy who lived had just woken up in the cupboard under the stairs. And what awaited him would be a chaotic life, turned upside down by that unexpected visitor. 2 months might have been an ordinary period in Marka's past life, but now everything had become completely different. Marka bid farewell to the small attic that had accompanied him through 3 dark years, and also to Uncle Angulo, the bar owner who had given him his first Joe. He sold everything he could to the fence he frequented in the black market, and then, clutching all the pounds he had earned so far and his rekindled hope, he boarded the ferry to Plymouth. Only in Plymouth could he catch a train to London and embark on his new journey in life. I'll go see Mother first. Marka leaned against the railing on the ferry deck, looking towards the opposite bank of the River Tamar, and murmured. The time spent on the River Tamar wasn't very long. The distance between the two banks wasn't actually far. Before long, Marka was already standing among a somewhat disheveled cluster of graves. That year, Marka, then only 9 years old, spent the last of the money his father had left behind to erect a tombstone for his mother, which was considered a luxury for him at the time, for no other reason than that it was the first time, the very first time, He had acknowledged in his heart this woman who was always busy with money. Mother, Maka gently caressed the tombstone he had cleaned, even though it was midday. It was still so pressing, gly cold. This seems to be the second time I've called you mother. He paused, then continued, to be honest, I still can't call you that naturally. I don't know if I should call you that, or rather, I don't know if I have the right. But no matter what now, you are my mother, my mom. Hess, I know it still sounds very hesitant, but at least I called. So you can just bear with it. Perhaps because of the atmosphere, or perhaps the emotions and longing of the past 3 years, Maka spoke intermittently for a long time. It wasn't until close to dusk that he stood up, patted his trousers, and sighed, planning to find a cheap small hotel for the night and take the train to London from the city centre tomorrow. Just as he turned around, a faint golden gleam flashed across his vision. Illuminated by the setting sun, it emitted a unique brilliance. Chapter. The twilight sun possessed a hazy beauty, filtering through gaps in the clouds and settling with a languid air. The intricately arranged tombstones cast long, narrow shadows under the dim evening light, creating a unique atmosphere. Not far from where his gaze landed, by a white poplar tree with abundant branches, a man with a messy, marshmallow-like mop of white hair stood, holding the hand of a small girl. Undoubtedly, They were a father and daughter visiting a grave. What Maka had noticed earlier was the back of that girl, with her light golden hair that reached her waist. Of course, Maka was not a pedophile. He had no interest in a little girl who looked to be at most 10 years old, though he himself was around the same age. It was just that her long hair, glowing with a faint halo in the setting sun, was a unique sight that was truly impossible to ignore. Maka couldn't help but look a few more times, but that was all. He paused, then immediately averted his gaze and walked towards the town, pulling his suitcase. Just as he was taking those few steps out of the graveyard, he faintly heard the man's voice. Luna, let's go back too, it's getting late. Luna. Long, light golden hair. Deep in Maka's mind, a flash of inspiration brought forth a few words that had become somewhat obscure with the passage of time. It couldn't be that much of a coincidence, could it? Maka stopped again, hesitated for a moment, then plunged into the roadside bushes. He wanted to circle back and confirm. By the time Maka returned to the graveyard from the woods, Luna and her father had already left. He deliberately went to where the father and daughter had been standing and looked down at the tombstone. Pandora Lovegood, it must be right. Maka mused for a moment, then started running. Asking an active wizard for directions is clearly much better than blundering around on my own, and maybe I can even use their fireplace. What was that stuff called? Flu powder. Excuse me, Mr. Lovegood, wait a moment. The father and daughter were clearly not walking fast, or rather, fortunately, they hadn't used magic to leave, allowing Maka to catch up. May I ask who you are? Luna's father, Xenophilius, turned his head and asked, looking at Maka, who was rushing towards them. Oh, yes. Maka quickly ran up to the father and daughter, and while catching his breath, he gathered his thoughts before continuing, I'm a fan of the magazine you edit. You know, I really love the articles in it. They add color to my life. In fact, Maka couldn't even remember the name of the magazine, but that didn't stop him from using it as an excuse to strike up a conversation. Crumple-horned snorkax. Yes, crumple-horned snorkax. I hope you know that I, too, have always believed in their existence, even though I haven't been able to find them. Maka tried to recall dusty memoirs, capturing every fragmented thought he could and using them as bargaining chips to throw at the father and daughter standing before him. Oh, a fellow believer. Luna's tone was a little dazed, but her silvery gray eyes stared unblinkingly at Maka's face. It was clear she had developed some interest in Maka. Haha, thank you for your support, my dear young reader. Xenophilius nodded happily, looking pleased. Seeing this, Maka immediately put his talent for seizing opportunities to good use, putting on a big smile and excitedly chatting with Xenophilius as if he were truly a loyal reader of the magazine. Believe me, it wasn't difficult. Just following the topic of crumple-horned snorkax, letting Xenophilius do most of the talking, and then Maka occasionally agreeing, was enough to keep the conversation going. The three figures, one adult and two children, gradually walked away down the road, with constant laughter along the way. This approach was clearly very successful. P-class equals block. Finally, Maka was not surprised to be invited to the Lovegoods' home and planned to stay for a few days. This was only because he had casually and unintentionally revealed that he would be enrolling at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry on September 1st this year. And if all went as expected, Luna would enroll the following year, and Marka would then naturally become her senior. Next year, I'll have to trouble you to look after your junior, Mr. Marka. Xenophilius stroked Luna's hair, grinning as he said, "Come on, it looks like tonight's dinner can be more lavish than usual. We'll give your senior an early welcome." It must be said that from this very lavish dinner, it seemed the Lovegoods' financial situation wasn't particularly good. However, this wasn't too important to Marka. He wasn't someone who enjoyed luxury. To him, poverty and hunger were the norm in his childhood, not to mention on the small dining table before him. There were quite a few ingredients Marka had never seen before. Some were a bit oddly shaped, but the taste was quite unique and the portions were generous. What Marka particularly enjoyed was a soup made from an aquatic creature called a gulping plimpy. It was indeed a wonderfully delicious dish. Of course, their meat wasn't great. It was probably too tough from excessive exercise and had a strange earthy taste. "Are you full, child?" Xenophilius asked when he saw Marka put down his spoon. "Perhaps. How about a cup of Diroot infusion?" "Oh no, thank you. I think I've eaten too much." Marka rubbed his round belly, saying apologetically, "Do you mind if I go for a walk?" "Of course, you can have Luna accompany you for a stroll nearby. It's very safe here and the air is wonderful." Xenophilius shrugged, "And I'm afraid I need to prepare for tomorrow's work, writing articles and such." "Luna, I wonder if I could invite you for a walk." Marka turned his head, looking at the girl who was currently lost in thought. Luna turned her head at the sound. "What?" "Oh, of course, we can continue talking about other magical creatures." Yes, I think talking about unicorns is a good choice. Apparently they're quite famous among muggles too." Marka smiled, stood up, put on his coat, and then opened the large door not far behind him. Everything else here was quite nice, but the house was a bit too cramped, which reminded him of the small attic he had lived in for 3 years. The evening air was still so familiar, but the air here was much fresher than in Our Lane in Tarpoint, as the Lovegoods house was built on a small hillside. The open view and the starry sky made Marka's gaze become hazy. Perhaps Luna's personality was not unrelated to this living environment. "It's beautiful here. There's a sense of freedom." Here, no obstacles would block his path. Marka walked on instinctively, casting his gaze upon the endless night sky. Luna, who had been talking to herself about mistletoe and nargles, uncharacteristically stopped speaking after hearing this scene. Tense stared at Marka and then also fixed her gaze on the starry sky. "Luna, look, there's the scent of freedom here. Do you smell it?" Luna spoke softly, the bewilderment in her tone seemingly even greater than usual. "What?" Marka was stunned by her words, then blinked as if remembering something. "Oh yes, did your mother say that? Mom liked it here too. She often used to pull me out to watch the stars when she was resting." Luna nodded. Nothing could be read from her expression, but some things clearly weren't that easy to let go of. Marka nodded. He vaguely remembered that Luna's mother had passed away, perhaps not too long ago. Of course, he also remembered his own mother, both in this life and the last. It is said that the positions and trajectories of the stars can be used as a basis for prophecy. Centaurs seem to be very good at it. Taking Marka himself as an example, he believed that at such times, subtly avoiding the topic was the most correct choice, rather than saying platitudes like, "I'm very sorry about that," or "I apologize." But Luna was clearly not that kind of ordinary girl. But Mom passed away last year because a spell went terribly wrong. Luna didn't pick up the topic Marka offered, but continued to speak on her own. "It was really scary, and I've been sad about it ever since. But I can't let Dad worry. I think he might be even sadder than me. So I can't cry." Marka listened to the girl's increasingly soft murmur, and then touched the envelope he had been carrying in his coat pocket. An idea flashed through his mind, making him raise his eyebrows. "My mother also passed away, and I think I somewhat understand that feeling you're talking about, but I'm thinking, maybe this doesn't mean we can never see our mothers again." Marka thought for a moment, then continued, "The principles of magic have always been vague. If we could study them more thoroughly." Luna's face finer. Ellie showed some ordinary human emotion, but it probably wasn't surprise at the idea. Once it goes wrong, it becomes very dangerous. Luna's voice was still very soft, but the dazedness in it had completely vanished. I think you're right." Marka awkwardly rubbed his forehead. Luna stared at Marka for a while longer, then showed a slight smile. She pursed her lips and then quietly added, "But it is indeed a path." Although the night breeze was refreshing, it was still a bit cool. Marka shivered and wrapped his coat tightly around himself. He waved to Luna, inviting her to come back inside. then turned and walked towards the house, which was built like a chess piece. Luna stood behind, watching Marka's retreating figure, then pursed her lips. Wisdom is humanity's greatest treasure. Luna's words were barely audible, as if she were talking to herself. Lie class equals block 2, ID equals T. Arc ID 3, value equals 3 chapter. That night Marka slept in Xenophilius's workshop. Xenophilius had made Marka a wooden plank bed from an old, discarded door, layering 2 blankets and a quilt on top as a mattress, and providing another blanket for warmth. Though the setup sounded a bit shabby, it was surprisingly comfortable to sleep on. This allowed Marka to get a good night's sleep. The next morning, Luna came to wake him up. To be honest, Marka was used to a late night, late morning routine, and changing it all at once was proving difficult. Wake up, the sun's already risen. Luna tugged at Marka's blanket, but Marka, nestled deep inside, didn't stir. The sun's already risen. Seeing no movement from under the blanket, Luna tried her best to raise her voice. The sun will never rise again, Marka mumbled in his sleep. Luna silently stared at Marka, who was curled up in his covers, for a moment. Then she reached out and gave another tug. She felt tea. Hat was all she could do, but Marka clearly showed no reaction to this. After waiting a few more minutes, Luna turned and clattered down the stairs, seemingly having thought of a good idea. Before long, Luna, who had just gone down, clattered back up, carrying a soft, finely woven wicker basket. The basket swayed slightly in Luna's hand, seeming to contain many small things moving around inside. It appeared this was the reason for Luna's hasty trip downstairs. The contents were probably very effective at waking Marka, or at least Luna thought so. The girl blinked, then carefully lifted a corner of the blanket slightly and very quickly dumped the contents of the soft basket inside. Seeing the small creatures burrow into the covers, Luna seemed to nod in satisfaction, even tucking the lifted blanket back into place. A moment later, there seemed to be some movement under the blanket, sounding very much like someone softly grunting. Ugh. Marka seemed to have been woken up, but his voice sounded off, as if he had a cold, very nasal. Ugh, what is it? Stop! The blanket began to stir restlessly, shaking uncontrollably, and even the old door panel propped on the floor as a bed started to wobble. Sure enough, the hastily constructed plank bed wasn't very sturdy. With a loud clatter, the entire room trembled. Then, Marka struggled to throw off the blanket, groaning in some pain. Of course, his voice was still very nasal. This hadn't changed despite the incident. And the little culprits that caused all this were now clinging all over Marka, especially on his face and neck. They hummed happily, jostling on Marka's face, neck, chest, and other places, with a few even extending their soft tongues into Marka's nostrils. Ugh, achoo. Marka shook his head, dislodging the small creatures from his face, and then saw Miss Luna standing to the side, carefully observing this rare spectacle. Puffskeins, Luna said dreamily, pointing at the fluffy little creatures on Marka's body. They're very affectionate, and they hum when they're happy. And they're easy to keep. They eat everything from leftovers to spiders and mosquitoes. They also especially love to stick out their tongues and burrow into sleeping wizards' noses to eat their dried snot. Upon hearing this, Marka quickly pinched his nose, because he noticed several small creatures eagerly flicking their long, thin tongues. All right, this is truly an effective alarm clock, so let's quickly put them all away. Marka, pinching his nose, waved his other hand dismissively, then climbed up from the floor. Oh right, good morning, Luna. Breakfast time passed quickly, or rather, there wasn't much to mention. British food was always terrible, and this held true even in the wizarding world. Not to mention, the Lovegood family's financial situation was consistently poor. The sales of the magazine meant that most of its profits would be used for the next issue's expenses, leaving a pitifully small amount of galleons for daily living. Luna's father quickly finished his breakfast, then apparated out to gather material. Before leaving, he specifically instructed Luna, probably telling her to go exploring with Marka. Marka, who was smacking his lips and pondering how to make gulping Plimpy tea taste better, hadn't listened too carefully. Luna and her father both loved this drink, but Marka found it very hard to accept. Compared to last night's rainbow fish soup, which had equally prominent pros and cons, this gulping Plimpy tea, also bearing the Lovegood family's touch. Clearly only brought discomfort. What an impactful drink, Marker sighed, then tilted his head back and poured the liquid from the cup down his throat. All right, so where are we going? Luna stared blankly at the spot where her father had disappeared. After a moment, she replied, I don't know either. Marker tilted his head in thought and couldn't help but ask, are there any neighbors nearby? Mean wizards? The closest are the Fawcett's. Luna turned her head, looking out the window. A bit further is Artery St. Catchpole, where Mr. Weasley and Mr. Diggory from the Ministry of Magic have their homes. Marker nodded, just about to consider visiting other wizard families to build some goodwill, when he suddenly reacted to a name that had been mentioned in passing. Weasley. He looked up at Luna. Is that the wizarding family with all the redheads? Mrs. Marley isn't. Luna shook her head, her expression dreamy. Her hair is brown. Marker couldn't help but laugh at that. It really is brown, Luna repeated earnestly, seeing his reaction. All right, Marker, watching Luna, laughed even harder. Of course. I mean, how about we go visit the Weasleys? Luna nodded indifferently, as if she didn't really care where they went. Poof. Soon after, once they had both tidied up the dining table and kitchen, Marker watched Luna disappear into the rather grimy fireplace with a whoosh of green flames. Grab a handful, state the destination, then toss it in. Marker mumbled to himself as he walked towards the fireplace, then suddenly stopped as if he'd remembered something. Oh right, make sure to pronounce it clearly. It seemed he was probably recalling Harry's trip to Knockturn Alley, the burrow. Poof. For some reason, the green flames Marker produced when using it were much more abundant than Luna's. Fort. Innately, this special magical flame reaction didn't have the ability to transport inanimate objects. Otherwise, judging by the magical fire that surged to the ceiling, it probably could have moved the entire fireplace along to the Weasleys. When Marker emerged from the Weasleys' fireplace, Luna was talking to Mrs. Weasley. Oh, you must be Marker, then. Miss Luna was just telling me about you, Mrs. Weasley immediately turned to greet Marker as he stepped out. Welcome to our home. As she spoke, Mrs. Weasley suddenly walked over and opened a window. Fred, George, Ron, get inside, we have guests. Marker craned his neck to look, just in time to see a tall, freckled boy holding a large, molting rat upside down, with a slightly shorter boy seemingly following behind him. Fred, give me back Scabbers. Percy gave him to me. Hey Ron, hold on, us think he needs a little hair restorer. Stop bickering, can't you see we have guests? Can you just be quiet for a moment? Mrs. Weasley immediately shouted, where's George? Fred shrugged and said, Mum, I am George. All right, then where's Fred? Mrs. Weasley paused, bewildered. Suddenly someone pushed both boys aside and stepped in, continuously saying, Hey Mum, I'm George, you've mixed us up again. Mrs. Weasley's face immediately changed, and she began a new round of scolding, while Luna laughed like a maniac on the side. Unable to stop, Marker looked at the scene before him and couldn't help but sigh, pressing a hand to his forehead. Excuse me, Mr. Marker. On the other side of the fireplace, not far behind Marker, a soft voice suddenly spoke up. It's always so noisy at home. Marker heard the voice and turned around, discovering that it belonged to a girl with equally fiery red hair. She seemed younger than the other children. It's nothing. I'm just not quite used to such lively scenes. He probably guessed that the girl before him must be the youngest Weasley child, Ginny. Marker looked at her, then glanced back at the three boys being lectured by Mrs. Weasley and couldn't help but sigh again. He truly couldn't understand how, within the same family, they could raise siblings with such extreme and diverse personalities. The eldest son, Bill, always had a rock and roll vibe. Percy was wild and extremely proud. The twin brothers only liked to play pranks, and even Ron always tended towards insecurity. Only the second son, Charlie, and the youngest, Ginny, seemed relatively normal. Of course, he wasn't sure if the memories in his mind were accurate, as too much time had passed, and he really couldn't remember clearly anymore. Anyway, thank you for your concern, Miss Ginny. Ginny looked at Marker's smile, feeling a little strange. Had someone mentioned her to him? At least she hadn't had a chance to introduce herself yet. All right, come and greet our guests. Mrs. Weasley finally ended her long lecture, calling her children to walk over. The burrow became a little quieter, with only Luna still laughing incessantly, her embarrassing laughter echoing through the house. Chapter. Overall, Marker didn't have much interest in the Weasley family. As mentioned before, he never really liked such lively scenes. It was just that Ron, as a member of the future trio, had too many stories connected to him. Although Marker couldn't recall many details, it didn't stop him from wanting to get to know Ron. In his opinion, this was the closest breakthrough for him to befriend Harry, Hermione, and others. Of course, there was no need to delve too deeply. That day, Marker and Luna had lunch at the Weasleys and then played at the Burrow for the entire afternoon before returning to the Lovegood home. It's worth mentioning that he had already arranged with Mrs. Weasley to go to Diagon Alley together at the end of next month to purchase the necessary school supplies. Ron had also received his Hogwarts admission letter. Life at the Lovegood home passed quickly. Marker and Luna talked about everything under the sun every day. Sometimes their conversations might be a bit nonsensical, but most of the time they got along very well. However, pleasant days always seemed short. Time flew by, and soon it was the date arranged with Mrs. Weasley that morning. Marker bid farewell to Luna and her father, then, carrying his suitcase, he stepped into the Lovegood's fireplace again. He had been staying at Luna's house for nearly a month. No matter how thick-skinned Marker was, he figured it was about time to say goodbye. Of course, before leaving, Marker helped Mr. Lovegood repair his dilapidated fence, leaving him a good impression. At their final parting, Luna showed a hint of reluctance for the first time. Marker wondered if this counted as a decent start. To be honest, he had a good impression of this girl, who was sometimes clever and sometimes very scatterbrained, though it hadn't reached the point of love. Bang! Just as Marker arrived in Diagon Alley, Luna and her father were staring blankly at the empty fireplace. Clearly, someone had finally noticed the anomaly. When Marker used Flu powder this time, they had been startled. A soaring green tongue of flame swept past them, almost licking Mr. Lovegood's tattered robe. If he had stood any closer, he probably would have gone to Diagon Alley with Marker. The place Marker and Mrs. Weasley had arranged to meet was Pottage's Cauldron Shop, which was located behind the Leaky Cauldron. According to Ron, he didn't need to buy anything because everything he would use was Charlie's hand-me-downs. Except for a new cauldron, because Charlie's had a leak at the bottom. Ron had said reluctantly at the time, "I'd rather it was a copy of * Standard Book of Spells, grade 1 * that leaked. That's more expensive and wouldn't look so stupid." But when Marker stood at the entrance of the Cauldron Shop and glanced inside, he realized he had probably arrived a bit early. First, let's go to Gringotts. Marker looked around and decided to stick to his original plan. Gringotts was the only bank in the wizarding world run by goblins, with branches all over the world. The goblins offered services for depositing money and renting vaults, and of course, currency exchange and other minor services. With a bow from a few goblins at the entrance, Marker entered Gringotts Marble Hall. As soon as he stepped inside, he was captivated by the busy yet orderly scene. About 100 goblins sat on high stools behind a long counter, some weighing coins with brass scales, others examining gems with monocles, while scribbling entries into large ledgers. The hall had countless doors leading to different places, and many goblins guided customers in and out of these passages. To be honest, such a sight was rare. Marker stood by the door and watched for a while longer before walking towards the counter with the sign, Muggle Currency Exchange. "Time is money, my friend," Marker said, quoting a famous saying to a young goblin on a high stool, then asked, "What's the exchange rate for pounds?" "Oh, yes, yes." The goblin at the counter's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had heard some profound truth. He scrutinized Marker carefully before answering, "Today's exchange rate for pounds is 5.01, esteemed guest. Do you wish to exchange? The handling fee is 5 points. Marker quickly took out most of his money from his suitcase, and after completing the exchange, he deposited it all into Gringotts, keeping only 100 galleons with him for emergencies. "It was a pleasure serving you, sir. May your wealth grow abundantly." Finally, the goblin bid him farewell cheerfully in a sharp voice. As Marker walked to the main entrance, he faintly heard a familiar shout from behind him. "Time is money, my friend. How talk?" Marker grinned, then left with a spring in his step. All right, where to next? Maybe just wander around first. As Marker was considering which way to go, his gaze was drawn to another fork in the road opposite Gringotts. The shops in Diagon Alley were already crowded enough, but that area looked even narrower, with much of the light blocked by oddly shaped buildings, making it feel somewhat eerie. Marker hesitated for a moment, then walked in that direction. The three shops at the intersection had tightly closed doors, their windows heavily draped with thick velvet curtains, and shop names above the doors were barely visible, clearly having been abandoned for years. A few more steps in, a small shop named Giant Spiders was open, and inside, many strange creatures seemed to be caged. This reminded him of an item on his shopping list. Students could bring one owl, or one cat, or one toad. Perhaps it wouldn't be bad to go in and take a look. After all, he had arrived too early today and had plenty of time. Welcome, young guest. In the deepest part of the shop, an old witch wearing a wide brim, pointed hat whispered in a sinister, raspy voice, "Please feel free to look around." Marker glanced over there, then looked at the creatures in the cages on both sides, one by one. To be frank, he was just looking. He didn't recognize most of the creatures inside, but that didn't diminish his curiosity. Suddenly, he saw a large black owl, which appeared much bigger, at least 2 sizes larger than any of the varieties in the Aeolus Owl Emporium he had passed earlier. What species of owl is this? Marker turned his head and asked the old witch inside. A long-eared Scarp's owl, native to Sumatra, good at hunting and guarding, and skilled at predicting earthquakes and tsunamis. The old witch said ominously, her dry, cracked lips opening and closing to reveal a crooked, missing set of yellow teeth. Marker looked at the owl in the cage again, and seeing it quietly watching him, he couldn't help but ask, "How much?" The old witch grinned, her stiff smile sending shivers down one's spine. 20 galleons, my sir." Marker glanced at the old witch, his expression unchanged. "Come on, madam, I'm not one of those greenhorn kids from Hogwarts." The old witch eyed Marker up and down hesitantly, then slightly straightened her perpetually hunched back, her voice becoming a bit louder. "All right, sir, 15 galleons, no less." This time, Marker didn't even look at her, turning and walking out, his step so fast it was as if he was fleeing something unclean. Wait, sir, 10. "No, 8, at least 8. The old witch suddenly shouted. Marker turned back at her words, not trying to haggle further. He figured that while this price still surely included a good profit, it was probably close enough, and any further haggling might mean he wouldn't get it. Deal. Marker pulled out 8 galleons and placed them on the counter, then picked up the cage and walked out of the shop. Wait, the cage costs extra. The old witch chased him to the door, only to find that Marker had already disappeared into the crowd on the street. Class equals block 1. At this point, standing at the door, it was surprisingly revealed that this old witch was actually 2 meters tall. Damn it, what a hateful little shorty. Just like those American vampires, the old witch couldn't find her target and had to grumble as she went back inside. Marker, of course, hadn't gone far. He merely quickened his pace for a couple of steps, then ducked into a shop called Murlock's Curiosities. "Welcome to Murlock's Curio Cabinet. We have everything here, feel free to browse." A small man, even shorter than Marker, suddenly popped out from behind a shelf, his sharp voice half a tone higher than the Gringotts goblins. "I'm just looking," Marker said casually, pulling out half a wand from a large basket beside a shelf. This half wand was battered with several deep scratches on its shaft, and the broken end even revealed its dirty core. "This is a rare treasure," Marker said with a strange expression, looking at the half-stick in his hand. But the short wizard seemed to think it was a treasure. He waved his hands, shouting excitedly, "Oh, yes, Grindelwald's wand from his student days, you would, dragon heartstring, 14 3/4 inches. I mean, it used to be." Marker sighed and tossed the half-wand back into the basket. Afterward, Marker picked up a few more trinkets from the shelf to examine, while the short man danced around him, spouting a string of stories that sounded utterly fake, seemingly hoping to catch Marker's attention. Just as Marker put down the item in his and was about to leave, his peripheral vision suddenly caught a faint, inconspicuous blue light flashing through a gap in the shelf. Marker immediately averted his gaze, pretending to crouch down to examine other goods, but he had already made up his mind. chapter. What's that? It looks like a coin. Marker fiddled with the object in his hand, secretly recalling the eerie blue light he had just seen. He temporarily put aside his intention to leave and pulled out a broken piece of wood from another large basket nearby. He pretended to ask curiously, and after listening to the short wizard's ambiguous explanation, he became interested and asked for the price. 10 galleons. It definitely has to be 10 galleons. It's worth it. Look how rare it is. Seeing that he was about to continue his spiel, Marker had to wave his hand to interrupt his speech and countered with a price, 3 galleons. As far as I know, it's only worth 3. Marker's tone was unusually firm, as if he clearly knew the true value of this so-called Herpo's coffin. No, that's impossible. At least 8 galleons. You should know. That notorious dark wizard, the despicable Herpo, buried himself in. Before he could finish, Marker interrupted again. 4 galleons, not a single nut more. /p. Just as the short wizard was about to speak but hesitated, Marker feigned annoyance and growled, then casually dug something out of a gap in the shelf and loudly declared, "All right, add this. Both for 8 galleons. Otherwise, I'm not taking either." Marker slapped 8 galleons on the counter nearby and stared intently at the short wizard. The other party suddenly fell silent. He looked down at the item in Marker's palm, then at the 8 galleons on the counter, a look of grievance on his face. It was an old-looking coin, heavy in the palm, but it looked dirty and didn't seem to have anything special about it. All right, consider it a gift from me. 8 galleons it is," he said in a low voice, looking helpless, and put the money from the counter into a locked drawer. On the street, Marker was in high spirits. He played with the old coin in his hand, feeling smug and pleased, as if even this gloomy alley had brightened up. Of course, he didn't get to see the short wizard in Murloc's Curiosities smiling just as smugly. PC. Las equals block 1. Arrogance is humanity's most precious treasure. It can bring Murloc profit. The short wizard patted the money drawer with a look of rapture, making the sound of clinking coins. The old coin in Marker's hand had, of course, been enchanted by the short man. In fact, it was just a dirty cast iron coin. Leaving aside the unscrupulous merchant's little tricks, on the other side, the satisfied Marker figured it was about time. So he headed back the way he came. Marker reached the fork in the road and immediately spotted a tall figure in the crowd emerging from the entrance of Gringotts. Rubeus Hagrid, the half-giant, Marker muttered softly, walking towards him. After pushing through the crowded people, he immediately noticed the small figure beside Hagrid. "Oh, excuse me, are you the famous Mr. Harry Potter?" Marker deliberately scrutinized the boy from head to toe before speaking. Before the boy could react, people who heard him had already gathered around. P class equals block 1. "Oh my goodness, it's Harry Potter. Really? Oh my God, I feel like I'm dreaming." The crowd immediately started buzzing, and several people desperately pushed forward, as if they had seen some rare magical creature. Marker looked left and right, then immediately grabbed Harry's sleeve and started running, while also urging Hagrid to follow quickly. After they all ducked into the junk shop, Marker and Harry finally let out a sigh of relief. "Oh, sorry, I didn't expect them to be like that," Marker said apologetically. "Oh, it's nothing." Harry shook his head, looking at Marker, who was his age. "But why is this? This is the second time I seem to be very famous." Marker glanced at Hagrid, seemingly nodding with understanding. I'm very sorry, but it doesn't seem like it should be me explaining this to you." Marker scratched his head, though he was just too lazy to elaborate. Just as Harry tried to press for more, Hagrid had already approached. All right, since we're here, why don't we go buy a wand first?" Hagrid patted Marker's shoulder and said happily, "You come along too, P. Class equals block 1, Marker McLean," Marker said, nodding. "Oh yes, Mr. McLean." Hagrid also nodded. "No, I mean just call me Marker." As Marker spoke, he suddenly put his hand on Hagrid's behind. He immediately noticed it and felt a pang of awkwardness. "My goodness, you're so tall." To ease the awkwardness, Marker deliberately spoke in a high-pitched voice. Hagrid, hearing this, smiled awkwardly but didn't say anything. Marker then realized that Hagrid probably still cared about his bloodline. Of course, given Hagrid's personality, he probably cared about what children thought of him rather than his bloodline itself. Seeing this, Marker immediately withdrew his hand, no longer caring if it was a butt or a shoulder. He smiled easily and said, "A goblin at Gringotts just said the same thing to me." Ha ha ha. You're not much taller than a goblin at your age. Hagrid wasn't stupid. He clearly realized that Marker was actively trying to lighten the mood. Harry, standing as eyed, looked at the two in front of him, feeling a bit bewildered. He couldn't quite understand what the two were talking about, only sensing that the atmosphere was a little strange. All right, let's go. We'll go to Ollivander's across the street, where you'll surely be able to buy the best wand. Yes, wands. That was exactly what Marker and Harry both dreamed of. It was a dilapidated little shop, with the gold lettering on its sign peeling off, reading, Ollivander's, makers of fine wands since 382 BC. P-class equals block 1. In the dusty display window, a single wand lay on a faded purple cushion. As they entered the shop, a series of tinkling bells sounded from somewhere in the back. The shop was small, with nothing but a long bench. Hagrid sat on the bench to wait, while Harry had a strange feeling, as if he were in a strictly managed library. He suppressed the many new questions that had just sprung into his mind, and began to look at the thousands of narrow boxes stacked almost to the ceiling. For some reason, he suddenly felt a chill. The dust and silence here seemed to suggest hidden, mysterious magic. Good morning, a soft voice said, startling Harry. Hagrid, who was sitting, also seemed quite startled, because a loud crunching sound suddenly came, and he quickly stood up from the bench. An old man stood before them, his pale, large eyes shining like two bright moons in the dim shop. Hello, Mr. Ollivander. Marker greeted him politely. Harry looked a bit reserved, but followed Marker in saying hello. Oh yes, the old man said. Yes, yes. I knew I'd be seeing you soon, Harry Potter. No problem at all. Your eyes are just like your mother's. It seems like just yesterday she came here to buy her first wand. 10¼ inches long, willow, swishy, a good wand for charms. Mr. Ollivander walked closer to Harry, who wished he would blink more. Those silvery white eyes made Harry's hair stand on end. Your father was different. He preferred mahogany wands, 11 inches long, pliable, more powerful, best for tea. Transfiguration. I said your father liked it. In reality, of course, the wand chooses the wizard. Mr. Ollivander didn't seem to notice Marker standing nearby. He leaned closer and closer to Harry, his nose almost touching Harry's face. Harry could even see his own reflection in the old man's cloudy eyes. Oh, this is Mr. Ollivander's long, pale fingers traced the lightning-shaped scar on Harry's forehead. I'm very sorry, this was done by a wand I sold. He whispered softly, 13½ inches long. Very powerful, extremely powerful, but it fell into the wrong hands. If only I had known what this wand would do once it was made. Mr. Ollivander sighed softly, but then looked up behind Harry. He seemed to recognize Hagrid, which finally made Harry breathe a sigh of relief. Rubeus Hagrid, so good to see you again. Oak, 16 inches long, a bit bendy, right? That's right, sir, Hagrid said. That was a good wand. But I suppose they snapped it when they expelled you, didn't they, Mr. Ollivander said, suddenly becoming serious. Ah, yes, they snapped it, yes. Hagrid said, slowly shifting his feet. I still have the snapped wand. But you don't use it, do you? Mr. Ollivander asked eagerly. Oh, no, sir, Hagrid quickly replied, and Harry noticed Hagrid gripping his pink umbrella tightly as he answered. Of course, Marker didn't have time to care about Hagrid's shabby little umbrella, because Ollivander finally turned his gaze to him. P-class equals block 1. Oh, a new face. Hello, child. Ollivander's interest in Marker didn't seem as intense as it was for Harry, which was understandable. Marker didn't have any bizarre background story to make everyone recognize him. What's your name? Marker McLean, Marker replied. Oh, all right, Mr. McLean, Mr. Ollivander said, sweeping a sharp gaze over both of them. So, gentlemen, who's first? He pulled out a long, silver-marked tape measure from his pocket, a hint of seriousness on his face. Marker patted Harry's back, signaling him to go first. Chapter. Bang! Harry Potter's wand selection process took quite a while. It wasn't until the wands he had tried piled up into a small mountain on the bench that he found a suitable one. During this time, Harry even broke a light-colored vase when a wand went out of control. Marker watched as golden sparks shot from the tip of the wand in Harry's hand, bright like fireworks, casting dancing light spots on the wall. P-class equals BL. Awk 1 Hagrid clapped and cheered, and Mr. Ollivander exclaimed, Oh, excellent! Oh, truly, truly excellent! How curious, how very curious! He placed Harry's wand into its box, wrapped it in brown paper, and continued to murmur, "Curious." "Sorry," Harry said. "What do you find curious?" "Mr." Ollivander looked at Harry with his pale, colorless eyes. "I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter, every single one. P-class equals block 1. It so happens that the phoenix whose tail feather is in your wand gave another feather, just one other, which is in the wand that gave you that scar." Mr. Ollivander paused, then continued, "You are destined for this wand, and its brother, well, its brother gave you that scar." Harry gasped. "Yes, 13.5 inches you. How could this be? It's truly marvelous. Remember, the wand chooses the wizard. I think you will achieve great things, Mr. Potter, at any rate. The one whose name I cannot mention did great things. Terrible, yes, but great." Harry felt a shiver run down his spine. He wasn't sure if he liked Mr. Ollivander anymore, but he still paid 7 galleons for the wand that seemed to have such a deep connection to him. "Yes, well, Mr. Ollivander nodded, then turned his sharp gaze to Marker. "Mr. Marker, it's your turn now. Please step forward and let me see." "I'm right-handed." Marker had already seen the process once, and immediately cooperated with Ollivander to begin the measurements. The tape measure automatically unrolled and floated around Marker's body, from shoulder to fingertip, from wrist to elbow, shoulder to floor, knee to armpit, and finally head circumference. Even though he had seen it once, Marker still couldn't figure out what purpose these measurements served. While the tape measure was busy, Ollivander continued to ramble. Yes, as I've said, every Ollivander wand is unique. If you use another wizard's wand, the effect will definitely be compromised. Always remember, the wand chooses the wizard." Finally, when the tape measure floated in front of Marker to measure the distance between his nostrils, he felt like he hadn't experienced such a silly situation in a long time. "All right," Ollivander said, and before he finished speaking, the tape measure slid to the floor and coiled into a ball. "Then, Mr. Marker, try this one, made of maple and dragon heartstring. 10 inches long. Sensitive, slender, yet powerful. Give it a wave." Marker took it and waved it casually, and a soft red light shimmered at the tip of the wand. "Oh, not bad. I didn't expect it to go so smoothly." Ollivander was speaking when he suddenly stopped. "Wait, try this one. Boxwood unicorn hair, 9¾ inches, equally sensitive but more resolute." Marker paused, then put down the wand he was holding and took the other one Ollivander offered. Perhaps it was a different waving posture or some other reason, but this time, a faint golden glow appeared at the tip of the wand, and a hint of sacred aura diffused from it. What's going on?" Ollivander looked as if he had seen something incredible, his sharp eyes filled with confusion. "How about trying this one?" He pulled another box from the shelf behind him. Rosewood. Dragon heartstring, 14¼ inches long, hard, powerful, and full of potency. His choice this time seemed completely opposite to the previous two, which made Marker even more bewildered. Marker took the slightly purplish red wand and waved it again. A fiery red light shot out from the tip, knocking over the entire shelf behind Ollivander with a violent crash. The 4 people present were all startled, but after his initial shock, Ollivander fell back into deep thought. Marker, Hagrid, and Harry looked at each other, none of them knowing what had happened. Seeing Mr. Ollivander silent, they all wisely stayed put, trying not to disturb his thinking. In the wizarding world, wand lore has always been an extremely complex field of study, and those capable of making wands are few and far between. At this moment, besides Mr. Ollivander, it would be difficult to find a second person in the entire Diagon Alley with such a deep understanding of wand lore. "I don't understand. I truly don't understand." Ollivander suddenly looked up again and shouted to Marker, "That pile of wands on the bench. Pick up each one and wave it quickly." Marker looked at the wands Harry had tried and left there earlier, then looked back at the shelves behind Ollivander. "But sir, that shelf. It's fine, it's nothing, don't worry about that, just wave them." Seeing that the owner didn't care about the consequences, Marker naturally felt no psychological burden and immediately picked up the wands, waving them one by one. For a moment, light, smoke, wand boxes, and even shelves crashed around the shop with the wands in Marker's hand, turning the entire Ollivander's into a chaotic mess. "All right, that's enough." Ollivander quickly called Marker to stop, then looked at his hand, his bewildered expression evident. "I don't understand, this makes no sense, every wand perfectly compatible. How is that possible?" If even Ollivander couldn't figure it out, Marker was naturally completely confused. Finally, under Mr. Ollivander's extremely reluctant gaze, Marker chose the wand that had caused the biggest commotion just now, and then left the wand shop, which had almost turned Ed into a junkyard with Hagrid and Harry. After leaving Ollivanders, the three checked their list and bought everything one by one. As they reached the end of the road, Marker looked at the Pottage Cauldron shop and suddenly remembered something. "Oh no, I promised Mrs. Weasley I'd meet her at the Cauldron shop. This is terrible. Mrs. Weasley." Hagrid looked into the Cauldron shop when he heard this. "No need to rush. I see her. You haven't missed her yet." Marker looked. Hagrid mentally repeating, "Oh my, you're so tall," then said goodbye to them and squeezed towards the Cauldron shop. It was already nearing noon, and Diagon Alley was even more crowded than in the morning, almost suffocating. "Hello, Mrs. Weasley." Marker finally managed to squeeze next to Mrs. Weasley and Ron, but his words were cut off before he finished. "Oh, I'm so sorry. I thought you had already gone back." Mrs. Weasley didn't seem angry. Instead, she apologized first. "Ron's rat burrowed into a hole in the garden and was chased everywhere by gnomes, which made us a bit late." Ron, with a bitter face, took over. "And then Mum scolded me again for not looking after Scabbers, but you know, that's enough. This is clearly your fault. Don't make excuses," Mrs. Weasley shouted indignantly. Seeing that Mrs. Weasley seemed about to start lecturing again, Marker had to change the subject. "Oh, Mrs. Weasley, I don't think it's anything. In fact, I met Hagrid when I went to Gringotts to Wits. It's straw money earlier, oh, and Harry Potter too." Mrs. Weasley immediately brightened at the name, which Marker had, of course, already anticipated. After buying the cauldron here, Marker's shopping trip finally came to an end. To be honest, he was pretty exhausted, but he still had to carry a large pile of things and keep walking, even though Ron had already helped him with quite a bit. "Marker, give me some. I'll help you carry them too," Mrs. Weasley said. "No, absolutely not. How can I let a lady carry things?" Marker insisted. This statement pleased Mrs. Weasley greatly. She snatched the owl cage from Marker's hand, her face beaming with smiles. "Oh, little Marker, you really know how to talk. I'm sure you'll charm a lot of girls in the future." "Real single young women are much harder to please than you," Marker muttered to himself. It was mid-July, and the British weather was as mild as ever. But the constantly changing cloudy and clear skies still made one feel drained. /P. To be honest, Marker didn't want to stay at the Weasleys' house, but he ended up living at the Burrow for a few days. It wasn't until the next month that he finally left there and rented a room above the leaky cauldron, staying there until the start of Hogwarts term. During this time, Marker devoted himself to previewing his magic textbooks. He found that he was quite interested in these fascinating subjects, although he still felt that the content in the book, Magical Theory, was somewhat ambiguous until the very end. "So, how exactly did this formula come about?" Marker said, a bit annoyed, staring at a magic formula in the book. In the process of reading and memorizing, he discovered that many crucial magical theories in this book shared a distinct characteristic. The author never explained the origin of their formulas, which was a truly heartbreaking discovery for Marker. Knowing what it is, but not why it is magical theory just the accumulation of experience from every generation of wizards throughout history? He groaned wearily. However, in this last month or so, besides the dry magical knowledge, there was actually a small interlude. Of course, in my opinion, it's not suitable to talk about it now, because today is the last day of August, and tomorrow is September 1st. Hogwarts is about to begin. Chapter. The sunshine on September 1st was exceptionally bright, as if even the heavens were celebrating the new students' arrival. The sky over London was clear and transparent, with a few wisps of faint clouds hanging on the azure canvas. A refreshing breeze brushed past everyone's ears, like a whisper, intoxicating them. Marker had bought a new suitcase in Diagon Alley. It was a second-hand item from a junk shop, and the undetectable extension charm inside was a bit damaged, making the space much smaller. Fortunately, the Ministry of Magic's permission sticker was still firmly attached to the inner flap. After vigorously disparaging the suitcase and haggling several times, Marker finally bought it, enduring the pain of parting with his galleons. Now, he was strolling easily along the platform corridor of King's Cross Station, enjoying the pleasant mood that his galleons had brought him. What a wonderful journey it was, with only an owl and a light suitcase. Soon, he arrived between Platform 9 and Platform 10, but he hesitated, staring at the sturdy support pillar. "Oh," Marker reached out his hand and indeed passed through the stone brick pillar, revealing a surprised expression. The first time was always a bit unfamiliar, Although there was no pain, there was still some nervousness. With a small step forward, he found himself having passed through and arrived at the real Hogwarts Express platform. The steam locomotive's thick smoke swirled above the chattering crowd, and cats of various colors wove in and out beneath people's feet. Amidst the hum of conversation and the clatter of heavy luggage, owls hooted shrilly, calling back and forth. The owl perched on Marker's left shoulder looked much larger than the others and was very quiet, not incessantly hooting like the smaller ones. It blinked its bright, large eyes, gazing at the crowded corridor ahead, completely unfazed. Yes, after spending some time together, Marker realized that his pure black owl didn't seem to like being in a cage. Ever since he had let it out, it had never gone back. P-class equals. Block 1, Marfa, let's go. Marker had given it a rather imposing name, Malfurion or Marfa for short, of course. Who? Marfa hooted softly in agreement. The carriages were already quite full. Marker passed through several, not seeing anyone he knew, so he casually chose a less crowded compartment and went in. Oh, good morning. Marker stood at the doorway and nodded at the people inside. Do you mind if I sit here? Of course, come in. A black-haired boy immediately replied. P-class equals block. K1, the boy seemed a bit reserved, apparently not very good at communicating with people. After answering, he shrank back into his seat and said nothing more. Do you mind if I introduce myself? Seeing the atmosphere in the compartment was a bit cold, Marker had to start a conversation. My name is Marker McLean. And you, Anthony Goldstein? The black-haired boy mumbled, looking even more nervous. It seemed he really wasn't good at chatting. Marker nodded and didn't try to engage in further conversation with him. He had many things to do. For example, memorizing, and memorizing. Taking out a copy of 1,000 magical herbs and fungi from his suitcase. Marker read it carefully. This thing was really quite thick, and the plant species inside were quite complex. He had only memorized a little over half of it so far. After a short while, 2 more people entered the compartment. Perhaps because the number of people increased, the black-haired Anthony had been in an unnatural state from the beginning, constantly forcing himself to look to the window, pretending to be admiring the scenery. Hello everyone, my name is Ernie Macmillan. It's a pleasure to meet you all. The blonde boy who had just entered looked very cheerful. He looked at Marker, who was sitting opposite him, and greeted him loudly. Marker nodded at him, smiled, introduced himself, and then turned to look at the girl who had entered last. Well. The girl was vigorously stroking her long brown hair, seemingly trying to make it lie flatter. It seemed she wasn't very happy with her naturally wavy hair. Lisa Turpin. Oh, she was speaking when she suddenly cried out in pain, probably having pulled out a few strands of hair from stroking too hard. Hey Marker, I say, what book are you reading? Ernie was short and plump, but his attire was elegantly bright, suggesting he came from a well-to-do family. However, Marker didn't detect the arrogance often found in children from wealthy families in him. He seemed like a friend worth having. Oh, I'm reading a textbook. Marker held up the book, showing the cover to Ernie. Oh, I have that book at home too, but I never thought of reading it. It's too thick, and the title sounds mostly boring. Ernie scratched his head, making his previously neat blonde hair messy. Lisa, sitting next to Marker, frowned at Ernie's hair but said nothing, only turning to look at Marker. Marker had always believed that maintaining a tidy appearance was a necessary task, as it could make others feel favorably towards him. After all, most people still preferred neat attire and a clean appearance, although Marker personally felt that as long as it was comfortable, it was fine. Lisa secretly sized up Marker, then nodded with satisfaction. Apparently, this seemingly cute girl not only had high standards for her own appearance, but for others as well. After this, aside from Anthony, who barely spoke, the other 3 had some initial exchanges and agreed to interact more at school. Of course, Lisa clearly preferred talking to Marker, although the somewhat thick-skinned Ernie hadn't. T noticed this. As for the gains from this journey, besides memorizing dozens more herbs, the remaining gain was probably a brief encounter with Miss Hermione Granger. However, her haughty attitude, incredibly fast speaking speed, and hurried approach to things were a bit much for Marker to handle. After a few perfunctory remarks, Hermione quickly left again. Oh, she was helping Neville look for a toad. or something like that. In fact, Marker hadn't really heard much of it, as his attention at the time was entirely focused on memorizing herb names. The Hogwarts Express traveled all day, and by the time the train gradually slowed down, it was already dark. The train's terminus was set across the lake from Hogwarts' back gate, and first years had to take small four-person boats to Hogwarts, which could probably be considered one of Hogwarts' traditions. Of course, if you felt you had seasickness in the future, perhaps you could walk around the lake to the front door, though that sounded a bit silly. Heads down, Hagrid, occupying a boat by himself, shouted loudly as the first boats approached the cliff. Everyone ducked their heads, and the boats carried them through a curtain of ivy covering the face of the cliff to a hidden, open entrance. They followed a pitch-black tunnel that seemed to lead to the castle's dungeons, finally arriving at a place resembling an underground dock, and then climbed onto a ground of gravel and small pebbles. Illuminated by Hagrid's lantern, the first years climbed a tunnel in the rock face, finally reaching a flat, damp patch of grass in the shadow of the castle. Everyone climbed a flight of stone steps and gathered before a huge oak door. "Everyone here." Hagrid raised his enormous fist and knocked 3 times on the castle door. The door swung open, revealing a tall, black-haired witch in emerald-green robes standing at the doorway. Her expression was serious, and she clearly seemed like someone not to be trifled with. "First years, Professor McGonagall," Hagrid said. "Thank you, Hagrid, I'll take them from here." It was, after all, Hogwarts Castle. Even the hall at the back entrance was intimidatingly large. A row of blazing torches was affixed to the stone walls. The ceiling was so high it was almost out of sight, and directly ahead was a magnificent marble staircase leading up to the upper floors. Faint sounds of chatter came from a door on the right. The other senior students of Hogwarts had presumably already arrived, but Professor McGonagall did not lead them directly inside, instead guiding everyone to an empty room opposite the Great Hall. PCL. As equals Block 1, this empty room was not large, and the first years stood shoulder to shoulder, most of them nervously observing everything around them. Marker was no exception, carrying his suitcase. He was at one point squeezed into a corner by the crowd, and even his owl, Martha, had to stand on his head in resignation. "Welcome to Hogwarts," Professor McGonagall said. "The start of term feast will begin shortly, but before you take your seats in the Great Hall, you must first be sorted into your houses. The sorting is a very important ceremony, Beck. Or while you are here, your house will be something like your family at Hogwarts." Marker was squeezed at the back and had no interest in listening carefully to Professor McGonagall's speech, just quietly waiting for everything to begin. "I shall return when they are ready for you," Professor McGonagall said. "Please wait quietly." Just as Professor McGonagall's words fell, Marker suddenly heard a ribbit. "Trevor!" A boy's shout rang out from the front, and Marker shook his head. A wry smile on his face. "Please keep quiet," Professor McGonagall repeated in a stiff tone, then left the room. Marker immediately heard a few snickers from the front. Oh, suddenly a few screams came from the front again. "What now?" Marker complained in a low voice, standing on tiptoe to look ahead. Is that?" Chapter. Hearing the screams from ahead again, Marker tiptoed and looked forward. On one side of the wall, 20 or so pearly white, translucent humanoid apparitions suddenly emerged one after another. Marker looked closely and realized they were probably a group of ghosts. They were talking to each other, gliding lightly above the room, and Marker vaguely heard the word Peeves. "I say, what are you doing?" Here, a ghost wearing a ruffled ruff and doublet seemed to have just discovered the first-year students below. "First years." Another chubby friar smiled and said to them, "I suppose they're here for the test, aren't they?" Some students nodded silently, but no one spoke. "I hope you'll be sorted into Hufflepuff," said the friar. "I used to be in that house." "Now move forward," a reedy voice next to the friar said. "The sorting ceremony is about to begin." Professor McGonagall returned, and the ghosts floated in a line through the opposite wall, disappearing one by one before everyone's eyes. "Now, form a single line," Professor McGonagall said to the first-year students, "and follow me." Marker was at the back of the line, and it took a while before he followed the students ahead out of the room. There was no help for it. He had been at the back from the start. This was the Great Hall of Hogwarts, where students from other years were already seated at 4 long tables. Thousands of candles floated in midair above the tables, illuminating the entire hall. The 4 tables were set with glittering golden plates and goblets. The older students watched the first years, whispering about who would join their houses and who might not. At the head of the hall, on a raised platform, was another long table, which was for the teachers. Professor McGonagall led them there and had them line up facing all the older students, while the teachers stood silently behind them. The candlelight in the air flickered slightly. The older students' faces appear somewhat pale. The ghosts they had seen earlier also shimmered with a faint silver light among them, and everyone's gaze was fixed on the first years. Marka gazed absently at the enchanted ceiling above, a backdrop as black as ink, dotted with countless twinkling stars, appearing both real and illusory amidst the faint magical mist. He even found a few familiar constellations up there. It's enchanted to look like the sky outside. I read about it in Hogwarts. A history. Marka vaguely heard a soft voice nearby, which sounded like Hermione. Professor McGonagall gently placed a 4-legged stool in front of the first years. Marka's gaze returned from the ceiling to what was before him. He saw Professor McGonagall place a pointed wizard's hat on the stool. The hat was patched, worn, and extremely dirty. Honestly, the thought of putting that hat on his head later made him feel uncomfortable all over. When the Sorting Hat was placed down, the faint chatter in the hall immediately fell silent. They all knew the main event was about to begin. Sure enough, the hat wiggled a few times, and a seam opened and closed like a mouth. It began to sing, "You may think I'm not pretty, but never judge a book by its cover. If you can find a prettier hat than me, I'll eat myself." Hearing this, Marka's mouth twitched. "You can keep your bowler hats black and shiny, and your top hats smooth and stiff. But I am the magical hat used for testing at Hogwarts, naturally superior and outstanding compared to your hats." The Sorting Hat continued to sing in an unpleasant tune without stopping, but Marka had already turned his gaze back to the ceiling. That was much more interesting. It wasn't until everyone started applauding that Marka snapped back to reality and clapped a few times as well. A few outgoing first years were already discussing it with their classmates. "Maybe I'll go to Gryffindor." A small boy with long black hair next to Marka whispered to him, "My dad says I've always been very brave. I once swallowed a whole flabberworm when I was little." "Are you Bear Grylls?" Marka swallowed with difficulty upon hearing this. "Who's that?" "My surname is Corner, Michael Corner. You can call me Mike." The little boy, Michael, tilted his head as they were chatting idly. Professor McGonagall took 2 steps forward and gently unrolled a scroll of parchment in her hand. "When I call your name, you will put on the hat, sit on the stool, and await your sorting," she said. Hannah Abbott, a little girl with rosy cheeks and 2 golden braids, stumbled out of the line, put on the sorting hat, which was clearly too big for her, and immediately covered her eyes. Class equals block 1. Marka watched this clumsy little girl and found it quite amusing. She sat down, and after a short while the Sorting Hat called out in a drawn-out voice, "Hufflepuff." The people at the table on the right applauded and cheered for Hannah, welcoming her to their table. The chubby friar ghost by the long table also waved to her happily. "Susan Bones." "Hufflepuff," the hat shouted again in a different tone. Susan quickly ran and sat next to Hannah. The sorting continued, with the hat skillfully switching between various strange and peculiar tones, as if it spent every semester contemplating these boring things to pass the time. As expected, the Harry trio was sorted into Gryffindor, the house of courage and daring. Anthony and Lisa, whom they met on the train, were assigned to Ravenclaw, and of course, Ernie was sent to Hufflepuff. Michael, who had swallowed a flabberworm and was next to Marka, did not go to Gryffindor as he had hoped, but was also sorted into Ravenclaw. It was clear that he was a bit disappointed. Marka MacLean. Finally, it was his turn. Marka immediately stepped forward, picked up the sorting hat, hesitated for a moment, and then resignedly placed it on his head. You seem quite reluctant." The sorting hat twisted its body and said discontentedly, "Actually, I'd prefer you take a bath." Marka didn't deny it. He figured the hat could roughly read his thoughts, so it was best to be honest. "Well, I think so too. But I can't climb to the bathroom. Myself, can I?" The sorting hat twisted again, its upright tip drooping dejectedly. but no headmaster has ever thought of such a thing. They are too busy. After a brief complaint, it regained its original vigor and began muttering to itself. This is difficult, very difficult, the Sorting Hat said. Logically, you should go to Ravenclaw, where the atmosphere can allow you to more fully absorb the essence of knowledge. But your cleverness and strategic thinking can only be more thoroughly cultivated in Slytherin. P class equals block. K1, what about Gryffindor and Hufflepuff? Marker asked curiously. Gryffindor, do you think that's possible? The Sorting Hat retorted directly with a peculiar tone. Well, actually, I thought so too, Marker pouted, saying helplessly. At this moment, the Sorting Hat suddenly twisted itself, rubbed its tip against the wide brim, and then, while pondering, said, Hufflepuff, yes, that's right. You must go there. This should be the most correct choice. With that, without waiting for Marker to speak, it directly bellowed. Hufflepuff, Marker Lou. King, bewildered, placed the hat back on the four-legged stool, and with a head full of questions, walked towards the Hufflepuff table, taking his seat amidst the applause of the older students. Welcome everyone to Hogwarts for a new school year. Before the feast begins, I'd like to say a few words. And that is, nitwit, blubber, ardment. Tweak, Marker heard this and stopped his conversation with a tall older student, looking up at Dumbledore, who was speaking. Thank you all. After Dumbledore sat down again, everyone began to applaud. What does that mean? Marker turned his head and asked the older student next to him. I don't know either. Perhaps the professor is just showing his sense of humor. The older student shrugged, indicating that he didn't understand either. Just go along with it and enjoy, don't worry too much. At this moment, the originally empty golden plates on the long table suddenly filled with a vast amount of food. Roast beef, roast chicken, pork chops, lamb chops, sausages, steak, boiled potatoes, roasted potatoes, French fries, Yorkshire pudding, peas, carrots, gravy, and tomato sauce. Everything imaginable was there, truly dazzling to the eye. What's this again? Marker reached out and pulled over a plate. Peppermint hard candy? Professor Dumbledore likes these lately, the older student explained with a muffled voice while vigorously tearing meat off a lamb chop. He always shares his favorite sweets and drinks with everyone. Marker shrugged after hearing this, then pushed the plate of peppermints far away. Marker, Rent you hungry? Not far away, Ernie looked curiously at Marker, who was daintily putting roast beef into his mouth, and couldn't help but ask. Oh, actually, I'm eating quite a bit, Marker smiled, clearly. While ensuring he didn't eat too messily, he was betting on speed for efficiency. If you ask me, Ernie, he's trying to maintain his composure. A rather boisterous older girl teased Marker with a grin. Aha, you've seen through me, senior sister. Marker wasn't annoyed at all. Instead, he played along. Otherwise, how old I get a beautiful senior sister like you to talk to me. The senior girl hadn't expected Marker to tease her back. Caught off guard, her cheeks turned crimson, but she still put on a brave front and said, Oh, that's not bad. I'm claiming you as my little boyfriend, senior sister here. Ho, Charlotte, you're finally ready to get married. Another girl next to her, who seemed to be her good friend, laughed and teased her. Amidst the cheers of the surrounding students, Charlotte could no longer hold back. She quickly lowered her head and forked a piece of roasted potato from her plate into her mouth, her pretty face turning even redder. Chapter. The learning atmosphere at Hogwarts was mostly relaxed, especially evident during mealtimes. Amidst laughter and chatter, the lively welcoming feast finally drew to a close. After Marker had devoured a few of the second round of desserts, the plates on the table were magically cleared, looking as spotless as when they first appeared. At this moment, Professor Dumbledore stood up again, and silence immediately fell over the Great Hall. Oh, now that everyone has eaten and drunk their fill, I think I have a few more words to say to you. At the start of the term, I want to bring a few points to your attention. Dumbledore paused, his gaze sweeping over the Weasley twins at the Gryffindor table. First years, please note that the Forbidden Forest on the school grounds is strictly off-limits to all students. Some of our older students would do well to remember this too. Furthermore, Mr. Filch the caretaker has asked me to remind you all not to cast spells in the corridors between classes. Quidditch tryouts will be held in the second week of this term. Anyone interested in joining their house team should contact Madam Hooch. Finally, I must tell you that anyone who does not wish to suffer a most painful death should not enter the corridor on the right-hand side of the 4th floor. Upon hearing this, a few people burst into laughter, seemingly thinking it was another one of Dumbledore's jokes. P-class equals block 1, but most people didn't laugh. Professor Dumbledore never joked about danger. Marker thought to himself that this was most likely related to the Philosopher's Stone, and as for the specific arrangements, he no longer remembered them clearly. Besides, what did it have to do with him? Compared to those game levels, which he didn't know if they were to defend against Voldemort or to train Harry, he was clearly more interested in the Philosopher's Stone itself. Of course, that was basically out of the question. He didn't want to be rubbed into the ground by Dumbledore's pinky finger. All in all, Marker didn't want to get involved in the events of this school year. He already felt that he had too little time for studying, not nearly enough. It would be good enough if he didn't cause any trouble for those 3 little lions. Now, before you all go to bed, let us sing the school song, Dumbledore announced loudly, and almost all the teachers' faces stiffened. Dumbledore flicked his wand gently, and a long golden ribbon floated out, twisting and coiling like a snake above the high tables, forming lines of text. Everyone choose your favorite tune, Dumbledore said. Ready, sing. All the teachers and students, well, most of them sang loudly. Marker opened his mouth to sing along but found he couldn't do such an embarrassing thing, so he just moved his lips like an idiot, blending into the chaotic singing. Just making up the numbers. When Dumbledore announced that it was time for bed, Marker finally breathed a sigh of relief. But as soon as he thought that he would probably have to do this 6 more times in the future, he felt his eyes welling up a little. All right, let's go. First years, follow me, I'll lead the way. Next to Marker, the senior student who had been chatting with him suddenly stood up and said in a clear voice with a gentle smile, was this Cedric? Although Marker only remembered his first name and couldn't recall his surname, he vaguely had an impression of that excellent, righteous, and handsome prefect. But he doesn't seem as handsome as I imagined, Marker muttered in a voice only he could hear. What's wrong, little Marker? What are you looking at? The senior student Charlotte from earlier walked up to him and whispered, That's Darren Criss, a 6th year. He's been the Hufflepuff head boy since last year. Marker was startled. This seemed to be different from his memory. I was wondering, who is Cedric? I heard about him before coming to school. He seems like a very good person. Charlotte nodded as if enlightened, then smiled and said, Cedric. Indeed, in another 2 years, he'll definitely be a popular candidate for prefect. Marker looked in the direction Charlotte pointed, and a handsome, dashing boy immediately caught his eye. Earlier at the dinner table, Cedric was sitting at the other end of the long table. No wonder Marker hadn't noticed him. Oh, so that's how it is. There are grade restrictions for prefect selection, and Cedric hasn't become the Hufflepuff head boy yet. Then, what about the head girl? Marker couldn't help but ask, looking at the lone figure of head boy Darren ahead. Oh, that's me. Charlotte patted Marker's shoulder with a grin, then whispered, I'm not used to leading others, so I usually leave things to Darren. He seems very happy to do these things. Marker looked at the beautiful, unconventional senior student beside him and shook his head helplessly. The Hufflepuff first years followed the easygoing head boy Darren through a side corridor on the 1st floor, then directly down to the basement, located directly beneath Hogwarts. /P behind there is the Hogwarts kitchen. If you get hungry at night, you can go there for something to eat. The house elves will be very happy to see you. As they passed a still-life painting of fruit, Charlotte pointed with her chin and said, Just tickle the pear on it, and sometimes it will laugh along. It's very cute. The entrance to the Hufflepuff common room was not far away, but Marker felt a little confused, looking at the almost wall-filling stack of iron-bound wooden barrels. I'm sure you've all noticed this is a messy pile of large wooden barrels, Darren said with a smile, and the entrance to our Hufflepuff common room is among these barrels. Of course, I'm not asking you to open the lids and climb in. Ernie, the barrel you picked is too small. Darren stopped Ernie's attempt at a suspicious barrel, then continued, Please pay attention. The entrance to our Hufflepuff common room is the only common room entrance at Hogwarts with anti-intruder magic. The way to open it is very simple. You just need to take out your wand and tap the bottom lids of the 2 middle barrels in the 2nd row to the rhythm of Helga Hufflepuff, and the lids will automatically rotate open. As Darren spoke, he drew his wand and tapped the bottom lids of 2 specific barrels a few times. Immediately, the 2 bottom lids automatically rotated open in different directions. And then the entire pile of barrels moved, revealing an irregular doorway to the new students. Darren watched everyone stir and exclaim, a proud smile on his face. PCL. S equals block 1. He waited a moment before continuing. However, there's one thing I must ask you to pay close attention to. The entrance to our Hufflepuff common room is the only common room entrance at Hogwarts with anti-intruder magic. If you tap the wrong lid or tap with the wrong rhythm, illegal intruders will be doused with a magical vinegar from the barrels above. At this point, Darren shrugged and said, believe me, you absolutely won't want to try that feeling. The smell of that vinegar is very hard to wash off, and you can smell its teeth-souring acidity from 200 meters away. Ernie immediately shivered at the words, suddenly feeling immense gratitude towards head boy Darren for preventing his self-destruction. Sister Charlotte, if this method is known by others, wouldn't it be useless? Marker asked with some confusion. This is one of our biggest Hufflepuff secrets. No one would want to reveal it. Charlotte spread her hands. The Hufflepuff common room and dormitories have never been seen by outsiders in over 1,000 years. We know how to hide, how to protect ourselves, just like our house crest. Marker looked up at the house crest on the common room wall. The badger on it glowed with a faint light, appearing modest and composed. Hufflepuff, just and loyal, patient and true, unafraid of toil. Marker chewed on the words on the plaque beneath the crest, and the puzzled expression from the sorting ceremony returned to his face. If it were me, would I reveal the way to enter here when necessary? He himself felt uncertain about this question. The Hufflepuff common room was a circular, low-ceilinged room with a faint, earthy scent. It was enchanted to always be bathed in sunlight during the day and dotted with fireflies at night. Through the round windows, one could see swaying green grass and dandelions. There were many places with gleaming brass ornaments and numerous plants either hanging from the ceiling or placed on the windowsills. /P Professor Pomona Sprout, the head of house, taught herbology, and she always brought the most interesting specimens to decorate this not too large but very cozy room. Everyone sat or stood here, as relaxed and casual as if they were in their own homes. Hufflepuff was the largest house at Hogwarts, yet also the most united internally, with little change for 1,000 years, which always surprised the other houses. After a while, the first years gradually went to their dormitories to rest. P-Claw. SS equals block 1. They had been busy all day, and these little badgers were exhausted. At night, Marker leaned against his bed and opened his textbook again, reading. His roommates were already asleep, but he wasn't very sleepy. In the past 2 months, he had basically adapted to a normal schedule, but tonight he couldn't sleep. His mind kept replaying everything he had seen today. Although he appeared calm, it didn't mean his heart was as settled. Although he held the book, reading, line by line and word by word, he barely absorbed anything, and eventually he fell asleep quietly in his robes late into the night. Chapter. The next morning, Marker was the first to wake up. He couldn't figure out why he woke up so early, even though he had only drifted off to sleep late last night. He thought it probably had something to do with that little girl, Luna. When he stayed at her house, every morning he would be woken up in various ways, and the little girl, who always seemed a bit dazed, even seemed to enjoy it. Unconscious. He had developed the bad habit of waking up on time. Classes would start today. Most Hufflepuff classes were scheduled with Ravenclaw, while Gryffindor classes were held with Slytherin. This had one advantage. Without Harry Potter around, Snape would be relatively less irritable. Roll call will now begin. Snape remained impervious, his face perpetually devoid of a smile. He read the names on the roll call list one by one with a stern expression, not even glancing at the students. After he finished the roll call, he scanned the students with his cold and hollow black eyes, and Marker saw in his eyes a look somewhat similar to that of the homeless people on Tarpoint Street who had lost their lives and dreams. No, Marker silently denied in his heart, compared to the homeless. His gaze was even more complete, almost like the eyes of a dead person, cold, hollow, and full of death. Having lived in the dark world of Britain for so long at such a young age, Marker relied on his disguise and his methods of deciphering others' psychology. But now, Marker found that he couldn't get any information from Snape, which made him think of staying away from this person for the first time. Leaving unknown dangers is the most effective way to protect oneself. This profound maxim had always circulated in the dark world. Mr. McLean, Do you seem to have a different opinion on my remarks?" Just as Marker was staring blankly into Snape's eyes, the other party seemed to notice S. Omathing looked at him and then frowned and spoke. "Oh no, I mean I really like potions, but the theories involved are very complex. I sincerely hope, Professor Snape, that you can help me answer some of the questions I encountered during my preview." In a hurry, Marker, swayed by his earlier thoughts, uncharacteristically backed down. However, he genuinely had many questions he wanted answers to from an authority, so it couldn't be said he was just talking nonsense. "Yes, though." Day in the Hufflepuff common room, Marker asked Darren, a senior, many questions about the various professors. Regarding Snape, although hardly any student liked him, his achievements in potions and charms were undeniable. Just his title of Potions Master, recognized by the International Confederation of Wizards and awarded by the British Ministry of Magic, was enough to secure him a place in the global wizarding world. In the book, Advanced Potion Making, there were many improved potion preparation methods by him, Thaug. No one knew about them yet. However, Snape showed no appreciation for Marker's words. He gave a cold smile, if that could be called a smile, and then said in a contemptuous tone, "Oh, is that so? Then by all means speak. But if they are merely trivial questions, then Hufflepuff will lose points, I'm afraid. Let me reiterate, in my class, student questions are not welcome." Marker couldn't help but swallow. Fortunately, the other Hufflepuff students didn't seem to mind the point deduction. Instead, they were looking at him with worried eyes, as if a classmate's safety was much more important than house points. Marker glanced around, and, while exhaling a sigh of relief, he couldn't help but develop a fondness for this house. It was only now that he first felt that being sorted into Hufflepuff might not be so bad after all. Ahem. He cleared his throat to compose himself, then brought up the most perplexing question he had encountered while reading the book Magical Drafts and Potions. "Professor Snape, when I was previewing the section on sleeping drafts, I noticed that a quantitative constant in its formulation was not clearly specified in the Actua L mixing process, which left me utterly puzzled. I'm not sure if I made a mistake somewhere." As Marker spoke, his brow furrowed, a clear sign of his immersion. When discussing knowledge he cared about, he usually forgot his surroundings and the person he was talking to. This was a bad habit of his. Fortunately, Snape did not show impatience. He stared at Marker for a moment before speaking. "I will cover the section on sleeping drafts later, if you pay attention." "You won't ask such questions again," Snape said coldly, then no longer looked at Marker. Instead, he turned around and tapped the blackboard with his wand, and lines of text and formulas immediately appeared. "Sit down, you can sit down now." Ernie, who was sitting next to him, tugged at Marker's sleeve and whispered, "I never would have thought. I heard that Professor Snape is one of the strictest professors at Hogwarts, and the points he says he'll deduct are never saved." Marker, however, felt no relief about this. He was genuinely why concerned about that question? 2 potions classes were coldly finished in the dungeon classroom, and after Professor Snape said the words "class dismissed," the students eagerly left. In this classroom, apart from a large number of animal organ specimens and the perpetually grim Snape, there was no one else, and the entire classroom was filled with an unpleasant atmosphere. That quantitative constant is useless. It's a historical error. As Marker passed the doorway, he saw Snape standing outside the door, and after leaving this remark, he strode away. Marker watched Snape's retreating figure, thinking that his large cloak, when he walked, billowed in the wind like a walking giant bat. The sight made him chuckle involuntarily. "He doesn't seem as difficult to communicate with as I imagined," Marker thought to himself. Of course, in reality, it wasn't as simple as Marker thought. The reason Snape waited at the door and left that answer was precisely because Marker's question was one of the catalysts that led Snape to become engrossed in potions. In other words, Snape had also had this question during his student days. Regarding this not-so-coincidental coincidence, Marker couldn't possibly have guessed it at the moment. Immediately following potions was Professor Quirrell's defense against the dark arts class, a professor with some fleshy growths on the back of his head, but there was nothing much to say about that class, aside from Professor Quirrell himself, who reeked of garlic and stammered. When he spoke, the hollow and dull course content was quite depressing. Marker truly didn't understand how someone could tell the story of dealing with Inferi so haltingly and suspiciously. He heard that Quirrell was quite a good student with good grades during his school days. Putting aside potions and the defense against the dark arts class, which taught almost nothing useful, the class that Marker found most interesting was undoubtedly Charms, taught by Professor Flitwick, who had goblin blood. Although this professor was short due to his ancestry, he was a good professor worthy of everyone's respect. In his class, there were no strict requirements. Students could even move freely. And even if students joked with him, he wouldn't show any displeasure. However, when Professor Flitwick thoroughly explained to Marker the maddening questions he had encountered in the book, Magical Theory, Marker immediately held the professor in awe. This former dueling champion was truly impressive. His insights and application of technique gave Marker a different understanding of the fundamental magical theories of this world, and after several explanations, it was as if a new door had opened for Marker. Thank you, esteemed Professor Flitwick. Marker always showed genuine respect to those who imparted knowledge to him. Professor Flitwick smiled and patted Marker's arm. He clearly found it difficult to reach someone's shoulder, and he kindly said, "Don't be so serious. Theory is dry. Only with practical application will there be a deeper understanding." P-Claw. SS equals Block 1. However, you are still the most profound student in Charms among this year's new students, just like Miss Granger from Gryffindor. Quite excellent. Afterward, Marker learned some information about Hermione from Professor Flitwick. When he heard about Hermione's scope of study, he couldn't help but shake his head and smile wryly. She read too many books, which wasn't beneficial for understanding and application. In Marker's opinion, thoroughly understanding the basics was essential to lay the most solid foundation for further learning and research. Even a genius needs to take it step by step, let alone that he was well aware he was no genius, and Hermione probably wasn't either. As for the remaining few classes, what Marker disliked most was not history of magic, which most students found extremely boring, but astronomy on Wednesday evenings. That was the usual practice for astronomy class. If Marker were to say, apart from the magical knowledge within, the observation, recording, and calculation methods were far inferior to the Muggles. Research in this area, most importantly, this class actually had little use in the current wizarding world. This made a pragmatist like Marker feel extremely pained by this course. "Hey, I heard you refuted Snape's theory in his class, is that true?" In herbology class, everyone was fertilizing some harmless and mild healing plants in the first greenhouse when Ron suddenly came over, excitedly asking Marker. Marker noticed that, not far away, Hermione, holding a small trowel, also seemed to be paying attention to them. It looked like she was very interested in this question too. Chapter. The herbology class was one of the few courses this academic year that Hufflepuff and Gryffindor took together. While there might be changes next academic year, it was the perfect opportunity for Marker to get closer to Harry's trio. Speaking of Harry, the boy who lived was currently struggling with the flobberworms on the stems and leaves. Yes, that's right, it was the same kind that the easily overlooked Michael Corner had swallowed whole when he was a child. They particularly liked lettuce, but generally ate any plant. Marker was contemplating these worms when Ron squeezed over to ask him about how he dealt with Snape in potions class earlier. These guys were a full 10 inches long, not much shorter than Marker's wand. Heaven knows how Michael managed to swallow one when he was a kid. Did he bite it into pieces before eating it? Marker thought, and a shiver ran down his spine. Bite what into pieces before eating? Are you thinking about what to eat for lunch? Ron looked at Marker in confusion, then added, "Forget about lunch for now, quickly tell me, how did you provoke Snape? We're starting his class tomorrow, and I've heard from the older students that he always favors students from his own house. I wonder if it's true." Marker finally came back to his senses and shook his head helplessly. "Who told you I provoked Professor Snape?" "That would be suicide," he said. He briefly explained the situation, which made Hermione can't help but lean in as well. "Hey, you mean Professor Snape really said that?" Hermione exclaimed, a little agitated. "That's Arsenius Jigger's formula, it's authoritative. How can he so casually say it's a mistake?" Then Hermione calmed herself down and looked at Marker apologetically. "I'm sorry, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with questioning authority, but..." "Oh, she has either." Ted, a little skeptical. "I mean, is that quantitative constant really an unnecessary constant?" It should be correct. Marker nodded, then quietly began to explain to Hermione. Hermione listened, interjecting a few words, but seemed somewhat convinced. What are they talking about? Ron turned to Harry and asked. Probably about potions class, Harry replied, having finished his task. A flobberworm wriggled and struggled in his gloved right hand, unable to escape the evil claw that prevented it from eating. So we're also going to learn those. I mean, the things they're talking about. Ron hesitated, leaned in to listen for a few more seconds, then looked back at Harry. Harry shook his head, only knowing that he didn't understand at all. Probably not. Hearing this, Ron looked at Marker and Hermione, who were still discussing in low voices, then gave up and continued to fertilize the herbs. The always neat and tidy Marker and the always messy Hermione, this combination isn't common, he muttered, completely baffled. And then Marker, who always stays in bed, is actually an excellent student. Before the school year started, Marker had stayed at the Burrow for quite some time. Ron considered himself quite familiar with him. Although he seemed smart and calm, he was essentially very lazy and loved to sleep in. It turned out he wasn't at all what Ron had imagined. He had even once thought he'd found a good friend similar to himself. Maybe I can ask him for help with homework I can't figure out later. This thought suddenly popped into Ron's head, and he thought it was an excellent idea. Following the herbology practical class was the highly anticipated flying class, which Marker and his classmates took with Ravenclaw. Marker was naturally looking forward to this class that allowed people to fly freely in midair, but he wasn't sure if he would encounter any difficulties. To be honest, his sense of direction wasn't very good normally, so if he flew into the sky, would he truly get lost? The first flying lesson was held next to the main entrance of Hogwarts Castle, on a slightly sunken, flat piece of ground where the green grass swayed gently in the breeze, looking vibrant. Looking east, one could see the edge of a dark forest, with tall canopies swaying in the wind, making a rustling sound. The Hufflepuff Badgers were already standing on the field, watching their Ravenclaw classmates slowly approaching. Madam Hooch, the flying instructor, was urging them to walk faster. All right, what are you all waiting for? She snapped. Everyone stand next to a broomstick. Quick, quick, hurry up. Madam Hooch's short gray hair stood up like steel needles, unmoving even in the wind. Her yellow eyes resembled an eagle strictly supervising its young. Marker picked a broom that looked decent from the neatly arranged ones on the ground and quietly stood beside it, watching his other classmates hurriedly find their spots. Stretch out your right hand, place it above the broomstick, Madam Hooch shouted from the front, and say up, up. Under Madam Hooch's strict tone, everyone seemed to be affected, and even their shouts were exceptionally synchronized. The broom obediently jumped into Marker's hand. He felt this strange yet fresh sensation and thought it wasn't bad at all. However, other students weren't necessarily as smooth. Some brooms just hopped a little in place. Others rolled on the ground, and Ernie's broom, Ev, and shot straight into the air, hitting his palm red. It seemed that this thing might be related to talent, as only a few people managed to get it into their hands normally. Next, Madam Hooch demonstrated how to mount a broomstick without sliding off the top. She walked back and forth among the rows, correcting students' grips and occasionally criticizing those who consistently struggled. All right, next, when I blow my whistle, you all kick off with both legs. Leaving the ground, kick hard, Madam Ho. Ark said, hold your broom steady, rise a few feet, then lean forward slightly and descend vertically back to the ground. Listen for my whistle 3, 2. Oh, Marker watched the ground recede further and further beneath him, letting out an exclamation. This feeling was truly unprecedentedly fun. Madam Hooch walked back and forth nearby, observing everyone's progress. Of course, many people couldn't fly at all, their brooms seemingly disobedient. No unusual incidents occurred. Mr. McLean, you've exceeded the height I specified, Madam Hooch shouted to Marker. Come down, be careful. Marker was startled, realizing that he did seem to be flying higher than everyone else. He quickly leaned forward slightly as Madam Hooch had just instructed, and the broom immediately descended obediently. Well done, Madam Hooch patted Marker's shoulder. The first thing a beginner needs to pay attention to is Saffet. Why gradual progress is the correct choice. Marker nodded, secretly thinking, next week you'll see Neville and Harry soaring. Of course, the former is in the literal sense, whoosh. Madam Hooch, I was wondering, if a beginner accidentally falls off their broom, how should they be rescued? Thinking of this, Marker suddenly had an idea and spoke up. He had a soft spot for Neville, that perpetually nervous chubby boy, and giving Madam Hooch a heads-up might prevent his arm from breaking. It must have been very painful, otherwise Marka wouldn't still remember that scene so vividly. You can use a floating charm, don't worry, Madam Hooch replied, thinking Marka was concerned about getting hurt himself. If there's no time, Madam Pomfrey at the hospital wing will heal them. Her potions are always very effective. Oh, thank you for the explanation. Marka pretended to be relieved and politely expressed his gratitude. Of course, this was just a minor interlude in their school life. For Marka, it was merely an impulsive act, and he quickly forgot about it. This feels great. With Madam Hooch's permission, Marka got a chance to fly at a low altitude. He had put in quite an effort to request this, and now he was thoroughly enjoying it. The strong wind rushed towards him, whistling past Marka's ears, making his robes flap loudly. Under Marka's control, the broom carried him darting left and right, looking like a shark charging through water. Although, this shark was a little too close to the seabed. Careful, slow down, quick, do as I say, Madam Hooch shouted from below, but Marka's ears were filled with the sound of the wind, and he couldn't hear a thing. After a while, Marka, having had his fill, finally slowed down. He sharply pulled the broomstick and turned around, drawing a graceful arc in midair. Before he even landed, Marka noticed that Madam Hooch's expression wasn't right, and he immediately understood where the problem lay. In the latter half of his test flight, his speed seemed to have been too fast. Even though these brooms were cheap practice models, and some even had various minor quirks, they were still genuine, qualified products, not children's toys. I'm sorry, Madam Hooch. Marka apologized immediately after landing, bowing his head. I got a bit carried away. I didn't realize flying would feel so amazing, and I wasn't paying attention for a moment. Madam Hooch stared at Marka for a moment, then sighed and said, I just said to take it step by step. However, you fly well. After you've thoroughly studied Quidditch safety precautions, perhaps I can let you fly a few more times. I believe you'll find that falling in love with Quidditch is such a correct choice. This was Madam Hooch, strict, fair, and responsible in all her dealings, and most importantly, she genuinely loved Quidditch. Chapter, BR class equals caliber 2 ID equals caliber PB12/B/lie/all/body. The next morning, at the Hufflepuff table, Marka yawned and sleepily stuffed slices of white bread into his mouth, forgetting to even spread jam. His school uniform robe was askew, clearly thrown on in a hurry, a slovenly look that didn't quite match his usual neat style. Hey, Junior, why are you so sleepy? Didn't you sleep well last night? The boisterous senior Charlotte clearly didn't care about others' attire, though she herself always dressed beautifully. Yeah, a little. Marka nodded listlessly, his eyelids drooping, as if he might fall asleep at any moment. Are you thinking of some little girl? Senior Charlotte seized the opportunity to tease him. Yeah, thinking of you, Marka instinctively replied, then yawned again. Miss Charlotte clearly hadn't expected that this guy could quickly retort even when half asleep, and she couldn't help but show a look of I give up on you. All right, wake up, class is about to start. She raised her hand and with all her might slapped Marka's back, startling him so much that he jumped up, and the bread in his mouth fell onto the table. I say, Senior, do you have to be so harsh? Marka grimaced. He felt sure there was a bright red handprint on his back. Just then the owls arrived. Marka looked up, watching the large flock of owls flying around the Great Hall, dropping their packages or letters onto the recipients' laps. Speaking of which, my Mafalda just stays in the dormitory all day. It doesn't even want to go to the school's owlery, doing nothing but eating and sleeping, almost never being useful. Marka suddenly realized and slapped his thigh. Why did I buy it then? Looks like I need to find something for it to do. Just as Marka was pondering letting his owl go for a stroll, a dark shadow swooped in from the main entrance of the Great Hall, scaring the other owls into scattering. Huff! Marka looked up again at the sound, only to see his own owl, Mafalda, diving towards him, then like a bomber, dropping a large package onto the empty space behind Marka with a loud thud. Who? Mafalda hooted, then landed on the table and pecked at another slice of bread from Marka's plate. P-class. S equals block 1. Is this your owl? Senior Charlotte stared intently at Mafalda, curious. It's so strong, I want to get one like that too. Where did you buy it? Giant spiders in Nocturne Alley, Marka answered casually, pulling out a slip of paper attached to the package. Oh, the books I ordered from Flourish and Blotz have arrived. These were books on potions and herbology that Marka had specially ordered from Flourish and Blotz a few days before school started. Although all the books he ordered could be found in the library books wouldn't allow you to scribble on them. Charlotte leaned over and glanced at them, then exclaimed in surprise, "Junior, are you planning to finish all of Hogwarts courses in your first year?" Marcus stuffed the book list back into the package, saying, "How could that be?" As he picked up the large package and walked towards the common room, he needed to put these books back in his dormitory before class. As he passed the Gryffindor table, Harry called out to Marker, "Hey Marker, Haggards. ID asked me to go to his place for tea. Are you coming?" he asked Marker, waving the note in his hand. "When?" Marker asked. "This afternoon around 3, Harry replied. "I have class this afternoon. Please say hello to Hagrid for me. I'll find another time to visit him." Harry nodded, then scribbled something on the back of the note while leaning on the table and handed it to Hedwig to deliver. This morning was Hufflepuff's first Transfiguration class. P class equals Block 1. The Transfiguration professor was Minerva McGonagall. Like Snape, she was a strict instructor. But unlike Snape, Professor McGonagall treated all 4 houses equally. She would severely punish any student who broke school rules. Therefore, although most students were afraid of this stern-faced senior female professor, it was a genuine awe. It is believed that a considerable number of students genuinely respected her from the bottom of their hearts. Professor McGonagall's teaching style was always concise and effective. As soon as class began, she gave all the students present a stern warning. "Transfiguration is the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn at Hogwarts," she said. "Anyone who misbehaves in my class will be asked to leave and never allowed back in. I have said this to every new class, and I hope you will take it as a warning and remember it." Then she transformed her desk into an elk, and then back again. Most were captive, aided by this wondrous magic, and Marker was certainly one of them. In fact, Marker was probably the student among those present who could best appreciate its difficulty, having learned about it from A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration before this. So far, Marker had already finished reading several of the required textbooks, and among them, he considered the current course to be the most difficult. The difficulty of Transfiguration not only depends on the wizard's study of its principles, which is just a starting point. To truly master Transfiguration, the greatest challenge lies in a thorough understanding of the properties of the object before and after the change. Wizards studying Transfiguration must not only delve into the physical properties of objects, but also have the highest possible understanding and control over their magical properties. This is extremely complex and profound, and arguably endless. For example, if a novice wizard can transform a matchstick into a sewing needle of roughly the same size, then a Transfiguration master can transform that matchstick into various shapes, materials, and even textures, and maintain it for centuries. Of course, besides the differences in precision and consumption, the biggest difference lies in the understanding of it. This is a long-term research course that consumes a considerable amount of time, and Marker even discovered that there are absolutely no shortcuts here. One can only accumulate knowledge through daily study and research. In class, Marker transformed the feather assigned to him into a lump of metal. His control over the object's form wasn't very good, but Professor McGonagall still nodded at him. For a beginner, causing a qualitative change in an object was already an excellent performance. In the afternoon, it was another drowsy history of magic class. Professor Binns always droned on about boring major historical events of the wizarding world in his monotonous, uninspired tone. His emotionless teaching style made almost all students lose interest in the subject. But Carr listened with great interest. He found that Professor Binns's content was not simply rote recitation, but was systematically organized, and occasionally included details even omitted from textbooks. He believed that this respected and Hogwarts-only ghost professor meticulously prepared his lessons every night. Of course, this might also be because ghosts don't need to sleep, which gives him a lot of extra time. If he didn't do something, he would surely be bored enough to want to die again. /P. I heard that Professor Binns was the history of magic professor at Hogwarts during his lifetime, until one day when he came to teach. He accidentally forgot his body. Ernie, sitting next to Marker, whispered. As you said, Professor Binns not only dedicated the latter half of his life to teaching, but continues to maintain this extremely difficult perseverance even after death. Marka nodded, saying so. Now that you mention it, that's actually true. Ernie was stunned for a moment, realizing it did seem to be the case. He couldn't help but straighten his back and listen attentively to the lecture, but soon slumped again. The subject itself was simply too dry. The history of magic class might have been extremely difficult for other students to endure, but Marka felt that time flew by in an instant. Marka, where are you going? Not going to the common room for a game of wizard chess, Ernie asked, a little surprised. The history of magic classroom was on the second floor, and the little badgers heading back to the dorms were all exchanging various gossip as they walked downstairs, but Marka alone was ascending the stairs. Oh, I need to go to the library. There's some information I need to look up, Marka said, looking back, but his feet didn't stop, and he quickly disappeared from Ernie's sight as the stairs automatically turned. Located on the FTH floor of the main Hogwarts castle, the library was a colossal entity with an enormous collection of books. Here, you could find almost all magical books currently in print or previously published. Of course, a large section here was the so-called restricted section, which could not be borrowed without a signed note from the headmaster or the defense against the dark arts professor. The librarian was Madame Pince, thin, aged, and irritable, looking like an old vulture made ill-tempered by hunger. P-class equals block 1. She regarded the books in the library as her life and would expel any student who tried to deface or damage the collection. In her opinion, these precious books were her private preserve, and if possible, it would be best if no one ever came in. It had only been a short while since class ended, and there were only a few first-year Gryffindors in the library. Their house had no classes scheduled for this afternoon. Magical creatures here. Marka stood on tiptoe and pulled out a book titled Habits and Habitats of Humanoid Magical Creatures from a tall bookshelf, immediately standing there and beginning to flip through it page by page. Chapter. Found it, Marka couldn't help but be pleased to quickly find the information he wanted. He read the contents of the book line by line, word by word, silently reciting in his mind. Fairies, magical classification level, Roman 20, fairies all hold a wand like a branch in their hands. At noon that day, Marka eagerly opened one of the books he had ordered, a book on potions called the Book of Potions. It was an ancient book, published in the 16th century, and he would have missed it if he hadn't seen it on an old book list at Flourish and Blatz. In this potions book, Marka saw a very interesting ingredient, fairy wings. This was a rather rare potion ingredient. Although fairies wouldn't die from losing their wings, being naturally vain, they would never willingly let anyone take their wings. Fairy wings possess unique magical properties. They can make fairies dazzling when they need to show off, and they can also allow fairies to conceal their tracks when I need to hide. If a potion could be concocted with these wings as the main ingredient, perhaps a very special invisibility potion could be created. Marka couldn't help but speculate. How to make a person invisible was a fascinating question. Besides invisibility cloaks, with complex crafting processes and the difficult disillusionment charm, only a few potions could achieve the effect of allowing an adult wizard to hide their form relatively perfectly. And these magical potions, without exception, were all very expensive. Some of their ingredients were extremely hard to find. This gave Marka the seemingly impractical idea of, why not research and create a new invisibility potion myself? Although Marka knew he might not have much confidence, he saw it as an opportunity for self-challenge. Opportunities are to be created by oneself. Marka had always believed this. Excuse me, do you know where the books on how to cultivate valerian are kept? Just as Marka was about to put the book in his hand back on the shelf, he suddenly heard a faint voice. See behind him, because the voice was so soft, Marka couldn't help but have the illusion that he might have misheard. To confirm this idea, he turned his head to check. What did you just say? Behind Marka, a girl completely covered by a wide Slytherin robe stood quietly. On her head, she wore a wide-brimmed pointed hat that obscured more than half of her face. Marka could only see a pair of delicate, pink lips. Excuse me, do you know where the books on how to cultivate valerian are kept? The petite girl repeated what she had just said word for word, her flat, unchanging tone reminding Marka of Professor Binns, who taught history of magic. The herbology books should be over there. Marka instinctively pointed to the bookshelf area not far from them on the opposite side. As soon as he finished speaking, the mysterious Slytherin girl immediately turned and walked towards that direction, without even leaving a thank you. What's going on? Marka stared blankly at the girl's retreating figure, feeling as if he had been ignored. It seemed that in the girl's eyes, Marka was like a tree by the roadside, an existence that didn't need to be noticed. He tilted his head and pondered for a moment. At least in his memory, he couldn't find any record of this enigmatic Slytherin girl. Never mind. I'll ask about it if I get the chance. She looks like a first year too, right? Marka shook his head and then headed towards the potions section of the library. Perhaps he would have to frequent the library from now on. He found the collection of books here truly astonishing, and if he searched carefully, he would surely find considerable rewards. In the following days, apart from routinely moving between classrooms for various subjects with his other classmates, Marka spent most of his remaining free time in the library on the 5th floor. Most of the time, students visiting the library would see such a scene. At the long reading table near the potions and herbology shelves, one spot was always submerged under a large number of books. These books varied in size and thickness, but most of them were theoretical texts, usually borrowed by older students or even teachers. And Madame Pince, the librarian, would usually be staring intently at this spot from not far away, as if the person sitting there was trying to violate her child, her gaze sharp and angry. If you wanted to figure out who was sitting there, you would have to go around to the back to get a clear view, because the front was completely blocked by the piled-up books. Unbeknownst to him, Marka had already become a topic of conversation among Hogwarts students. This was not only because of his conspicuous actions in the library, but more so because he was the only non-Slytherin student who could speak a few words with Snape without being met with cold sarcasm. Even Miss Know-It-All, who excelled in potions, couldn't manage this. That's just because Hermione is a Gryffindor, Marka replied, shaking his head. When Ernie brought up this rumor to him, P class equals BL. Arc 1, as a student, Miss Granger was undoubtedly excellent, and Marka had to acknowledge the immense effort she put into it. But again, he didn't think this indiscriminate learning method was a suitable choice, especially as a wizard. The more he delved into his studies during this period, the more he affirmed this point: magical knowledge was simply too vast and profound. Deeply researching just the subject of potions might consume his entire life. When a person is immersed in something, time passes very quickly. Unconsciously, a week flew by. P class equals blow. CK1. During this time, Marka did not encounter the mysterious Slytherin girl again, but his understanding of potions soared. Marka had already thoroughly absorbed the potions books he had ordered, and he had made significant breakthroughs regarding the new invisibility potion. Marka had concluded his research on how fairy wings achieve their concealment effect. This was a new type, different from the optical invisibility of invisibility cloaks and the disillusionment charm, and the environmental integration invisibility of several ancient potion recipes. It was perception-blocking invisibility. This was undoubtedly a very effective means of invisibility. Although you objectively didn't change, others couldn't sense your presence. But this stuff is really expensive. Marka slumped powerlessly onto the table, sighing heavily. He found in his calculations that to completely mask a wizard's presence, the amount of wings in the formula would have to reach a very high value. Fairy wings are 8 galleons a serving. 3 servings are 2. 4 galleons, plus other ingredients and catalysts, one finished potion would cost a whopping 43 galleons. Reaching this point, Marka sighed again. It's practically robbery. Wait, why do I have to worry about this? Suddenly, Marka stood up abruptly as if he had discovered a new continent. No shouting in the library. Madame Pince shrieked hysterically. She doesn't seem to care about her own shouting. A few Ravenclaw girls whispered not far away. Marka apologized profusely to Madame Pince with an embarrassed expression, then plopped back down into the pile of books. Undoubtedly, what does a practical new potion mean? It means wealth. Compared to the current few rare and expensive invisibility potions, Marka's potion was already considered quite cheap. In the entire magical world, the prices of rare potions always remained high, and potion masters like Snape who had created and improved several valuable potion recipes with significant effects, were highly sought after. If Snape hadn't been involved in so many stories, and thus had no ambition in this area, he would probably have already been an exclusive consultant for some potion manufacturer or noble family. What's wrong with being broke? Since ancient times, which potion master has truly lacked money? As long as he carefully chose his sales channels, the galleons wouldn't just roll in, but it would certainly be more than enough to support his continued research. Speaking of transactions, this was Marca's specialty. Early the next morning, he had Marfa send out a shopping list for him. He wanted to start trying to concoct this potion immediately. Before that, several problems that would be encountered in the actual preparation had to be solved first. Thump, thump, thump. During lunch break, Marca knocked for the first tea. On Professor Snape's potions master's office door, a door almost no one would willingly knock on. Who? It was still that gloomy and indifferent tone, making the visitor feel unwelcome by the owner of the room. Professor Snape, it's me, Marca McLean. Come in. The voice inside paused, then replied. Marca turned the doorknob, opened the eerie, dim room, and quickly walked in. Professor Snape, I have a few questions about potions I'd like to ask you. I hope I'm not disturbing you. Marca chose his words carefully, trying to appear as polite as possible. Snape looked at him expressionlessly, then said with a hint of impatience, ask. In fact, I've encountered a few questions while studying potions books. For example, regarding Hister's second law, how should the anti-magic reaction that occurs during the actual preparation process be handled to maintain the stable magical form of the original potion? Marca nodded, then quickly posed the question. HMPH. Snape couldn't help but frown and snort coldly upon hearing this. Chapter. You should understand that this is not a problem first-year students should be exposed to, Snape said, frowning and pausing before continuing. Since you can ask this question, you must be very clear about the principle of the anti-magic reaction. You only need to stir in reverse to interrupt the anti-magic reaction at the precise time and add subsequent ingredients. There's no need to forcibly maintain the magical form of the original liquid. Next question. Loved. Marca asked several problems he had encountered, one by one. But he keenly noticed that Snape did not show the impatience he had imagined, but instead answered each question meticulously. No more questions. Then get out. After Marca finished asking his questions, Snape reverted to his initial impatient expression and waved Marca out of his office. Phew. Standing at the corner of the corridor outside the office, Marca couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. To be honest, he really wasn't too keen on getting too close to Snape. For him, facing someone he couldn't see through was more terrifying than anything else. Speaking of which, the person he was most afraid to approach was undoubtedly Dumbledore. After briefly recalling his words and actions in Snape's office just now and finding nothing amiss, Marca quickly left. After solving several difficulties that would inevitably be encountered during practical operation, the rest of the matter became much simpler. He only needed to supplement the missing tools and find a quiet, secluded place to start attempting to concoct. Hagrid's hut. A good choice, Marca muttered to himself, turning and walking towards the main entrance. I don't have classes this afternoon, so it's a good opportunity to visit Hagrid. Today was a beautiful day, with the wind a bit stronger than the past few days. Looking up, the sky was a clear, unblemished blue, which brightened one's mood. The air outside the castle was exceptionally fresh, a stark and beautiful contrast to Snape's gloomy office. Marca took a deep breath of the fresh air outside. This was nature's gift that sustained human life, treatin' wizards and muggles alike. Hagrid's hut was built not far from the Forbidden Forest. Traversing the fields, one could reach it quickly. Hey Hagrid, good afternoon. Marca spotted Hagrid's tall figure from afar. Oh Marca, yes, good afternoon. Hagrid turned his head at the sound, smiling happily when he saw Marca. However, he quickly put away his smile and said with a serious expression, Yes, I'm glad you came to see me, and you're welcome to visit my hut. But it should be almost time for CL. And you shouldn't be here. Yes, to be precise, class has already started, Marca shrugged, but I don't have classes today. So that's it. Hagrid nodded understandingly. I should have thought of that. Last time I asked Harry and the others to come over, I specifically picked a time when they didn't have classes. Come in, I'll pour you some tea, he said, putting his arm around Marka's shoulder and walking towards the hut. Oh, the door's a bit small, you go first. P-class equals block 1. Woof, woof, woof. Hagrid's black hound barked fiercely at Marka, its iron collar clanking as it shook. That's Fang. He's a bit timid but very affectionate. A good dog. Hagrid pulled Fang back firmly and then motioned for Marka to sit on the sofa. While Hagrid went to make tea, Marka looked around the interior of the hut. Besides a fireplace, 2 sofas, and a small round table, there was basically nothing else. Well, Hagrid had to fit in there, so there really wasn't room for too much furniture. Want some rock cakes? Harry and Ron seemed to like them. Hagrid turned his head and asked, No, thank you, they're a bit hard and my teeth haven't been great lately. Marka quickly declined. You know, it's time for them to change. Oh yes, what a shame. Hagrid nodded. But if you want to get rid of your loose teeth quickly, rock cakes are actually not a bad option. If it's about to come out, I might come back to you, Hagrid, Marka said with a wry smile. After that, Marka chatted with Hagrid for the entire afternoon, jumping from one topic to another. From various magical creatures to Dumbledore, then to his brother Aberforth, he learned a lot of miscellaneous information. Overall, under Marka's clever guidance, the two talked about many topics that interested Hagrid, and they had a very pleasant conversation. It wasn't until Marka was about to leave that he stood at the doorway and casually brought up his request. Oh, by the way, Hagrid, Marka said as if he had suddenly remembered something, I was wondering if I could come here to practice making potions in my spare time. At school, Professor Snape always stares at me with a gloomy face, and I can't calm down to practice. Severus, yes, he always looks like someone owes him money. Hagrid chuckled and nodded. Of course, you're welcome anytime. I'm usually around here most of the time. Okay, thank you. After thanking Hagrid, Marka closed the door and left. Of course, it would be great if he could find the room of requirement, but unfortunately, Marka had forgotten exactly where it was. I'll go look for it. Later, it would be even better if I can find it. He pondered as he walked towards the castle. In a little while, it would be dinner time. Meal times at Hogwarts were always the liveliest part of the day. At these times, everyone would discuss the day's gossip and thoughts while dealing with the food on their plates. Today, Marka was finally not in a hurry as he planned to rest. He had been cooped up in the library lately, and even if he didn't feel mentally tired, his body was already exhausted. Is that her? P. Marka inadvertently glanced towards the Slytherin long table and suddenly saw the mysterious girl he had encountered in the library earlier. She was sitting at the edge of the Slytherin long table, delicately eating pudding. Her house robe, far too loose for her, dragged on the floor, but she didn't seem to care. Her classmates around her were all chatting amongst themselves, making a lively din. Yet she alone remained outside this cheerful atmosphere, with no one paying her any mind. Logically, her sitting there alone LD have created a considerable sense of incongruity, but Marka found that she seemed to blend into the entire environment. Rather than being low-key, it was more like she simply had no presence. Amidst the pleasant atmosphere, dinner gradually came to an end. Just as Marka watched the mysterious girl finish her meal and silently leave, pondering who she could possibly be, he glimpsed Malfoy walking over to the Gryffindor table. Having your last meal. Pardo, when are you taking the train back to the Muggles? You think the professors aren't paying attention, and with your little friends around, you're much braver, Harry said coldly. Marka had already walked over by this point. He looked at Crabbe and Goyle. Their large, burly figures were hardly what one would call little friends. They both seemed to be wary of the teachers at the high table and dared not act out, so they just scowled and cracked their knuckles. I'm willing to duel you alone anytime, Malfoy said. If you don't mind tonight, a wizard's duel, wands only, no touching. What's wrong? I guess you've never heard of a wizard's duel, have you? Of course he has, Ron said, suddenly turning around. I'm his second. Who's your second? Malfoy looked at Crabbe and Goyle, weighing his options. Crabbe, he said, midnight, how about it? We'll meet you in the trophy room, it's never locked. After Malfoy left, Harry and Ron couldn't help but exchange glances. What's a wizard's duel? Harry asked. What do you mean by being my second? Oh, if you die, the second takes over, Ron said casually, finally resuming eating his now cold pie. He caught the expression on Harry's face and quickly added, but you know, people only die in proper duels with real wizards. You and Malfoy will at most throw a few sparks at each other. You two know. Too little magic to truly hurt each other, but I bet he still thought you'd refuse. What if I wave my wand and nothing happens? Then throw away your wand and punch him in the nose. Ron shrugged, grinning mischievously as he offered his advice. Excuse me, may I interrupt? Hermione suddenly spoke from across the long table. Can't a person eat in peace around here? Ron said. Hermione ignored him and said to Harry, I couldn't help overhearing what you and Malfoy were saying. I knew you would, Ron muttered. You absolutely cannot wander around the school at night. Think about it, if you get caught, how many points will Gryffindor lose? And you'll definitely get caught, you're really too selfish. This really has nothing to do with you, Harry said. Goodbye, Ron added. Hermione watched them leave, stomping her foot in annoyance. Suddenly, she noticed Marka sitting not far away. Hey, you heard it too, didn't you? Oh, you should stop them too. Since their conversation in herbology class that day, Hermione would occasionally run into Marka in the library, and she would usually sit down and discuss some study problems with him. Over time, the two had become quite familiar with each other. You saw them, didn't you? There's no point in stopping them when they're like that. Marka walked over and spread his hands, indicating his helplessness. Don't let Harry's usual friendliness fool you. He's very stubborn at heart. When he's made up his mind about something, it's hard for others to make him change. Hermione pursed her lips and walked towards the door without a word. As she left, she suddenly turned back and gave Marka an indignant glare. Chapter/B/lie/all/body. As night fell, the air grew cool. Even inside Hogwarts Castle, it was chilly, making one feel the arrival of autumn. The portraits on the corridor walls were either dozing, whispering to their neighbors, or seemed to have gone visiting, leaving only their backgrounds on the canvases. On the 8th floor, in the Gryffindor common room, the students had all returned to their dorms to sleep. Only the dying embers in the fireplace flickered with a faint red glow, casting the entire common room in a shadowy light. Just as Harry and Ron tiptoed past an armchair, they suddenly heard someone speak from there. I can't believe you would do this, Harry. A lamp suddenly flickered on. It was Hermione Granger. She was wearing a pink dressing gown, her brow furrowed as she looked at them. She didn't seem to be in a good mood. You, Ron said angrily, go back to sleep. I almost told your brother. Hermione retorted curtly, Percy, he's a prefect, he would stop all of this. Harry couldn't believe there was such a busybody. Let's go, he said to Ron. He pushed open the fat lady's portrait and climbed through the hole. Hermione wouldn't give up so easily. She followed Ron through the portrait hole, hissing at them like an angry goose. Don't you care about Gryffindor, only about yourselves. I don't want Slytherin to win the House Cup again, and I don't want you to lose all the points I got from Professor McGonagall with a clever spell. Go away, Ron said impatiently. Fine, but I'm warning you, when you're on the train home tomorrow, don't forget what I said. You're just two, Hermione said, turning to the fat lady's portrait, intending to climb back in, only to find the painting facing her was empty. The fat lady had probably gone visiting in the dead of night too. Oh, what am I going to do now? She wailed, frustrated. That's your problem, Ron said. We have to go, we're going to be late. But before they could reach the end of the corridor, Hermione had already hurried to catch up. I'm coming with you. She looked utterly reluctant. You are not, Ron immediately refused. Do you think I want to go? If I don't go, should I just stand here and wait for Filch to catch me? If he finds out, then let's go together. Just as Hermione was still chattering on about something, a voice suddenly emerged from the shadows in the corner of the corridor, startling everyone present. Marka and Neville, the three of them squinted in unison, finally making out who was there. Marka, however, ignored the three of them and immediately clapped a hand over Neville's mouth, who had been startled into a yelp. Why are you so jumpy? Haven't I been right next to you the whole time? Marka whispered. I thought it was Filch's voice. Neville said weakly after Marka released him. What are you doing here? Ron asked, looking at them curiously. Neville forgot the common room password, Marka shrugged. As for me, I plan to come out and relax a bit, stretch my muscles. You know, I've been studying a lot, so I should take a break. It's not good to not exercise. Your body will get rusty. Marka, you're going to break school rules too. Hermione's eyes widened at his words, showing extreme shock at Marka's statement. Marka smiled at her teasingly, saying, Hermione, aren't you coming along too? That's because… All right, don't worry too much. Harry and Ron going is already a done deal. As your friend, I naturally have to share your joys and sorrows. Marka patted Hermione's shoulder. She looked quite delicate and adorable in just her pajamas. Oh, you need to keep warm. Autumn has arrived, and it's a bit cold at night. He took off his house robe and gently draped it over Hermione's shoulders. Thank you. Hermione looked at the robe on her, swallowing the complaint that had been on the tip of her tongue. Still a child, after all, not even blushing. Marka watched Hermione, who had turned back to lecture Ron and Harry, and thought it was amusing. Ron checked his watch, glared angrily at Hermione again, then turned his head, putting on a cheerful expression, and said, "It would be great if you could come along, Marka. You always manage to help Fred and George avoid Mum's sight, and maybe you can help us avoid Filch." "Oh, and his damn cat." Marka shrugged at this. "Fooling Filch isn't difficult, but Mrs. Norris is hard to avoid. Animals' senses are always sharp, especially felines." At this, he suddenly pulled out a small glass vial from his pocket, a hint of a smile on his face. "Of course, there's always a way. I knew it. You always have some trick up your sleeve." Ron looked at Hermione triumphantly, as if showing off that he had a resourceful friend. Hermione opened her mouth, but after glancing at Marka, she said nothing. They walked briskly down the corridor, moonlight streaming in through the high windows, casting stripes across the floor like a unique magical carpet. Every time they turned a corner, Harry expected to run into Filch or Mrs. Norris, but thankfully, whether it was their good luck or because Marka had some trick, everything went smoothly. They hurried down the stairs to the third floor and tiptoed into the trophy room. Malfoy and Crabbe were nowhere to be seen here. The crystal display cases for the trophies gleamed in the moonlight streaming in from outside the windows. In the darkness, trophies, shields, medals, and statues shone with silver and gold, and silk ribbons fluttered in the air without a breeze. Marka curiously examined the award plaques beneath each item, which detailed their reasons for winning. He was currently pondering whether he should also try to win an award, as it surely provides some convenience for his studies and research. The other four were not as relaxed as he was. They moved along the wall, their eyes fixed on the doors at both ends of the room. Harry pulled out his wand, just in case Malfoy suddenly burst in and challenged him to a duel. Minutes ticked by, and no one appeared. "He's late, maybe he's scared and won't come," Ron whispered, but then a voice from the next room made them jump. Harry had just raised his wand when he heard someone speak. It wasn't Malfoy. "Sniff around, my dear, they might be hiding in some corner." It was Filch speaking to Mrs. Norris. Harry was terrified. He frantically waved his wand at the others, urging them to follow him quickly. But to his surprise, Marka, with a mischievous grin, walked to the side closer to Filch, with only a door separating them. Under the horrified gazes of the others, Marka once again pulled out his small vial. After holding his breath, he carefully unscrewed the stopper, making not a single sound. "P-Cla. SS equals block 1, oh my precious. Where are you going?" Just outside the door, Filch cried out in surprise, then anxiously chased after Mrs. Norris, who had inexplicably bolted and quickly moved away. "Brilliant. What kind of potion is that?" Ron came closer, full of admiration, then immediately sneezed. "Oh, what's that smell?" Marka quickly reinserted the oak stopper, then stepped away a couple of paces and let out a sigh of relief. "It's not a potion, just a slightly concocted volatile liquid. It has a very strong, irritating smell, quite effective against animals with sensitive noses." "Is it the secretion of a gulag rattlesnake?" Hermione also sniffed the lingering scent in the air, covering her nose as she asked. "Not just that, I also had to adjust the decomposition and neutralization formula, otherwise the smell wouldn't dissipate for days," Marka said with a smile. "Its scent is too pungent and would leave evidence." "So, you plan to break school rules all along?" Hermione finally couldn't hold back, complaining in a low voice. "You can't do this, your Hufflepuff points are already low enough." "I don't care about the House Cup. Honor doesn't mean everything," Marka said, still smiling. "Besides, there always has to be one house at the bottom, and I think it suits Hufflepuff's understated motto very well." "You can't do this." Hermione seemed very displeased with Marka's ideas. Suddenly, Marka waved his hand, stopping Hermione from speaking further. "Someone's coming, Filch is back." Marka tilted his head, listened carefully. Ellie then whispered, "Oh, why don't you try that bottle again?" Ron said instinctively, "I think we should run first." Marka shook his head and took the lead, running down the dark corridor. They rounded doorposts and ran through corridor after corridor. Marker felt his sense of direction worsen in the dim environment. He had no idea where he was. "Oh, we ran into the charms classroom," Hermione said breathlessly, looking at the classroom door not far away. "I think we've lost him," Harry panted. He leaned against the cold wall, wiping sweat from his forehead. Neville was bent over, exasperated, gasping for breath. "I think you all need to exercise more." This intense run only made Marker's breathing slightly heavier. A young man who had lived alone at the bottom of society wouldn't be winded after just a few steps. "I told you," Hermione gasped, clutching the seam of her clothes at her chest, speaking in broken sentences. "I told you. We have to get back to Gryffindor Tower," Ron said. "As fast as possible, Chapter." "Malfoy tricked you," Hermione said to Harry. "Don't you understand? He never intended to meet you there. Filch knew someone was going to the trophy room, and Malfoy must have tipped him off." Harry thought Hermione might be right, but he clearly didn't want to agree with her out loud. "Let's go," Harry said, turning around. However, things weren't that simple. They had only walked about 10 steps when they heard a doorknob rattle and something burst out of a classroom in front of them. It was Peeves. As soon as he saw them, he eked with delight. "Shut up, Peeves. Please, you'll get us expelled," Ron said with a pained expression. Peeves cackled, not caring at all what Ron was saying. "Nasty first years wandering around in the middle of the night. Tusk, 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 naughty, naughty, you'll get caught." He mimicked the Sorting Hat in a strange, warbling voice. "Peeves, do you want to know how the Bloody Baron got those silver bloodstains on him?" Marker suddenly spoke after watching for a moment. Peeves was startled by the name, clearly showing a hint of fear. How did he get them?" "Heh, I'll tell you, the Baron loved to eat ghouls when he was alive, and he still does even after he died." Marker's face suddenly turned grim, and his voice dragged on, sounding a bit eerie. "I just saw him pass by over there. Did you see him?" "Oh, no," Peeves shrieked and shot through the wall, disappearing. "Oh, Marker, you're so cool," Ron exclaimed. And Harry and Neville nodded in agreement. "Ghouls." Hermione, however, was a little puzzled. "What does that have to do with Peeves? Isn't he a ghost?" "I asked the Bloody Baron. Peeves is a poltergeist, not a ghost." Marker shook his head. "He can touch physical objects, which most ghosts can't do." "You talked to the Bloody Baron? He looks terrifying, doesn't he?" Ron asked in surprise. Marker shook his head again, beckoning everyone to move, and casually explained, "The Bloody Baron is a good fellow. Don't be scared by his appearance. He has always been loyal to Hogwarts, both in life and death." Alohomora, the others were acted by his sudden act of pulling out his wand and casting a spell. When they came to their senses, they realized they had unknowingly reached the end of the corridor. "Let's go in and find a place to hide, at least to avoid Filch first." Marker trailed off mid-sentence. "What's wrong? Why aren't we going in?" Ron asked in a hushed voice. "I think," Marker backed away, turning his head and smiling awkwardly, "it might be a better option for us to go see Filch." Marker slammed the door shut with a bang, and a deafening roar immediately erupted from inside. "What a big dog!" Harry seemed to have caught a glimpse before the door closed. "Yes, a 3-headed dog." Marker spread his hands, then immediately said, "Run," as if to match Marker's words. The door panel shook violently. The large dog inside must have been frantically crashing against it. They ran back into the corridor and bolted, practically flying. Filch must have been busy looking for them elsewhere, as they didn't see him, and besides, they couldn't have cared less. They just wanted to get as far away from that monster as possible. Harry and the others ran all the way to the portrait of the fat lady on the 8th floor before stopping, only to find that Marker had disappeared. "I saw him running downstairs. He must have gone back to the Hufflepuff common room," Hermione said, panting. In fact, Marker didn't go straight back to the common room, but first went to the Hogwarts kitchens to get some food. He hadn't eaten much dinner, and after running back and forth, he felt a bit hungry. For Marker now, rest was a luxury, because he always felt like he didn't have enough time. After that night of sneaking around Hogwarts with Harry and the others, Marker once again immersed himself in learning and research. Not only potions, but the progress of Arth. Our subjects couldn't be too slow either. At least, he couldn't relax too much until he reached a level where he wasn't afraid of real combat. After all, Voldemort was still lurking in the shadows. He didn't want to be caught without the ability to escape and protect himself when the Death Eater army attacked. Once the invisibility potion was brewed, he would sneak into the restricted section. If possible, he also wanted to study those so-called dark arts to see what fundamental differences they had from other magic. Tim, he always slipped away unnoticed, and only when you looked back did you realize how much had changed around you. On the eve of Halloween, when Marka encountered the mysterious Slytherin girl in the library again, he realized that he had unknowingly spent almost 2 months at Hogwarts. "Excuse me, do you know where the books on how to cultivate shrivel figs are kept?" It was the same flat tone, the same question almost identical to last time, and again she was standing behind Marka. This made Marka look at the girl wordlessly for a moment before he pulled out a book from the large pile in front of him and placed it on the chair beside him. "I happen to have one here. You can sit down and read," Marka suggested softly. To Marka's surprise, the girl obediently pulled out a backrest chair, then put down her notebook and sat down quietly next to Marka. He had thought this girl never listened to anyone else. After a while, Marka watched the girl flip through the thick book, her right hand holding a pale green quill, but not a single word was written. Her notebook is something difficult, Marka couldn't help but ask. "Too many steps, too many words, I don't know where to start taking notes," the girl looked up and said seriously. It was then that Marka saw the mysterious girl's face clearly for the first time: large round eyes, a delicate nose, and fair, almost translucent, tender skin, all proclaiming her to be a very exquisite and lovely girl, and a few strands of hair vaguely visible under the brim of her hat. Her hair seemed to be white, an unhealthy-looking white. She probably disliked others seeing her hair, so she tucked it all inside her pointed hat. "Write this down. Shrivel fig, deciduous plant, strong root system, can survive winter. Low water requirement, water every 1-2 weeks. Medium fertilizer requirement, fertilize every 3-5 weeks. Dragon dung fertilizer is best." Marka tilted his head, looked at the book, recalled its contents, and then organized and gradually spoke them out. The girl seemed not to worry that Marka would make a mistake and record every word with her quill. Marka watched the girl write the last letter and was about to say something when he saw the girl suddenly close her notebook and then place the book back on the pile in front of Marka. Then, to Marka's surprise, she silently got up and left the library without a word. Again, Marka rubbed his nose, muttering to himself, "Did I act too annoyingly? Or does she dislike help from others? Or is she just simply too introverted?" Waking up the next morning, Marka smelled an overpoweringly sweet roasted pumpkin scent wafting through the corridor. To be honest, Marka didn't like pumpkins. He disliked all pumpkin-based foods. The slimy texture of pumpkin pulp made him feel sickened. After the first class of the morning, Marka walked with everyone through the crowded corridor. The next class was Professor Flitwick's Charms class, which was upstairs. "No wonder everyone can't stand her," Marka suddenly heard Ron's voice faintly in the jostling crowd. "Honestly, she's like a nightmare." Then he found a girl crashing into his arms. "Oh, Merlin above, I think this is a bit too sudden. I haven't prepared Hermione." Marka looked closely, and this messy long hair, who else could it be but Miss Granger? "I think she heard you." Marka heard Harry's voice again, but couldn't see where they were. "Oh, all right, I'm sorry." Hermione didn't seem to realize who she had bumped into yet. Itzela. I mean, what happened, Hermione?" Marka looked down at her and saw that her eyes were red. "Who upset you?" Marka, nothing." Hermione looked up at him, then eagerly ran off again. Marka watched Hermione quickly disappear into the crowd, feeling a bit bewildered. What exactly happened? As the saying goes, those involved are blind to the situation. When you are in an environment, you always overlook something because of the rich and colorful things around you. It wasn't until Marka arrived at the entrance of the Great Hall for dinner that day that he accidentally overheard a conversation between two Gryffindor girls. "Did you see Hermione today?" "I just found Hermione. She's been crying in the girls' bathroom and won't let anyone comfort her." Marka suddenly came to his senses. Looking at the colorful Halloween decorations in the Great Hall, he finally realized Quirrell must have let the troll in by now. 3rd floor. Could it be Moaning Myrtle's bathroom? Marka thought while quickly running back, only realizing something was wrong when he reached the 2nd floor. What was Quirrell's goal again? Oh, the Philosopher's Stone. For the past 2 months, Marka had been fully immersed in the ocean of magical knowledge, almost completely forgetting about the Philosopher's Stone. So, where would be convenient to lead in a troll and also convenient for him to escape the crowds. Marker calmed down and thought for a moment. T then quickly deduced a conclusion. Hermione was in the basement. Chapter. When he hurried downstairs again, he saw Quirrell stumbling towards the Great Hall. He ran up the stairs leading to the basement and then disappeared around the corner at an extremely fast speed, seemingly not noticing Marker on the second-floor stairs. A salute to the best actor's spirit. Marker straightened up and saluted as he ran, his feet never stopping, and he quickly reached the basement corridor. P-class equals CK1. As soon as he got there, he smelled a composite stench of 2-month-old dirty socks and an old toilet. This smell, mixed with all the pumpkin scent in the castle, is truly deadly. Marker looked up and saw the troll in the corridor, but it didn't seem to notice him. Stupefied, Marker drew his wand and hit it. Bang, the troll fell in response, which surprised Marker. He remembered the book saying that trolls had decent magical resistance. It shouldn't have been stunned so easily, should it? As Marker pondered, the troll struggled to its feet again. It seemed Marker remembered correctly. This thing's magic-resistant skin was a major characteristic inherited from giants. Next, Marker witnessed the troll's second major characteristic, its lack of intelligence. It looked left and right, probably because the basement corridor was too dim, and it still hadn't discovered the enemy who attacked it. Instead, as if hearing something, it used its monstrous strength to force its way through a nearby doorway. Immediately, Marker heard a piercing, terrified scream. Its intelligence is even lower than I imagined. It seems the book Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them needs to be revised. The descriptions in it are too vague. Marker muttered complaints as he hurried towards the sound. Hermione. Upon reaching the doorway, Marker immediately saw Hermione huddled under the sink, trembling as she looked at the enraged troll. The troll apparently didn't notice someone behind it. It was taking large strides towards Hermione, its large wooden club already about to smash into her. The situation was clearly critical. A levitation charm or similar spell would obviously be too late. Fulgari. In a hurry, Marker barely aimed at the wooden club in its hand and cast a blasting spell. The large wooden club flew out of the troll's hand, almost grazing Hermione's hair, bounced off the corner of the wall and landed in a toilet stall, knocking down a large section of the partition. Confringo. While the troll was still stunned by the club flying out of its hand, Marker aimed at the back of its neck and hit it with all his might. With a loud bang, a bowl-sized gash appeared on the back of the troll's neck, bloody and messy, with shattered cervical vertebrae vaguely visible inside. The troll's massive body swayed, then crashed to the ground, its body still twitching a few times. P-class equals B. Lock 1 Phew. Marker let out a long breath at the sight. If I had hit it anywhere else, it would probably just be a missing piece of flesh. No wonder this big guy is known for its thick skin and tough hide. Marker. Hermione looked terrified and threw herself into Marker's arms. He reveled in the delightful embrace, but his mind was muttering, what year did this little girl start developing? It's all right now. Feeling the girl in his arms trembling, he had to temporarily suppress his wild thoughts and began to comfort her. To be honest, Marker didn't have any special feelings for this know-it-all girl, even when she grew up. But who would refuse a female protagonist who actively threw herself into his arms? Although it was for a reason at the moment, it still made Marker feel a little lightheaded. To calm his agitated feelings, Marker began to mutter something in a low voice, vaguely hearing inexplicable words like 3 years and death penalty. Suddenly, there was a loud sound of footsteps, and the two embracing figures both looked up. Hermione froze for a moment, then quickly pushed Marker's chest, trying to get as far away as possible. Clearly, the commotion just now was too loud. The violent crashing sounds and the troll's roars had attracted someone. Hermione, Marker, it was Ron and Harry. They looked at everything here in surprise, not noticing Hermione's flushed cheeks. But before they could say anything else, Professor McGonagall had already rushed into the girls' bathroom, followed closely by Snape, with Quirrell bringing up the rear. Quirrell merely glanced at the troll, then let out a helpless sob, sat on a toilet, and clutched his chest tightly. P-class equals. Lock 1 Snape walked over to examine the troll. Professor McGonagall, on the other hand, looked at the people present, her lips pale, her eyes wide, clearly in a state of considerable anger. What in the name of Merlin are you playing at? Professor McGonagall said, her voice laced with icy fury. Harry and Ron glanced at Marker, who was still standing there, clutching his wand. You're lucky you weren't killed by it. Why weren't you in your dormitories? Professor McGonagall scolded loudly. Marker secretly thought that she was indeed the head of Gryffindor, When she got angry, she was exactly like the lion on the house crest. "Oh, please don't, Professor McGonagall. He was looking for me." Marker was about to speak when Hermione interrupted him. "Miss Granger," Professor McGonagall said, a little surprised. In her impression, Hermione Granger was an excellent student who strictly followed school rules. Hermione Finn. Ally steadied her wobbly knees and struggled to stand up. "I came to find the troll because I thought I could handle it on my own, you know, because I'd read about them in books and knew a lot about them." "Oh, Hermione, you don't have to do this." Marker shook his head. He had already gotten up. "Professor, I heard someone say Miss Granger was in the girls' bathroom on my way to the Great Hall," Marker explained. "She was a bit upset because of something that happened, so she stayed here and didn't go to the Great Hall. I originally just wanted to come and comfort her, you know, she's my friend." Marker spread his hands, his face full of innocent expression, but who knew there would be a troll running rampant in Hogwarts? "I think this should be investigated." Marker gave Quirrell a meaningful glance, but Quirrell was still covering his face, sobbing loudly, and continuing his Oscar-worthy performance. "Oh, if that's the case." Professor McGonagall watched them, deep in thought. "Mr. McLean, you used the crushing charm to shatter the troll's cervical vertebrae, didn't you?" Snape coldly swept his gaze over Harry, then looked at Marker. Marker immediately cried out in his heart that something was wrong, but on the surface, he nodded without changing his expression. "I think so. HMPH, impressive power, but can you explain where you learned it?" Snape stared at Marker with a grim expression. "I don't think first-year textbooks would contain curse-type spells, would they?" Professor McGonagall looked back at the troll's wound, which was still gushing blood even now. "I taught myself." Marker had no choice but to tell the truth. The situation just now was too urgent, and he didn't have time to think much, only subconsciously choosing a suitable spell. Now that it had come to this, he could only be glad that he was still far from mastering the unforgivable curses. Otherwise, if he had accidentally cast a green light just now, he would probably have ended up in Azkaban dealing with Dementors. "Good heavens, you must remember you are only in your first year." Professor McGonagall seemed to have just come to her senses. She rushed over and turned Marker around, examining him thoroughly, as if she was more concerned about her student's physical condition than the spell itself. "Marker?" Hermione looked at Marker with a worried expression. She was very clear about the classification of spells. Curse-type spells were, without exception, dark magic, which required strong negative emotions to be successfully cast. Even the 3 unforgivable curses fell into this category, however. Unlike other curses, the unforgivable curses were unforgivable precisely because the Killing Curse and Cruciatus Curse had no corresponding counter-curses, while the Imperious Curse was due to its highly disruptive magical characteristic. It could completely control a person's mind and body. It's all right, just a little exhausted. I mean, Mr. McLean, you must provide a reasonable explanation for your actions." Professor McGonagall seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, then immediately straightened her face after realizing her impropriety. I think my progress might be a bit fast. I mean, I really like learning, and..." At this point, Marker deliberately glanced at Hermione. "I hope I can protect the people I want to protect." Hermione's face turned red again at his words, while Harry and Ron, standing beside Professor McGonagall, showed no reaction. It seemed the saying that girls mature earlier than boys was indeed true. Professor McGonagall looked at Marker, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curve upwards. In her opinion, Marker's grown-up demeanor was quite amusing. Snape, however, looked back and forth between Marker and Hermione without saying a word, his thoughts unknown. "Professor McGonagall, if Marker hadn't saved me, I would probably have been eaten by the troll by now." Hermione pleaded, /P. "I think the matter of the crushing charm needs to be discussed with Dumbledore," Professor McGonagall said, "but I don't think a first-year student has ever defeated a troll alone. You have earned 10 points for Hufflepuff. Now you come with me to the headmaster's office. As for the rest of you," Professor McGonagall glanced at the others, "you may leave." Marker glanced at the 3 of them, then calmly followed Professor McGonagall, who had turned to leave, and walked out of the girls' bathroom door. In fact, it was now just a cracked and broken door frame. "Oh, I'll take care of this big guy," Quirrell stammered, wiping his face. Snape coldly glanced at Harry, then followed without looking back. Hermione watched Marker's retreating figure with a worried expression. She had no idea whether Marker would be expelled or not. Harry and Ron, however, didn't have such worries, or perhaps They simply didn't think that far ahead. What's a curse? That looked really cool. Ron looked at the motionless troll lying on the ground. The bowl-sized wound looked a bit scary. Yes, even that big bat who only insults people said not bad. I can't believe it. Harry also nodded. He was just being sarcastic to Marker. Hermione exclaimed. Chapter. Kiwi pudding. In front of the stone gargoyle at the entrance to the headmaster's office, Professor McGonagall uttered today's password. The stone gargoyle sprang aside, and the stone wall behind it split in two, revealing a spiral staircase leading to the headmaster's office. The staircase rotated automatically, carrying the group to the entrance of the headmaster's office. Come in. Dumbledore's aged voice came from inside before anyone could even knock, as if he knew they were coming. Professor McGonagall pushed the door open, and Marker and Snape, who were following behind, also entered. How are things? Dumbledore smiled at Marker, then looked at Professor McGonagall and asked. The students have all returned, and the troll has been dealt with by Mr. McLean. Professor McGonagall glanced at Marker, then relayed the full situation to Dumbledore. Dumbledore nodded as he listened, and only began to speak after Professor McGonagall had finished. Oh yes, I understand. Dumbledore said, Minerva, please continue your search for any students who might still be out and about. Severus, please go and help Professor Quirrell with the troll. I don't think that's necessary. Quirrell can handle it himself. Snape replied, his face still expressionless. I think it is still necessary, Dumbledore said, looking at Snape. If you insist. Snape stared at Dumbledore for a moment, then turned and left briskly. Marker realized that only he and Dumbledore were left, which made him feel a little uneasy, but he didn't show it. Would you like some kiwi pudding? Dumbledore asked with a smile. Why not? Marker adjusted his mood, trying not to think about all sorts of irrelevant things. It had to be said, the headmaster's taste this time was quite good. Soon, a pudding went into Marker's stomach. During this time, Dumbledore just watched him with a smile, not saying a single word. It tastes good. After waiting a while longer, Marker said a little awkwardly, I think so too. Dumbledore finally spoke. How do you find your studies and life at Hogwarts? It's very interesting, very fulfilling, and I've made quite a few friends. Marker tried to choose optimistic and positive answers, though he wasn't sure if it would work. To be honest, you are one of the smartest children I have ever met, if not the smartest. Dumbledore shook his head, seemingly not concerned with Marker's answer. No one has ever learned so much at the age of 11, not one during my tenure, and in the teaching history of Hogwarts, it has never been heard of. Thank you for your praise, but isn't that a bit of an exaggeration? For example, my transfiguration is quite mediocre. Marker tried to recall his own situation. I don't think so, Dumbledore said. I've been watching you since you triggered your first magical outburst. Regarding your actions and experiences, I believe we can communicate as relatively equal adults. This time, Marker really couldn't hold back. He said in surprise, magical outburst. Actually, ever since I received my admission letter, I've wanted to ask about this. I don't remember ever having a magical outburst. Oh, yes. Because your magical outburst happened at a very inopportune time. Dumbledore sighed, although I don't know if I should say it. Marker was stunned by these words, then suddenly stood up. Was it my mother, at that time? Yes, during the car accident, your magic suddenly surged, protecting yourself. Dumbledore looked at Marker kindly, with a hint of pity in his eyes. PC. Lass equals block 1, so, even if she hadn't thrown herself over. Marker murmured in a trembling voice, as if all his strength had left him, and he sank back into the armchair. Dumbledore watched Marker in silence, seemingly regretting it, and also observing his reaction. Suddenly, Marker came back to his senses and let out a heavy sigh. The deceased are gone. It is precisely because of this that I yearn even more to gain the power to protect others. Marker suddenly looked up, meeting Dumbledore's gaze for the first time, and said firmly, This is your true heart, I can feel it. Dumbledore nodded in satisfaction, once again showing a gentle and wise smile. Death is usually the end of life, but it will always be the beginning for others. Remember, death is not actually terrifying. Marker knew that Dumbledore saw the shadow of the former Voldemort in him. Fortunately, he truly had no evil intentions and passed this test. Dumbledore and Snape were actually the same kind of people. They never lacked strength and ambition, but they would end on everything for love, including their own lives. The difference between the two was that Dumbledore's love was universal, while Snape's love was only for Lily. And Marker didn't know what he himself would be like. That night, Marker lay in bed, his mind filled with thoughts. He had encountered many things today and had learned a startling fact from Dumbledore, which sent his imagination soaring, and he finally fell into a deep sleep late into the night. After November began, the weather turned very cold. The mountains around the school were gray and covered with ice and snow, and the lake was as cold and hard as quenched steel. Every morning, there was frost on the ground, and students had to constantly watch their footing to avoid taking a big tumble if they weren't careful. Marker sat at the dining table, eating his breakfast, surrounded by people. Someone must have spread the word, probably Ron, but in any case, almost half of the students had already heard of Marker's glorious deeds. He had single-handedly taken down a 12-foot-tall troll. This was simply incredible. P-class equals Block 1 now. Marker had become a celebrity. Many students gathered around to talk to him, and there were even a few first-year girls who came to ask for his autograph. Marker felt he really enjoyed being surrounded by people. This wasn't just due to vanity. He also felt that it was genuinely warm. This is not an excuse, believe me. I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, try finding a bunch of people to surround you. Recently, Hagrid, wrapped in a long moleskin coat, rabbit fur gloves, and huge beaver ski and boots, had been defrosting the broomsticks on the Quidditch pitch. This clearly indicated one thing: the Quidditch season had begun. To be honest, Marker really wanted to join the Hufflepuff Quidditch team, but unfortunately, he had always been too busy. Moreover, Quidditch teams usually didn't allow first-year students to join. I believe Harry's case is just an exception. Marker looked towards the Gryffindor long table, where Harry and Ron were whispering. Marker guessed they must be talking about this. P-class equals blow. CK1, however, what Marker was more concerned about was that he hadn't heard any news of Harry joining the Gryffindor team as a seeker. Could it be that the Gryffindor team captain, Wood, intended to use Harry as a secret weapon or something? They're keeping it a good secret, Marker mumbled indistinctly, chewing and swallowing the food in his mouth. However, when game day arrived and Marker saw Harry walking towards the stands just like him, he was a little dumbfounded. What's going on? Marker stared blankly as Harry disappeared. Read up the stairs leading to the Gryffindor stands, his face filled with undisguised surprise. What's wrong? What are you looking at, Sir Knight? Senior Charlotte hooked her arm around Marker's shoulder and asked with a grin, Are you looking at your Princess Granger? No. Marker shook his head, glanced at the Gryffindor stands again, then turned back and climbed the stairs on his side with Charlotte. The Quidditch match was exciting, but Marker didn't have much interest in watching it. He kept looking at the teachers' stands. Without Harry in the Quidditch match, he wondered if Quirrell's actions would change. P-class equals Block 1. Until the match was decided, there were no surprises. Without Harry present, it seemed to cut off the possibility of Quirrell acting at the root. But Marker couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't look for other opportunities to target Harry. At least, it averted one inevitable crisis, which is a good thing, right? Marker wasn't sure if this was truly the case, but he had no further clues about it for now. The Gryffindor versus Slytherin match ended. Marker glanced at the scoreboard as he left, 60 to 210 points. When the scores were tied, the Slytherin seeker caught the golden snitch, ending the stalemate. Marker didn't have time to care about that. After a quick glance, he walked towards the Gryffindor crowd. Hey, Harry. Marker tried to appear as normal as possible. Don't worry, the game isn't over, it's just beginning. Oh yes, but losing to Slytherin is still not very pleasant. Harry sighed. It seemed that even without joining the Quidditch team, he still loved the sport. Marker organized the guesses he had pondered during the match, then asked, I heard that Neville almost fell during your first flying lesson. Is that true? Harry nodded and said, yes. If Madam Hooch hadn't reacted quickly, Neville would definitely have ended up in the hospital wing, I'm sure of it. Yeah, he shot up so high. Ron laughed and gestured beside him. What happened after that? Malfoy didn't give him any trouble, did he? Oh yes, that's right, that scoundrel always makes fun of others. I wish I could hit him with a bat bogey hex. The duel that night was because we had an argument in class. Harry also said angrily, that guy really isn't a good sort. Marker casually agreed, while gradually sorting out the cause and effect of the situation. So that's what happened. Chapter BR. Class equals caliber 2, ID equals caliber PB19//B/lie/all/body. Barker never expected that a casual remark of his could change the course of history. This was something he should have anticipated but couldn't predict. Neville wasn't injured because of him, Malfoy didn't pick up the Remembrall because of this, and Harry wasn't discovered by Professor McGonagall for his Quidditch Seeker talent because he didn't ride his broom to compete with Malfoy for it. To others, everything seemed normal, and even Harry, the person involved, wouldn't feel any sense of incongruity. But Marker was different. He didn't know if this was a good thing or a bad thing. This only showed that the world he was in was a real, tangible world, a truth he had already understood when he lived in Plymouth. But it wasn't until just now that he truly realized what this meant. Should he maintain the world as it was in his memory, or should he cast aside the past and touch and feel it with his own body? Thinking of this, Marker couldn't help but shake his head. /P. Perhaps, from the moment he found himself here, he shouldn't have bothered with these annoying thoughts. A butterfly's wings always flap instinctively and inadvertently. It can never predict what consequences a slight change in airflow will cause. Instead of worrying about things he couldn't control, it was better to face the unknown future calmly. Marker never thought of himself as a great person. Perhaps he would achieve some small successes, but that was all. Enjoying life is the right way, Marker sighed. P class equals B. Lock 1, that sounds like something an old man would say, Hagrid said, walking over. He was also watching the match from the Gryffindor side. Yeah, Marker always likes to say things old men love to say, Ron chuckled. That's wisdom, you wouldn't understand. Hermione, ever since Marker saved her from the Trolls Club, had been full of praise for him. That's wisdom, you wouldn't understand. Ron mimicked Hermione's tone and said to Harry, who burst out laughing. HMPH. Hermione, both embarrassed and angry, turned her head away from Ron. But Marker was walking beside her, and as Hermione turned, her gaze met Marker's. Hermione froze for a moment, then blushed slightly and turned her head elsewhere. After the troll incident, Hermione's relationship with the two of them was no longer so strained. This seemed to be because Harry and Ron were the first to arrive at the bathroom. Marker wasn't clear on the specific details, but it was a good outcome that the Gryffindor trio could continue to be friendly. P class equals block 1. A short while later, they returned with Hagrid to his hut on the edge of the Forbidden Forest, where the owner was brewing them a strong cup of tea. Marker had come along this time, apparently wanting to continue his potion-making practice at Hagrid's lair. He had been there several times before. It's Snape, Ron explained to everyone. Harry ran into Snape at Filch's, and one of his legs was badly injured. Snape injured? Hagrid asked curiously. What did he do? Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Marker exchanged glances, unsure how to tell him. Finally, Harry decided to tell the truth. I found something out about him, he told Hagrid. On Halloween, he tried to get past that three-headed dog. It bit him. We think he's trying to steal whatever the dog is guarding. Hagrid put down the teapot with a heavy thump. How do you know about Fluffy, the three-headed dog? He asked sternly. Fluffy, the three-headed dog? Harry said. That's the three-headed dog we saw. P class equals. Block 1, yes, it's mine. I bought it from a Greek fellow I met in a pub last year. I lent it to Dumbledore to guard. What? Harry asked eagerly. All right, no more questions, Hagrid said gruffly. That's top secret, understand. But Snape wants to steal it. Nonsense, Hagrid said again. Snape is a Hogwarts teacher, he would never do such a thing. But then why was he? Right, Fluffy, why was he bitten by it? Harry exclaimed. I heard say it myself. I'm telling you you're wrong, Hagrid said irritably. Listen to me, all three of you listen. You're meddling in things that don't concern you, and it's very dangerous. Forget about that big dog. Forget about what it's guarding. This is between Professor Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel. Aha, Harry said. So, it involves someone named Nicholas Flamel, does it? Marker gave Hagrid a helpless look. He had only participated in one part of the whole affair, but he pretty much understood the overall situate. Ion and Hagrid was standing there, fuming. He was angry at himself. The original plan would have to be cancelled for now. Hagrid was angry, and he didn't think it was a good idea to stay and brew potions right now. Time passed, years flew by. Although it hadn't snowed at Hogwarts yet, the weather was already very cold. One thing worth mentioning is that, Thanks to Marker's unremitting efforts, the new invisibility potion had been successfully developed by him, not to mention long hours of practical practice. Even the potion formula had been revised again and again, the hardships of which were truly difficult to express. But fortunately, no matter what, it was finally completed. That night, Marker drank the potion and then plunged into the restricted section of the library. He was eager to get his hands on those dangerous and mysterious dark arts. Before this, he had already learned, and even studied, some spells involving dark magic through magic books ordered from Flourish and Blots. But those were things that had been filtered through layers by the Ministry of Magic and the Hogwarts professors. To truly understand the essential difference between dark magic and white magic, he still had to take a look in the restricted section. The first book Marker opened, had extraordinary dark magic characteristics. As the reader opened it, a terrifying face would protrude from its pages, emitting a soul-shattering shriek. He quickly tapped it with his wand, smoothing out the magical fluctuations within. The face then subsided, and the book returned to its original appearance. This shriek seems to be a scream originating from the soul, not an actual physical sound wave. Marker frowned, recalling for a moment, then turned to the book's flyleaf. The weight of the soul from the unbearable lightness of sin. Ragnar Bastos, he saw that below the words "weight," a few small numbers and letters had been written in addition. Ancient ounce units. Marker had some guesses. Is this the weight of the soul? How is it measured? He quickly scanned the table of contents and found that it was a book that delved into soul magic. Although it was full of theoretical research with no records of practical application, it was undoubtedly a very typical dark magic book. After reading for a while, Marker noticed something was off. The book still had a subtle magical fluctuation that made him a little uncomfortable. It wasn't until he closed the book that this unsettling fluctuation abruptly disappeared. Afterward, he successively flipped through several more books, all of which contained in-depth explorations of various dangerous and mysterious magical knowledge. Some of them were quite resistant to being opened, struggling to close themselves again. The more dark magic knowledge attempts to touch the essence of magic, the more it is intertwined with human nature and personality. What does this truly mean? Marker left the restricted section and sat by the library window, relaxing his nerves, which had been constantly tense due to various dangerous dark magic. Filch seemed to come to inspect because of the commotion earlier, but Marker didn't even look at him, simply taking a step aside as he passed to avoid being directly bumped into. Mrs. Norris, however, looked curiously towards Marker, who was invisible but didn't find anything. In Marker's opinion, the content of those forbidden books all questioned the reader's personality and true self. Some books even had magic cast directly on them for this purpose, making the reader constantly feel questions from the depths of their soul. No, some of those books are not for me to read casually right now. Marker wiped the fine beads of sweat from his forehead and, dragging his somewhat tired body, returned to his dormitory to sleep. He needed to clear his head and get some good rest. A few days later, Marker, who had prepared half a dozen new invisibility potions, affixed small waterproof labels to the bottles of those potions. The labels clearly bore the new name Marker had given them, Fairy Concealment Potion. It sounded quite impressive, but in reality, he had merely recombined the words airy and concealment, revealing his inherent laziness. Then he secretly came to the grounds of the Whomping Willow outside the Forbidden Forest. For some time now, at Marker's request, Professor Sprout of Herbology would often bring him along to tend to this peculiar plant that liked to hit people. Professor Sprout was the head of Hufflepuff House. She was a very kind and optimistic person, and she always showed undisguised favoritism towards the students in her house. And Marker, with his outstanding academic performance, had undoubtedly become her most beloved student. Regarding Marker's requests, Professor Sprout had never refused to provide assistance to date. This even included permission for Marker's application to borrow part of the second greenhouse area, and for him to help her tend to the Whomping Willow, which other students were forbidden to approach. Of course, while part of the reason was curiosity about this plant, Marka's main interest was the secret passage beneath its roots that led to Hogsmeade. At this moment, standing out of reach of the flailing whomping willow, Marka did not attempt to rush in to find the so-called knot that would make it quiet. There were so many scars on the trunk that he didn't know which one it was, nor was he interested in trying each one. He simply took out a small metal whistle, put it to his lips, and blew gently. The silent sound waves went straight to the whomping willow, which immediately trembled and stopped moving. "It still looks quite beautiful, all green and lush," Marka said, looking at it. "If it do scent move around randomly." Chapter. This is a magical whistle that mimics the wing-beat frequency of the dendro-devouring toothwasp. This creature is not only the nemesis of whomping willows, but also a gregarious insect feared by most magical plants. They only eat plants that move. Marka walked over and patted the thick root exposed above the ground. The root immediately trembled and moved aside, revealing a deep, dark hole in the earth. It was a sloping tunnel, just big enough for one person to lie flat and slide down. Marka frowned, hugged the briefcase he was carrying, and then jumped in and slid down. The slope wasn't very long, and soon Marka arrived in a tunnel where he had to bend over to move forward. The tunnel blocked out all light. It was pitch black all around. Marka, holding his head where he'd bumped the ceiling, fumbled for his wand, but he paused halfway through drawing it and eventually put it back. The Ministry of Magic left a trace on every finished wand. Any underage wizard, under 17, who used magic outside of school would be immediately detected. Especially in such sparsely populated areas, it would be extremely conspicuous, so it was best not to use it if possible, even if he was currently still within the Hogwarts grounds. He pulled out a small glass bottle from an inside pocket of his robes and shook it vigorously, producing a rustling sound of colliding grit. A soft glow then appeared in the darkness, gradually growing brighter. If you looked closely into the bottle, you would see a peculiar luminous mist filly. It becoming increasingly dense. "Once I earn enough money, I definitely need to buy a portable fanny pack," Marka said, weighing his robes, which were heavy and stuffed with various bottles and jars. Some contained potions, some were semi-finished products, and some were even just ingredients, but without exception, they were all very practical little items. Or make one myself. He still couldn't bear to part with his money. Walking forward with his head down, pondering various thoughts, he soon felt the tunnel gradually sloping upwards. Before long, a faint glimmer of light appeared ahead. Marka pulled the stopper from the continuously glowing bottle. With a soft pop, the luminous mist inside dispersed throughout the tunnel and soon vanished. The luminous mist in the bottle was gone, leaving only a small amount of fine black sand at the bottom. Marka reinserted the stopper. Many potions, and even simple ingredients, could be used to achieve the same effects as spells. Some were even more powerful than spells, yet had extremely low usage thresholds. Of course, you had to prepare them beforehand and carry them with you at all times. But the advantages outweighed the drawbacks, and this was one of the reasons why potions were so expensive. As time went on, many potion recipes were crushed into fragments by the wheels of history, left behind in the glorious eras they once belonged to. However, a new generation of apothecaries was working hard, whether restoring recipes or attempting innovations, ensuring that potions maintained their undeniable position in the magical world. So, I absolutely won't agree for anything less than 200 galleons. In a corner of the Hog's Head Inn in Hogsmeade Village, a small wizard, completely enveloped in a worn, grey, felt-stitched hooded cloak, was calmly speaking in a muffled Western country accent. His hoarse voice, as if his vocal cords had been filed, made one instinctively frown. Opposite him, a wizard whose exposed skin was wrapped in layers of bandages was haggling with him in an equally uncalm, audible muffled voice. His voice sounded as if there was a lump of old phlegm in his throat. "No, cough, cough, your potion is a new product, until I see its effects. Cough, cough, I can't sell it in my shop. I can't gamble with my shop's reputation. But as a sample, cough, cough, A sample, this price is too expensive. The small wizard's tone remained calm. He said flatly, in that case, the deal is off. With that, he pushed himself up from tea table and walked straight towards the door. Oh, asterisk cough, asterisk, asterisk, cough, asterisk, wait, damn it. The bandaged wizard said weakly, I'll pay, but asterisk, cough, asterisk, asterisk, cough, asterisk. You have to give me a discount if you want a long-term partnership. 150 galleons prompt payment. The small wizard, already at the door, turned back and said impatiently, D asterisk cough asterisk asterisk cough asterisk. Deal. The bandaged wizard waved his hand feebly. He genuinely craved that practical new product, if the effects were indeed that good. PC. Las equals block 1. The small wizard, of course, was Marker in disguise. He had spruced himself up, avoiding the biggest potential drawback in negotiations, his age, and then, in an equal battle of wits, had steadily gained the upper hand. This was a relatively satisfactory business negotiation for both parties. No matter how unwilling the bandaged wizard seemed, he was determined to acquire this new product. A new type of invisibility potion, what an enticing business opportunity. After the bandaged wizard tried it, they signed T. Woe copies of a magical contract finalizing the long-term transaction. Cost price 270/30 split. Not a bad deal. Back in the shrieking shack, Marker hung the tattered cloak directly in the old wardrobe in the room, then spat out a small stone chip from his mouth, his voice finally returning to normal. He flicked the magical contract scroll, made of exquisite parchment, with his finger, a hint of excited smile on his face. Of course. For now, having just received 1,200 galleons, he had only just refilled the huge pit of material costs consumed by his previous practice. And next, he still had to continue practicing the preparation of other potions. So he was still a long way from becoming a rich man. No wonder the front page of many potion books always says, this is an endless road paved with galleons. Marker sighed, his earlier excitement long gone with the change in his mood. Since Marker had secured a sales channel for his potions, everything seemed to have become smoother. His studies and research in various subjects were progressing slowly but surely with his daily efforts. What made Marker particularly happy was that he had made a real breakthrough in the Patronus charm. On a quiet, deserted night, Marker stood in the spacious room provided by the Room of Requirement. Yes, after much searching and recollection, he had finally found the location of this place. It was on the 8th floor of the castle, opposite the tapestry of Barnabas, the barmy being clubbed by trolls. Heaven knew how many times he had wandered back and forth, like a fool, in front of countless paintings, tapestries, and statues just to find the exact spot. Expecto Patronum, Marker stood upright in the center of the room, holding his wand vertically before him like a sword, concentrating all his mind and attention on the tip of the wand. As the pure silver-white light grew brighter and brighter, it detached itself from Marker's wand. For a moment, the light flowed freely around Marker's body, forming a faint silver-white mist. Since Marker began practicing the Patronus charm, he had always only been able to reach this stage. In fact, he could already emit this silver-white mist, full of hope and life, the very first time he attempted the charm. But with each practice, while the mist grew denser each time, he was always unable to summon his Patronus. This made Marker begin to re-examine the basic theory of this spell. He consulted numerous texts again, but found nothing particularly new. Most of the theories on this spell were vague, simply stating that the caster needed to concentrate and recall happy and wonderful things, in short, positive emotions. In desperation, Marker had to focus on instances of successful Patronus charm castings. Finally, his efforts paid off. Several instances of using the Patronus charm to save loved ones gave him a new breakthrough. He discovered that the moment the caster, compelled by circumstances, wishes to protect a specific person is when this charm unleashes its true power. Protect. Marker recalled the scene when he first met Luna in the graveyard. In the sunset, the girl's light golden hair emitted a faint halo. She stood before the cold tombstone, silently looking at her deceased mother. In the entire gray-toned scene, only her silhouette was so vivid. Under the starry sky, when Marker subconsciously avoided the topic of her mother, she frankly told him that it was indeed a sad story, but one must learn to face it directly. before their farewell. Marka could only remember her silver-grey eyes, in whose hazy, distant gaze was hidden the longing to see him again, her Fry. Indeed, who was about to temporarily part. As Marka recalled, the dense silver-white mist swirling around his body surged dramatically, transforming into a translucent silver eagle that circled and soared around him. Marka looked at the giant eagle before him, an awkward expression appearing on his face. How am I going to face head of House Sprout now? Among the 4 Hogwarts houses, the eagle is the emblem of Ravenclaw, representing justice, keenness, strictness, foresight, and superiority. P-class equals Block 1. When the Sorting Hat sorted Marka, it first considered Ravenclaw House. Although for unknown reasons, it ultimately placed him in Hufflepuff. It undoubtedly showed Marka's deep connection with Ravenclaw, this eagle patronus at this moment. Besides being related to the emotion of hoping to protect Luna, was probably also not unrelated to this point. Anyway, let's go to sleep first. Marka waved his wand, dispelling the patronus charm, then, filled with complex emotions, he slunk away from the room of requirement. Chapter. The weather had been changing recently, with more clouds gathering in the sky, making it look a bit gloomy. The temperature continued to drop, prompting Hogwarts students to wear warm sweaters and padded vests under their robes. In such weather, the library also became somewhat chilly. Many students gathered in the common rooms with fireplaces to do their homework, often loudly discussing recent news with their companions. Here, no one had to worry about Madame Pince, the librarian, suddenly appearing from somewhere, angrily shouting, "Silence," or similar. Consequently, the number of students in the library dwindled. Marka, on the other hand, enjoyed the peace and quiet. Studying in a sparsely populated place was clearly more conducive to efficiency. As for the cold weather, he easily came up with a convenient and simple solution to stay warm. He slightly adjusted the blood of a fire salamander to create a continuous liquid that would keep the body warm. Thigh's concoction was simple. It merely required the fire-attributed energy in the fire salamander's blood to slowly dissipate within the body. It could barely even be called a potion, however. Precisely because of its simplicity, it had a drawback. You had to drink plenty of water, otherwise your body's moisture would gradually decrease, making your skin dry. Of course, you would realize this on your own, as drinking this liquid would make you constantly thirsty until the effects wore off. At this moment, Hermione was sitting next to Marka, listening. G to him explained some advanced principles of the levitation charm. The two occasionally picked up their cups from the table and took a sip. Marka even had a large teapot on the table in front of him. Clearly, Hermione had also tried Marka's little invention and found it quite good, feeling comfortably warm all over. Just as Marka was explaining the practical application of the levitation charm, both of them heard clear footsteps behind them. "McLean, I've heard rumors about you. Perhaps we could be friends." The newcomer paused, then continued. "My name is Malfoy, Draco Malfoy." Marka turned his head, looking at the blonde, pale-faced Malfoy, and smiled slightly. "Oh, of course. I don't seem to have any reason to refuse that offer, Malfoy." Hermione looked at Marka but didn't say anything, even though she had no good feelings towards Malfoy. "Yes, I think, unlike that stupid Potter, you have a clever mind." Malfoy seemed pleased, casually slandering Harry. "No, I think anyone who insults others so casually is truly stupid. Harry is a smart person. He knows how to protect his friends." Hermione couldn't hold back. She retorted loudly. "Silence." In the distance, Madame Pince looked over. Marka nodded apologetically in her direction, but before he could speak, Malfoy interjected. "No one was talking to you, you stinking mudblood." Although Hermione didn't understand the meaning of the word, it didn't stop her from knowing it was an insulting term. She glared fiercely at Malfoy. "Like an angry hen, P-class equals Block 1. Malfoy, I must remind you, casually insulting others is not the behavior of a noble," Marka said, frowning, "and I am also one of those so-called stinking mudbloods you speak of. You're not pure blood, Petrificus totalis." Malfoy's surprised expression froze on his face, causing a few scattered students nearby to stand up in alarm. "Oh, Marka, you shouldn't have." Hermione also became uneasy at the sight, but her words caught in her throat. After the troll incident, her views on violating school rules had fundamentally changed, but the unease still lingered. She worried about the punishment Marka would receive next. I didn't do anything wrong, and besides, the full body bind curse is not like the severing charm. It doesn't cause much harm to the target. Maka quickly waved his wand again. Finite incantatum. Malfoy immediately collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, unable to utter a single word. It was clear he was terrified. This is just a disciplinary action for you. Our insolence, Maka maintained his gentle demeanor, smiling as he said, you can go tell a teacher, but I don't think that's a good idea. Maka tucked his wand back into his sleeve, then calmly sat back in his chair. As it turned out, Malfoy didn't say anything, but the news quickly reached Professor Sprout's ears. Madame Pince had reported it. That evening, Maka was called to the herbology professor's office next to the greenhouse, where he found Professor McGonagall also waiting for him. Mr. McLean, I must say, why do you always get into trouble? Professor McGonagall said exasperatedly. I think there must be a reason why you used a spell on Malfoy, right? Could you tell us about it? Professor Sprout, however, still seemed to be protective. Yes. Maka nodded. Malfoy insulted Hermione, calling her a mudblood, which I couldn't tolerate, you know. I've said before she's my friend. Oh, mudblood, what a terrible word. Professor Sprout exclaimed in surprise. This is discrimination, and it shouldn't appear at Hogwarts. Hufflepuff House, from its founder Helga Hufflepuff, has always supported Muggle-born children becoming wizards. Even now, excellent Muggle-born and half-blood wizards are emerging in an endless stream, almost becoming a prevailing phenomenon, which further proves how correct Helga's initial persistence was. I understand your feelings for your friend, and Malfoy will certainly be punished for his outrageous behavior, Professor McGonagall said sternly. However, your act of casting a spell on a fellow student violates school rules. Do you understand? With that, she looked at Professor Sprout, clearly reminding her that it was time to issue the appropriate punishment. P class equals block 1. Professor Sprout looked at Professor McGonagall with a troubled expression, not knowing what to do for a moment. She actually didn't want to punish Maka at all. Professor Sprout, Professor McGonagall is right. I should accept punishment. At this point, Maka surprisingly spoke up, agreeing with Professor McGonagall. Only by punishing students who violate school rules can we establish correct principles for other students, allowing them to avoid detours in the future and develop excellent personal qualities. P class equals block 1. Maka spoke with a serious air, uttering words he himself didn't quite believe, yet Professor McGonagall in front of him showed a hint of a satisfied smile. In that case, you will stay in Greenhouse 3 until bedtime tonight, tending to the plants. Professor Sprout also nodded with relief. With that, the two professors, after escorting Maka to the entrance of Greenhouse 3, went to find Malfoy. Maka watched their retreating figures, then after a moment, he slipped into the greenhouse. Well then, the grand speak. H had a significant effect. Professor McGonagall actually left without even deducting points, which was an unexpected bonus. Originally, Maka had only wanted Professor McGonagall to have a better impression of him, which was why he had proactively asked for punishment. As soon as Maka entered Greenhouse 3, he immediately noticed someone inside. To be precise, it was that mysterious Slytherin girl. She was holding a small trowel, skillfully replacing the soil for the plants. From her quick and fluid movements, it was impossible to tell that she was the clumsy girl who had spent half an hour flipping through books in the library without getting the hang of it, though she still maintained that expressionless, indifferent look. Hello. Maka paused for a moment, thinking he might as well say hello first, although he guessed the other person wouldn't pay him any mind. But Maka was clearly wrong again. Hello. The girl immediately nodded in his direction upon hearing him speaking. G in a toneless voice. Maka walked over to her side and started helping her change the soil. If you don't mind, could you tell me your name? Veli Blubber. Her hands didn't stop. She just focused on the task at hand, but her reply was quick. Maka could never quite figure out this girl, yet this girl named Veli was different from Snape and Dumbledore. The feeling Maka got from her was that she had no complex thoughts whatsoever, not even emotions. She's just like a doll, Maka thought without knowing why. Do you like plants very much? To understand this mysterious girl further, he continued the conversation. Yes, the answer was still concise and just as bland. What plants do you like? All of them. There must be one or two you dislike, right? Like Bubatuba, for instance. No. Do you often come to the greenhouse to take care of them? Yes. Then will you not? Amidst this somewhat dry Q&A, their task was completed, but Veli once again surprised Marka. He had expected Veli to turn and leave without another word this time, but she didn't move at all. After placing her gloves back on the nearby shelf, Veli clasped her hands in front of her, continuing the empty conversation with Mac, showing no intention of leaving. Aren't you leaving? Marka asked curiously, like the previous 2 times. I leave when the conversation is finished, Veli said flatly. Then, if the conversation isn't finished, will you just keep standing here with me talking? Marka felt his intelligence was a bit insufficient. He found Veli's logic circuit hard to comprehend. Yes, she actually confirmed it. Then do you find talking to me interesting? Marka tried to phrase every conclusion he could think of as a question. No, so she really didn't find it interesting. Then why do you keep talking? Marka couldn't help but voice his true thoughts. After hearing this, Veli paused, looked at Marka, thought for a moment, and then replied, Mother said not to leave before the other person has finished speaking. It's polite. With those last 4 words, Veli completely floored the dumbfounded Marka. Lie class equals blow. CK2, ID equals, Tark ID 22, value equals 22 chapter. Marka's 3 encounters with Vili Blois all ended with him being outsmarted, which gave him a severe sense of frustration for the first time, as he had always been very confident in his social skills. After silently escorting Vili to the entrance of the Ravenclaw Tower, Marka returned to his dormitory and flopped onto his bed. What's wrong? You look so dejected, that's rare for you, his roommate Ernie asked curiously. Nothing, Marka waved his hand weakly. I'm just a little tired. Mentally exhausted, he added in his heart. The next morning, as soon as Marka stepped into the dining hall, he immediately saw Hermione walking towards him with a worried expression. Were you all right yesterday? She looked Marka up and down, and seeing that he seemed unchanged, she began her incessant chattering. I told you, you were too impulsive. I heard from Ron last night what that word meant, but I don't think we need to care about it at all. Malfoy is just crazy. There's no need to stoop to his level. And thank you, Hermione said a little shyly at the end. You're welcome, remember we're friends. Marka spread his hands and said with a smile, and you need to change your bad habit of being so long-winded. With that, Marka laughed heartily and walked towards the Hufflepuff table, saying good morning to Harry and Ron along the way. What's wrong with him? He looks refreshed. Did something good happen? Ron replied to Marka, then exchanged a look with Harry and said, How would I know? I heard he likes to take care of the plants in the greenhouse. Maybe yesterday's punishment was just to his liking. Harry shook his head and replied jokingly, You too, aren't you Marka's friends too? Don't you ever worry about him? Hermione walked over and sat down opposite them, saying loudly, Isn't it enough that you care about him? Ron mumbled, stuffing fried bacon into his mouth. Marka is very capable, he'll definitely handle the trouble. Harry thought for a moment, then added, At least much better than us. Yeah, he can take down a troll by himself. Gosh, even now it feels unbelievable, Ron said with a longing expression. I wish I could do that too. Then you should do your harm. You work properly, Hermione said. Stop just casually doing them. Oh, here we go again, Ron groaned. Marka looked at the trio from Gryffindor from afar, thinking that if life could continue to be this peaceful and stable, it would be perfect. For him, this leisurely life, so different from the past, was exactly what he wanted, wasn't it? McLean, after the morning classes, come to my office first. Just as he was thinking, he heard a voice calling him. Oh, Professor Sprout. Marka saw her smiling face, so this was most likely good news. All right, Professor. The first class of the morning was History of Magic. Professor Binns, as always, used his highly hypnotic tone to explain the evolution of self-stirring cauldrons to the Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw students in the classroom. While other students found this content particularly uninteresting, Marka gained some inspiration from a few examples. He wanted to try to improve this type of cauldron, which might usher his grand potion-making plan into a semi-automated era. Of course, this was clearly not that easy. The second class was Transfiguration, which was currently Marka's biggest headache. To be honest, he had always liked this subject, but his learning progress was vastly different from charms, not to mention potions, which he excelled at. Especially after he saw some rather interesting records in the restricted section a while ago, he found it even more difficult to bear. He discovered that ancient demon summoning rituals was subtly linked to transfiguration. Leaving aside the obvious taboo of summoning demons, Marcus speculated that summoning rituals alone had an inseparable connection with transfiguration, and that was white magic, known for its powerful destructive force since ancient times, and was once one of the main magical classifications for many powerful white wizards. Now, the relevant theories have almost been completely lost, but this is a rather worthwhile and fascinating subject to explore. Such tempting and profound magic for Marca was like a luxurious feast that he could see but not taste. How could he not feel anxious? In Transfiguration class, Marca easily turned a match into a needle and then back again. While receiving praise from Professor McGonagall, he seemed even more troubled. It was clear that such slow progress was not a matter of his personal talent, and that was the crux of the problem. Was he supposed to ask Dumbledore, telling him that he had seen records of demon summoning rituals in the restricted section and wanted to understand them as soon as possible? Don't be ridiculous. After class, Marca quickly walked towards the greenhouse. He wanted to fill the sadness in his heart with the unknown good news Professor Sprout had brought him. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Pushing open the office door, Marca immediately noticed another person in the office, Madam Hooch, the first-year flying instructor. Hello, Madam Hooch. Hello, Professor Sprout. Marca bowed slightly and politely said, "Oh, yes, you're here. Come over, child." The PRs. Professor Sprout kindly waved Marca over. Yes, there's good news today," Professor Sprout said. "Madam Hooch recommended you to me, saying that you should join the Hufflepuff Quidditch team." "Oh, I was truly shocked to hear this. You know, if you really pass the tryouts, you will become the youngest house team player in a century. I'm so proud of you." As she spoke, Professor Sprout even hugged Marca. She was truly overjoyed. "Yes, I believe Mr. McLean will undoubtedly pass the provisional tryouts. This child's talent in Quidditch is unprecedented. I think, after a series of professional training, he might even be scouted by a professional team while still a student." Is that true? Marca really enjoyed flying freely in the air, but his interest in Quidditch was only mediocre. "Oh, of course. Regarding whether first-year students can join the Quidditch team, I have already consulted Dumbledore, and he believes it is a testament to a student's excellence." Professor Sprout said enthusiastically. "Dumbledore also loves this SB. Or he often takes time to watch international leagues." No way, I'm thrilled about it," Marca said with an excited expression. Since the person involved had agreed, everything was easy to handle. After lunch, Professor Sprout, taking advantage of the lunch break, eagerly handed Marca over to the captain of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team, Darren Criss. Speaking of which, this gentle and helpful sixth-year boy was also the head boy of Hufflepuff House. "Marca, I've already heard about it from Madam Hooch," Darren said with a smile, patting Marca's shoulder. "That's great. I've never heard of a first-year being able to join the house team." "Yeah, I'm surprised too. I don't even know if I can do it well. In fact, I've only done some simple flying exercises in flying class. Of course, sometimes he would lose control and just fly around wildly." No problem. We all trust Madam Hooch's judgment, you know. She's been a Quidditch Cup referee for many years. Besides, our house doesn't really care about the Quidditch Cup. At least I think Quidditch is a relaxing break-time activity," Darren said casually. "That's why I hate the Slytherin team. They always resort to unscrupulous means to win." "Oh, yes, I think so too," Marca agreed with a smile. "Flying freely, I especially love that feeling." "All right, lunch break is almost over. Come to the Quidditch pitch after classes this afternoon. We'll give you a provisional tryout. Look forward to it." Ha. Darren waved and left. He had to get ready for class. Ha. Marca awkwardly chuckled a few times. He realized that his time at the library would probably be significantly reduced in the future, which was not good news. The afternoon classes passed quickly, and just as Marca was in the corridor with a crowd of students, jostling towards the common room, he was pulled out of the crowd by a delicate, fair hand. Marca was startled, and after seeing who it was, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Oh, Senior Charlotte, is something wrong? PCL. As equals block 1. What could be wrong? I'm here to take you to the Quidditch pitch." Charlotte patted Marca's back vigorously and said casually, "Take him to the pitch." "Could it be, is Senior a player on the house team?" Marca said in surprise. "Of course, didn't I tell you? We might be teammates from now on. If you want to see a beautiful girl like me every day, then you'll have to work hard today." Charlotte dragged Marca's hand and spoke casually. walking downstairs amidst the curious gazes of many students. Although they didn't hear what the two were saying, seeing Marka being led away by such a beautiful girl, which boy wouldn't be curious? "Oh, senior," I said, "stop pulling, I can walk by myself," Marka said helplessly, being held hand in hand by one of Hogwarts' three most beautiful girls. Showing off in public, what's so bad about that? You must be enjoying it, my little junior. Charlotte chuckled, acting like a creepy aunt trying to lure a little boy. "Oh, come on, I don't find anything enjoyable about it. The only feeling is I'm being paraded in front of a bunch of hungry wolf cubs," Marka said with a wry smile. "You're getting a good deal and still complaining." Charlotte laughed and patted Marka's head, but still let go of his hand. Chapter/B/Lie/all/body. The sun gradually set in the west, appearing and disappearing among the swirling clouds. Golden afterglow transformed into beams of light, piercing through gaps in the clouds and falling onto the distant mountain ranges. Amidst the majestic grandeur, it also evoked a sense of an old man's twilight years. The weather remained cold, with the chilly wind constantly howling across the Quidditch pitch, and a faint rustling sound seemed to drift from the forbidden forest in the distance. Marka and Charlotte arrived at the stadium together. He noticed that the Quidditch pitch's lawn had evidently been enchanted, remaining a vibrant green even in the cold winter. "You're here. Hurry up and warm up. The tryouts are about to begin," Darren said with a welcoming smile as he saw Marka approach. While Marka was stretching his arms and legs to warm up, Darren introduced the official Hufflepuff team members to him one by one. It turned out that an older player was about to graduate, and after learning about Marka's talent, he simply retired early to prepare for work after graduation. Marka greeted all the team members and then noticed that, besides himself, there was another fourth-year student who would be participating in this impromptu tryout with him. It was unclear whether Marka benefited from the older player's departure, or if this fourth-year student benefited from Marka's presence, or perhaps both. "All right, let's start quickly." Darren smiled, then adopted a more serious expression and began to explain the tryout content to the two of them. The goal of this impromptu tryout was to recruit a suitable chaser. In a Quidditch team, there are 3 chasers in total, responsible for passing the quaffle among themselves and trying to throw it through the opposing team's 3 goal hoops. Each time the quaffle goes through, it earns 10 points for their team. Chasers need to have a strong sense of teamwork and be able to dodge bludgers hit by the opposing team's beaters. This clearly requires a high level of flying skill from the players. Before the seeker catches the golden snitch, they must try their best to throw the quaffle into the hoops, constantly snatching basic points. The older player, who had just retired, played this position. Therefore, this impromptu tryout was divided into 3 stages, following the usual selection process. In the first stage, participants needed to perform quaffle catching and passing tests with the other 2 active chasers, evaluating the participants' reaction ability and passing accuracy. The quaffle is the only one of the 3 balls that doesn't move on its own. It will be entirely controlled by the chasers of both sides. Marka sat on his broom, watching the fourth-year student nearby performing various flying maneuvers with stiff movements, and suddenly felt, perhaps he really could do it. "Not bad, but your reaction speed is too slow. You need to constantly pay attention to your surroundings," Charlotte, who was beside Marka, said with a smile as the other student flew towards them. She was the seeker for the Hufflepuff House team, and her skill was reportedly quite good. "Go, my junior, I think you're the one." Charlotte slapped Marka hard on the back, almost knocking him off his broom. "Ouch, I say, senior sister, stop dawdling, go." Marka felt like some kind of Pokémon in Charlotte's piquet ball, thrown forward by her to fight tooth and nail on the field. "Starting now," Christine, a 5th-year female chaser, announced and casually passed the quaffle to Marka. Marka immediately accelerated forward, catching the quaffle exactly where it arrived. On the edge of the pitch, Captain Darren kept shouting, "Move, move," urging him to start moving erratically. "Pass it to me," Charles, another chaser, shouted loudly. He had already flown behind Marka. Marka, who was performing a small dive diagonally downwards, heard him and, without turning his head, tossed the quaffle backward over his shoulder. He had already predicted Charles's exact position. "Oh, a beautiful back pass," Darren shouted excitedly from the side. It must be said that Marka's observational skills were indeed very strong. He could constantly ask the precise positions of the other 2, while closely tracking every movement of the quaffle. "Give it to me." Christine swept past Marka at high speed, with only about 10 inches separating them at their closest point. Yet Marka still firmly seized the opportunity, handing the quaffle to her the moment Christine swept past. The waiting players on the sidelines couldn't help but cheer, and the two veteran chasers on the field excitedly exchanged glances. That high-speed switching maneuver just now was something even Christine herself hadn't intended to actually complete, but Marka did it. The two veteran players looked at each other, intending to cooperate on a move they hadn't originally planned to test. They swiftly drew close on their brooms, gave Marka only a keep-up gesture, and then flew forward shoulder to shoulder. 20 feet apart, weaving forward, high-frequency passing, Charles said. Marka immediately understood. This was a mid-level technical maneuver from the Quidditch Classy. The maneuvers collection, the Trident offensive formation. He quickly moved to the left position, then spiraled and weaved with the other two. In the high-speed advance, the quaffle was passed back and forth among the three at an extremely high frequency, causing the other players on the sidelines to almost hold their breath. The three successively stopped when they each broke apart with a dive and hug maneuver, drawing 3 arcs in the air as they charged towards their respective goal hoops. Charles smiled awkwardly at Marka. At the last moment of the high-speed pass, he fumbled it. It slipped from his grasp. "Charles, it's because you always mess up that we never dare to use highly difficult maneuvers in official matches. How are you going to face Marka today? He's only a first year." Christine was so exasperated she laughed, pointing her slender finger at Charles and loudly taunting him. Marka looked at the spirited, short-haired girl, recalling the feeling of working together just now, and felt utterly exhilarated. "Oh, I know. I'll practice hard next time and set a good example for Marka." Charles scratched his head and burst out laughing. It seemed Marka had already been unofficially selected by the two active chasers in the first stage. "Captain, Ink, that's enough. He's the one, no doubt about it." Christine shouted to Captain Darren. Marka saw Darren nod in agreement and glanced at the somewhat dejected other candidate, feeling that simply accepting the situation didn't align with the image he was trying to cultivate. He thought for a moment and still said to Darren, "I think it's better to complete the tryouts. Otherwise, it's unfair to the senior who's participating in the selection with me." Darren looked back at the fourth-year student next to Charlotte and N. "Audid, you're right," Darren said. "Then let's continue with stage 2 of the tryouts, shooting into the hoops." Of course, this wasn't just about simply shooting at the goal hoops. The keeper wasn't a pushover, and the keeper for the Hufflepuff House team was none other than the captain, Darren Criss. "Hey, Junior, our Captain Darren's keeping skills are just average, so go easy on him. Don't hurt his pride later," Charlotte said with a mischievous grin, her arm arrow on Marka's shoulder, making no attempt to lower her voice. "I heard that." Darren from the goal nearby had now turned his head and was deliberately glaring at them with wide eyes. The fourth-year senior's tryout quickly ended. Out of 10 balls, he scored 3, which was actually quite good for a candidate. Of course, this also showed that Darren's keeping was indeed quite average. It was Marka's turn, holding the quaffle. He looked at Darren and genuinely felt a bit indecisive. "Don't worry. The stronger you are, the happier I'll be. After all, you're one of us Hufflepuffs," Darren said to Marka with a smile. Marka nodded at his words, dismissed his doubts, and charged towards the right side hoop. Darren immediately reacted, moving a little to the right as well, guessing whether Marka was preparing to shoot or just trying to fake him out. He had seen Marka's flying maneuvers earlier. Those fluid and swift small arc movements undoubtedly proved Marka's unquestionable agi. Liddy, closer, even closer. Marka indeed began to pull up and spin. Darren immediately moved towards the center hoop, but to his surprise, Marka only pulled up and made no horizontal displacement. This was a feint, using the illusion of a small-range spin to deceive the keeper into defending the center hoop, while he himself only needed to use the force of the spin to return to the height of the side hoop to shoot. The quaffle, as expected, was thrown into the now-empty right sea. The hoop, a beautiful goal. 10 shooting drills didn't take long. Marka, under Darren's defense, mercilessly racked up 90 points. If the last ball hadn't been grazed by Darren's fingertips, Marka probably would have gotten a perfect score. "Amazing, amazing," Darren said with a wry face, beckoning Marka to fly to the sidelines. He continued as he flew, "This year's Quidditch Cup, you will be our Hufflepuff team's secret weapon. No, a super secret weapon. I've never seen such a talented new player. He's just like those rookie monsters in professional tryouts. Senior Darren, please don't say that. Quidditch is a team sport, not something one person can handle the entire game, Marcus said with a smile. And that's indeed the case. For example, in the World Cup, there are always some incredibly strong elite players, but what of it? In a Quidditch match with a total scoring system, you don't win the championship just by winning more matches. Individual heroism is always just a joke. P class equals B. Lock 1 even the golden snitch, worth 150 points, pales in comparison to the base points earned through high-level teamwork. Not to mention the individual skill of a chaser, coordinated teamwork is king. Now for the final stage. The test content is simple. Try your best to dodge the attacks launched by the beaters against you. Chapter. The temporary selection test ended with an unsurprising outcome. Marcus successfully became one of the youngest players in Hufflepuff, and even Hogwarts history, and judging by the strength he displayed, the title would be more accurate if strongest was added to it. As Marcus expected, his study time was indeed significantly reduced. However, the training schedule was fulfilling, as Marcus became more familiar with various formations and teamwork. Darren devised new practical tactics. This was Hufflepuff's strongest team in years, and they had even begun to entertain the idea of contending for the Quidditch Cup. This new tactic was a cutting-edge winning strategy built around fundamental scoring. Marcus's inclusion, it could be said, ignited a desire for the Quidditch Cup in everyone, a rare occurrence among the usually low-key Badgers. Because of this, the entire team unanimously agreed to keep Marcus's recruitment a secret. In the upcoming match against Slytherin House, Marcus would make a surprise appearance, determined to thoroughly defeat those little snakes who were always fond of playing dirty tricks. Consequently, Marcus became exceptionally busy in the following days. He was either in the library or on the Quidditch pitch. Whenever Marcus started practicing, several older Hufflepuff students would always be lingering around the pitch. It seemed this surprise plan was being executed quite thoroughly by these diligent, focused, and low-key Badgers. Before they knew it, Christmas was fast approaching. One particularly cold morning, everyone discovered that Hogwarts was covered in a thick layer of snow. The beautiful, pristine white scenery outside the windows announced to everyone that Hogwarts' first snow of the year had silently fallen to the ground while they slept. The lake behind the castle was covered with a hard layer of ice, much to the students' delight. The sleds stored in the storeroom could finally be used, so they wouldn't have to take those wobbly little boats during the Christmas holidays. The Weasley twins had recently been punished because they had enchanted several snowballs to chase Quirrell everywhere, and, as luck would have it, they hit him on the back of his turban-wrapped head. Marcus happened to be passing a window upstairs at the time, and the sight made him chuckle inwardly. Voldemort really had terrible luck. Several owls delivered mail through the stormy, snowy night. Enduring great hardships and losing many feathers, they would need to recuperate under Hagrid's care for some time before they could resume their work. Marcus's owl, M. Arthur, seemed very curious about the snow, perhaps because in her homeland, Sumatra, she would never see such an icy landscape. Marcus watched her circling high in the sky, sometimes flapping her wings to gain altitude, then swooping low. From a distance, no one would likely mistake her for just an owl. Lately, Marcus had been frequenting the restricted section at night, and his understanding of dark magic was gradually deepening. However, he still had no intention of studying the most dangerous forbidden books, believing that the time was not yet right and there was no need to seek trouble. So, while steadily accumulating experience in potion making, he began to tackle transfiguration. To be precise, this was a long and endless struggle with various living and non-living materials. Since there was no shortcut, he might as well learn from Hermione. At the very least, researching and memorizing various materials could, to some extent, aid his progress in potions. Speaking of which, there was a Christmas break. Last week, Professor Sprout had come to register students staying at school for the holidays. Marcus hesitated for a moment but still signed his name. He planned to visit Luna during the break. He had been busy since the start of term, and a Christmas outing to relax seemed like a good option. Moreover, he found that ever since he mastered the Patronus charm, he had felt a longing for Luna. He thought he must have developed a sisterly affection for her. It couldn't possibly mean he was a larlican. Could it? No, that's absolutely impossible. Marker shook his head, amused by his own thought. At this moment, Marker was on his way to the potions classroom. He had a few questions he wanted to ask Snape, but as he quickly rounded the corner of the corridor, he discovered the enormous Hagrid, huffing and puffing as he carried a fir tree even larger than himself. The once spacious corridor was completely blocked by him, making it impossible to pass. Hey, Hagrid, need some help. A head poked through a gap in the branches from the opposite side. It seemed to be Ron. No, I'm fine, thank you, Ron. It was Ron indeed. Can you move out of the way? You're blocking the path. Marcus suddenly heard Malfoy's cold, drawn-out voice from behind the fir tree. Are you trying to earn some pocket money, Weasley? I was thinking, you probably hope to become a gamekeeper after graduating from Hogwarts, don't you? Hagrid's hut must look like a palace compared to your original home. Ron's head immediately retracted from among the branches. Malfoy's sarcastic remarks had clearly infuriated him. Weasley, Marker heard Snape's voice. Someone provoked him first, Professor Snape. Hagrid's shaggy head emerged from behind the tree saying, Malfoy just insulted his family. Regardless, hitting someone is against Hogwarts rules, Hagrid, Snape said in a smooth tone. Taking the punishment willingly, like McLean, is the wise choice. Gryffindor, 5 points deducted. Weasley, you should consider yourself lucky I didn't make you polish trophies. Now off you go, all of you. Malfoy, standing nearby, immediately gritted his teeth upon hearing the surname McLean, indicating his intense hatred for Marker. As he, Crabbe and Goyle deliberately squeezed past the tree rudely, knocking pine needles to the floor, and walked forward with faces full of annoyance, he saw Marker. Malfoy immediately wiped the anger from his face and walked to the other side of the corridor as if he hadn't seen him, but his deliberate avoidance of Marker exposed his inner cowardice. It seems the punishment had some effect. Marker looked back, only to catch Malfoy's lingering hateful gaze. When he saw Marker looking over, he immediately turned his head back. But perhaps it's still not enough. Marker smiled, then walked forward. Professor Snape, excuse me, Marker called out to Snape, who was walking towards the Great Hall. I was wondering if you had time to help me with a few questions regarding potions. Snape turned around, still giving Marker a cold look, then raised his chin, signaling him to ask quickly. Oh, it's like this. As Marker was asking his questions, Ron couldn't help but whisper to Harry, I really admire Marker. He can still ask questions normally under Snape's freezing gaze. If you ask me, the best Snape's attitude ever gets is when Marker goes to him with questions. Harry snuck a glance at Snape's expression, then added, doesn't seem much better, though. Marker's progress in potions is something even I can't figure out, Hermione said, with a hint of regret. Although I often go to him to discuss topics, I can't understand anything he's written in his notebook lately. In fact, recently, although Marker would say he was asking Snape questions, it would almost always turn into a discussion between the two about some potion theory. While Marker gained a great deal, Snape also received some novel inspiration from the conversation. Of course, a potions master's knowledge was no joke. In most cases, the discussions would end with Snape correcting Marker, but it must be mentioned that, deep within Snape's buried heart, the shadow of Marker as a student seemed to be gradually forming, because in multiple discussions, he keenly noticed that Marker shared an almost identical philosophy of magical research with him, disregarding all standards of good and evil to achieve a goal. In their minds, there was no essential distinction between dark magic and white magic. Both could be utilized. The only difference lay in the moral principles of the user and nothing more. Perhaps even Marker himself hadn't realized this, but Snape, who had once been immersed in an even more terrifying darkness, had noticed it. After resolving the doubts he encountered in his research, Marker bid farewell to Snape and walked towards Harry's trio, who were waiting for him. Behind him, Snape stared at his retreating back for a moment without expression, then abruptly turned and walked towards the Great Hall. Presumably, only Dumbledore truly understood what Snape was thinking. When Marker reached Hermione's side, they were talking with Hagrid about something. Oh, you're finally done asking questions. Come with me to the Great Hall and see. It's absolutely wonderful. Hagrid laughed heartily, the fir tree in his arms trembling continuously with his laughter, shedding even more needles. Let me help you, Hagrid. You're going to shake all the needles off. Marker pulled out his wand and cast a levitation charm, making the fir tree float above their heads, following him as he drifted forward. Oh, you don't really have to, thank you, Hagrid said sheepishly. So Harry, Ron, and Hermione followed Hagrid and his fir tree, along with Marker, into the Great Hall. Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick were there, busy decorating for Christmas. Aha, a very good levitation charm, Mr. McLean, Professor Flitwick said happily. Put it over there, in that corner, if you please. It's the last one, chapter. At this moment, the Great Hall of Hogwarts was exceptionally beautiful and grand, thanks to the abundance of Christmas decorations. The walls were adorned with garlands of holly and mistletoe, and 12 towering Christmas trees stood throughout the room. Some were hung with sparkling icicles, while others twinkled with hundreds of candles. Watching Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick skillfully decorate the hall so beautifully with Ike, Marker couldn't help but want to try a little something himself. He pulled out a small, snow-white vial from inside his robe and carefully dripped a few drops of a chilly liquid onto the stand at the base of one of the Christmas trees. What did you pour down there? Professor McGonagall quickly walked over, but she didn't get angry immediately, which showed that Marker's strategy of leaving a good impression on her last time had indeed worked. Oh, Professor, you'll know in a moment, Marker said with a smile. No sooner had Marker finished speaking than the effect of those few drops became apparent. A hazy white mist of cold air rose from beneath the Christmas tree. Unlike other cold air that tended to sink, it swirled around the tree and drifted upwards towards the enchanted ceiling. Within the white mist, faint, sparkling glimmers of light flickered, giving the Christmas tree a uniquely beautiful aesthetic. This is a semi-finished product I tinkered with while researching potions. It looks beautiful, it's just a buy. Tea cold, Marker said, looking at his masterpiece with some satisfaction. Yes, this looks really good. Professor McGonagall also smiled, a rare occurrence, and said, put a few drops on the other trees too. I think Albus will like this. Professor Dumbledore. Not far away, Hermione looked at the Christmas tree shrouded in white mist, her eyes sparkling brightly. It's beautiful, isn't it? Hermione said to Harry. Yeah, that's really great. Harry seemed to like it a lot too. Class equals block 1. I actually prefer Professor Flitwick's golden bubbles. They look so shimmery, Ron said, watching Professor Flitwick spray strings of golden bubbles with his wand and hang them on the branches of the newly moved tree. Hagrid, standing nearby, was also admiring the various decorations, but suddenly, as if remembering something, he turned to the trio and asked, how many more days until the holiday? Just 1 day, Hermione said. Oh, that reminds me, Harry, Ron, it's still half an hour until dinner. We should go to the library. Oh yes, you're right, Ron said, reluctantly tearing his gaze away from Professor Flitwick. The library, Hagrid said, following them out of the Great Hall, reading before the holiday. Aren't you studying too hard? Oh, we're not reviewing, Harry happily told him. Ever since you mentioned Nicholas Flamel, we've been trying to figure out who he is. What? Hagrid looked terrified. Listen to me, I told you, stop it. What that big dog is guarding has nothing to do with you. We just want to know who Nicholas Flamel is, nothing else, Hermione said. Or would you be willing to tell us, so we don't have to go to all that trouble? Harry added, we've looked through at least 100 books these past few days and haven't found a trace of him. Just give us a hint. I know I've seen his name somewhere before. I won't say anything, Hagrid said dryly. Why don't we just ask Marker, Hermione? Ron said to Hermione. I said no, Marker's very busy lately, I don't want to bother him. It seemed this wasn't the first time Ron had suggested asking Marker, but Hermione had apparently always disagreed. He's free right now, isn't he? Look, he's still helping the professors decorate the Great Hall. Ron looked at Marker, who was not far from them, and said, puzzled. Hagrid stood by, fuming, watching the 3 children discuss the matter right in front of him, practically at a loss for words. I said no. Hermione couldn't help but shout at Ron. Her voice was clearly a bit loud. Marker turned his head and looked over curiously, and after saying something to Professor McGonagall, he walked towards them. What's going on, Hermione? Why are you looking so angry again? He asked curiously. No, nothing. Marker, who is Nicholas Flamel? Don't ask. 3 answers in quick succession made Marker look back and forth between Hermione, Ron, and Hagrid in surprise. Then he smiled and said, well, 2 to 1, so I won't say. Do you really know who Nicholas Flamel is?" Hearing that Marcus seemed to know, Hermione subconsciously asked, "Do you want to know?" "If you want to know, I'll tell you." Marcus thought to himself, "You'll find out sooner or later." "No, it's all right." Hermione pursed her lips, hesitated for a moment, and then shook her head, unlike Harry's concern. Hermione genuinely just wanted to know who Nicholas Flamel was. After seeing Marcus' progress far surpass hers, she only wanted to catch up to him through her own efforts, even if it was just on such a small matter. Although she was somewhat curious about what important thing was hidden behind Fluffy, for Hermione, how to acquire knowledge through her own efforts was the only thing she valued at the moment. "Then we'll just have to find out ourselves." Ron, seeing Marcus hadn't answered, couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed. He thought Marcus had always been his good friend, just like Harry, even earlier than he'd known Harry. But now, he wouldn't tell him a small answer, even though he clearly knew who Nicholas Flamel was. Of course, Ron was only a little unhappy. Friends were still friends, and Marcus always let him look at his homework when he needed it. "Well, I'm going to the library." Hermione saw Ron pulling Harry towards the door, and he was looking at her now. "It's fine, go ahead," Marcus smiled. He didn't have time to deal with Ron's childishness. In a couple of days, he'd undoubtedly come running back to ask to borrow his History of Magic essay. He waved to Hermione, but his mind had already drifted elsewhere. Yes, Nicholas Flamel. Marcus had already researched all the information about this great alchemist after he encountered Fluffy that night. But what made him hesitate was that he wasn't sure whether he should ask Dumbledore to introduce him to this legendary figure. You see, soon, the only philosopher's stone in the world that could grant immortality was going to be destroyed. However, putting aside whether Dumbledore would agree to his request, the key was, even if he successfully met Nicholas Flamel, what then? Was he supposed to say to Flamel, "Oh, I'd like to borrow your alchemy notes, you know, the ones about the philosopher's stone, since you won't be needing them anymore"? In fact, Marcus felt that even if it were placed in front of him, he wouldn't understand it at all. What was alchemy? He had no clue. After much thought, he finally gave up. Dumbledore hadn't even planned to use the philosopher's stone to prolong his own life, so there was clearly some reason behind it. And he and Flamel had been good friends for a long time. After once again rejecting this tempting plan, Marcus simply left and went to the room of requirement. He needed to make some preparations for this year's Christmas. The eagerly anticipated Christmas holiday finally arrived. Many students chose to go home for Christmas, and some families had even planned a short Christmas family trip party. For wizards, travel was as simple and convenient as going to work every day. The nearly 3-week-long Christmas holiday felt almost endless. On the way to the Hogwarts Express, everyone was laughing and chatting, and it seemed that everyone was full of anticipation for Christmas. Marcus still carried his light suitcase, with his owl, Martha, perched on his shoulder, and secretly left the Hogwarts Express platform. He had to go to Hogsmeade first to personally deliver the potions he had recently prepared, and, while he was there, he would also tally up his earnings to date. The popularity of the elixir of disappearance was quite good. Each batch of potions sold out in a very short time. While this was pleasing, the phenomenon of severe underproduction had gradually become apparent. Actually, there was nothing that could be done about it. The profits from simple potions were usually very transparent. And in the magical world, with its weak human resources, the ones that earned the most were always the high-quality, specialized products. P-class equals. Block 1, those potion chain stores that make money by selling a lot at low prices are all supported by house elves. When Marcus discussed this with his business partner, Mr. Tyrand, the latter clearly told him this information. Behind those chain stores, there is usually one or even several pureblood wizard families. Those are the properties of the powerful. "All right, my dear Mr. Tyrand, I wish us prosperous business again," Marcus said with a smile. "I must go now. You don't mind if I use your fireplace, do you?" /PO, of course not, ahem. "I don't mind, please feel free to use it." A smile seemed to appear on Tyrand's bandaged face. Heaven knows if he smiled. One could only guess, as it couldn't be seen anyway. Lovegood house, bang, oh, cough, 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 Merlin, Merlin above. Tyron shuddered at the green flames that shot high up the fireplace. How did he do that? Cough, cough, cough. He wasn't the first person to be startled by the strange phenomenon that occurred when Marker used flu powder, and he certainly wouldn't be the last. This poor fellow had developed an even greater sense of awe for the mysterious Marker. Cough, cough, should I cough, cough, cough? Should I find an opportunity to return those first 50 galleons to him? Tyron stared blankly at the empty fireplace, coughing even harder. B-class equals car. Libra 1 chapter. When Marker arrived at the Lovegood residence, Xenophilius was in the kitchen preparing lunch. While Luna had already set 3 places at the small dining table, Marker had informed them he would be coming. Good afternoon, Marker. Luna heard movement from the fireplace, but calmly finished setting the plates before turning around and speaking serenely. Good afternoon, Luna. Marker looked at the dazed girl before him, feeling an indescribable emotion. She hadn't changed at all. It's been a while, how have you been? Luna asked in a light, airy tone, as if it wasn't a polite greeting but merely an offhand remark. Marker sat down unceremoniously on the nearby sofa, smiling and nodding. Not bad, and you? I don't know, perhaps all right. She tilted her head, seemingly genuinely pondering her recent circumstances. Just then, Xenophilius walked over, wiping his hands. Welcome to celebrate Christmas with us, my little R. Ida, he said cheerfully, have you read the recent issues? I've written a lot about crumple-horned snorkax, and the readers' reactions have been great. Oh, yes, that's wonderful. You can tell me more about it later. Marker hadn't read them, of course. He didn't have the time, although Xenophilius sent him an issue via owl every time, without fail. Good, of course, but let's have lunch first. It's ready, Xenophilius said. I'll be quite busy after Christmas, you know, the Quibbler's year-end special. I've prepared a lot of interesting content. P-class equals block 1. He led Marker to the dining table and sat him down, serving him a full bowl of thick soup. So after Christmas, could you take Luna to explore a Muggle city for me? He said. I remember you saying you're familiar with Muggles, and I think you'd be better at it than I am. Oh, of course, Marker nodded. That's wonderful. Luna has always wanted to see the Muggle way of life. She always loves the Muggle decorations I buy her. Xenophilius looked at his daughter, his eyes shining with doting affection. P-class equals block 1. Luna turned her head, revealing the sweet cherry earrings hanging from her ears to Marker. At this moment, she wore a hazy smile, her big eyes blinking, truly looking delighted. Lunch continued, and Marker chatted leisurely with the father and daughter, while intermittently pondering the dividing line between Muggles and wizards. In the wizarding world, still predominantly composed of pure-blood wizards, the boundary between wizards and Muggles remained clear. Even with the efforts of many predecessors, many excellent Muggle-born wizards had emerged in the magical community, yet the deeply ingrained concept of distinction remained firmly rooted in the hearts of most wizards. Marker didn't have many thoughts on this. He just wanted to enjoy his peaceful life. He had the self-awareness of an ordinary person, and even if he became a wizard, he was just an ordinary wizard. All those complex and troublesome matters could be left to great wizards like Dumbledore to solve. Luna, where should we go first then? I think Marker cast aside the jumbled thoughts in his mind, and with a relaxed expression, began discussing the post-holiday itinerary with Luna. Time at the Lovegoods always passed quickly, largely due to Luna's personality. The longer one spent with her, the more easily one was influenced by her whimsical way of thinking, making the whole world feel ethereal. When with Luna, Marker no longer restrained his emotions, as sadness was hard to find in her presence. They would often double over with laughter over interesting tea, rifles, and always silently enjoy the tranquility in their unique and pleasant environment. In a daze, Christmas Eve had quietly arrived. Xenophilius was busy in his workshop on the 2nd floor, while Marker and Luna, just like last night, leaned against the outer wall of the house, gazing up at the endless night sky. The nights lately had few stars, most of them obscured by a thin layer of clouds. A hazy waning moon appeared and disappeared on the celestial dome, casting its silvery glow across the entire hillside. Mum gave me her favorite thing as my name. Luna looked up at the moon, smiling quietly as if she was speaking to something else, not Marker sitting beside her. Marker nodded, not caring whether Luna saw it or not. What about you? Luna asked. How did you get your name? Marker smiled, an inscrutable smile, but Luna didn't mind at all. I named myself. This has always been my name, Marka said. Always. That's good too. Luna said, often said that a wizard's name represents a person's life trajectory, where they come from and where they will go. Marka stopped smiling at her words. He wiped tears from the corners of his eyes. He couldn't even tell if they were tears of joy or sadness. Yes, it represents where we come from, and perhaps it will also tell us where we are going. Early the next morning, the Lovegood house was besieged by owls. A chaotic multitude of owls of various colors, breeds, and sizes crowded onto the grassy slope in front of the house. Because the roof and window sills were already full of other owls, they had all come to deliver Christmas presents to Marka. It was the first time Marka realized he was so popular. Normally, hardly anyone ever spoke to him. When Marka, still asleep, was woken by a series of pecking sounds, he rushed out and brought all the gifts, big and small, into Luna's small living room, where they were piled up. At this moment, Luna, half asleep and even dazier than usual, emerged from her room in her red and green plaid pajama. Marka, is this your gift to me? She mumbled, her eyes half open, holding up a small envelope. Yes, open it and see. This is the most time-consuming Christmas gift I've given out this year. Marka said cheerfully, Merry Christmas, Luna. What about my gift? What about my gift? Xenophilius, standing nearby, asked Marka excitedly like a child. It's coming soon. Marka's smile became clearer. What is this? Luna gently tore open the envelope and pulled out a thin card filled with tiny letters and symbols. This is a spell, Marka said. It's the spell that went wrong during the experiment. I've finished analyzing it. Without needing to be told. The father and daughter, present, immediately understood. This was the spell that had caused Luna to lose her mother, and Xenophilius to lose his wife. The father and daughter exchanged glances, both noticing the other's eyes were a little moist. Marka was right. They held no hatred for this spell. They hated no one or nothing. Their only feeling towards this spell was regret. Luna's mother, Pandora Lovegood, was a person who loved experimenting with charms. Due to the suddenness of the experimental error, she left no last words before her death. And this spell became almost her only dying wish. When Xenophilius buried his deceased wife, he interred her experimental notes with her in the tomb, hoping that she could continue doing what she loved most in that unknown place. He never imagined that Luna, who had witnessed the entire process firsthand, would remember it so clearly, nor did he expect that Marka, simply based on Luna's casual description of the scene, would silently find and complete the analysis of the spell. For Luna and her father, Marka's Christmas gift was more precious than anything else. Thank you, Xenophilius's voice was noticeably trembling. Luna, meanwhile, was completely awake. She walked silently towards Marka and hugged him tightly, not letting go for a long time. In the instant their gazes met, Marka keenly noticed. Luna, at this moment, was completely without her usual dazedness. Her big eyes were filled with determination. After a long while, when they separated, Luna held the thin card, and her expression became hazy once more. The scene seemed to tell Marka that what he had just witnessed was merely an illusion. PC. Las equals block 1. All right, Luna, come help me open presents. Let's see who sent them all. I don't remember having so many friends, Marka said with a smile. That evening, Xenophilius prepared a large amount of food. Roasted meat, roast turkey, gravy-dipping sauces, and everything in between, as if all the portions saved throughout the year were being used tonight. Of course, the Lovegoods' various specialty dishes were even more diverse, with every kind imaginable, dazzling Marka. They ate and drank to their heart's content, sometimes cheering happily, sometimes whispering softly. When the atmosphere reached its peak, Luna, who usually didn't much care for dancing, even pulled Marka into a dance. This Christmas dinner, with only 3 people, intertwined with their laughter, lasted until late into the night. At dawn the next day, as the sky was just beginning to lighten, Xenophilius apparated, taking the 2 of them to a cemetery on the outskirts of Plymouth. Marka stood quietly beside them, watching Luna light the card filled with analytical formulas, and it slowly burned to ashes before her mother's tombstone. Only then did Marka learn from Xenophilius that Luna's mother, Pandora, was from a small Muggle village not far from there. Marka looked at the somewhat lonely small figure squatting before the tombstone. Her waterfall of soft, waist-length, pale golden hair, in the newly risen sun, once again shimmered with a beautiful and pure halo. Expecto Patronum. Marka felt a pang in his heart. He watched the girl before him silently, and as he murmured to himself, a faint silvery white glow emanated from around him. Chapter. Unlike the cozy atmosphere of the Lovegood family's small Christmas party, the Hogwarts Christmas feast could only be described with one word. Magnificent. Exactly 100 glistening roasted turkeys, mountains of barbecued beef and salted potatoes, large platters of delicious mini sausages, bowls of buttered green peas, and dishes of thick, fragrant gravy and cranberry sauce. The lavish spread was mouth-watering. Every few steps along the dining tables, there were piles of wizard cracker packages waiting. These magical crackers were nothing like the meager ordinary crackers typically bought by Muggle families, which only contained small plastic toys and flimsy paper hats. Harry and Fred pulled a cracker together. Instead of a dull pop, it exploded with a cannon-like bang, engulfing them both in a cloud of blue smoke, while simultaneously blasting out a rear admiral's hat and several lively white mice. Dumbledore, at the head table, had donned a lace bonnet he'd acquired from Hooke, Nowswear, adorned with a cluster of brightly colored flowers. He was currently engrossed in Professor Flitwick's little joke, chuckling merrily. After the main course came flaming red Christmas pudding, in which some occasionally found crescent-shaped silver pieces. Percy was one such lucky winner, he almost chipped his perfectly straight front teeth. Albus, look at those Christmas trees. These are a small gift Mr. McLean left for us before he departed. Professor McGonagall gently tapped Dumbledore's elbow, giggling, her usual stern demeanor. Nor completely gone. Oh, splendid, a truly splendid boy. Dumbledore looked at the festive Christmas trees, nodding his head in delighted praise. Professor Flitwick also echoed Professor McGonagall's words, pointing out each of the small ornaments Marka had made to Dumbledore, clearly quite pleased with his excellent student. Snape, sitting at the very end, maintained his usual aloof expression on this day of universal celebration. He gazed at the mist-shrouded Christmas trees, lost in thought. And as everyone was in high spirits, owls carrying various packages flew in from outside the Great Hall, scattering in all directions. What's happening? Even the professors were unsure why owls were flying in at this time. Only Dumbledore smiled at the scene before him, a look of gratification on his face. Before long, everyone who received a package understood. These were Christmas gifts from Marka McLean. Since when did he pick up tricks from the Weasley twins? Snape said coldly, but then a smile. Package landed right in front of him. Snape frowned and casually tore open the tightly sealed package, only to stare in a daze at its contents. A bottle of Felix Felicis. Each successful preparation of Felix Felicis typically yields only a small amount, no more than a pinky finger's worth. The preparation process is extremely complex, and the average brewing time is as long as half a year. Marka had gained considerable inspiration from his discussions with Snape, shortening the brewing time to 2 months, but at the cost of a drastic reduction in its effectiveness. This Christmas, Marka spent a good deal of galleons to purchase this bottle of full-strength Felix Felicis from a partner as his Christmas gift for Snape. This was Marka's genuine way of thanking Snape for his patient guidance. If the gift Marka prepared for Luna took the longest to create, then Snape's gift was undoubtedly the most expensive of them all. Snape pulled out the cork, sniffed it, and then silently put the cork back in. Severus, wasn't I rig? Dumbledore said to Snape with a smile. Snape's lips twitched, and he replied expressionlessly, he just knows how to spend money. Leaving aside the situation at the head table, some students below had also received gifts from Marka. Hermione, for example, was now smiling as she hugged a cartoon lion plushie, reading a small note Marka had left on it. This plushie contains sleep flower seeds, which can improve sleep quality. Remember to rest while studying hard. Ron received a set of the latest wizard chess. This was one of Marka's Transfiguration practice works. Unlike ordinary wizard chess, this set of wizard battle chess was a tabletop game where various powerful magical creatures and wizards battled together, looking quite cool. Harry, however, found that the gift he received seemed to be the most peculiar among the three of them. What is this? Occlumensi, Harry looked at a notebook he had unwrapped from the package, reading the words on the cover one by one. Occlumency? Hermione asked curiously, "What's that?" Harry casually flipped through the contents and discovered it was a notebook handwritten by Marker. The theories recorded within were quite complex, making his head spin a little. "Let me see." Hermione snatched it, examining it carefully, while Hermione was engrossed in studying the notebook. Ron and Harry speculated back and forth. "Marker wants you to learn this." "What is it?" "Occlumency, right?" Ron said. "What's it for?" Harry shook his head. How was he supposed to know what it was for? He'd never heard of it before. "So, are you going to learn it?" Ron asked again. "If Marker wants you to learn it, then it must be right." It seemed Marker's earlier guess was correct. Ron wouldn't stay angry with him for more than 3 days. Let's figure out what it is first, shall we?" Harry said, looking at Hermione with Ron. After a while, Hermione looked up and spoke with a hint of confusion. According to Marker's notes on the first few pages, this magic, called occlumency, is a defensive magic used to resist external mental penetration and prevent others from reading the user's thoughts. Hermione said, "It says here that it has strong resistance against a spell called legilimency. But what's the use of that?" "Does anyone want to read my thoughts?" Harry asked, bewildered. "Who knows? You'll probably have to ask Marker himself." Hermione was also puzzled. Only Ron didn't take it too seriously. He smiled and said, "If Marker says you should learn it, then learn it. He's never wrong." While the Gryffindor trio was discussing this, a student at the Slytherin long table not far away also received a gift from Marker. Even the little dummy boys got one. "What's going on?" The little snakes were all talking amongst themselves, but no one wanted to bother her. The recipient of the gift was precisely the mysterious girl with a very low sense of presence in the school, Veli Blois. Veli emotionlessly unwrapped the package and placed the gift flat on the table. She also received a notebook, and it appeared thicker, larger, and sturdier. She opened the notebook, which recorded the botanical history, ecological distribution, cultivation methods, and application value of various plants in a neat and concise style. Clearly, Marker had put some thought into this gift. He had recopied a portion of his own notes and given them to Veli. There was still a large blank section at the back of the notebook, evidently allowing Veli, who wasn't adept at summarization, to continue recording in the same format. Veli carefully stroked the cover of the notebook. Although no emotion was evident on her face, it was enough to make one understand that she truly cherished this thoughtful gift. "Thank you, V." Li's voice was so low that even she probably couldn't hear it, yet it was the first time she had ever uttered words of gratitude. Unfortunately, Marker was destined not to know. There were too many perplexing things about this girl, who exuded an air of mystery. Her emotional scarcity was frightening, her sparse words confusing, and her exquisite appearance gave one the illusion of something inhuman. All these signs indicated that she harbored too many secrets, but no one knew the truth behind them. And this, perhaps, was the very reason Marker had taken an interest in her. Now, for the first time, this mysterious girl showed a slight crack in her emotional expression, but Marker was still at the distant Lovegood family's home. This was, it must be said, a pity. When everyone's attention returned to the dining tables, everything that had just happened gradually faded, melting into the renewed festive atmosphere of Christmas. It wasn't until everyone had played wildly for another afternoon after dinner that the seemingly calm yet turbulent GHT finally arrived. This was the most wonderful Christmas Harry had ever experienced. But the one thing that had lingered in his mind all day, refusing to completely dissipate, resurfaced only after he lay down in bed. He was thinking about the mysterious Christmas gift from earlier that morning, the invisibility cloak, and the unknown person who had given it to him. Marker's giving out Christmas gifts at the feast was an exception. Generally, you'd find them by the fireplace or your bed when you woke up on Christmas Day. Harry hadn't expected to receive any gifts that morning, but when he woke up, he found he had received quite a few. The most surprising among them, however, was an invisibility cloak given to him by an anonymous sender. A note was left inside, which read, "Your father left this with me before he died. It's time it was returned to you. Use it well. A very Merry Christmas to you." The beautiful cursive handwriting was pleasing to the eye, but the content had troubled Harry for almost the entire day. P class equals block 1. At this moment, Ron's stomach was stuffed with turkey and cake, and with no strange worries bothering him, he fell asleep almost as soon as he pulled his bed curtains shut. The speed at which he fell asleep almost made Harry jealous. Harry tossed and turned in bed, eventually reaching out from the side of his bed to pull out the invisibility cloak from underneath it. Chapter. In the subsequent content, Harry noticed different things. He discovered that Merlin seemed to have been looking for ways to modify things that would cause as little harm as possible to wizards and magical creatures. If the bloodline modification was successful, it could greatly shorten the practice time for animagus. However, this experiment was never successful in the end. Harry didn't know what animagus was. This semester's transfiguration class hadn't covered it yet, but he already understood that this was just one of Merlin's more dangerous researches, and he always upheld his initial bottom line. At the very end of the book, Harry saw a description of Hogwarts, where Merlin had also studied, and he was even a student of Slytherin House. This part of the content made Harry decide that he would come back at least one more time tomorrow night. The next morning, the snow had not yet melted. "Want to play chess?" Ron asked. "This chess set Marker gave me is really great, much more exciting than ordinary wizard chess, and the dragons on it are really powerful. No, why don't we go down and see Hagrid?" "No, you go." "Harry," Ron suddenly looked at him and said, "do you still want to go tonight? Listen to me, don't go again." "Why?" Harry looked up. "Those books in the restricted section give me a bad feeling," Ron said seriously. "And you ran into Filch last time, and last night we saw him peeking into the library when we came back. What if he sees you? What if he bumps into you? You sound just like Hermione right now." Harry forced a smile. "I'm not kidding, Harry, really don't go." Ron seemed to genuinely feel uneasy. "All right." Seeing that Ron was serious, Harry hesitated and nodded. But that night, as he lay in bed, he thought about the contents of the book again. Those stories attracted his attention like myths and legends. He was still just a child after all. And Aunt Petunia, who had him since he was little, would never waste money buying him fairy tales. Just one more time, the last time, Harry secretly made up his mind. Then he quickly wrapped himself in the invisibility cloak again, and while Ron was sound asleep, he swiftly left the dormitory and hurried to the library. Oh, he still went. Harry ran too fast and bumped into the coat rack by the door as he left. After he left, a coat hanging on it slipped down, waking Ron. P class equals block 1. Ron turned his head and saw that Harry was indeed not in bed. Leaving Ron's situation aside for now, Harry was already almost at the library. Just as he pulled out the large book again, preparing to continue reading, he inadvertently noticed someone leaning against the bookshelf next to him. Ah! Harry was so scared he almost dropped the book. "Oh, Professor Dumbledore. I'm sorry I didn't see you. How strange, you become nearsighted after turning invisible," Dumbledore said. Harry saw a smile on his face and couldn't help but feel relieved. "So," Dumbledore said, slowly walking over and sitting on the floor with Harry, "you've already seen the short autobiography written by Merlin himself in the Book of Jazz?" I think so." Harry was a little nervous. After all, night strolls through Hogwarts were against school rules. "How was it? Did you find it interesting?" Dumbledore said slowly. "I also read that part. King Arthur pulled out the sword in the stone, but it was broken during a duel with King Pellinore. Then Merlin took him to a lakeside, where the Lady of the Lake held a sword and presented it to him, which was the world-famous Excalibur, also known as the Sword of the Lake by later generations. Merlin was very fond of Muggles, wasn't he? Even the Order of Merlin he founded originally existed only to advocate for legal protection of Muggles and their rights. It was only later that it somehow transformed into an organization for recognizing great magical achievements." After speaking, Dumbledore sighed, then said seriously, "All right, you've heard the story, don't come here again. You and Ron must not run into the restricted section again. The books here are very dangerous." "How do you know I don't need an invisibility cloak to be invisible?" Dumbledore said gently. "Please remember, you are not yet at the point where you can casually read books on dark arts." Harry pursed his lips and finally nodded dejectedly. But just as he was about to stand up, he remembered something. He turned his head to look at the silver-gray magic book. Harry didn't ask Dumbledore why Marker had also come here and left annotations in the book. But with Dumbledore's keen perception, he had already noticed Harry's gaze. Dumbledore shook his head slightly. He also didn't know if he had done the right thing this time. Would that exceptionally clever and likable child become an existence like Tom. His intuition told him no, but this was not something that could be judged by intuition alone. He had already missed one opportunity to save his student, and that child had gone down a path of no return. He didn't want Marker to also get lost at a crossroads in his life because of his inaction. So this time, Dumbledore was always carefully observing Marker. He wanted to be able to guide him in time when Marker encountered problems. Harry had already returned under Dumbledore's watchful eye, but Dumbledore himself was lost in thought. However, when Harry returned to the dormitory, he saw Ron sitting restlessly on the edge of his bed. As he was surprised, Ron pulled him over. "Harry, let me tell you." "Oh, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have gone without telling you." Harry immediately apologized. Ron, however, immediately shook his head. "No, let's not talk about that yet," he said. "I was going to sneak out to find you, you know. We've been out even without the invisibility cloak. I mean, just now when I was halfway to the library, guess what I saw?" "What?" Harry asked in confusion. "I saw Snape. He was pressing Quirrell against the wall, fiercely saying something like, 'Have you figured out how to subdue Hagrid's monster yet?' It looked really scary." "He didn't TC you, did he?" Harry quickly asked. "No, he didn't. I didn't dare to stay too long. I came back quickly." Afterward, Harry lay in bed thinking for a long time, but he couldn't fall asleep. The next day, Harry decided to listen to Dumbledore. He neatly folded the invisibility cloak and placed it at the bottom of his trunk, and he didn't touch it once for the rest of the Christmas holiday. Harry's turmoil during the Christmas holiday essentially ended here. But for Marker, it could only be considered just the beginning. "What is that?" Luna had asked this question many times in the past few days, but Marker patiently introduced various things from the Muggle world to her. Although Luna still looked dazed and lost in thought, it was clear that she was very curious about everything around her. Marker didn't take Luna too far because they still had to go home every night. Xenophilius, although he trusted the two of them, wasn't so trusting as to just let Luna spend the night out. But even so, exploring London was already a bit overwhelming for Luna. Christmas had just passed, but the festive atmosphere was even stronger. Outside Covent Garden, a giant reindeer stood in the middle of the street, wearing a Santa hat, a red and white fluffy scarf around its neck, and covered in twinkling colorful lights, looking especially festive. Inside the garden, rows of small stalls lined up, where various warm drinks and small desserts could be bought for very cheap prices. Marker was very glad that he had kept some spare British pounds when he exchanged his galleons, and now they would come in handy. He bought a lot of delicious food and fun things, and various small gifts exuded a strong Christmas atmosphere. Perhaps because there were so many people inside, Luna actively took Marker's hand. Marker smiled at her. He knew very well that Luna simply didn't want to get separated. For this innocent and spirited little girl, everything was so pure. Marker, carrying a pile of things, led Luna to the resting area on the street outside for visitors. "Try this," Marker said with a smile, handing a cream dessert to Luna. "This is a special Christmas dessert. It looks very good." Luna took the dessert and examined it curiously. By her hand, there were many other various small Christmas decorations, and she particularly liked these little trinkets. Marker, Luna carefully placed the dessert. She had taken 2 bites on the table, licked her upper lip with her tongue, and her gaze fell on the Christmas tree not far away. "What's wrong?" Marker responded. "Aren't you going home?" Luna looked at him, blinking her large eyes, and asked while observing the decorations on the Christmas tree. Marker thought she was asking about the Christmas tree. Couldn't she just look at him when she spoke? No. In front of Luna, Marker would always subconsciously avoid topics about his family, although he didn't know why. Luna turned her head and glanced at him, saying as if in a trance, "Home is the only place in the world where people's flaws and failures are hidden, and it is also the only place where people's flaws and failures are revealed." After she finished speaking, she turned her attention back to the small ornaments in front of her, seemingly forgetting what she had just said in an instant. Marker stared at her for a while, then cast his gaze towards the distant street. Christmas in England was always so leisurely. Everyone went out onto the streets, looking left and right, enjoying the beautiful time of the long Christmas holiday. It was easy to distinguish in the crowd who were couples and who were parents with children. But no matter the combination, their faces were beaming with happy smiles. After a long while, Marker came back to his senses. He smiled bitterly to himself, realizing that even he would sometimes envy others. Just as he looked back at the table in front of him, intending to pick a dessert for himself to try, he noticed a sudden unusual commotion in the surrounding crowd. Marker sensed something was happening and immediately looked up. frowning as he scanned his surroundings. He noticed that everyone seemed to have suddenly remembered something urgent they needed to do and was scattering quickly, leaving the street in different directions. Muggle-repelling charm, Marka murmured. Luna, sitting opposite him, also looked around curiously. She found that the bustling scene from moments ago had vanished as if it were a dream. Even the shops and stalls on the street had either closed or were packing up, and soon the area became deserted. "Let's take cover over there first." Marka pulled Luna along, not bothering with the things still on the table, and hurried towards an open-air cafe not far away. It had an iron fence and a circle of dwarf hollies planted inside, providing a temporary hiding spot. Using such a large-scale Muggle-repelling charm means something big must have happened. He had Luna hide in the innermost part, while he pushed aside some of the bushes and secretly peered out. Before long, several people, dressed in a way that clearly marked them as wizards, emerged from an inconspicuous alley diagonally opposite. They looked around, then immediately pulled out their wands and systematically fanned out, seemingly searching for something. "Are they auras from the Ministry of Magic?" Marka couldn't help but guess, seeing how well-trained they appeared. They searched quickly and efficiently, and soon one person came in. Near their hiding spot, Marka wasn't sure whether to give himself and Luna a bottle of invisibility potion. After all, he had instinctively hidden, and suddenly running out now seemed a bit inappropriate. He was wearing Muggle clothes today, and although he carried potions due to his preparedness, it wasn't convenient to carry many. He only had a few potions on hand, and he really didn't want to use them unless absolutely necessary. Most importantly, those were all money. Just as he reached into his pants pocket and touche the potion bottle, he felt something hard pressing against the back of his head. In the next instant, the wizard searching outside had already entered through the doorway. As Marka frowned, pondering a countermeasure, he was unsurprised to feel a strong push from behind. He was shoved out. However, the hard object remained pressed against his head, preventing him from making any rash moves. He knew it had to be the tip of a wand. "Hands up, both hands." Marka immediately complied. P-class equals block. The wizard who had just entered also immediately pointed his wand at Marka, showing a puzzled expression. After all, Marka still looked like a child in his early teens. The wizard took out a magical device resembling a monocular, placed it before his eye, and looked at Marka, seemingly finding nothing unusual. Just as Marka thought the wizard would ask something, the wizard very decisively uttered a spell. "Obliviate." Damn it. He'd forgotten he was still dressed as a Muggle child. P-class equals B. Lock 1 left with no choice. Marka immediately rolled to the side and simultaneously pulled his wand from his sleeve. Expelliarmus. Marka aimed not at the wizard who had cast the memory charm on him, but at the mysterious figure still hiding in the holly bushes. Bang! A red light shot out, leaves scattered, and a figure simultaneously darted out. Clearly, the person reacted quickly, dodging Marka's disarming charm. But Marka's goal was achieved. He forced the person out. /P. "He was holding me hostage just now. I think he's the person you're looking for." Marka calmly and quickly finished speaking, then swiftly waved his wand. Impedimenta, stupefy. The wizard quickly understood the situation and cast a spell in cooperation with Marka, attacked fiercely by the two of them. The opponent had no time to react and was caught off guard and stunned. Good on-the-spot reaction. "Are you a Hogwarts student?" The wizard glanced at Marka, then resumed scrutinizing his surroundings. "Don't let your guard down. There should be more than one person." "Yes, there's also my co." Before he could finish the word Empanion, Marka saw Luna walk out. Behind her there was actually a woman. The woman pointed her wand at Luna's neck, looking over with a nervous expression. "Don't move, or I'll..." The woman poked Luna's fair neck with her wand, threatening tremulously. "A bad situation," said the wizard behind Marka, frowning. "Throw your NDS on the ground." The woman shrieked. "Throw them far away." Luna, in her grasp, still maintained her dazed, spaced-out look. Seemingly unaware of being a hostage, she just quietly watched Marka. As the woman spoke, 3 more wizards, companions of the one behind Marka, ran in from outside. "Nobody move." The woman grew even more nervous, her shrill voice sounding as if it would tear. "Throw them. Quickly throw your wands, all of them far away." After a moment of standoff, Marka was the first. To throw, he had no choice. He couldn't gamble with Luna's life. Where there was one, there would naturally be a second. Soon, all 5 people on their side threw their wands far away. Seeing that everyone had thrown their wands, the woman suddenly ducked behind Luna. Everyone except Luna immediately realized she was about to apparate. Marka's eyes narrowed, a dangerous glint showing through. Behind him, the four wizards quickly ran towards their wands. But the telltale distortion of apparition had already appeared behind Luna. It was too late. Avada Kedavra, bang! Marka suddenly pulled a potion bottle from his pocket, threw it with all his might at his feet, and shouted out loud. Oh no! A faint, tiny shriek vaguely came from behind Luna. What happened? The killing curse. Marka heard a startled gasp behind him, but he had no time to pay attention, rushing towards Luna immediately. He first glanced behind Luna and saw a foot on T. He ground, including the ankle. He knew his impromptu little trick had yielded a good result. Are you okay, Luna? Marka scrutinized Luna from head to toe, repeatedly checking her for any injuries. Luna gently shook her head, offering a calm smile. I'm fine. Only now, as the wizards gathered and saw the specific situation, did they fully understand. It turned out that Marka's sudden shout earlier was a bluff. He used the opponent's nervousness and fear of the killing curse to distract them during apparition, leading to the ultimate consequence of splinching. To be honest, even the other wizards were startled. The killing curse is the most terrifying instant death curse among the 3 unforgivable curses. Anyone who has deeply understood this spell develops an innate fear of it. After all, even the one whose name cannot be spoken was once captivated by this terrifying spell. I was just trying to scare her, Marka said casually while carefully examining Luna. Search quickly. It seems the opponent will definitely. Why be hindered by blood loss? This is a good opportunity. One of the wizards looked at the foot on the ground and immediately said to the others, We'll contact the others. You stay and deal with the scene. Oh, and send these 2 children off. They've done a great job today, another wizard said with a smile. With that, 3 people, taking the previously unconscious man, apparated away, leaving only the wizard Marka had first encountered. Hello, children. He looked at Marka with interest. Are you Hogwarts students? /P.O. Yes, sir, Marka replied, turning around and nodding once he saw Luna was safe. I presume you and your companions are auras from the Ministry of Magic? Haha, yes, I'm Kevin, the wizard replied with a smile. Today's situation was truly unexpected. I didn't think I'd run into a little genius. He paused then, as if suddenly remembering something, asked, Could it be that you are the boy who lived? So then today's events are not surprising at all. Even you know who was defeated by you back then. Compared to that, today's situation is just a minor incident. Marka quickly waved his hand. No, I'm not, but I am his friend, he said. My name is Marka McLean, and it's a pleasure to meet you, sir. Oh, that was rude of me, Kevin apologized. You see, that boy is so famous, he immediately came to mind. And this beautiful young lady. He then turned to Luna, but Luna kept looking elsewhere. He not listening to him at all. Marka looked at Luna and answered for her with a wry smile. She's Luna Lovegood. If nothing unexpected happens, she should be starting at Hogwarts next year. Oh, that's wonderful, Kevin said. I also went to Hogwarts. I was a Ravenclaw. As he spoke, he walked towards the severed foot, pulling out a black evidence bag. Once I've tidied up, I'll send you 2 back, he said. It's getting a bit late. And it's not safe for children to be out and about. P. Claus. S equals block 1. Oh, I forgot, you're a little genius. Generally, you shouldn't have any problems. Kevin suddenly joked. Perhaps, after you graduate, you could apply to the Ministry of Magic for aura training. I believe you would become an unprecedentedly excellent aura. But be sure to watch out for those trick questions in the N.E.W.T. exams. You know, I almost didn't pass back then, and that's always been my greatest relief. Shortly after collecting the scene information, Kevin waved his wand to lift the muggle-repelling charm and left with Marka and Luna. Chapter. Regarding the cause of that unexpected situation, Marka asked Kevin a few questions as he was leaving. Although Kevin said it was inconvenient to disclose to the public for now, he still revealed a little information under Marka's persistent questioning. They were 2 dark wizards who had escaped from the American magical world to Britain, and the British Ministry of Magic had already taken over the relevant search agreement. P class equals block 1. According to Kevin, they were actually a couple on the run. The husband was a dark wizard, but his wife was just an ordinary witch. No wonder that woman was so nervous. It seems she was just forced into it. Marka shook his head. Even if she was forced, we cannot condone it. The harm caused by dark wizards is immense. Kevin said seriously, and no one can guarantee that she won't transform into a new dark wizard in the future. Marker believed that Kevin's words made a lot of sense. P clause S equals block 1. When dealing with truly dark wizard groups, indulgence would only make them more arrogant and unbridled. But so what? Marker didn't want to antagonize anyone. As long as they didn't bother him, he was fine. He didn't want to proactively provoke those guys whose minds were completely corrupted. Studying various profound and complex magical knowledge was already enough to consume his energy. He didn't have that much leisure to mess around. Moreover, this time, an aura helped him erase the record of using magic outside of school. But what about in the future? If something went wrong or a misunderstanding arose, it would certainly be a considerable hassle. In the following days, Marker took Luna to explore various places again. Hyde Park, Tower Bridge, Trafalgar Square, the River Thames, Buckingham Palace. They visited every possible place in London. During the day, they admired the streetscapes, and in the evenings, they listened to operas in theaters. P class equals block 1. Such a life was simply a delight. Our time is never enough, Marker sighed, returning to the Lovegood home with Luna. Speaking of which, has no one ever told you about that unusual situation when you use flu powder? Xenophilius couldn't help but ask when Marker appeared in the Lovegood's fireplace. Oh yes, Mr. Weasley also asked me, but I don't know either. Marker was also puzzled by this. He even specifically had the Flu Network repairman retune his fireplace, and even renovated it himself, but it was useless. He had consulted many books at Hogwarts, but the structure of the Flu Network and the preparation of flu powder had always been a mystery, and he had no idea about it. But this wasn't something you could just ask anyone and know, so the matter was eventually put aside. In short, it might be related to the soul, but for now, it's just a guess, Marker thought to himself. To be honest, his understanding of himself was not much more than what others knew. P class equals blow. CK1, since ancient times, the in-depth exploration of the mysteries of the human body has always been a bottleneck for many researchers, whether wizards or muggles. The holidays will be over in a few days, Marker suddenly said. I plan to organize my study notes in these last few days and won't be going out anymore. Sorry, Luna. No, I should thank you. Luna smiled slightly. I had a great time, a very pleasant Christmas holiday. Marker returned on the evening of the day before school started. He brought back a lot of miscellaneous items, most of which were Christmas gifts given to him by everyone. Although they weren't anything extraordinary, and some were even snacks, they represented everyone's goodwill. For example, it included a large bag of rock cakes from Hagrid. Marker felt he would never eat them in his life, but at least they could be kept as a rather special souvenir. Their shelf life was extremely long. In fact, after Christmas Day had passed, Marker continued to receive some belated gifts, and among this batch of gifts, there were quite a few useful items. Dumbledore sent him a Nimbus 2000 broomstick. Marker joining the Quidditch team obviously couldn't be hidden from him. Other teachers mostly sent books, all kinds of books, and even their own summarized notes. P class equals block 1. For Marker, these gifts from the teachers were very much to his liking, and it must be mentioned that Snape actually gave him a belated gift. Well, although what Snape sent didn't look like a Christmas gift at all, Marker understood that his Felix Felicis had clearly paid off. Snape sent a small note via a school owl, Sectum Sempra, and its countercurse Vulnera Senenta. Marker looked at the note, with one spell on each side, and simple. Concise spell, analyzes written. In small print. This is a great gift, Marker said with some emotion. This was an offensive spell invented by Snape, concealed, swift, and powerfully effective. If there were no countercurse, the unforgivable curses would probably have one more entry. Oh, welcome back, Marker. As dinner began at Hogwarts, Hermione waved happily at him. She had also just arrived today. Besides Hermione, many people welcomed Marker. Marker thought that this was probably also due to his gifts. They hadn't seemed so enthusiastic before. At the head table, the professors also nodded kindly at him. Marker saw Dumbledore smiling somewhat slyly and couldn't help but feel it was better not to go over. He greeted the professors from afar and then sat down at the Hufflepuff long table. It's starting again. Charlotte squeezed Ermi, who was originally sitting next to Marker, and as usual, patted Marker's back with a loud thud. Marker helplessly let her pat him because refusing would only make her pat harder. What Charlotte meant by starting was, of course, Quidditch training. Although he had received a Nimbus 2000 from Dumbledore this time, he felt that it would be soon enough to bring it out before the match, and there was no need to show it off everywhere. After all, regardless of how effective secrecy would be, it was better to be a bit low-key, wasn't it? In the days that followed, although it was continuously rainy, the little Badgers, the Quidditch team, was still full of enthusiasm. Known for their diligence and steadfastness, they wouldn't stop progressing because of a little trouble. Marker, the lazy little badger, was squeezed in the middle by them and couldn't help but also show some drive. To make himself seem more serious, Marker also proposed several rather creative tactics. His ideas received full cooperation and support in practice, with the unanimous approval of his teammates. Marker regretted this for a while because this meant the training volume increased significantly. Of course, besides Quidditch training, Marker also had many other things to be busy with. Recently, he had always been using various potions to nourish and refresh himself, and to boost efficiency, and the effects were quite astonishing. However, using too many potions would inevitably produce various side effects of drug accumulation and could not be sustained long-term. Fortunately, a series of related researches were near incompletion. If all went well, a new potion was about to be born. The inspiration and origin of this research all stemmed from the sudden accident during the Christmas holiday. For every wizard, the wand they possess is a part of their life. Although wizards can replace their wands if they are accidentally damaged, it is common knowledge in the magical world that a wizard cannot carry two wands simultaneously. Once a wand forms a bond with its owner, it will become exclusive to other wands. When two wands are held by the same person, this individual will only end up with a pair of thick, long, hard, and rather uneven chopsticks, with no other result. But what if one's wand was taken away? Marker didn't want to encounter that situation again. After comparing various possibilities, he decided to focus his efforts on potions, his strongest area. Generally speaking, most potions are administered by ingestion, because most potions, once excessively exposed to unknown substances in the air, will undergo a rather complex chain of drastic changes in their properties, with very unpredictable consequences. Therefore, Marker abandoned his initial idea of researching volatile hypnotic potions and instead moved towards simpler, more direct research directions. Certain single-property materials would not undergo chain reactions. The byproducts generated in past experiments were excellent examples of this. Based on this, Marker tested a highly volatile flammable liquid, and with it, concocted a rather dangerous liquid potion. This stuff really explodes. As long as there's even a tiny bit of fire-attributed material as a primer, it can instantly unleash a very powerful, adhesive magical flame. According to Marker's judgment, the troublesome nature of this magical flame was roughly a weakened version of fiendfire. However, its scorching effect on magic-wielding targets would probably be not much weaker than fiendfire. It's just a pity that the safety of carrying this item cannot be guaranteed, which is a significant drawback. Marker gave this prototype an equally simple and crude name, Fiendfire Potion No. 1. The next day at noon, Marker was taking advantage of the break after lunch, sitting in the library, writing long lines of potion formulas in his notebook, when Hermione excitedly walked in quickly. "Marker, I found him," she said. "I found Nicholas Flamel." "That's not easy. I heard he's currently back in France," Marker said with a smile. I found information about Nicholas Flamel," Hermione whispered. "I found his name in a guide to medieval sorcery." "Oh yes, that's right," Marker nodded. "So you already know what Hagrid's three-headed dog is hiding?" "I think so. It's the Philosopher's Stone," Hermione said in a hushed voice. After receiving Marker's confirmation, Hermione happily left. Marker watched her retreating figure, thinking to himself that the main event was coming soon. He had actually considered whether he should join in the fun, but after some thought, he decided to let things unfold naturally. As it stood, his presence wouldn't make much difference, and it might even disrupt Dumbledore's plans, who knows. Ultimately, this was always a matter between Harry and Voldemort. Why should he get involved and risk making more mistakes? Chapter. As the Quidditch match drew near, the Hufflepuff Badgers, despite their unyielding efforts, began to show signs of pre-match jitters. This was a significant change from Hufflepuff's usual mindset. This time, they were genuinely considering how to win. One afternoon, the weather was quite pleasant. Bright sunshine bathed the grounds, filling everyone with a warm, cozy feeling. The enchanted lawn was meticulously trimmed, as if each blade of grass had been measured, and ripples spread across it with every gentle breeze. Atop each viewing stand tower, a colorful flag was planted. Red and gold belonged to Gryffindor, silver and green to Slytherin, while Ravenclaw was represented by blue and bronze. Only Hufflepuff's flag was an unassuming black and yellow, looking, to be honest, a bit plain and uninspired. When Marker flew out from the team's entrance tunnel with his Nimbus 2000, waving as he circled at the pitch, the entire stadium erupted. Perhaps it was because the Hufflepuff team's secrecy had been so effective. Most of the students hadn't expected their team to have a new member, and a first year at that. Marker's reputation at Hogwarts was quite good. His outstanding performances and modest demeanor had earned him the goodwill of many students, making the cheers at this moment particularly enthusiastic. We've received some exciting news before the match. With the approval of Headmaster Professor Dumbledore, Marker McLean has passed the tryouts and officially joined the Hufflepuff house team. He has become the youngest Quidditch player at Hogwarts in a century. Let's hear it from Marker McLean, the two commentators announced in excited tones, and the atmosphere in the stadium grew even more fervent. All right, everyone, take your positions. Captain Darren waved his hand. David, Mark, hold your bats steady. Stick to the strategy, and Evo. Yon, relax a bit. The three chasers, including Marker, settled in the center of the field. 3 players from the opposing Slytherin team also flew over, and everyone hovered in midair around Madame Hooch on the ground, waiting to snatch the quaffle as soon as the match began. Madame Hooch kicked the ball chest, and as the lid opened, the 3 balls, excluding the quaffle, rose into the air one by one. The bludgers are up, followed by the golden snitch. Remember, the golden snitch is worth 150 poi NTS, and when the seeker catches it, the match ends. The commentator enthusiastically began the official commentary for the match. Ready? The quaffle is in the air, the match begins. Marker watched intently as Madame Hooch tossed the quaffle to its highest point, then he moved. The Nimbus series truly lived up to its reputation for excellent performance. Under Marker's control, its acceleration was exceptionally swift, in almost a single burst of linear acceleration. He was the first to grab the quaffle, but Marker didn't hold the ball for long. As he dove forward at high speed, he subtly dropped the quaffle beneath him, and the short-haired girl, Christine, caught it. When the 2 Slytherin chasers finally caught up to Marker, who had slowed down, they realized that Marker's arms were empty. We've been tricked. The Slytherin players were furious. Just as they were about to turn back, Marker shot upwards ahead of them. Class equals block 1. A bludger was hit by a Slytherin beater and flew towards Marker, who skillfully dodged it. Here, Charles, the only one who could compete physically with the tall Slytherin players, had broken through the opposing beater's defense and arrived in front of Slytherin's left goal hoop. Christine, still charging forward at a low altitude, threw the quaffle upwards with all her might. Oh, she didn't get the ball there, the commentator shouted. Yes, Christine had thrown the quaffle to an empty spot. No, wait, that's McLean. McLean is diving from high up. McLean has avoided 2 bludgers in a row. McLean has caught the quaffle. McLean is throwing. Slytherin's keeper is still at the left hoop. Can he make it in time? He can't. Goal, Hufflepuff 10 points. The quaffle grazed the opposing keeper's fingertips and flew into the middle hoop, and this series of coordinated plays made the crowd erupt once again. Oh my goodness, everyone look, everyone look. McLean is the youngest house team member in a century. Next, Slytherin took possession of the ball. Their chasers looked quite strong. Working together, they forcibly pushed aside Charles, who had moved in to interfere, emptying to score directly. Marker quickly flew 2 body lengths ahead of them and glanced at the beater, David. David immediately understood, flew high up, and with a single swing hit a bludger towards Marker. Marker dodged, and the bludger hit perfectly, landed right on the face of the Slytherin player holding the ball. Bang! Marker reached out and caught the quaffle, which had flown out of the opponent's hands, accurately landing in his own. He dove forward. Again, his movements almost identical to the last time. The Slytherin chasers were a bit confused, but they still sent someone to chase him according to basic tactics. However, everyone else's attention had to be diverted because of Hufflepuff's initial strategy. Slytherin's reactions were all within Marker's expectations. He performed 2 consecutive spins, pushing the Nimbus 2000 agility to its limit, and the Slytherin chaser was left 5 body lengths behind by his feints. P-class equals block. K1-0, McLean is at the goal again. This time it's the left hoop. Is he going to shoot? Marker naturally wouldn't shoot that simply. The probability of the opposing keeper saving it would be too high. While the Slytherin keeper was on high alert, Marker suddenly rolled, and the keeper immediately followed, moving towards the middle hoop. But Marker suddenly hovered, feigning a throw, seemingly intending to shoot towards the left hoop again. Is it the left hoop after all? Is it the left hoop after all? Oh, it's not. The keeper dove towards the left hoop, but Marker threw the quaffle behind his back to Christine, who had just arrived in front of the middle hoop. Another goal, Hufflepuff 20 points. In the remainder of the match, Marker virtually dominated the entire field. He enticed the opposing beaters to attack him, creating another opportunity for Christine. He evaded the interference of two opposing chasers, allowing Charles and Christine's coordination to succeed perfectly. He used dazzling fly-in G techniques to make the opposing keeper crash into a goalpost. He even used Charles's physique as cover, almost making the opposing players lose sight of him. The score continued to climb, and the enthusiasm of the spectators in the stadium reached its peak for the Quidditch Cup. Up to this match, the Golden Snitch, Hufflepuff's seeker Charlotte, was the first to spot it. Marker moved quickly, observing the movements across the field. He noticed that the opposing seeker was flying towards Charlotte, which was the seeker's tactic of following an opponent. When a seeker hasn't found the Golden Snitch themselves, but the opponent has, following the opponent is clearly much better than blindly searching. This is one of the basic seeker tactics, the simplest yet most effective. The current score was 100-30. Although the Quidditch Cup, like the World Cup, was based on total points, and a single match's win or loss didn't determine everything. 150 points still held undeniable value. Moreover, Hufflepuff had already lost one match so far, and Marker still wanted to use these 150 points to make up for the score. Charlotte's flying skills were quite good, even in Marker's opinion. But the Slytherin seeker was a despicable fellow whose actions were quite foul. The opponent repeatedly interfered with Charlotte, even forcefully ramming the tail of her broom, trying to make her fall off. The other players tried their best to chase each other, preventing the opponent from affecting their own seeker. HMPH. Marker snorted coldly and charged straight towards them. Touching the Golden Snitch was a foul for any player other than the seeker. But even if he didn't touch the Golden Snitch, was there really nothing he could do? Marker once again easily shook off the chaser who was following him, pinpointed the position of the Golden Snitch, and then directly used his shoulder to forcefully bump Charlotte's back. Oh, Charles. Art was almost knocked breathless by his bump, but it proved how precise Marker's bump was. Charlotte's outstretched right hand immediately caught the Golden Snitch flying ahead. She caught the Golden Snitch. Charlotte Witt caught the Golden Snitch. She did it. The match is over. 250 points to 30 points. The match is over. Hufflepuff wins. With a whistle, amidst the excited shouts of the commentators, Madam Hooch waved, signaling the end of the match. Marker flew a lap around the stadium, thanking everyone for their support. He saw Dumbledore smiling so much that his long white beard was shaking, and it seemed he truly enjoyed Quidditch. Well done, Marker. Captain Darren excitedly clapped Marker on the shoulder. He had missed 3 goals in this match, and Slytherin only had 4 scoring opportunities in total. To put it bluntly, in the match, he was truly just a side character. But no one cared about that. He had personally witnessed Darren's efforts during training, and everyone has 1 or 2 things they're not good at. As a captain, Darren's motivation for his teammates and his summary of tactics were very effective, and this was the most important ability of a captain. After summarizing the gains and losses of the match with everyone, Marker left the changing room. Outside, many Hufflepuff students crowded at the entrance, occasionally mixed with some Gryffindor and Ravenclaw students. If one were to speak of the 4 Hogwarts houses, aside from Slytherin Bay, NG unpopular, the other houses were quite friendly with each other. Marker looked at the lively scene before him and suddenly felt it was time to explore Ravenclaw. It was said that there were some unique books in the Ravenclaw Tower, distributed on every bookshelf within the tower. Chapter: Ravenclaw House, a house that values learning and wisdom. When Marker first enrolled and underwent the sorting ceremony, the Sorting Hat seemed to consider this house for him first. This indicated that he was indeed quite compatible with Ravenclaw in some aspects. Now, after careful consideration, he felt that he should at least find someone to build some connections. If anyone asked later, he would at least have an excuse. P-class equals block 1 and he could also pave the way for Luna before she enrolled. Speaking of Ravenclaw House, if Marker was most interested in anyone, It wasn't Professor Flitwick, the charms professor who also served as head of house, nor any other current student, but rather the ghost of Ravenclaw Tower, the Grey Lady. This was not only because she had been at Hogwarts for a long time, but also because she would surely be able to reveal many ancient secrets about Ravenclaw House. The Grey Lady was the ghost of Ravenclaw, whose real name was Helena Ravenclaw, the biological daughter of Rowena Ravenclaw. She stole her mother's diadem, but died at the hands of the Bloody Baron, who secretly loved her. Although she committed unfilial and disloyal mistakes, she remained a simple and vain person. If one wanted to obtain some secrets about Ravenclaw House, starting here would obviously be more appropriate. Regarding Ravenclaw, Marker had read some records about the founders of Hogwarts in some books not long after he enrolled. To be honest, among the 4 founders of Hogwarts, Ravenclaw and Slytherin probably had the highest magical achievements, and unlike Salazar Slytherin's applied approach, Rowena Ravenclaw was a true theoretician. As a magical scholar, Ravenclaw completed many theoretical studies in her lifetime, which was exactly what Marker had always been pursuing. Lady Grey, please wait a moment. Marker had asked the fat friar, the Hufflepuff ghost, for her whereabouts and followed him there. Helena inherited her mother's looks and was once a beautiful woman. With long curly hair, although she was now a ghost, she maintained her youthful appearance. Well, it's just that this beauty was a bit transparent, but that didn't matter. Lady Grey, could you wait a moment? Marker noticed that she seemed unwilling to engage. Helena, called out to repeatedly, finally stopped. She turned around, hovering a few inches off the ground, looking at Marker with an indifferent expression. Beautiful Lady Grey. Marker quickly stood still and bowed elegantly in an old-fashioned manner. I wonder if I could trouble you for a moment. There's something I feel it's necessary to tell you. She stared at Marker for a while, then nodded with a hint of arrogance. Marker bowed slightly again, expressing his gratitude, though he himself felt that a child making these gestures would probably look quite comical. But he knew that Helena was a woman who liked to be respected, and his actions might earn him some goodwill. It's like this, Marker began to explain his prepared speech. When I was consulting books in the library, I discovered some accounts of Ravenclaw House. Yes, I already know your identity. As Marker spoke, he constantly observed Helena's expression. Seeing her slightly furrow her brow but not reject the topic, he knew it was a good start. And regarding you, I inadvertently heard some past events from the Bloody Baron. I believe your choice was not wrong, Marker said cautiously. Pursuing truth and pursuing glory is an inherent nature that everyone should possess. It represents extraordinary wisdom and rare aspiration. Oh yes. Helena suddenly let out a soft laugh. Do you think I would say that? Marker was stunned by her words. This was something he hadn't expected. Yes, you're right, she continued. I've always thought so, but unfortunately I've already heard similar words once, and I don't want to hear them a second time. Helena put away her smile and looked at Marker coldly. Heard it once. Who said? Marker pondered for a moment, and suddenly realized that he had probably overlooked something. I don't know where you heard about that matter, but I can assure you, it's not in the library. Was it Tom Riddle? Marker suddenly asked. Marker hadn't given much thought to how Voldemort found the diadem back then. But now, it seemed Voldemort had probably chosen Helena as his breakthrough, just like him. Helena looked at Marker. She didn't know how Marker had guessed. That matter should have been known only to her. Lady Grey, I think what I wish to express is entirely different from what that person conveyed. Marker's gentle tone from earlier changed, becoming a little more intense. Tom Riddle only deceived you to get the diadem, but I'm different, Marker said. I truly believe that your actions are worthy of praise from every wizard, and I have no need for the diadem. I only wish to interact with a woman as beautiful and wise as you. Marker could see that Helena's expression had subtly changed. It was her acknowledge me, NT of his effusive praise. I hope you know that a friend of mine will be enrolling next year. I believe she will be sorted into Ravenclaw because of her similar beauty and intelligence to you. Marker decided to strike while the iron was hot, continuing to praise her indirectly. You see, you are Rowena Ravenclaw's daughter. Your qualities clearly represent the qualities required for admission to Ravenclaw House. This half-true, half-false praise clearly moved Helena, but Marker himself was already covered in goosebumps. He smiled slightly and said proudly, "You make a lot of sense, but past experiences prevent me from trusting you easily. Unless," she seemed to be in a good mood, drawing out her words to build suspense. "Unless," Marka echoed, feigning a curious expression. "Unless you can pass through Ravenclaw's bronze eagle door tonight and enter the common room yourself," she said with a smile. "My mother once said, exceptional intelligence is humanity's greatest treasure. I'll be waiting for you in the common room. P class equals block 1 with that." Helena, smiling, rose and floated away. "I see you haven't learned your lesson." Marka watched her retreating figure, shaking his head inwardly. The entrance to the Ravenclaw common room was at the very top of a spiral staircase on the west side of the castle. There stood a bare, old wooden door with only an eagle-shaped bronze knocker. At some point late that night, 2 knocks echoed out of thin air. As the sound occurred, a figure suddenly appeared at the door. The eagle's beak on the bronze knocker opened, and it spoke in a gentle, rhythmic voice. "Where do dead things go? Into nothingness." Marka thought for a moment and quickly answered, but the door showed no sign of opening. After a while, the eagle's beak opened again. "What is born from nothingness?" Wasn't it just one question? Did Helena do something? Marka thought to himself, then calmed down and continued to ponder for a moment. Something from nothing, deducing all things. Among all things in the world, what is truth? After a short while, the third question followed. Marka thought carefully for a moment, gradually frowning. These questions were clearly a series of progressive explorations, not at all like questions meant for students. For the first time, Marka felt that his brain wasn't quite enough. P class equals B. Lock 1, after pondering for a long time, he finally gave his answer. He wasn't sure if it was correct. Matter drives phenomena, spirit deduces rules. But that hateful eagle's beak clearly wasn't going to let him off the hook. It posed a fourth question. Which will be destroyed first, matter or spirit? Oh, come on. Who can answer a question like that? Just guess in a reliable direction. Complementary cycle, coexistence, and co-destruction. Marka estimated that he must have a constipated expression right now. Suddenly, the eyes of the eagle on the bronze knocker blinked, and it spiritedly flew up and landed on Marka's shoulder. "That old hat rarely makes a decent judgment. You, young man, are not a bad candidate." It was the same voice as before, but the tone was no longer slow. It sounded much livelier. "P class equals blow. CK1, excuse me, who are you?" Marka was a bit bewildered. What was happening? "Me. I am a key left by Rowena and a guide for potential candidates." It preened its feathers with its bronze beak, then said, "You have passed the initial test and earned the qualification to enter Rowena's secret chamber. Now, are you ready?" "Ready?" Marka was stunned. "No, I'm afraid not yet." The small bronze eagle spread its wings and flew above his head, cackling as it said, "I was just asking." With that, Marka suddenly felt a dizzying sensation, as if his body had been twisted and compressed. This should be the feeling of apparition. However, he didn't experience the extreme pressure and suffocating sensation he had felt in the past when being accompanied by someone through sidelong apparition. In just a blink, his vision suddenly brightened, and he found himself indeed in a completely new location. The space within Hogwarts was reinforced by Rowena. "Without me, no one can enter here," the small bronze eagle cackled. Marka nodded, his gaze constantly shifting over the neatly arranged, massive bookshelves in front of him. P class equals block 1. This was not a particularly spacious room, at least certainly not as large as Slytherin's secret chamber. Marka roughly estimated that it was at most half the size of the library. But here, apart from a desk and an armchair at the very back, almost all other space was occupied by giant bookshelves that reached the ceiling. Here, one could smell a rich and unique fragrance of ink, which caused Marka, who had been on guard since earlier, to involuntarily relax. B class equals caliber 1 chapter. Marka looked around the not-so-large secret chamber and found that most of the space was occupied by bookshelves. Looking down, he could see 2 metal tracks on the smooth stone floor, which allowed the bookshelves to slide left and right. Because of this, the bookshelves only had a gap wide enough for one person to pass through, with the rest of them tightly packed together. If someone needed to search another bookshelf, they could push the elves to adjust the gap to their desired position. Why didn't they use an undetectable extension charm here? Marka asked, puzzled. It was indeed a bit unbelievable. This was Rowena Ravenclaw's secret chamber. Yet there was no trace of magic here, not even an extension charm to expand the space. Instead, every inch of space was utilized physically, making the entire chamber quite cramped. Didn't I just tell you? The space within Hogwarts has been reinforced. The bronze eagle shrieked, reinforced, understand. All magic related to space cannot be used, unless it was preset in Hogwarts before the reinforcement. Nothing else will work. So that means, Marka said, looking thoughtfully at the room, this place was opened up later. The bronze eagle blinked, flew to the top edge of a bookshelf, and stood there staring at Marka, who was engrossed in reading for a long while. He has a bit of that old Salazar's scent about him, always trying to trick people into talking. It muttered softly, after a while low. Seeing that Marka was completely absorbed in his book, it finally spoke. Stop looking at those books for now. You'll have plenty of time to read them here later. Now, come over to the desk. The bronze eagle soared into the air, flapping its wings, and landed on a small perch on the desk. Upon hearing this, Marka reluctantly closed the book, but held it in his hand, unwilling to put it back. Sit, sit. No one has sat here for a long time, the little eagle said, stretching its wings. Open the middle drawer. There's a box inside. Take it out. Apart from an old wooden box with bronze-bound corners, there was nothing else in the drawer. What's inside? Marka asked curiously, but didn't open it easily. Don't worry, it's just a piece of paper, which Rowena called the Scroll of Truth, the little eagle said. But whether that's its actual name, no one really knows. Marka cautiously opened the box, and found that it indeed contained only a scroll of paper tied with a ribbon, resting on a fine blue velvet sea. Just as he was about to pick it up to see what secret it held, the little eagle spoke, interrupting his action. Now you have the right to make a choice, it said. Open it, try your best to understand it, and then help your school solve a problem left over from the past, or close this box, do not touch that problem, and let it await the next candidate to continue this choice. Marka couldn't help but be stunned. He frowned and asked, what's in it for me? Or what are the drawbacks? If I choose the latter, can I still read the books here? It was clear that the books held an extraordinary attraction for Marka. Just now, he had only briefly skimmed one of them and realized how precious these books truly were. Of course, you can read the books. No matter which you choose, or even if you don't choose at all, you can always come here. But the opportunity to choose is only this once. You must understand that. The little eagle replied in a calm tone. Marka immediately flipped the lid back after hearing this, but just as the wooden box was about to close again, he stopped his hand. He remembered what the little eagle had just said. Rowena called it the Scroll of Truth. This meant that, to Rowena Ravenclaw, the content recorded on this scroll was worthy of being named truth. I'm afraid all the books here combined aren't as important as this thin piece of paper in the box. He couldn't help but think. What trouble is Hogwarts in? Can you tell me first? Marka hesitated. The little eagle shook its head quite humanely. It said, I don't know that. Perhaps that tattered hat would know. Its owner is a blabbermouth who knows when it might let something slip. It paused, then adopted a serious tone. But I want to remind you, Rowena never told me the answer to this question. Are you sure you want to know? After hearing this, Marka's brow furrowed even deeper. To be honest, anyone with a brain probably wouldn't choose to pick it up, but Marka couldn't suppress his curiosity and desire for knowledge. He knew that ever since he received his Hogwarts acceptance letter, he had been deeply immersed in the exploration of magical knowledge. Unable to extricate himself, Marka was originally someone who greatly enjoyed exploring such mysterious knowledge. He found it truly difficult to refuse the scroll of truth that was within easy reach, even though he already knew that a big problem might be waiting for him later. Sure enough, after much hesitation, he opened the lid again and reached in. The next morning, the sun had just peeked out, casting the first ray of dawn upon Hogwarts Castle. Many students were still lingering in their dreams, but Marka had already woken up early. Or rather, he barely slept last night. When he was sent back to the entrance of the Ravenclaw common room, the bronze eagle, which had returned to the door knocker, conveniently opened the door for him. And then he was stared at coldly by Helena for a long time. He said many kind words and went through a lot of traub to appease the ill-tempered ghost lady. After that, he chatted with her, all smiles, about this and that, before dragging his exhausted body back to the Hufflepuff student dormitory. The next trial will be when you have made some progress in your study of the Scroll of Truth." This was the Bronze Eagle's last sentence. When he lay in bed, intending to sleep as long as possible, he found himself completely unable to sleep, his mind filled with the strange characters he had seen on the Scroll of Truth. Marker had read many books about ancient runes before, but he had never seen characters like those. The strokes were winding and looping, somewhat like cursive, yet each character was distinctly separated. At a glance, they seemed to be carelessly twisted by a child, but upon closer comparison, one could find strict patterns within them, clearly a special kind of writing. What Marker found even more extraordinary was that each and every one of these characters genuinely contained magic. As he gazed at them, the characters would emanate magical fluctuations and transmit various distinct pieces of information to him. Although he didn't quite understand what that information was expressing, it didn't prevent him from being fascinated by it. And the most crucial thing was, when Marker tried to pick up a quill and copy them, he found that, although what he wrote looked similar, it was merely an ordinary character. He couldn't feel anything within it. He lay in bed thinking for a long time, until dawn, but he couldn't come up with anything valuable. The next few weeks passed relatively peacefully. After his trip to the Ravenclaw secret chamber last time, his days became even busier. Although Hermione still often came to discuss learning problems with him, the rest of his time was filled with various researches. Should I apply for a time turner? One day, Marker sat at a reading table in the library, looking at the growing piles of books in front of him, and couldn't help but think this. But in an instant, he immediately dismissed the idea. "I just feel like tea." Things to research would multiply even more, so never mind. Marker shook off his curiosity about the time turner, stretched, and refreshed his spirits, just about to dive back into his research, when a voice came from behind him. "Hagrid, what are you doing in the library?" Marker turned his head and immediately saw Hagrid's enormous figure. Hagrid shuffled towards Harry and the others not far away, hiding something behind his back. He was wearing a moleskin overcoat, which seemed quite out of place. Marker saw it at a glance. It was a book about dragons. Dragons? Marker blinked a few times, his expression slightly bewildered. He watched Hagrid lower his voice and whisper with Harry and the others for a bit, then leave. Immediately after, they talked for a few moments, and then Hermione went to where Hagrid had just turned and came back with several books. "Hagrid has always wanted a dragon. He told me that the first time I met him," Marker heard Harry say. "But it's illegal," Ron said. "The Wizarding Assembly officially passed the ban on dragon breeding in 1709. Everyone knows that. If we kept dragons in the backyard, it would be hard not to attract the attention of Muggles." Ron was speaking when he suddenly paused again. "Besides, they're very hard to tame, and it's dangerous. You should really see the burn marks on Charlie. They were left by wild dragons in Romania." "But aren't there any wild dragons in Britain?" Harry asked curiously. "Of course there are," Ron said. "There are common Welsh green and Hebridean black dragons. I can tell you, one of the Ministry of Magic's jobs is to conceal the existence of these wild dragons. Our wizards constantly have to cast memory charms on Muggles who see wild dragons, making them forget all about it." Hermione leaned forward as if to say something, but before she could speak, she turned her head again. "Marker, do you want to come along?" she said. "Hagrid's hut." Marker thought about it and realized he should probably take a break. "Then let's go take a look. Maybe Hagrid really did get one. Having the chance to observe such a powerful creature up close, I think that would be pretty good." He smiled and nodded. An hour later, they knocked on the gamekeeper's hut door. Hagrid first shouted, "Who's there?" And after receiving a reply, he let them into the hut, then quickly turned around and closed the door. As soon as they entered, they immediately noticed that all the curtains were tightly drawn. Despite it being a warm, sunny day, the fireplace was still blazing fiercely, making the hut feel almost suffocatingly hot. As Marker walked in, he glanced at the burning charcoal in the fireplace. He had already guessed that Hagrid had made the room so hot to hatch a dragon egg. Sure enough, a large, black egg lay on the glowing red charcoal, with an empty kettle hanging above it. Hagrid poured them tea and brought ferret sandwiches, but the trio's minds weren't on food, and they politely declined. Marker, however, thanked Hagrid, picked up a sandwich, and began to eat it. "So, you have something to ask me?" "Yes," Harry said, feeling there was no need to beat around the bush. We were wondering if you could tell us what other defenses besides Fluffy are guarding the Philosopher's Stone. Hagrid frowned at them. Of course I can't tell you, he said. Firstly, I don't know myself. Secondly, you already know too much, so even if I did know, I wouldn't tell you. That stone is here for a very good reason. It was almost stolen from Gringotts. I suppose you've got all that figured out too, haven't you? I don't understand how you even know about Fluffy. Oh, Hagrid, you probably just don't want to tell us, do you? You must know. Is there anything that happens around here that escapes your notice? Hermione said in a sweet, flattering tone, hearing her rather unnerving tone. Marker couldn't help but recall his own miserable experience of trying to curry favor with the Grey Lady. He involuntarily looked up at Hagrid, whose beard was twitching with pleasure, and then at Hermione, who was feigning innocence. Actually, we just want to know who designed those defenses, Hermione continued. We want to know who else Dumbledore trusted to help him besides you. At this last remark, Hagrid puffed out his chest, and Harry and Ron exchanged satisfied smiles with Hermione. Well, I suppose it wouldn't hurt to tell you. Let me see. He borrowed Fluffy from me, and then asked a few other teachers to cast spells. Professor Sprout, Professor Flitwick, Professor McGonagall, he counted on his fingers, Professor Quirrell. And of course, Dumbledore himself cast spells. Wait, I forgot one person. Oh yes. Professor Snape. Snape, Harry asked in Sue. Our prize. Marcus swallowed the last bite of his sandwich, then clapped his hands to clear the crumbs. Obviously, there's nothing strange about that. Besides Professor Quirrell, the other four are all heads of houses. That's normal, isn't it? Yeah, are you still suspecting him? Look, Snape helped protect the Philosopher's Stone. He wouldn't steal it. Marker looked at Harry and Ron, who still looked unconvinced. He knew that this could only be blamed on Harry's father, James, for having gone too far in tormenting Snape back in the day, which directly led to Snape constantly targeting Harry. Only you know how to get past Fluffy, don't you, Hagrid? Harry asked eagerly. You wouldn't tell anyone, would you? Not even a teacher, right? It seemed Harry might have already received some information. No one but Dumbledore and I will ever know, Hagrid said proudly. Harry breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but say to Hagrid, Hagrid, can we open a window? I'm boiling hot. No, Harry, sorry, Hagrid replied, instinctively glancing towards the fireplace. Now everyone clearly saw it. Where did you get that, Hagrid? Ron said, squatting by the fire to examine the large egg more closely. It must have cost you a fortune. Won it, Hagrid said. Last night I was drinking in the village and playing cards with a stranger. Honestly, the man probably couldn't wait to get rid of it. But what do you plan to do with it once it hatches? Hermione asked. Hagrid's clearly doing research. Didn't you already know that from the library earlier? Marcus said with a smile. Hagrid, remember to tell me as soon as this little guy hatches. Oh, you like it too, do you? Of course I'll tell you. Hagrid smiled happily and continued, I just looked it up. It's a Norwegian ridgeback, very rare. He looked very proud, but Hermione was unimpressed. Hagrid, don't forget you live in a wooden house. But Hagrid wasn't listening at all. He poked the fire, humming a happy tune. But I have to say, Hagrid, you need to hide it well. Marcus suddenly changed his tone, speaking seriously. You should know that keeping a dragon without permission is illegal. He paused and seeing that Hagrid didn't seem too concerned, he continued, baby dragons grow very fast and instinctively learn to fly very early. Have you already thought about where to hide it? This hut won't be able to conceal it. I don't want to see you and it taken away. I still want to watch it grow up. Hagrid looked a bit dejected at this. Truthfully, he knew he couldn't keep it forever. Ron, I remember your brother Charlie works at the Dragon Reserve in Romania, doesn't he? Marker turned and asked. Oh, yes, I think that's a good idea. Harry understood Marker's meaning. Hagrid, Ron's brother Charlie studies dragons there. There's a dragon sanctuary, and he'll help you take good care of it. P class equals block 1. Oh no, I can't bear to part with this little fellow. Hagrid vigorously wiped the corner of his eye. It hasn't even seen me yet. Harry and the others exchanged glances, about to continue persuading Hagrid, but Marker waved his hand. Before we contact Charlie, I think you'll get to see it. After all, your method of hatching the egg is correct. It will hatch very soon, Marker said with a smile. You can keep it for a while first, I mean, before it outgrows your little hut. Yes, I think that's not a bad idea. Hagrid gazed at the dragon egg in the fireplace with tender affection, as if looking at his child. Not too long after, one morning at breakfast. Hedwig brought him a crumpled little note with only a few words written on it, about to hatch. During lunchtime, Marka grabbed some food from the dining table, then, carrying a large cloth bag, strolled towards Hagrid's hut. "You're here, Marka." Hagrid looked extremely excited, his face flushed as he repeatedly greeted him. "You're a little late, you missed it hatching. But it's okay, the little one is very energetic now, much livelier than when it first hatched." Marka was excitedly pulled into the hut by Hagrid, and was immediately met with a thick cloud of black smoke carrying sparks. "This little one has a very strong, aggressive instinct. Looking at it, perhaps it's a female dragon." Marka drew his wand and waved it, clearing away the black smoke in front of him. "Oh, but I think it's a male. Look how handsome it is." Hagrid's eyes seemed to sparkle, and it was clear he truly loved these powerful, magical creatures. Marka didn't pay attention to Hagrid's differing opinion, as it was indeed difficult to determine the gender of a newly hatched dragon. He nodded casually, watching the little dragon crawling around by the fireplace, supporting itself with its wings, and thoughtfully said, "Dragons are difficult creatures to tame. They are also very intelligent when they reach adulthood, and most importantly, they are very powerful in attack." As he spoke, he pulled out a potion bottle containing a fiery, red viscous liquid from the cloth bag he had brought, and shook it in his hand. The bottle was not small. Honestly, it was quite heavy to carry in his robes. "What is this? Dragon's blood?" Hagrid asked, seeing this. "No, it's not," Marka shook his head. "This is made from the blood of a fire crab. A very tempting snack, at least for a Norwegian ridgeback. Wingardium Leviosa note." Marka placed the bottle on the table, pulled out the stopper, and cast a levitation charm, controlling a small blob of faintly glowing red liquid to float steadily at the tip of his wand. The little dragon immediately caught the scent. It excitedly stumbled and crawled over, lawing at Marka's leg, trying to jump up and reach the enticing food. Marka, however, gently pressed it down to the ground. He looked up at Hagrid and said, "If its mother were a real dragon, this is what she would do." Hagrid watched closely. With that, Marka swallowed the viscous, hot, and very bloody liquid in one gulp. Immediately, the little dragon chirped and struggled, but Marka firmly held it down on the floor. "This stuff is very nutritious, but it tastes terrible to hum." Marka's face was a bit green, "and it's really hot." Hagrid clearly understood Marka's intention. He nodded seriously, seemingly wanting to remember all these steps. When the little dragon slowly stopped struggling and looked at Marka longingly, he slightly loosened the hand that had been firmly holding it down. "Try it, little one." He made another small blob and controlled it to float towards the dragon's mouth. "Hagrid, you have to do this every day until it remembers the order of eating." Marka said, "If it can remember before Charlie takes it away, it will remember you for the rest of its life. Of course, this will only make it remember you. In fact, most species of dragons live alone after reaching adulthood and are not overly friendly to their mothers. This is their nature." He had seen these dragon-taming methods in the Ravenclaw's chamber. Besides what he demonstrated to Hagrid, there were actually subsequent taming methods, but those were not very humane, and he believed Hagrid wouldn't like them. P-class equals block 1. "That's amazing. If Norbert remembers me because of this, I'll definitely thank you properly, Marka." Hagrid gave Marka a big hug, almost suffocating him. Chapter. After Charlie informed Ron that some of his friends would pick up the baby dragon from the highest tower at Hogwarts late at night, Ron specifically ran to the library to notify Marka, asking if he wanted to join them that evening. However, not long after, Marka saw a pale Ron in Hagrid's hut. He was sprawled on Hagrid's sofa, his hand almost swollen into a ball, and the wound was faintly green. "Dragon's teeth venom," Mac said, looking at his hand. "Were you bitten by it?" "Oh, I think Norbert didn't mean it, he was just a little scared," Hagrid said with an apologetic expression. "I imagine that must hurt a lot," Harry said, also looking shaken. "It's not just my hand," Ron whispered, "though it hurts like it's broken. What's worse is that Malfoy openly mocked me when class ended, and he even pretended to borrow a book from me, taking the opportunity to forcefully touch my wound." Harry and Hermione tried our best to calm Ron down. "By Saturday midnight, it will all be over," Hermione said, but this did not comfort Ron in the slightest. On the contrary, he sprang up from the sofa, breaking out in a cold sweat. "Saturday midnight," he said hoarsely. Oh no, I just remembered, Charlie's letter was tucked inside the book Malfoy borrowed. He must know we're taking Norbert away. It's too late to change the plan, Harry said to Hermione. We don't have time to send another owl to Charlie, and this is probably our Arnold. Why chance to get rid of Norbert? We have to take a risk. We have the invisibility cloak. Malfoy doesn't know about that. It's all right, I'll go too, and it'll be fine. More importantly, Ron, you'd better go to the hospital wing, Marcus said with a smile, before your hand starts to rot, or I can mix up some ointment for dragon's teeth venom for you. A week passed quickly, but that night, when Marcus stood in the corridor and saw Harry and the others emerge from under the invisibility cloak, he saw Harry looking at him with an embarrassed expression. Sorry, Marcus, he said. I'm afraid the invisibility cloak won't fit you. Oh, no need, Marcus said with a smile. You can be invisible without the invisibility cloak. Let's go. But I can't speak when invisible. Don't mind me, I'll be right beside you. With that, he took out a bottle of vanishing potion and took a sip. Immediately, Harry realized that he couldn't even tell how Marcus had disappeared. It was as if no one had been there. In the first place, this was the most prominent advantage of the vanishing potion. It allowed one to disappear from others' sight in the most inconspicuous way. Then let's go quickly. Harry scratched his head and covered himself with the invisibility cloak again, concealing everyone's bodies. It was a dark, cloudy night, and they were a little late arriving at Hagrid's hut because Peeves had been playing tennis against the wall in the entrance hall, and they had to wait until he left. It wasn't until they laboriously carried the large crate containing the baby dragon Norbert almost to the top of the tower that they suddenly heard movement ahead. The young Gryffindors were so scared they almost dropped the crate. In a panic, they seemed to forget they were invisible and all squeezed into the shadows of the stairs. Marcus had to step aside a few paces because he was almost bumped into. He saw two shadowy figures wrestling with each other about 10 paces away from them. A lamp flickered in the darkness. Class equals block 1. One of them seemed to be Professor McGonagall. She was wearing plaid pajamas and a hairnet, furiously tugging at Malfoy's ear. Detention, she yelled. 20 points from Slytherin, wandering around in the middle of the night. How dare you? Malfoy quickly argued. You don't understand, Professor. Harry Potter is coming. He has a dragon. Absolute nonsense. How dare you invent such a lie? Go, I'd like to see how Professor Snape deals with you this time, Malfoy. Class equals BL. Oc 1. Professor McGonagall led Malfoy away by the ear. As she passed Marcus, he watched Malfoy's slightly flushed face with interest. After getting rid of Malfoy, the steep spiral staircase leading to the tower was unobstructed for them. Harry and his companions only took off the invisibility cloak when they reached the cold night sky. They waited, chuckling and mocking Malfoy, while Norbert thrashed violently in the crate. Where's Marcus? Are you still with us? Harry suddenly remembered Marcus. He looked back, but there was no movement. Seeing this, Hermione couldn't help but worry. About 10 minutes later, 4 brooms suddenly descended from the darkness. Charlie's friends were cheerful people. They showed Harry and Hermione the ropes they had temporarily tied so they could suspend Norbert between them. The 4 of them, with many hands, safely secured Norbert to the ropes. Then Harry and Hermione shook their hands and thanked them profusely. Finally, they watched as the 4 people carried the crate away, disappearing into the night sky. They quietly descended the spiral staircase, finally relieved of the heavy burden of Norbert, and even their steps became much lighter. The dragon was gone. Malfoy was in detention. Was there anything more to be happy about than this? There was indeed nothing happier than this, but there were clearly many things worse than this. As soon as they stepped into the corridor, Filch's face suddenly appeared from the darkness. Oh no, oh no, oh no, Harry whispered. We're in trouble. They had been too happy and had forgotten the invisibility cloak on top of the tower. Just as they were in a state of extreme anxiety, a thin object suddenly covered their heads. Marcus, Hermione whispered in surprise. Marcus gave them a wry smile because it was too late. The moment the invisibility cloak had just covered them, Filch had already seen him. Hermione, your observation skills are good, he said, meeting Filch's eyes, yet still managing to crack a light joke. This was the biggest drawback of the vanishing potion. As soon as you intentionally let someone see you, the invisibility effect completely vanished. Marcus had clearly been hiding in the shadows behind them, but Hermione had still seen him immediately. Oh, yes, Mr. McLean, Filch said gruffly, looking at him with a fierce gaze. I think I should hand you over to Professor McGonagall. Professor Sprout is too lenient with students. /P under the worried gazes of Harry and the others beneath the invisibility cloak. Marker followed Filch's footsteps. He even had time to subtly wave his hand towards them, signaling the three young Gryffindors not to be too impulsive. When Filch led Marker to Professor McGonagall's study on the second floor, they found Professor McGonagall wasn't there. After waiting for a while, Marker realized that Professor McGonagall was followed by a short, stout, timid little boy. It was Neville Longbottom from Gryffindor. Marker, Neville S. Tammered, blurting out when he saw him, "Why are you here?" Malfoy said he was coming to catch. Neville, Marker immediately interrupted him. "I think Malfoy definitely intended to frame me, but that's not important. Also, thank you for your concern." With that, he turned to Professor McGonagall, saying apologetically, "Professor, I'm truly sorry, but please allow me to explain." Professor McGonagall was clearly very angry as she had seen Marker in this situation again. "Before you explain, shouldn't you first tell me, Mr. Potter, Miss Granger, where are I now?" Marker knew without a doubt that Neville, being reckless and unaware of the situation, must have blurted it out. He didn't even look at Neville, but simply met Professor McGonagall's gaze with an open expression, saying very calmly, "It's like this, Mr. Malfoy and Harry had a previous disagreement, so when Harry and I were discussing knowledge about dragons, he overheard us. I think Mr. Malfoy mistakenly believed we actually had a dragon, but how could that be possible? As for tonight's incident, I'm very sorry. It really is my fault," Marker said, placing a bottle of potion on Professor McGonagall's desk. "I inadvertently mentioned a new type of potion I had developed to Harry and the others. I originally intended to test it tonight, but who knew they seemed very interested in it." "A new type of potion?" The anger on Professor McGonagall's face suddenly vanished, replaced by an expression of shock. "Are you saying this is a potion you invented?" "Yes, Professor," Marker continued apologetically. "Harry and the others originally wanted to come out to Phi and me, but I had already persuaded them to go back early. Perhaps they got separated from Neville." Marker saw Neville in a state of confusion and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Even though Neville wasn't usually very brave, he was incredibly courageous, almost reckless. At critical moments, truly a Gryffindor student. And Professor McGonagall clearly wasn't listening very carefully. She was still maintaining an expression of disbelief. "Mr. McLean, I'd like to know, what are the effects of this potion you invented?" Professor McGonagall carefully picked up the potion bottle from the desk and asked seriously. When Marker explained the uses, advantages, and disadvantages of the vanishing potion in detail to her, Professor McGonagall immediately decided to tell Dumbledore and Snape the good news that very night. Although Marker had expected this, he was still moved by Professor McGonagall's spirit of caring for her students and the school. "So, this is something you invented?" Snape, after sniffing the vanishing potion, restoppered the bottle, a rare look of surprise faintly showing on his face. Stepping into the headmaster's office once more, Marker felt a prickle on his scalp as he looked at the smiling Dumbledore. Occlumency was a difficult skill to master, and his progress with it was still only mediocre. Yet, facing Dumbledore, who was proficient in legilimency, he instinctively wanted to use it, even though Dumbledore had no intention of prying into his mind. Of course, if he were to say something outlandish in front of Dumbledore, the headmaster would certainly notice. It had almost become an instinct for him. Snape was currently staring at the invisibility potion, lost in thought, while Professor McGonagall was excitedly speaking with Dumbledore. After a good while, Professor McGonagall finally left the headmaster's office with Dumbledore's smile. As she passed Marker, she smiled and nodded at him. "Mr. McLean, I believe your extensive time spent acquiring knowledge is clearly paying off," Dumbledore said in a calm tone, his smile unwavering. "To achieve such a feat in your first year is unprecedented at Hogwarts. I don't believe any student, past or present, can stand shoulder to shoulder with you. You flatter me, Professor Dumbledore. I'm afraid, when you should be proud, you should express it. Suppressing it will only allow this honor to fester within you," Dumbledore said, giving Marker a meaningful look. "I think you understand what I mean. Did Dumbledore know something? But what exactly did he know? I suppose you're right. Marker realized that the saying, "old foxes are indeed cunning," was true. In front of such a person, his petty cleverness had little room to maneuver. For instance, right now, he simply didn't know what to say, feeling that anything he said would be wrong. "Well then, Severus, what do you think of Mr. McLean's potion?" Dumbledore turned to Snape, seemingly wanting to hear his assessment. Snape stared at the potion bottle in his hand for a moment before delivering his judgment. "Regarding the formula and preparation process of this potion, it's not particularly ingenious," Snape said. "However, the innovative idea of using fairy wings to achieve invisibility is indeed commendable. In the past, this material was only used for beauty and entertainment. No one had ever realized that the secret of fairy invisibility came from their wings. Indeed, almost all wizards believed that the invisibility effect of fairies stemmed from their innate magic." Dumbledore nodded, agreeing with Snape's statement. At this point, Dumbledore looked at Marker again, a hint of solemnity in his gaze. "Mr. McLean, would you be willing to submit your research findings to the International Confederation of Wizards for judgment? This could secure your place in the history of potions and ensure that your invention enjoys the protection of the Confederation's benefits throughout your life. Of course, after your passing, the formula will be publicly disclosed, but I personally don't see anything wrong with that." Marker had considered this question before, and now that Dumbledore brought it up, he naturally had no objections. "Of course, thank you for being willing to endorse my potion formula," he immediately nodded. Any wizard's invention needed the recommendation of a Confederation member to be accepted by the Confederation. As the current president of the International Confederation of Wizards, Dumbledore's personal recommendation was naturally the best possible outcome. Once the invisibility potion received the Confederation's approval, its reputation would undoubtedly soar, essentially giving it a major advertising boost with an authoritative certification. "That's a lot of galleons," Marker couldn't help but think. This time, Dumbledore didn't say much more to Marker. He told Marker to prepare 3 bottles of the invisibility potion before dismissing him. The next morning, at breakfast, Marker was surrounded by Harry and the others. Harry and Hermione kept whispering their thanks, while Ron felt guilty because his hand injury hadn't healed, and he couldn't help much. Hermione, in particular, had received a lot of help from Marker in certain advanced studies, and this incident made her even more grateful to him. "Exams are coming soon. We shouldn't disturb Marker any longer." After a few words, Hermione urged Harry and Ron back to the Gryffindor long table. Yes, without realizing it, the exam period was approaching. Only now did Marker belatedly realize that he had been at Hogwarts for almost a year. Although his learning progress was evident to all, he felt that apart from some achievements in potions, he was quite ordinary in other areas. To put it simply, he hadn't considered himself as a first-year student, but he couldn't really be blamed for that. During this final period, everyone was nervously preparing for the upcoming exams, but Marker didn't take it seriously at all. It wasn't that he thought the exams were unimportant. It was because his demands on himself were a bit too high. Marker always felt that he might not even have reached the level of a newly recruited aura, and a sense of crisis constantly accompanied him. Whenever he thought about what might happen in the future, he had an urge to apply for a time turner. And so far, there's not even a hint of progress in my research on the Tome of Truth. It's absolutely frustrating. Marker weakly pushed a stack of manuscripts aside. The wind outside the window blew gently, turning the pages. If someone were nearby, they would surely be astonished, because every page of this bound manuscript was densely packed with various strange symbols. After Marker tried various methods of deciphering with no success, he decided to try a crude approach, tracing, but thousands of tracings brought him nothing but exasperation. Rowena Ravenclaw called it the Tome of Truth, but in this world, what exactly is truth? The unrewarded Marker couldn't help but start daydreaming, but as he muttered, he suddenly felt a jolt. "Wait, I remember in the initial questions of the Bronze Eagle," Marker gradually recalled the memories he had overlooked. He murmured to himself, "Of all things in the world, what is truth? My answer at the time was, matter drives phenomena, spirit interprets rules, cyclical and complementary, coexisting eternally, as he said it. He himself became a little skeptical. To be frank, it was pure guesswork. At the time, in Marker's mind, there was no fundamental basis for it. It was just his speculation about the profound magical theories in the restricted section. But now, it had become a vague breakthrough point. In other words, as long as I find the connection between spirit and matter, perhaps I can discover something, although he couldn't be sure. Marker was visibly excited. Over the next few days, Marker's state made people somewhat reluctant to approach him, as he was often lost in thought, and when he was, he wouldn't hear anyone speaking to him. He seemed to be entirely immersed in the peculiar symbols on the tome of truth, as if he had become a different person. Fortunately, most people had been a bit dazed lately, as the exam date was drawing nearer and nearer. But just as everyone was busy preparing for their respective exams, a belated detention notice was delivered to Marker. Oh, yes, although it seems no points were deducted, a punishment can't be avoided no matter what. I myself set an example, Marker said with a bitter face, shaking his head and casually stuffing the note into his jacket pocket. At 11 o'clock that night, Marker arrived in the entrance hall and saw Filch waiting for him there. Just as he and Filch were staring at each other, Harry and Hermione arrived, followed by Neville. And of course, Malfoy, who had been at the forefront that night and caught red-handed by Professor McGonagall. "Follow me," Filch said, lighting a lamp and leading them out. "I think from now on, you'll think twice before breaking school rule. Won't you, He looked at them askance and continued, "Oh, yes, if you ask me. I'd say hard work and suffering are the best teachers. It's a shame they abolished those old-fashioned punishments, hanging you by your wrists from the ceiling for days. I still have those chains in my office. I oil them regularly. You never know when they might come in handy. All right, let's go, and don't even think about running away. If you run, you'll be in even more trouble." Marker paid no attention to Filch's complaints and nagging. He was constantly seizing the time, trying to find some inspiration from his thoughts and deductions. They strode across the dark grounds. Neville kept sniffling, while Harry kept wondering what kind of punishment they would receive. It must be terrible, otherwise Filch wouldn't sound so cheerful. The moon was very bright today, but clouds occasionally drifted by, obscuring it and leaving the ground in darkness. They could see the lit windows of Hagrid's hut, which was not hard to spot at night. Then they heard a shout from afar. "P-class equals. Block 1, is that you, Filch? Hurry up, I'm ready to go." Harry immediately felt a surge of joy. If they were going to work with Hagrid, it couldn't be too bad. His face immediately showed this sense of relief, but then he heard Filch say, "You probably think you're going to have a grand old time with that oaf, don't you? Think again, boy, you're going to the Forbidden Forest. If you come out in one piece, then I've misjudged you." Hearing this, Malfoy suddenly stopped dead in his tracks. "The Forbidden Forest," he repeated, his voice far from its usual calm. "We can't go in there at night. There's all sorts of things in there. I've heard there are werewolves." "Werewolves wouldn't like living in the Forbidden Forest," Marker suddenly interjected. "There's no safe place for them to live normally in there." Class equals. Block 2, ID equals, talk ID 38. Value equals 38 chapter. When Marker denied the existence of werewolves in the Forbidden Forest, Filch snorted. "Who said there weren't any?" For a long time, the howls of werewolves lingered, and that was the bane of all students in the school back then, he sneered. As he spoke, Hagrid strode out of the darkness towards them. Fang trotting behind him, Hagrid carried his giant crossbow, and a full quiver of arrows hung from his shoulder. "It's about time," he said. "I've been waiting for half an hour." "How are you, Marker, Harry?" "Hermione, you shouldn't be so polite to them, Hagrid," Filch said coldly. "After all, they're here for punishment. P-class equals. Block 1, so that's why you're late, is it?" Hagrid frowned at Filch and said, "Been lecturing them, eh? This isn't the place for you to lecture people. Your job is done, and from now on I'm in charge." "I'll be back at dawn," Filch said, "to pick up their remains." He said it viciously, then turned and walked towards the castle, his lantern swaying as it disappeared into the darkness. At this moment, Malfoy suddenly turned to Hagrid. "I'm not going into that Forbidden Forest." A hint of terror in his voice made Harry feel pleased. if you want to stay at Hogwarts. You have tea. Oh, go, Hagrid said mercilessly. You did something wrong, and now you must pay the price. Doing chores in here is for servants, not students. I thought we'd at most be writing lines or something. If my father knew I was doing this, he'd tell you that's how Hogwarts is, Hagrid said roughly. Writing lines. What good would that do you? Need to do something useful or you'll be out. If you think your father would rather have you expelled, then go back to the castle and pack your bags, go on. Seeing Malfoy glare at Hagrid for a while before finally lowering his gaze, Hagrid continued to speak. All right, Hagrid said, now listen carefully. What we're doing tonight is very dangerous, and I don't want anyone to get hurt. First, come over here with me. He led them to the edge of the forbidden forest, held his lamp high, and pointed to a winding path that gradually disappeared into the depths of the dark woods. Look over there, Hagrid said. See that shining thing on the ground? Silver, that's unicorn blood. A unicorn in the forbidden forest was injured by something badly. This is the second time this week. Last Wednesday, I found one dead. We need to try and find that poor unicorn and put it out of its misery as quickly as possible. What if the thing that hurt the unicorn finds us first? Malfoy asked, his voice filled with uncontrollable fear. As long as you're with me or Fang, nothing in the forbidden forest will harm you, Hagrid said. Don't stray from the path. All right, now we're going to split into two groups and follow the blood trails separately. There's blood everywhere. Clearly, it's been stumbling and wandering around since at least last night. I want Fang. Malfoy seemed captivated by the intimidating appearance of the large hound and eagerly said. All right, but I warn you, he's a coward, Hagrid said. So, Malfoy, Neville, and Fang take one path, Marker, why don't you go with Fang as well? I think you can help me keep an eye on Fang, lest he gets scared and runs back. No, Mr. McLean, you go with them, we'll be, fine over here. Malfoy's aversion to Marker was clearly no less than his aversion to the Forbidden Forest. All right then, I, Marker, Harry, and Hermione will take one path, Hagrid nodded. If anyone finds the unicorn, fire green sparks, understand. Take out your wands and practice. Oh, and if anyone gets into trouble, fire red sparks, and we'll all come looking for you. All right, everyone be careful, let's go. The dense canopy of the Forbidden Forest blocked most of the moonlight, making the woods quite dim. Even with the lantern Hagrid carried, it could only illuminate a very small area around them. Lumos. Marker drew his wand, significantly improving visibility. Thanks, Hagrid said. This will allow us to search more carefully. They get a little further, reached a fork in the path, and the two groups began to split up. They walked in silence, their eyes fixed on the ground. Every now and then they would see a patch of silver blood on the fallen leaves, glowing with a faint blue hue in the light. Marker, meanwhile, had stopped thinking about the Tome of Truth. If all went as expected, something interesting should happen next. Could it be werewolves that killed the unicorn? Harry asked. I haven't seen werewolves here, Hagrid said, but even if there were, they wouldn't be this fast. It's very difficult to catch a unicorn. They are highly magical creatures, and I've never heard of a unicorn being harmed before. They walked past a large, moss-covered tree stump where they could faintly hear the gurgling of water. Clearly, there was a stream nearby. Along the winding path, scattered traces of unicorn blood still remained. Are you all right, Hermione? Hagrid whispered. Don't worry, since it's so badly injured, it can't have gone far. We'll find it soon. Oh no, quick, hide behind that tree. Before Hagrid could even finish his warning, Marker had already pulled Hermione into the nearby bushes. Hagrid glanced at them, his hands moving swiftly. He grabbed Harry, lifted him off the path, and hid him behind a towering oak tree. He drew an arrow, knocked it on his crossbow, and held it up, ready to shoot at any moment. Then Harry also heard it. Something seemed to be rustling and dragging on the fallen leaves nearby, making a swishing sound. Hagrid squinted, watching the dark path. After a few seconds, the sound gradually faded away. I know, he murmured. There's something here that doesn't belong. Regarding familiarity with the Forbidden Forest, probably no one could surpass Hagrid. Marker was not at all surprised by his accurate judgment. Werewolf? Harry asked. Werewolves generally have moderate stamina, but strong speed and explosive power. They wouldn't walk so sluggishly, Marker said, pulling Hermione out of the bushes and looking meaningfully into the dark depths of the Forbidden Forest. Marker's right, Hagrid affirmed. All right, come with me, but we need to be careful now. As they proceeded cautiously at an even slower pace, they suddenly saw something moving in the clearing ahead. Who's there? Hagrid shouted. Come out, I'm armed. Hagrid, that's a centaur, Marker said. The thing emerged into the clearing as if in response, human from the waist up, with red hair and beard, but from the waist down it was a gleaming reddish-brown horse body with a long red tail trailing behind. Harry and Hermione's mouths dropped open in surprise. "Oh, it's you, Ronan," Hagrid said, letting out a sigh of relief. "How are you?" He stepped forward and shook the centaur's hand. "Good evening, Hagrid," Ronan said, his voice low and melancholic. "You intended to shoot me with your bow." "I have to be vigilant, Ronan," Hagrid said, patting his quiver. "There's a bad fellow roaming around in this forest." "Oh, right, this is Marker McLean, Harry Potter, and Hermione Granger, students from the school up there. Let me introduce you, this is Ronan, a centaur." "Hello, Ronan." Marker also stepped forward and shook his hand. "It's a pleasure to meet you." He had always been very interested in the centaur's gift of prophecy, but it wasn't of much help to him, because, no matter what, prophecies were always vague and would be distorted by actual choices. So most prophecies could only serve as a reference, at least Marker thought so. P-class equals block 1. "Hello," Ronan said. "You are students. Do you learn much at school?" "Knowledge is endless," Marker said. "Systematic teaching can enlighten students. That is very helpful for exploring the unknown," Ronan nodded. At this point he raised his gaze, staring at the sky above the clearing. "Mars is very bright tonight." Staring at the sky above the clearing. "Mars is very bright tonight." "Yes," Hagrid said, also looking up at the sky. "Listen, Ronan, I'm glad we ran into you because a unicorn is injured. Did you see anything?" Ronan gazed upwards without blinking. "And after a while," he sighed, "it is always the innocent who suffer first," he said. "It has been this way for hundreds of years, and it is still this way now." "Yes," Hagrid said, "but did you see anything, Ronan? Anything unusual?" "Mars is very bright tonight, unusually bright." Centaur's words were always so ethereal, and talking to them easily made people anxious. "Yes, but what I mean is there anything unusual happening near our home?" Hagrid was clearly a little impatient. "Did you notice any strange movements?" "I think Ronan means that Mars is in opposition and very bright, which should mean something bad is going to happen." Marker couldn't help but explain. "For example, riots, betrayal, oppos, scion, deceit, or even outright war." Ronan looked at Marker, and so did Hermione and Harry, but Marker just shrugged. "Don't look at me like that, I just read it in a book," he said. "To be honest, I'm not very good at astronomy or divination. I just recited them just now." Chapter. No sooner had Marker finished speaking than there was a rustle in the bushes behind Ronan. Hagrid raised his crossbow again, but it was just another centaur, with black hair and a dark body, looking a bit rougher than Ronan. "Hello, Bane," Hagrid said. "How have you been?" "Good evening, Hagrid. I hope all is well with you." "Not bad. Look, I was just asking Ronan, have you seen anything strange here?" Lately, a unicorn was injured. Do you know anything about it?" Bane walked over and stood beside Ronan, looking up at the sky. "Mars is very bright tonight," was all he said. "We've heard that already," Hagrid said irritably. "All right, if any of you see anything, come and tell me right away, okay? Let's go then." "Oh, okay," Marker said, turning back to greet the two centaurs. "Goodbye, gentlemen." The four of them resumed their search. Harry and Hermione chatted idly with Hagrid about centaurs, while Marker cautiously scanned their surroundings. Just as they rounded a bend in the path, Hermione suddenly grabbed Hagrid's arm. "Hagrid, look, red sparks, the others are in trouble." "You two wait here," Hagrid shouted. "Stay on the path and don't move." "I'll be right back." He crashed through the low bushes, and Harry and Hermione stood there looking at each other, seemingly frightened. Gradually, Hagrid walked further away, and they could only hear the rustling of leaves in the wind around them. "Marker, they won't get hurt, will they, Hermione whispered. "I don't care if Malfoy gets hurt, but if something happens to Neville, it's all our fault for dragging him here for punishment." "Don't worry," with Hagrid and Fang around. "The creatures in the Forbidden Forest, won't harm him," Marker smiled at her. Soon, Hagrid returned with Malfoy and Neville, Fang trotting behind, sniffing around, and it seemed no danger had occurred. In fact, Malfoy had merely deliberately scared Neville, and Neville, being too timid, immediately sent out a distress signal. "You two made such a racket now, it's pure luck if we catch that thing, all right. We'll switch teams. Neville, you're with me, Harry, and Hermione. Marker, you're with Fang and this idiot." "P-class equals block 1, I'm sorry," Hagrid whispered to Marker, "but he won't scare you so easily, let's just get this done." Malfoy clearly didn't want to be with Marker, but when Marker glanced back at him, he didn't dare say anything more. So Marker, Malfoy, and Fang walked towards the center of the Forbidden Forest. Fang was already very familiar with Marker. He always liked to circle around Marker, but he did remember to search, and didn't suddenly jump up to lick his face as usual. Marker walked quickly, and Malfoy had to jog to keep up, preventing himself from being left behind. They walked for at most 15 minutes, and as they went deeper, the surrounding trees gradually became denser, and the path was almost impassable. The bloodstains on the ground became more and more obvious. A tree root arching out of the ground was splattered with a lot of blood. Marker didn't look closely, but continued forward. A few steps later, they saw a clearing ahead. Marker extended his arm, stopping Malfoy's steps. A pure white object glowed in the center of the clearing, standing out strikingly in the night. "Stay here, don't come out," Marker whispered, not caring if Malfoy heard him, and took 2 steps forward. Fang obediently stood by the side of a tree, peeking nervously at the clearing. It was a unicorn. It was pure silver, with a silky mane and a long, spiraled silver horn on its head, looking pure and beautiful, though it was already dead. P-class equals Block 1. Marker stood quietly behind the branches of the bushes at the edge, waiting. He knew it would be soon. In the silence of the deep night, time seemed to flow very slowly. Malfoy was clearly a bit anxious. He looked around, front, back, and side, occasionally glancing at the unicorn's corpse in the clearing. But perhaps because of Marker's presence, or perhaps because of his fear of the forbidden forest, he dared not move at all. After about 10 minutes, a rustling, sliding sound suddenly came from the opposite edge of the clearing. Marker immediately focused his gaze there. The bushes nearby were shaking. Soon, a hooded figure flashed out of the shadows of the bushes. It crawled slowly on the ground, came to the unicorn, and began to drink its blood from the wound on the corpse. "Ah, ah, ah, ah," Malfoy let out a terrible shriek. He froze for a moment, then immediately took off running. At this moment, Fang's timid nature was Al's. Fully exposed, he too fled for his life. The hooded figure looked up at the sound, but Marker had already moved to another position, so he was not discovered. At this moment, Marker was leaning against the trunk of another tree, tilting his head as he watched the figure moving in the direction Malfoy had left, pondering in his mind. "Should I make a move here?" he thought. "Although I didn't deliberately intend to meet him here since I have. Perhaps I can take advantage of his weakness to kill him to push things back a bit." As he was thinking, Marker shook his head again. "Forget it, killing him once here is useless anyway. It's better to use this opportunity to personally experience his character. I also need to confirm the exact impact of making Horcruxes and splitting his soul on him." Thinking of this, Marker decisively took a step forward. "Wait," Marker feigned a look of terror. "Who are you? Did you kill the unicorn? What exactly do you want to do?" The figure had already entered the woods, but Marker's sudden appearance made him turn around again. The other party seemed to have no intention of speaking, but instead darted towards him quickly. "Impedimenta." Marker's panicked expression vanished instantly. He waved his wand, quickly casting an impediment jinx, Petrificus Totalis. Taking advantage of the other party's unpreparedness, a second spell followed. Just as the other party was restricted by Marker's surprise attack, Marker suddenly heard the sound of hooves. Marker looked very surprised. He didn't remember this part. Finite incantatum. Marker cast a counterspell, and the unbound figure immediately darted into the bushes, disappearing into the depths of the forest. From beginning to end, Marker hadn't exchanged a single word with him, which clearly wasted his careful planning. Almost simultaneously with the figure's departure, a centaur leaped out from behind Marker, pattering a few steps across the clearing, and glanced in the direction the figure had left. "Are you all right?" he turned to Marker and asked. "I'm fine," Marker sighed inwardly, but showed a hint of gratitude on his face. "Thank you. You'd best get back to Hagrid. The forest isn't very safe at this time." The centaur said, then added, "My name is Fyons." "It's a pleasure to meet you, Fyons," Marker smiled. "But I need to call Hagrid over first. We came in this time to find it." He raised his wand, and green light began to gather at the tip, emitting a dazzling glow in the darkness. Soon, Hagrid emerged from the darkness opposite, seemingly carrying someone under his arm. Marker looked closely and saw that it was Harry, who appeared to be slightly injured. "What happened to him?" Marker asked in surprise. "He was bumped by a shadowy figure, whom I believe is the one who killed the unicorn," Hagrid panted. "I scared him off, but unfortunately I didn't catch him." Marker looked at Harry, who seemed a bit unwell, his gaze flickering, lost in thought. "This is because killing a unicorn is an extremely cruel act," Fyons said, looking at the unicorn's corpse on the ground. "Only those who have nothing and want everything will commit such a heinous crime." He paused, then turned his gaze to Harry. "Is this the Potter boy?" he said. "I see his forehead." Hello, I am. Harry said weak. Lie looking at Fions. Stop chatting, put him down and let me see. Marker suddenly said, Harry, where are you hurt? Hagrid, hearing this, let Harry lean against a tree trunk, thinking it would at least make him feel a bit better. My leg, I think my leg hurts so much, is it broken? Harry endured the pain, pointing to his left shin and speaking. Marker bent down and gently touched his injury, causing Harry to groan softly, cold sweat breaking out. It's all right, it's not magic. Damage in the bone shouldn't be broken. He pulled out a bottle of bright green potion, removed the stopper and handed it to Harry. Drink this and you'll be better soon. While waiting for the potion to take effect, the two centaurs they had first met also arrived. They discussed the unicorn's corpse on the ground in low voices, their conversation vaguely drifting over. The one who hunted the unicorn, he might want to prolong his life. That might be right, but this is clearly too insane. Indeed, unicorn blood can prolong life, but one must pay a heavy price for it. To save oneself by slaughtering a pure, helpless life, and thus gaining the curse of immortality, it's too insane. Alas, Mars is so bright tonight. Yes, unusually bright. Harry slumped against the tree trunk, watching them, and couldn't help but ask loudly, but who is that desperate outlaw? Lie class equals, block 2, ID equals, talk ID 40, value equals 40 chapter. But who is that desperado? Harry asked loudly, expressing his doubt. If I'm going to be cursed for life, I'd rather die, wouldn't I? Indeed, Fions agreed. Unless you are merely using it to prolong your life so that you can drink something else, something that completely restores your strength and magic, something that makes you immortal. Mr. Potter, do you know what is hidden in the school right now? The Philosopher's Stone, of course, the elixir of life, but I don't understand who, can't you guess? Who has waited silently for so many years, longing for a comeback, who clings to life, waiting for the right moment? Fions repeatedly laid out those obvious questions. For a moment, it was as if an iron claw had suddenly seized Harry's heart. For a few moments, he didn't even feel the pain in his calf, only gasped for breath, as if he would suffocate immediately if he didn't. Are you saying, Harry said in a low, hoarse voice, that it's Voldemort? Marker, however, ignored what Harry was saying. He was with Hermione W. Ho seemed a bit unwell, her small face slightly pale, remaining silent. What's wrong, Hermione? Marker asked, looking at her. No, it's nothing, Hermione pressed her lips together. I just feel that I've read so many books and learned so much knowledge, but when I need to use it, I can't. If I could have even used a levitation charm then, Harry wouldn't have been hurt. Marker gently shook his head and whispered, this has to be done step by step. And you should narrow down your scope of study, at least learn how to choose first. Hermione nodded. Marker had said similar things several times, but only now did she truly take some of it in. All right, the target has been found. We should go back. Hagrid clapped his hands. As Marker said, Harry's leg injury healed quickly. He didn't even wait until the next day. Amidst surprised compliments, he and Hermione talked with Ron for a long time. In the common room, Harry revealed his guess. He believed Snape's true purpose in stealing the Philosopher's Stone was to give it to Voldemort. For this, Harry excitedly told Hermione and Ron about his discovery. Instantly, Harry's excitement, Ron's panic, and Hermione's worry were all clearly revealed. The three, each with their own thoughts, began their end-of-term life facing exams. The exam situations, of course, varied. For example, Harry was constantly worried about where Voldemort might pop up, and these conjectures often disturbed his peace of mind. But as time passed, it seemed Fluffy was still behind that locked door, snoring safely. P class equals block. K1, another example was Hermione. She was also nervously reviewing recently. She always felt that her knowledge was not thorough or solid enough, so she still recited or copied things over and over again. And then there was Marker. There didn't seem to be much to say about him because his mind wasn't on the exams at all. Every day he was either researching the material theories of potions or struggling with the scroll of truth, which was monotonous and not worth mentioning. Days passed, and the exams finally arrived. Unsurprisingly, Marker almost missed the first exam. This was only because he still, as usual, timed everything perfectly, arriving at the classroom scheduled for that day just before class. But he simply didn't remember that it was already exam day. Exam time always passed quickly, and before long, the tense exams were over. while Harry and the others were relaxing in the warm sunshine. Marker had already returned to the library to continue his great research. And speaking of which, he had recently gained some insight into the symbols on the scroll of truth, and he estimated that he would soon be able to concoct something. And because of this, it wasn't long before he left the library. This time, he went directly to the room of requirement. He had some interesting ideas he wanted to try out. Just as Marker was thrilled by his research findings, Harry and the others learned some crucial news from Hagrid. Hagrid, I have something to ask you. Do you remember the night you won Norbert playing cards? What did the stranger you played cards with look like? I don't know, Hagrid said carelessly. He wouldn't take off his cloak. He saw the three children's faces immediately show expressions of astonishment and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows in surprise. What's so strange about that? The Hog's Head Inn, that pub in the village, always has some strange characters visiting. That fellow might have been a dragon dealer. I never saw his face. He was wearing a hood. Upon hearing this, Harry plopped down onto the ground. What did you tell him then, Hagrid? Did you mention Hogwarts? Maybe I did. Hagrid frowned, trying hard to recall. Oh, right. He asked me what I did, and I told him I was the gamekeeper here. He asked a little more about what animals I looked after, and I told him. Then I said I'd always wanted a dragon. Later, I don't remember clearly, he kept buying me drinks. Let me think again, right. Later he said he had a dragon egg, and if I wanted it, we could play cards for it, but he had to make sure I could handle the dragon. He didn't want the dragon to run off and cause trouble. So I told him that I could even manage Fluffy perfectly, so a dragon was nothing. Did he seem very interested in Fluffy? Harry asked, trying his best to keep his tone calm. Yes, quite interested. How many three-headed dogs do you come across, even near Hogwarts? So I told him that Fluffy was actually very easy to handle. You just had to know how to calm him down, play some music for him, and he'd fall asleep right away. At this point, a look of horror and regret suddenly appeared on Hagrid's face. Harry, Ron, and Hermione immediately got up and left. They remained silent until they reached the entrance hall, where they stopped their hurried steps. We must go find Dumbledore. Harry paced back and forth a few steps, but couldn't figure out how to find him. Just as they hesitated, Professor McGonagall appeared behind them. If you absolutely must see Professor Dumbledore, he left 10 minutes ago, she said coldly. He received an urgent owl from the Ministry of Magic and immediately flew to London. He's gone, Harry said with extreme anxiety. At a time like this, Professor Dumbledore is a very remarkable wizard, very busy, and his time is precious. But this is very important. When Harry blurted out the words, philosopher, our stone, Professor McGonagall dropped her books in shock. How did you know? She stammered. Professor, I believe I know Snape. Someone is trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone. I must speak with Professor Dumbledore. Professor McGonagall looked at him with a mixture of astonishment and suspicion. Clearly, she couldn't believe it and seemed very confident in the Philosopher's Stone's defenses. Finally, she left with a curt, I suggest you go outside and get some sun. P class equals block 1. Tonight, Harry said quickly, once he was sure Professor McGonagall was out of earshot. Snape is going through the trapdoor tonight. He's got everything he needs, and now he's tricked Dumbledore away from the school. That letter must have been from him. I bet the Ministry of Magic will be surprised to see Dumbledore suddenly appear. But what can we? Hermione gasped sharply. Harry and Ron turned around to find Snape standing behind them. Good afternoon, little lions. He sneered at them. Why? We shouldn't be indoors in this weather. Snape's facial muscles twisted into a strange smile. We were just... Harry found he didn't know what to say either. You need to be careful, Snape said. Wandering around like this, people will think you're up to no good. Gryffindor can't afford to lose any more points, can it? Harry flushed at this. They turned to walk outside, but Snape called them back. A word of warning, Potter. If I catch you wandering around in the middle of the night again, I will personally expel you, Snape sneered. Have a pleasant day. As soon as the three of them reached the stone steps outside, Harry spoke impatiently. All right, we have to do this now, he whispered urgently. One person watches Snape waiting outside the staff room. If he comes out, follow him. Hermione, you're best for this. Hermione had intended to ask why her, but the words changed to something else on her lips. Why don't we discuss it with Marker first? It was clear that her trust in Marker was higher than in Harry and Ron. Harry thought about it and felt that perhaps Hermione was right. Marker always had some solutions, and he was always very calm about breaking school rules. But when they had searched almost the entire school and still hadn't found Marker, it made them wonder. Where did Marker go? Ron scratched his scalp, puzzled. Rather, where else could he go? We've been everywhere. Hermione was also very confused by this. After a moment of hesitation from all three, Harry made the decision. Let's stick to the plan we just made, he said. We'll split up and keep an eye on Snape first. Chapter. However, the plan did not go smoothly at all. First, he and Ron were driven away by Professor McGonagall from the door where Fluffy was hidden, and Snape also found Hermione acting suspiciously. When the three of them reunited in the common room, they couldn't help but look at each other, all clearly disheartened. Well, I guess this is the only way, isn't it? Hermione and Ron both stared at Harry, whose face was pale and eyes gleamed. P-class equals block 1. I'm going to sneak out of here tonight, and I'm going to try to get the Philosopher's Stone first. Are you crazy? Ron exclaimed. You can't do that. Didn't you hear what McGonagall and Snape said? You'll be expelled. Hermione clearly disagreed as well. But when Harry said with a pained expression, Voldemort killed my parents, Ron and Hermione were speechless. Yes, Voldemort murdered his parents. This was an undeniable fact and Harry's biggest reason for choosing to stop Voldemort's resurgence and confront his mortal enemy. Clearly, Ron and Hermione had no way and no right to deny this. He glared angrily at Ron and Hermione, as if to say that even if they didn't agree, he would still go. You're right, Harry, Hermione said weakly. Fortunately, Marker picked up the invisibility cloak that day. I think I'll need it, Harry said, then thought of Marker again. I just don't know where Marker went. I really wish I could ask him for some advice. But can it cover all three of us? Ron asked doubtfully. Us. 3 people? Oh, don't be silly. Did you really think we'd let you go alone? Clearly you need help. Of course not, Hermione said, hands on her hips, her small chin proudly raised. How could you think of leaving us behind and going after the Philosopher's Stone alone? I'd better go through my books. Maybe I can find something useful. Oh, and it's best to call Marker, but we can't find him, Ron interjected, finishing her sentence. But if we get caught, even you two will be expelled. Harry clearly didn't want his good friends to be implicated. Maybe not, Hermione said with a confident smile. Flitwick secretly told me that I got 112 points on my charms exam, with such a high score. They wouldn't bear to kick me out, but I'm not so sure. Ron patted his forehead. I think we should go look for Marker again. He's the best one to deal with Professor McGonagall. After dinner, they carefully avoided the crowds and searched the Hogwarts castle again. But it seemed to be of no use. He hadn't even come for dinner, as if he had evaporated from the school. Eventually, they returned to the common room. Hermione frantically flipped through various books and notes, trying to find a few useful spells or something else. Harry and Ron, on the other hand, spoke little, constantly thinking about what they were about to do. When their classmates had all gone to bed one by one, Harry rushed back to the dormitory to retrieve the invisibility cloak. Just then, he accidentally saw a somewhat crude-looking flute that Hagrid had given him for Christmas. He put the flute in his pocket, intending to use it against Fluffy. He felt he was in no mood to sing to that big dog. When he ran back to the common room, all three were mentally prepared and ready to set off. But unexpectedly, Neville emerged from behind a sofa. What are you doing? He clutched his toad, Trevor. It seemed Trevor had once again struggled for freedom. Nothing, Neville, nothing. Harry quickly hid the invisibility cloak behind him. You're going out again? Neville said in a low voice, looking at their guilty expressions. After the twists and turns of last time, Neville seemed much more resistant to night excursions at Hogwarts. He felt there was no benefit in doing so, and it might even lead to points being deducted. He stood in front of the common room exit, the portrait whole, arms outstretched, preventing Harry and the others from leaving. That night, Marker told Professor McGonagall, he said, I did the right thing. Not letting you go out is for your own good. You can't break school rules again. Neville's face shone with firm resolve. Marker also said I was very brave. As for whether Marker had actually said those words, yes, he had. He believed that Neville had courage in his nature, and although he was timid and insecure due to his upbringing, he would always grow at critical moments. Of course, he hadn't expected his words to become Neville's reason for stopping Harry. This showed that Neville indeed had courage, but his mind seemed to be not quite there yet, or rather he was still a child. I won't let you do this, Neville said, puffing out his chest. I'm going to fight you. Neville, Ron fumed. Get out of that hole, don't be an idiot. Don't call me an idiot. Neville took a step forward. P. Class equals block 1, come on, come and hit me. He raised his two chubby fists and shouted, I'm ready. Harry couldn't help but turn to Hermione, saying anxiously, think of something. Hermione stepped forward, pursing her thin lips, and pointed her wand at Neville. I'm really, truly sorry to do this, she said, petrificus totalis. Neville immediately stiffened, his whole body becoming rigid. After swaying in place, he fell with a thud onto the plush carpet like a statue. P class equals block 1. Hermione ran over and turned Neville over. His upper and lower teeth were tightly clenched, making it impossible for him to speak. Only his eyes moved, looking at them in terror. Hermione, what did you do to him? Harry whispered. It's the full body bind curse, the same one Marker used to punish Malfoy. He told me some key points for casting it. It's very effective. Hermione looked at Neville sadly. Oh, I'm sorry, Neville. I'm really so sorry. Harry pulled her, and they hurried out of the common room. Their time was tea. Snape might already be with the Philosopher's Stone by now. Along the way, Harry tricked Peeves away and then rushed to the corridor on the 4th floor as quickly as possible. Oh, the door's open, Ron whispered. See, Harry whispered. Snape has already passed Fluffy successfully. Looking at the half-open wooden door, they seemed to realize more clearly what they were about to face. If you want to leave now, I won't blame you, Harry said. You can take the invisibility cloak. We probably won't need it next. Don't be silly. Let's go in quickly, Ron and Hermione said almost simultaneously. Harry looked at them and nodded, suppressing his emotion, and gently pushed the door open. With the creaking sound of the door opening, a deep growl immediately filled their ears. Although he couldn't see Harry and the others hidden under the invisibility cloak, he had clearly detected them. Look at the harp by its feet. Hermione whispered. /P, I bet Snape left it, Ron said. Clearly, as soon as the music stops, it will wake up immediately, Harry said, pulling out his flute. All right, listen to this. But whether it was because Harry couldn't play, or because the flute Hagrid had carved was simply out of tune, it sounded exceptionally awful. Ron and Hermione couldn't help but cover their ears. However, this noise-like sound seemed particularly effective on Fluffy, the three-headed dog. It quickly stopped barking, its eyelids began to droop, and it soon lay down and fell asleep. Harry continued to play, while Ron and Hermione moved the giant dog's paw that was pressing down on a trapdoor. Honestly, passing Fluffy was relatively easy. And the next challenge, the Devil's Snare, wasn't very difficult either. But unexpectedly, at the third challenge, Harry and the others encountered a problem for the first time. They're not birds at all. Harry stood in front of the locked door, looking at the shiny little things circling and flying in midair. Ire keys, winged keys, look closely. What does that obviously mean? It means the door can't be opened with an unlocking spell, Hermione said. Alohomora, as expected, the locked door remained motionless. No, look, Harry pointed to the corner, broomsticks, but finding the right key among so many little birds, I mean keys among so many flying keys, perhaps only Marker could do it, Ron said powerlessly, looking at the large group of small flying objects in the air. P class equals block. K1, I think I can try. Madam Hooch said I fly well, Harry said. However, up to this point, Harry had only flown a few times in flying class. To ask an unsystematically trained young wizard to do this, even with Harry's high talent, was impossible. At least, that's what Ron and Hermione thought. No matter what, I have to try, Harry said firmly. He picked up a broomstick and straddled it, feeling a bit nervous but not too scared. He muttered to himself, just follow what was taught in class. Yes, that's right. It turned out that if one's talent was high enough, it was indeed possible. Well, except that when Harry held the flying key, which had clearly been grabbed once before, he was lying on the ground, and his other hand was bent at a strange angle. Oh no, Hermione couldn't help but cover her mouth. At this moment, Marker, engrossed in his experiment, would never have imagined that he had missed this event, and what he even less expected was that his words had indeed changed everything, leading it towards another unknown extreme. Chapter. I'm fine, it's nothing, Harry said, cold sweat beading on his forehead, but he forced himself to stand up. More importantly, we should keep going down. We absolutely cannot let Snape. He clutched his left arm, trying to keep it from swinging too much, but the intense pain made him want to cry. Stop looking at me, open the door, Harry urged anxiously. The next room was pitch black, nothing could be seen. Before Hermione could use magic, wall-mounted oil lamps suddenly lit up in the room, illuminating it brightly. However, the scene inside made all three of them gape. "Oh my God!" Ron exclaimed. This is. It was no wonder they were surprised, because the room was quite spacious, and this spacious room was almost entirely filled by an oversized chessboard. What surprised them the most was the extraordinary nature of this chessboard. "Ron, is this the wizard's chess that Marker gave you for Christmas?" Hermione asked, her eyes wide. "I'm sure he didn't just give it to me," Ron said dazedly. Harry, clutching his arm, said with difficulty, "Ron, I remember you're very good at wizard's chess, do you think?" No way, absolutely impossible," Ron exclaimed loudly. "This battle chess Marker invented is too terrifying. It's not about chess skill but luck. But we have to get through this level," Harry said, suddenly staring at a square on the opposite board. "Look, what's that?" Hermione and Ron quickly looked up. "Bloodstains." "Oh, Snape must have been injured while trying to get through this level," Ron said. "Yes, even if Marker isn't here, he's still helping us," Hermione murmured. "Marker helped us give him a hard time," but Ron shook his head. "Marker gave him a hard time, but he'll probably give us one too." "All right, it's no use thinking about it anymore, we have to go," Harry said firmly. Though his voice trembled slightly, clearly his hand was constantly sending pain signals to his brain. "Then, there's no other way," Ron said. "I'm more familiar with it. You two listen to my commands later. This is the only way. We each play a wizard piece. Remember, wizards are the most numerous but the weakest. We must use the effects of various cards to enhance our abilities and rely on terrain, positioning, and combined attacks to ensure we are not killed. As long as we can break through the opponent's defensive formation with the help of other powerful pieces and occupy the opponent's castle while resisting their counterattack, we win. Then let's go." Harry braced himself and walked forward. "I trust you, Ron. You're always better at chess than me." "Oh, Harry, are you all right?" Hermione asked worriedly. "I'm fine, all right, Ron, let's begin." Wizard W5, move 2 squares forward. Giant W3, move 3 squares forward." As the game began, various pieces on the chessboard came to life. Dragons flapped their wings, giants swung their clubs, hippogriffs occasionally flew up and hovered in place, and even the other wizard pieces had vivid expressions and movements. If the original wizard's chess was just a moving game of international chess, then this battle chess invented by Marker had the true flavor of a fantasy movie. Roar! Under Ron's control, a Hebridean black dragon swooped down, spewing crimson flames from its mouth, incinerating 2 wizard pieces within its attack range. Oh, Hermione watched the scene in fear, not daring to imagine what would happen if she were there. "Don't worry," Ron said. "The chess strength set here doesn't seem to be very high. They also make mistakes." In fact, Ron's chess skills were indeed good. After a while, they were finally close to reaching the opposite castle. "Oh no!" Just as Hermione was relaxing, Ron's exclamation of "oh no" made her heart jump again. "What's wrong, Ron?" Harry could only barely manage to stay conscious from the pain, and he tried to make his voice as loud as possible. "I miscalculated a few steps." He stopped after only a few words. "No, it's fine, no problem." "Harry, go to the square in front of the castle and attack the castle gate every turn from now on. No matter what happens, don't stop, no matter what happens," Ron shouted. After speaking to Harry, he turned to Hermione next to him and said, "Hermione, you go to the square on the side of the castle gate, attack the gate, and prevent the opposing wizards from attacking." "Harry, what about you?" Hermione asked. "I have to lure the opponent's last centaur archer," he said. "Don't worry, I still have an armored knight here, I'll be fine." Ron's words sounded good, but the reality was not so simple. The opposing centaur archer was indeed blocked by the armored knight. It would take at least 3 turns to defeat the armored knight. But on the other side, a highly mobile hippogriff was rushing towards him, and it looked like it was already too late. The gate is broken," Harry suddenly shouted. "I've captured it." At the same time, the hippogriff knocked Ron flying. Before he was hit, he shouted loudly, "Keep going, Harry, levitate." Hermione immediately raised her wand, but only managed to catch Ron, who was already knocked into the air. "Oh, poor Ron, he's been knocked out." Harry had now captured the castle. Ron had won, but he couldn't continue forward. The opponent's magical creature pieces turned back into stone statues, and the wizard pieces all tipped their hats to Ron. Behind the chessboard, the huge stone door opened automatically. Harry and Hermione sadly looked back at Ron one last time, then rushed through the door and walked down the next corridor. "Will he be? He'll be fine," Harry said, gritting his teeth. while also trying to convince himself of this. What do you think will be next? We've already passed Sprout's mechanism, that devil's snare. It must have been Flitwick who enchanted those keys. Professor McGonagall transfigured the chess pieces, bringing them to life. Now only Quirrell's magic and Snape's are left. As they spoke, they arrived at another door. Are you still okay, Harry? Hermione asked, looking at him worriedly. I'm fine, we have to keep going, at least for Ron, Harry said bravely. As soon as they pushed open the door, a familiar smell inside choked them back several steps. It was a nauseating stench, and they had to lift their clothes to cover their noses. Tears streamed from their eyes from the fumes, and through their blurry, tear-filled vision they saw a troll. It was even larger than the one they had seen last time, lying motionless on the floor in front of them, unconscious, with a bloody, large lump on its head. Great, we don't have to fight this troll, Harry said weakly. They carefully stepped over the troll's thick legs. Let's go, I can't breathe. Hermione pushed open the next door. She didn't see anything more terrifying. There was only a table in this room. On the table, 7 bottles of various shapes were neatly arranged. This must be Snape's magic, Harry said. What should we do? As soon as they stepped over the threshold, a flame suddenly shot up behind them, sealing the doorway. This flame was unusual, it was purple. At the same time, black flames also shot up from the doorway leading forward. They realized they were clearly trapped. Head in the middle. Look. Hermione picked up a roll of parchment placed next to the bottles. This is a logic puzzle. Hermione quietly finished reading it, then let out a long sigh, and Harry was surprised to see her actually smile. He himself couldn't smile at all. It's brilliant, Hermione said. The way through here clearly has little to do with magic. Throughout history, many wizards have had no logical reasoning ability. So they were simply trapped here forever. What about us? Ararwai said, panting. Of course not, Hermione said. Everything we need to know is written on this paper. 7 bottles, 3 are poison, 2 are wine. 1 will allow us to safely pass through the black flames, and another will send us back through the purple flames. But how do we know which one to drink? Give me a minute. Hermione read the paper several more times. She walked back and forth in front of the row of bottles, muttering to herself, pointing at this bottle or that. P class equals. Block 1 finally, she clapped her hands happily, looking absolutely adorable. I've got it, she said. This smallest bottle will help us pass through the black flames to get the Philosopher's Stone. Harry looked at the inconspicuous small bottle and couldn't help but say, it looks like it's only enough for 1 person. Hermione looked at Harry, hesitated for a moment, then pointed to the round bottle on the far right and said, this bottle will allow you to pass back through the purple flames. Harry, you have to drink it. No, I should go, I must. Harry straightened up, trying to look better. Harry, Hermione raised her eyebrows and looked at Harry seriously. Listen to me, you are severely injured right now. Even if you go, you won't be able to stop Snape. But I'm fine, and even if it doesn't work, I can escape. And you now immediately go to the room with the flying keys and get a broomstick. If Ron wakes up, call him too. Then go to the owlery and send a letter to Dumbledore. No matter what, I will try my best to stall Snape, by any means, and you go quickly. After Hermione finished speaking, she grabbed the smallest bottle, poured it into her mouth, and then walked towards the black flames. I still remember that day in the library, she said as she walked. Marcus said I was a Gryffindor, the smartest Gryffindor, and I don't think I'll let his affirmation of me become a joke. Harry couldn't quite figure out whether Hermione was speaking to him or to herself. Lie. Class equals block 2. ID equals talk ID 43. Value equals 43 chapter. Hermione swallowed the potion in her mouth, finding it as cold as ice, and it permeated her body all at once. She kept moving, steadfastly stepping over the high wall formed by the black flames. In that instant, she seemed to see nothing, her vision completely dark. When she saw light again, she froze on the spot. What kind of magic could transform a room into this state? Standing here was like standing on a mirror smooth. Lake, in fact, she was indeed standing on water, but she didn't fall through. In the center of this lake, there was a grayish-white rock platform, and a person was already standing on it. You, Hermione exclaimed, looking at the familiar back. It wasn't Snape, nor was it Voldemort, but the stuttering, seemingly timid defense against the dark arts professor, Quirinus Quirrell. Quirrell was still wearing his ridiculous turban, but his presence here made Hermione feel a chill down her spine. P. Class equals block 1. Quirrell turned around and smiled at a surprised Hermione. His face wasn't twitching at all now, and he spoke as smoothly and fluently as anyone else. It's me, he said calmly. I was just wondering if I'd meet Potter here. but I suppose it's not too surprising that you, Miss Granger, have made it this far. Oh, it's you, so Snape was always guarding against you. That's why Harry mistakenly thought Snape was. Hermione was clearly quite intelligent, and because of Marker, she didn't harbor as much animos. Eyed towards Snape as Harry did, she thought carefully for a moment and pretty much pieced together the whole story. Snape, Quirrell burst out laughing. This wasn't his usual sharp, grating tremor, but a chilling, cold laugh. Indeed, Snape doesn't look like a good person, does he? He flies around like a giant bat, which has been very helpful to us. With him there, who would suspect poor, stuttering Professor Quirrell? No, I think Professor Dumbledore noticed, Hermione said, suppressing her unease and fear, pretending to look down at the lake. Am I right, Professor Dumbledore? Quirrell visibly trembled, retreating a few steps shakily, his eyes fixed on the lake, but seeing nothing. No, impossible, Quirrell shouted frantically. Dumbledore has been tricked into going to London by me. He can't be here at this time. Professor Dumbledore, Hermione continued, feeling as if Marker had corrupted her, making her capable of lying. I think Professor Quirrell is just bewitched. He must have been tempted. Otherwise, he would never have done such a thing. After all, trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone under your protection is clearly impossible. Quirrell was trembling all over, repeatedly muttering, impossible, as he continuously edged towards the center of the stone platform. He knew that, with Dumbledore's unfathomable magical power, he would return at any moment, or rather, had Dumbledore never left at all. Idiot, a voice suddenly rang out from somewhere behind Quirrell, a hoarse and weak voice filled with terrifying coldness and ruthlessness. That little girl is lying to you. Dumbledore isn't here at all. The voice growled, if you dare to run, I'll make you wish you were dead but unable to die. Quirrell was so scared by the voice that he immediately fell to his knees, trembling all over and begging for mercy. P-class equals. Lock 1, Voldemort, Hermione said in horror. Grab her from me, Voldemort hissed, and Quirrell immediately waved his wand, using a disarming charm to send Hermione's wand flying into the distance. Then with another flick, a magical rope instantly bound Hermione tightly. Hermione fell to the ground, but Quirrell paid her no mind. Instead, he obeyed Voldemort's command and continued to study the secrets of the room. Master, it should be here. Quirrell whispered, there's nothing on this plaque. T-form, only a sword stuck in the ground. Pull out the sword, Voldemort said in a low voice. Quirrell immediately reached out and grasped the sword, plunged into the center of the platform, but he couldn't pull it out at all. HMPH, let me see for myself. Voldemort snorted, commanding Quirrell. But Master, your strength hasn't recovered yet. I still have that much strength. Hermione struggled, but found she couldn't move at all. She watched Quirrell raise his hand to untie the scarf from his head. What was going on? The large scarf fell, and Quirrell's exposed head looked surprisingly small. Oh, from Hermione's angle, she easily saw a terrifying face growing on the back of Quirrell's head. The face was chalk white, with glowing red eyes and two long snake-like nostrils below them. Those eyes swept over Hermione, making her involuntarily hold her breath. The next moment, Quirrell turned away. Oh yes, Gryffindor's sword stuck in a rock. Voldemort's deep, raspy voice held a hint of mockery. Dumbledore, easy little trick, it looks quite familiar. Bring that little girl over and have her pull out the sword. Only she can do it here. Yes, Master, Quirrell replied cautiously. He walked towards Hermione, roughly pulling the ropes on her body, dragging her next to Gryffindor's sword. Hermione couldn't help but look at the sword. It was a two-handed crossguard sword with intricate patterns, and a ruby on its hilt sparkled brilliantly. It was plunged diagonally into the platform, seemingly not difficult to pull out, yet Quirrell had used all his strength and still couldn't extract it. The sword in the stone. Seeing this scene, Hermione's guess involuntarily slipped out. HMPH, this is just a little trick Dumbledore cooked up, imitating the story of the sword in the stone, Voldemort said disdainfully. Hurry up and pull it out, complete your task, and don't talk so much. Hermione bit her lip, saying nothing, not moving at all. Quirrell. Voldemort roared upon seeing this. P-class equals B. Lock 1, yes, Master. Quirrell pulled Hermione up, waved his wand to release the ropes on her, and then forcibly pressed her hand onto the hilt of the sword. Pull. Or do you want Quirrell to cast the Imperious Curse on you? Amidst Voldemort's furious roar, Hermione truly became afraid. She had never seen such a terrifying person. Moreover, in the notebook about occlumency that Marker had given Harry, She had seen some information about the Imperious Curse. It was an extremely terrifying spell. It could directly control a person's soul, making the victim do anything under someone else's control. Hermione gripped the hilt with trembling hands, only to find the sword surprisingly light. With just a little effort, she pulled it out. The ground around it crumbled significantly, revealing a small space beneath. Ha 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 ha, I see it, it's down there. Voldemort laughed. Quirrell, get it out. Your moment of glory has arrived. Quirrell quickly turned around, pushed Hermione's delicate body aside, and swiftly reached down. P-class equals blow. CK1, oh, the Philosopher's Stone. It really is the Philosopher's Stone. Master, I have it for you. Quirrell held the translucent, crimson gem, which glowed faintly golden internally, high up, lowering his head so Voldemort could see it. Heh 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 ha ha ha, good, well done. You will receive your deserved reward. Voldemort happily looked at the stone, the red light in his eyes growing deeper. With it, I can perfectly resurrect and return to this wonderful world with true eternal life. Ha ha. Voldemort was halfway through his sentence, and Hermione jumped up and slapped the stone to the ground. Voldemort forcibly controlled Quirrell's neck to look up, watching it fall heavily to the ground, only to shatter into pieces with a crack. No, how could this be, you little girl? Voldemort's rage reached its peak. He looked at Hermione in a frenzy, but suddenly stopped speaking. Hermione quickly backed away in fear. She didn't know where the courage to do that had come from, but she knew she was in danger. However, Hermione waited by the black flame for a while, only to find that Voldemort wasn't looking at her at all, but staring blankly at the calm lake. The sword in the stone, HMPH, the sword in the stone, Voldemort said bitterly. What sword in the stone? I almost fell for that old man's trick. Mama, master, what's going on? Quirrell was still shaken, truly stammering this time. King Arthur did pull out the sword in the stone, but it wasn't what led him to his most glorious period. Voldemort sounded like he was explaining and also talking to himself. The sword in the stone broke during a duel, and then his closest friend and mentor, the wizard Merlin, took him to a lake, where he received the sword of the lake from the Lady of the Lake. That was the true Excalibur. So, that was a fake Philosopher's Stone just now, and the real one is in the lake. Quirrell interjected. Have that foolish little girl plunge Gryffindor's sword into the lake. Voldemort roared. Hermione saw Quirrell approaching her and immediately raised the wand she had secretly moved and retrieved, but she was once again disarmed by Quirrell. Clearly, she was no match for Quirrell. It seemed the rumor that Quirrell was once an excellent Hogwarts student was indeed true. Leviaso, a simple levitation charm, sent Hermione flying into the air under his control. Then she plunged down suddenly. As the blade of Gryffindor's sword touched the lake's surface, Hermione immediately felt unsteady on her feet. And then her whole body was enveloped by cold. She had fallen into the water. The lake surface gradually churned, and soon a crimson stone suddenly flew up from the lake, and Quirrell, with a flick of his wand, summoned it into his hand. I got it, I got it. This time it's real, Quirrell shouted excitedly. This is all thanks to that foolish little girl, HMPH, HMPH. Voldemort said. What are you waiting for? Get out of here. Now, Quirrell, hearing this, disregarded the turbulent lake. He jumped into the water and swam towards the exit. Not far away, Hermione, after hearing Voldemort's last words, an ally lost her strength and sank into the water. Chapter. While Hermione faced the cruel and vicious Voldemort, a look of excitement spread across Marker's face. Finally got it. He sat in the room of requirement, a piece of parchment on the table in front of him, on which a symbol glowed with a wonderful ice blue light. Even more surprisingly, the entire parchment emitted a faint chill, and ice shards constantly spread and condensed on its surface. So it is, Mac. I exclaimed, it's amazing. This is a rule. It represents the rule of cooling matter. This is the connection between spirit and matter. He carefully pulled out the scroll of truth from his embrace. Marker had placed it in a cylinder, and as he slowly unrolled it, each symbol conveyed various information to him. Do these, each one represent a rule? Marker slowly shifted his gaze, looking at the mysterious symbols, continuously marveling. It's truly unimaginable who discovered each of them and recorded them on this scroll. This is indeed the scroll of truth. What is recorded on it are eternal truths. Although he still couldn't decipher all the runes on it, with a good start, he believed the difficulty would decrease significantly. It's very late already, time to go to bed, he said casually, re-rolling the scroll of truth and carefully putting it back into his embrace. Maka casually drew a line over the rune representing cooling, and the rune immediately lost its effect, and the ice crystals stopped increasing. But in that short time, half of the table had been corroded by the cold, and icicles hung from the edges. This showed that, while the rune's effect speed was average, as long as it wasn't destroyed, it would continue to operate. Demonstrating its power, he packed everything up, then took out a bottle of disillusionment potion, took a sip, and left the room of requirement. Hogwarts in the dead of night was as dark as ever, but Maka had long grown accustomed to it. He lightly descended the stairs, moving swiftly and expertly without making a sound. PC. Las equals block 1. Suddenly, he slammed to a halt, his eyes wide, as if he had seen something incredible. Quirrell. Maka stared at the figure running out of the 4th-floor corridor and quickly descending the stairs, a look of disbelief on his face. What is that in his hand? The Philosopher's Stone. Could it be? Maka realized what he had missed. The Philosopher's Stone had been revealed when Quirrell's sleeve flapped, faintly glowing with a golden light, particularly noticeable in the darkness. How is that possible? Maka quickly followed, currently under a disillusionment charm, so he wasn't worried about being discovered by Quirrell. Quirrell was fast, but Maka was faster. His dark time in Tarpoint hadn't been for nothing. His speed was incredibly swift, and he steadily followed behind Quirrell, who remained completely unaware of him. After the two rounded a corner, Maka was startled again. Hermione? Perhaps he had been too focused on the golden gleam of the Philosopher's Stone earlier, or perhaps it was the wrong angle, but only now did he notice Hermione being held in Quirrell's hand. She seemed to be under a spell, held motionless by Quirrell, yet light as air. What should I do? Maka hesitated. He couldn't act rashly as the other party had a hostage. Or Maka had prepared countermeasures after the lesson with Luna last time. This situation reoccurring made him hesitate again at this critical moment. No matter how effective the methods, he always feared a mishap, so he decided to wait a little longer. Although he didn't know why Dumbledore hadn't appeared yet, Maka believed that the unfathomable Great White Wizard still had everything under control. Following closely, both sides moved quite fast. In a short while, they arrived at the main gate of Hogwarts. Quirrell's goal was to leave Hogwarts, but apparition was impossible within the castle grounds, so he had to escape this area. There was still a chance, but even after passing Hagrid's hut, Dumbledore still hadn't appeared. He couldn't wait any longer. Maka reached into his robes, pulled out a pink bottle and flung it straight at Quirrell. With a flick of his wand, the bottle suddenly shattered, and a cloud of pink mist enveloped Quirrell. Incendio. Maka waved and flicked his wand, precisely controlling the flames to form a circle on the ground, trapping Quirrell and the pink mist in the center. Hold your breath. A deep voice rang out, followed by, "Fool, must I expend extra effort to do it myself?" It was Voldemort. As he spoke, he controlled Quirrell to step over the circle of fire, not even a corner of his robe singed, which must have been the effect of an ice-freezing charm. Quirrell, emerging from the flames, his eyes glowing with a terrifying crimson light, looked what frightening. The atomization effect of the sleeping potion is still too low. Maka calmly stared at him, his hands working non-stop. Pratigo, Reducto. The two spells were cast almost simultaneously, but Maka seemed to be slightly earlier, and Voldemort's spell was blocked. Not only that, Voldemort's spell was even reflected back by the magical shield that appeared in front of Maka. Voldemort quickly dodged, the light of the Reductor curse grazing past him, his sleeve instantly becoming tattered. P-Claw. SS equals block 1. It seems he's still very weak. Maka carefully assessed Voldemort's condition while once again waving his wand. He needed to suppress Voldemort and prevent him from using Hermione to threaten him. Expelliarmus, Pratigo. Again, spells were shouted out almost simultaneously. On the surface, it seemed there wasn't much difference in their practical application. But Maka knew that Voldemort's physical condition was a big problem. He was currently hunched over, clearly feeling that his spirit was willing, but his flesh was weak. /P. Expelliarmus, was just a low-difficulty spell, but the power of spells constantly changed with the user's strength. A thin crimson beam of magical energy released from Marka's wand tip directly broke through the magical shield in front of Voldemort, and Quirrell's wand spun in the air, already leaving the opponent's hand. Stupefy, as another spell was cast, Marka moved like lightning, unleashing his fastest speed. He had to get Hermione back as soon as possible to better maintain the hard-won advantage. P-class equals block. K1 3 steps, 2 steps, just a little more, got it. Marka silently counted the distance in his mind, and after grabbing Hermione, he used all his strength to fling her backward. Just as Marka was about to relax, he caught a glimpse of Hermione's terrified eyes. The next moment, a large hand reached out from behind Marka and fiercely gripped his neck. The force was so great that the nails even dug into his skin. Another hand grabbed Marka's wand, snatching it away. Good, very good. This is excellent. Voldemort's voice came eerily from behind Marka, filled with anger. I haven't seen such a talented young wizard in a long time. You must be Marka McLean, aren't you? Quirrell and I mentioned you, he said sinisterly. First year, only first year, and already capable of such things. It's truly unbelievable. Heh, Marka gave a dry laugh. How can I compare to you? I thought your power was supreme, the great Dark Lord. HMPH, Voldemort sneered. I rarely hear such hypocritical words. No, I'm telling the truth. Marka's neck was being squeezed, making it hard for him to breathe. He struggled to squeeze out the next sentence. I just want to save my friend, but I have no ill will towards you, it's true, I swear on Merlin. Very well, if you become my hostage and obey, then. Voldemort's contemptuous words were cut short as he noticed something amiss, which made him stop speaking. Dumbledore. Voldemort frowned, staring intently at a spot not far away where a figure was appearing. It seems I am still a little late. Dumbledore also stared at him without blinking, his eyes flashing with a look that was either regret or guilt. Marka looked at Dumbledore's figure, knowing that he had wanted to take him by surprise, so he had cast a disillusionment charm on himself. But unexpectedly, he was still a step late, and Voldemort had seized control of him first. How unlucky, Marka thought to himself, but then he spoke again. Dumbledore, I have already defected to the Dark Lord, do you know? I don't need your help. The great Dark Lord is right. Dark magic is the ultimate magic every wizard should pursue. You stubborn old man with a big beard will never understand. While Marka was praising Voldemort in various ways, he secretly winked at Dumbledore, signaling him to quickly take Hermione away. Dumbledore frowned, looking at Marka without a word, as if genuinely provoked by Marka's words. HMPH, Voldemort sneered. It seems you really think that way. I can understand. At your age, I experienced it too, especially since you are equally intelligent and have an equally deep desire for powerful magic. In your spells, I can feel that yearning for ultimate destructive power. Very well. If you can help me leave, I will grant you a seat as a Death Eater. Being a child always came with various disadvantages and advantages. How to flexibly use them, turning disadvantages into advantages, depended on one's personal ability, such as underestimation. At this moment, Voldemort was as arrogant as ever, which prevented him from seeing the truth of things, like Dumbledore could. Marka had merely unleashed a torrent of slander against Dumbledore, which made Voldemort develop a favorable impression of him. Although it was unknown whether this goodwill was genuine or not, it at least provided temporary safety. He cooperated with Voldemort and walked away. Dumbledore shifted his feet, but remained in place. Behind Dumbledore, Hermione, lying on the ground, stared fixedly at Marka as he gradually disappeared, her eyes unblinking, her vision blurred by tears. Lie class equals block 2I. D equals Tark ID 45. Value equals 45 chapter. Marka was dragged by Voldemort, who had him by the neck, all the way to the entrance of Hogwarts. By then, the grip wasn't as tight as it had been initially, but there was still no intention of letting him go. Standing before the magically enchanted main gate, Voldemort paused, then pointed Marka's wand at the gate, but there was no reaction whatsoever. Damn it, it's resisting me, Voldemort said hatefully. P-class equals block 1, you use it to open the gate. I shouldn't have to teach you how, right? Marka took the wand, but his neck was still in Voldemort's hand. Although the other party hadn't said anything like "don't move," the sense of threat still lingered. He waved his wand, testing the gate, and immediately a barrier appeared on it. Pratigo Maxima. Marker waved his wand twice in an arc, and a beam of magical light struck the center of the magical barrier. Slash. However, Marker's counterspell was clearly weaker than the caster's, and it took a while to completely dissipate the barrier. Hogwarts' main gate was opened by Marker. Well done. Quirrell, controlled by Voldemort, suddenly showed a terrifying smile, and the hand gripping Marker's neck tightened slightly. But before he could finish his sentence, Marker flipped his hand and cast a stunning spell. This time, he didn't even utter the incantation. It was a non-verbal spell. P class equals B. Lock 1 caught off guard, Voldemort was violently thrown back, and even the Philosopher's Stone he held in his hand fell to the ground. Accio Philosopher's Stone. Marker waved his wand, summoning the Philosopher's Stone into his hand, but before he could cast the next spell, Voldemort suddenly lunged towards the door, and with a crack, space immediately distorted. Oh no! Marker turned around, but someone was a step faster than him. A red light, swift as lightning, charged with an aura of tearing. Through space struck the center of the distorted area caused by the apparition. It was Dumbledore. Marker vaguely heard Voldemort let out a muffled grunt, and in an instant the spatial distortion calmed down. How is it? Marker quickly asked. Dumbledore walked over, shaking his head slightly. He's certainly injured, but he may not be dead. Marker couldn't help but frown at this. He hadn't expected that, even after being hit by his close-range stunning spell. Voldemort still had the strength to move. His vitality was as tenacious as a cockroach. Unfortunately, Marker's non-verbal spells weren't yet strong enough to cast more powerful curses. Otherwise, he might have been able to keep Quirrell, possessed by Voldemort, at Hogwarts. At this moment, Dumbledore walked over, patted his shoulder, and softly said, "At least you retrieved the Philosopher's Stone. Otherwise, the consequences would have been much more severe." Marker nodded at this, raising the Philosopher's Stone in his heart. Indeed, to look at it, but his mood grew unusually heavy. Voldemort must hate me now, but more importantly, for Marker at this time, the most terrifying thing was not Voldemort's escape, but that everything was shifting towards an unknown trajectory. Although he didn't remember much, he could at least recall some key points. But now, his own memories had become unreliable, especially since he already clearly knew that he himself was the cause of this series of significant changes. The butterfly effect. Marker murmured to himself, his gaze never leaving the spot where Voldemort had disappeared. In his eyes, the distant starlight on the celestial wall was reflected, appearing exceptionally deep and tranquil, yet also seemingly filled with a profound gloom. Marker stood there silently, lost in thought. But no matter what changes Marker's state of mind underwent, things continued as they should. Time would not stand still for him alone. P class equals block. K1 Marker had no interest in following Dumbledore to observe how he would consider this incident or how he would arrange the subsequent handling. As he hurried past Hermione, who had already been unbound by Dumbledore, the teary-eyed little girl was smiling joyfully at him. But he didn't even glance at her, merely passing her by, and walked with heavy steps towards Hogwarts Castle. "Marker," Hermione called out, but Marker seemed not to hear. Bang, bang. Standing at the entrance of the Ravenclaw Tower, Marker knocked roughly on the door. "Caw, what's wrong? You look like the world is about to end." The bronze eagle on the door knocker blinked its eyes, flapped its wings, and landed on his head. "Nothing. I've made some progress with the runes in the Tome of Truth, so I came to talk to you." Marker didn't want to discuss what had happened recently. "Caw, really that fast?" the bronze eagle said in surprise, then led Marker directly back into Ravenclaw's secret chamber. In the secret chamber, Marker demonstrated the effect of the cooling rune to the little eagle. The bronze eagle nodded and said, "Yes, you are now qualified to explore the next trial. If you pass the trial correctly, you will have the opportunity to witness the true charm of the rule runes." At this point, the bronze eagle suddenly landed on the table in front of Marker and said solemnly, "And the danger of touching the rules." Danger? Marker was stunned at first, then nodded. Although his understanding of the rule runes was still at the very edge, if such profound things were misused, unpredictable dangers would certainly arise. This was something that could be understood by simply thinking about it, and with the bronze eagle's mention, he naturally had some conjectures. "What's the next trial then?" Marker pondered for a moment, then looked up and asked. Bronze eagle tilted its head, caught a few times, and said, "This trial will take a lot of time, because you need to enjoy a long sea voyage." How long?" Marker frowned. As long as it takes you to travel from here to Albania, that's how long this journey will be, the bronze eagle said. Along the way, you also need to go to a place. Shelf no. 1. Take down the top book, Illyrian navigation log. Maka waved his wand to move the bookshelf aside. And from a distance, he saw an unusually large, thick-bound book lying horizontally on top of other books. Caw, that's the one, the biggest, the bronze eagle chirped. Maka waved his wand again, remotely controlling the large logbook to float in front of him. He placed the bulky and heavy logbook on the table and gently opened its cover. You can read the rest at your leisure on the way. First, turn to the very end. There's a nautical chart tucked inside, the bronze eagle said. And after Maka unfolded the chart, T continued, the route marked with red ink is your journey this time. Take a good look. Do you see that small cross halfway through? That's a small island, and it's also, at this point the little eagle paused, then continued, it's also where Rowena and Ravenclaw met. What? Maka showed a stunned expression, and various conjectures immediately flashed through his mind. It's an open secret. The bronze eagle shook its small head. To be honest, this matter isn't important to you, but if you'd like to know more, you can look around when you get there. All right, everything else see. And wait until you return. First, I wish you a pleasant journey. Caw. The little eagle's sharp laughter made Maka feel a headache. I say, once I reach this, Lake Arreza in Albania, then what should I do? Looking at the unfamiliar place names on the map, Maka quickly asked. He didn't want to arrive at the destination and still have to figure out what to do next. Of course, you dived down. What else did you think? Maka nodded knowingly, muttering to himself, I wonder if a summer vacation will be enough. I hope I have enough time. Wait. He suddenly changed his tone, a complex expression flashing across his face. Since I have this opportunity. Why not? P-class equals blow. CK1. After his conversation with the bronze eagle ended, Maka continued to browse through a large number of books on the shelves. He even planned to take some useful books with him to study carefully on the journey. The books here were not all records of magical theory. There were also many successful or failed experimental records. Although too much time had passed and many studies had lost their timeliness, they could still provide Maka with extremely rich insights by serving as references for ideas. P-class equals blow. CK1, after all, these were all books from the famous witch of that era, Rowena Ravenclaw herself. This time, Maka stayed here for almost 3 full days, spending all his time in this secret chamber except for necessary tasks. Incidentally, because no one could find him, he missed Hufflepuff's final Quidditch match. Surprisingly, although Ravenclaw's house points had been far ahead from start to finish, it was Hufflepuff's beautiful Charlotte who ultimately caught the golden snitch and ended the game. P-class equals block. This prompted enthusiastic cheers for her from the teachers and students in the stands. When Maka emerged again, Harry had already been recuperating in the hospital wing for 3 days, his bones mending. Madame Pomfrey's potions were very effective. His bones had healed long ago, but Madame Pomfrey insisted on observing him for a few more days before letting him go. That day, when Maka arrived, he found Dumbledore already there. Not just Dumbledore, but Hermione and Ron were also there, a company. NG Harry, just as Maka stepped into the hospital room, Hermione was the first to spot him. Maka, you. As soon as she spoke, she immediately recalled the scene from 3 days ago. It wasn't just the experience of outwitting Voldemort. What left the deepest impression on Hermione was the moment Maka passed by her at the very end. Maka himself couldn't remember what expression he had on his face at that moment, but Hermione remembered it vividly, as if that instant was still before her eyes. Thinking of that gloomy face, mixed with indignation, surprise, and regret, Hermione couldn't help but close her mouth. She didn't know what Maka was thinking, but being as intelligent as she was, she could vaguely understand that it was something others couldn't easily touch. She didn't want to, nor did she dare to, casually meddle with it. No matter how clever Hermione was, she was still just a little girl in her early teens, and she had no idea how to handle the vague, yet complex, psychological state deep within her heart. Maka looked at her and said, "Oh, Hermione, were you all right that day? Were you hurt anywhere?" "And no," Hermione stammered, answering in a low voice. "That's good, it's good that you're all right." Maka smiled and nodded, then walked over to Harry's bed. Chapter. "I'm sorry, Harry, that night I didn't know." In the hospital wing, Maka stood by Harry's bed, a look of apology on his face. "No, it's fine," Harry said immediately. What you did later was the biggest gain from this operation. I should be thanking you. Yeah, if it weren't for, oh, just thinking about it scares me. Ron quickly echoed Harry's words. Among those present, the one most deeply affected, besides Dumbledore, was probably Ron. For a young wizard born into a pureblood family, nothing was more terrifying than the resurrection of Voldemort. Indeed, Dumbledore also spoke. This time, we truly owe a great deal to Mr. McLean. I arrived a step too late, and if he hadn't cleverly tricked Voldemort and decisively acted at the last moment, the outcome would have been entirely different. Professor Dumbledore, what happened to the Philosopher's Stone in the end? Harry quickly asked, seizing the opportunity. P-class equals. Block 1, Dumbledore smiled. The Philosopher's Stone has been destroyed, as expected. This point seems unchanged, Marker thought to himself. Destroyed? Harry asked, confused. But your friend Nicholas Flamel, oh, you even know Nicholas? Dumbledore asked, his tone sounding pleased. You've got this matter very clear, haven't you? It's like this, Nicholas and I had a talk, and we both agreed it was the best solution. But then he and his wife will die, won't they? They've stored some elixir of life, enough to let them put their affairs in order. And then, yes, they will die. Seeing the astonished expressions on Harry and his friends' faces, Dumbledore couldn't help but smile. I know to young people like you this might seem a bit incredible, he said. But for Nicholas and Perenelle, death is actually like finally going to bed after a very long day. And for a well-organized mind, death is but the next great adventure. You know, the Philosopher's Stone isn't actually such a wonderful thing. With it, you can have as much wealth and as long a life as you desire. These two things are what humans want most, but the problem is, humans tend to choose what is least good for them. Marker listened from the side, but couldn't grasp the deeper meaning. For him, what he lacked most was probably time. He had many things to do, and many things to research throughout his entire life. He probably wouldn't be able to. No, perhaps death really is the beginning of another adventure. Comparing it to his own winding life, Marker suddenly had a vague realization. Unfortunately, this concept was equally out of reach for him. Even though he had experienced it once before, he still knew nothing about it. He glanced at Dumbledore and felt even more that this white wizard was indeed as unfathomable as the rumors claimed. By the way, Marker, what exactly was that chess challenge? Ron suddenly tapped Marker's arm and asked. The chess challenge? Marker looked bewildered, but Dumbledore chuckled. That challenge was good, wasn't it? He said with a smile. Professor McGonagall, at my suggestion, replaced the original ordinary wizarding chess with the wizarding battle chess Marker invented. That's very interesting. I personally love it. Marker said, astonished. Professor, although I'm happy you like my gift, but, he wanted to say, is it really okay to casually change such an important challenge? Dumbledore continued. Not only that, inspired by you and Harry, I also personally designed the last challenge. Yes, that's right, it's the legend of King Arthur. Oh, I'm so sorry about that. It was my fault for letting Voldemort discover its secret, Hermione said, showing a remorseful expression. But you showed bravery because of it, Miss Granger. I don't think that's something an ordinary student can do. Oh, thank you, but Marker patted Hermione's shoulder and smiled at her. It's okay, you did very well. Yeah, if it were me, I'd probably be trembling with fear, Ron said. And if Quirrell hadn't thought of taking you hostage in the end, you might have drowned in the water. But Hermione took half a step back because of Marker's pat on her shoulder. Under Marker's surprised gaze, she whispered, oh, thank you. Everyone, Marker didn't know what he had done to her. In fact, he hadn't even noticed Hermione's presence at the time, although it wasn't his fault. It must be said that a young girl's heart is still very sensitive. Dumbledore watched their every move, the warm smile on his wrinkled face never changing. Later, Harry brought up Snape again. Although he already knew the whole story, he remained resentful about it. However, Dumbledore told him that Snape owed Harry's father a life. For Snape, nothing was harder to accept than being saved by his rival. So he hated Harry's father, and by extension, he hated Harry. The human mind is indeed very peculiar, isn't it? Professor Snape couldn't bear to continue owing your father this favor. I believe the reason he went to such lengths to protect you this year is because he felt that by doing so, he could settle the score with your father and neither would owe the other anything. Then, he could comfortably rekindle his hatred for your father. Harry tried to ponder these words, but it made his head ache violently again, so he stopped trying to think further. All right, enough questions. My boy, I suggest you start enjoying these candy. Bertie Bart's every flavor beans. I was so unlucky when I was young. I accidentally ate a stinky flavored bean. I suppose since then I haven't been too fond of beans, but I think choosing a toffee-flavored one is always safe, don't you agree? I think it's best not to gamble on luck, Marcus said, looking at the beans in Dumbledore's hand, and couldn't help but shake his head. I've never had a good tasting one. Luck. That's an interesting word choice, Dumbledore said, putting the golden brown every flavor bean in his mouth. He then choked and coughed. Ugh, unlucky. It's earwax. It seems my luck isn't very good. Seeing Dumbledore wiping his mouth and walking out, Marker immediately followed. I have something else to do, you all chat. In the corridor, Marker and Dumbledore exchanged a few words, and then they went to the headmaster's office together. But when he came out of the headmaster's office again, a hint of surprise appeared. On his face, he stood at the door of the headmaster's office, looking back. I didn't expect Dumbledore to be so agreeable. In the evening, the Hogwarts Great Hall was exceptionally lively for the end-of-term feast. Marcus sat at the Hufflepuff long table, listening to Darren, the Quidditch captain and prefect, complain about his absence from the last match and enduring the harassment and nagging of the beautiful Charlotte. He couldn't help but feel a warmth that surpassed that of family/P. What surprised him even more was that, because of his excellent performance, which had spread like wildfire, many students knew about his clever confrontation with Professor Quirrell and his protection of the Philosopher's Stone. Although no one was aware of Voldemort's involvement, this did not prevent everyone from showing him respect and enthusiasm. This touched him and also dispelled much of the gloom in his heart. Even a small portion of Slytherins looked at him with awe. After all, not everyone could confront an active professor head-on, even if everyone was a bit dismissive of Professor Quirrell. Speaking of those little snakes, one had to mention the appearance of the Great Hall at that moment. On the walls to the left and right of the hall, silver and green banners representing Slytherin were decorating anew. On the wall behind the high table, there was also a huge banner depicting the Slytherin snake. This should be Slytherin House winning the House Cup for the 7th consecutive year. Although Marker's excellent grades had earned Hufflepuff many points, one person's strength was ultimately limited. Hufflepuff House still ranked second, just a tiny bit higher than Ravenclaw. After a long while, Harry, who was late, finally stepped through the side door of the hall, and amidst everyone's expectant gazes, Dumbledore also appeared. Another year has passed, Dumbledore said cheerfully. Before we indulge in these delicious dishes, I must trouble everyone to listen to an old man's platitudes. Upon hearing this, Marker immediately tuned out the next few sentences. He only started listening again when Dumbledore finished his rambling and began talking about the House Cup. Now, as far as I know, we must first proceed with the House Cup Awards ceremony. The specific scores for each house are as follows. 4th place, Gryffindor, 365 points. 3rd place, Ravenclaw, 426 points. 2nd place, Hufflepuff, 442 points. Slytherin, 485 points. A thunderous cheer and stomping erupted from the Slytherin table. P class equals B. Lock 1, Marker, specifically glanced at the edge of the Slytherin long table. Veronique Beaulieu still had her calm expression, completely unaffected by the surrounding noise. He remembered that for a while before the exams, Marker often ran into her in the school greenhouses, but she would either ignore him or just walk away. Even when he tried to talk to her, she would just stand there quietly, answering 1 or 2 words for each question he asked, then turning and leaving. It was truly impossible to have a conversation. If Veronique hadn't occasionally come to ask him a few questions, he would have genuinely wondered if he had done something wrong to upset the little girl. As he was thinking, he noticed the little badgers around him suddenly becoming agitated. What's wrong? Marker pulled Charlotte's sleeve. Chapter. What's wrong? Marker looked at the suddenly bustling scene around them and tugged on Charlotte's sleeve. What's wrong? Charlotte grinned. We won the House Cup. Huh. Marker was stunned, feeling like he had missed something. Just then, Darren from the other side sat down and said, Because of you, Dumbledore awarded you a full 100 points. Although Gryffindor also got a lot of points, it still wasn't as much as us. This year's House Cup is Hufflepuff's. How long has it been since our house won the House Cup? He couldn't help but exclaim with emotion. Marcus saw Dumbledore smile and wink at him, seemingly happy for him to receive this well-deserved honor. This means, Dumbledore said loudly, as only this could drown out the thunderous cheers and applause. For even the Ravenclaw and Gryffindor students were celebrating Slytherin's sudden crushing defeat, that we need to make a few small changes to the deco. Rations here. He clapped his hands, and immediately the green drapes turned earthy yellow and the silver ones turned black. The giant Slytherin snake faded, replaced by a timid little badger. No matter how many times I see it, it still looks a bit tacky. Marca looked at the Great Hall helplessly, feeling it would be better to give the House Cup to Gryffindor. At least the gold and red looked more festive. However, looking at Head of House Sprout's flushed, smiling face at the head table and the cheers of the surrounding NG students, he couldn't help but feel that his contribution to the house was at least worthwhile. Several days later, the exam results were announced. Hermione got first place in her year, and under her supervision, Harry and Ron also achieved good grades. As for Marca, who never took exams seriously, he got third place. If you say his grades were good, they certainly were, but if you ask why, with his in-depth study of magic, he only got third place, then one must mention his abysmal astronomy score. P-class equals block. One compared to the exceptionally high evaluations in other subjects, a barely passing a grade directly dropped him 2 places. It was clear that he simply had no interest in astronomy. At this moment, Marca, who had just arrived at the Real King's Cross station from platform 9 3/4, was walking towards the station exit. Ugh, if only I could apparate, it wouldn't be so much trouble, he grumbled, slowly shuffling his feet outwards. The more I think about it, the stranger it gets. Why can't I get it right? The farther the distance, the greater the random error. It's a headache. Indeed, it was true. He had practiced it over 100 times in Hogsmeade Village. Each time, he successfully moved without exception, but the apparition coordinates always deviated from the intended location, and the farther the straight line distance, the greater the deviation. According to Marca's estimation, if he were to apparate directly from here to Albania, he would either appear in Romania or Italy, or there was a good chance he'd fall directly into the sea. A sigh, as he thought about it, he couldn't help but sigh again. I'll just have to take a plane honestly and then see what happens when I get to Italy. In any case, first, I'll go to Gringotts to exchange some pounds. In Diagon Alley, Marca, who had originally intended to go straight to the airport, paused and finally made a trip to the Lovegoods house. After all, this was a long journey, and he didn't know when he would be back. Although the summer vacation was quite long, he probably had a lot of things to do and might miss the start of the school year. He had gone to Dumbledore's office with Dumbledore earlier to prepare for this, so as to avoid any complications later. Unexpectedly, Dumbledore was surprisingly accommodating this time. He even promised to extend his vacation a bit. This was something Marca had not anticipated at all. An hour later, Marca, sitting at the Lovegoods dining table, was chatting with Luna. Is your father? Is he out gathering material again? Marca asked. Yes, he's always very busy. Luna nodded, tilting her head to look at Marca. Are you going somewhere very far? Yes, it's quite far. Marca smiled, not saying much more. Luna said, oh, and blinked. The school owls have already started to depart. You should receive your Hogwarts acceptance letter in a few days, Marca said, taking a sip of tea, if I can make it back before school starts. I'll come and go with you, perhaps. P.S. You'll go to Ravenclaw. I think that should be right. When you get there, you can say hello to the Ravenclaw Tower ghost, the Grey Lady. I've already mentioned you to her, and she'll show you around and tell you about the school. Believe me, although the Grey Lady has a proud personality, she's a good person. Luna nodded as she listened, seemingly quite interested in starting school. Marca smiled at this and added, although it might not be appropriate for me to say this myself, I seem to be quite popular at Hogwarts lately, haha. If you have any difficulties, just mention my name. I think it will always be of some use. After carefully instructing Luna, Marca handed her a small pink handbag. I made this myself a while ago. It has an undetectable extension charm on it and an old Ministry of Magic permit label. He said, you can put a lot of things in it, so your luggage won't be too much. It's very convenient. Of course, be discreet when using it. That permit label was moved from another box and doesn't match this one. Thank you, Luna gave him a smile, but I still hope you come back soon. Of course, I hope so. Maka looked at Luna's beautiful gray eyes and nodded slightly. In the end, Maka didn't wait for Xenophilius to return. He had to say goodbye to Luna and left in a hurry. Before departing, he still had many things to prepare, such as Mafalda the owl's cage. The previous cage had long been taken out and thrown away by Mafalda herself. But Mafalda couldn't continue to stand on his shoulder on the plane, could she? Besides that, there were still many other things to prepare. 2 days passed quietly, and just as Maka arrived at the airport, he saw an unexpected person. It was a little girl dressed in loose muggle clothes. Her small, light blue back and the large hat on her head reminded Maka of someone. Miss Bouvier. Maka looked at the petite figure standing in front of the ticket counter and called out. Veli turned around, looked at Maka, and then said calmly, "Hello. How are you, can I ask you a question?" Maka's words were interrupted by Veli's flat tone. He had no choice but to nod and close his mouth. "You know," Veli said, "how to get on that plane? Is this your first time on a plane?" Maka asked, and Veli nodded. "Where are you going?" "I'll help you buy a ticket." "Paris? Is your home in Paris?" Are you leaving today?" The conversation pattern remained unchanged. Maka asked, Veli answered. Although this was efficient and to the point, Maka always felt something was a bit off. Just as Maka was about to go cue, Veli, who was behind him, tugged at the hem of his clothes. "What's wrong?" Maka turned around. "Where are you going?" Veli raised her head slightly and asked quietly. To buy a ticket." Maka was a bit confused. "I go par. Is you go where?" Veli still had a calm expression, as if she was used to people not understanding her words. "Oh, you mean that? I'm going to Italy. I have some business to attend to," Maka said, realizing. "Then I'll go too." Veli nodded to herself. Then she added, as if afraid Maka wouldn't understand, "Italy. What are you going for?" "I'm not going for fun. Aren't you going home?" Maka was stunned and asked, puzzled. "Don't want to go home, no plants," Veli said naturally. "Not at all." Maka felt his head start to ache again. He even felt that he had been having headaches lately, wondering if the scar on Harry's head had been moved to his own forehead by Voldemort. Maka tried to reason with Veli, but to no avail. She simply wouldn't listen. Maka couldn't leave a little girl who barely understood the Muggle world alone here. That would make him feel guilty of abandoning a child. In the end, Maka had no choice but to agree. He had a premonition that this journey would probably be quite a challenge for him. Sitting on the plane, Maka watched Veli leaning against the window, expressionlessly looking at the clouds outside, and that strange illusion appeared again. Could it be that she simply didn't know how to express her emotions and was actually just a very ordinary, very low-key little girl who was no different from anyone else? "Please don't keep looking at me," Veli suddenly turned her head and said calmly. All right. She was indeed different from other children. At least, other peers her age already understood some social etiquette and wouldn't speak so directly. Maka shifted his gaze back to his notebook and continued to write and draw. There were still many rule runes, and if he didn't hurry up and continue researching them, who knew when he would be able to fully decipher them all? On the plane, Maka kept his attention on his notebook. He felt that not long had passed before he had already reached his destination. Looking at the buildings outside the window, full of Italian charm, he felt that if there weren't so many things to do, this trip might have been even more something to look forward to. But unfortunately, once he got off the plane, he would be busy again. Chapter. The streets of Italy have a dazzling sense of color. On both sides of the not-so-wide streets, the densely packed buildings are mostly colorful. Even with bold use of color, there isn't much sense of incongruity. Besides the vibrant, exotic atmosphere, even Maka could feel the precipitation of the Renaissance within it. However, at this moment, Maka was not in the mood to admire these beautiful streetscapes. His destination was Pacino, locate D at the southernmost tip of Italy. It is a small coastal town on Sicily, filled with low stone walls and tiled houses. A variety of potted plants and green vines covering the exterior walls of the houses make the place seem full of life. Willie eagerly slid off Maka's Firebolt 2000 and hurried to the door of a house. She just stared at a row of flower pots in front of the house, and no matter how Marka called her, she remained motionless. No matter what he said, Willie's only reply was, "Just a little longer, P-class." Equals block 1. Seeing that the disillusionment charm had worn off, passers-by on the street occasionally glanced over. Helpless, Marka could only smile awkwardly and nod at the pedestrians. Perhaps they just found the two children interesting, but Marka didn't have a fondness for being watched. "Let's go. If we don't leave now, we'll become monkeys in a zoo." He grabbed Willie's slender wrist and forcibly pulled her along the street. He had expected Willie to at least struggle, but Willie obediently let him pull her, and they smoothly arrived at the entrance of a hotel. It must be said that the prevalence of English among Italians was clearly not enough. Moreover, two children in their teens coming to a hotel to check in looked like a joke, no matter how you saw it. Helplessly, Marka had to give the hotel owner a confundus charm as a gift, and only then did he complete the check-in procedures. Fortunately, they had long since left the monitoring range of the British Ministry of Magic, so there were temporarily no qualms about using spells. P-class equals block 1, let's go practice the apparition charm again. Marka muttered to himself, watching the sky outside gradually darken. Willie had already settled in, staying next door to him. Now, he had found a trick to deal with Willie. As long as he gave her a pot of plants, no matter what variety, she could stare at it for an hour or two. What's more, Marka wasn't showing her one or two plants, but his own new herbology notebook. Compared to the one given as a Christmas gift, the content in this new notebook was more substantial. It was clear that Willie was very interested. She sat by the window and meticulously read it right away. But in fact, Willie didn't keep staring at his notebook as Marka imagined. She was currently lying on the small tea table by the bed, comparing Marka's notebook and writing something down in her own notebook, word by word. After a while, she closed her notebook again. Muggle world flowers are more beautiful than those in the magical world. Willie turned her head and stared blankly at the sky outside the window. It was already dusk, and the golden sunset merged with the backdrop of various buildings, looking very beautiful. He said he's going out to sea tomorrow. Are there any plants in the sea? She stared blankly at the distant, faintly visible horizon, seemingly with some anticipation, but her expression remained as calm as ever. Suddenly, Willie turned her head and looked at the closed door. She stared at it motionless, as if trying to see through it. "He is a very good person," she said. The sun gradually set, and the afterglow of the sunset became more brilliant. Outside the window it was still bright, but a slight chill was slowly setting in. Willie just sat there in the chair, quietly doing nothing. She seemed accustomed to such solitary time, just calmly observing everything around her as if she were just one of the objects. Time passed little by little, just like Willie's usual life, with a quiet tranquility. It had just turned night outside, but the night came very early for the people of Pacino. Just after the sun had dipped below the mountains, there were already few people wandering on the streets. Marka found a flat, uninhabited rocky area by the sea, and with a look of melancholy, practiced apparition without any progress. Everything seemed to be proceeding in an orderly fashion. But what Marka didn't expect was that at this moment, Quirrell, or rather Voldemort, was barely clinging to life in the forests of Albania. 11 years ago, when Voldemort tried to kill the Harry family, Harry's mother, Lily, sacrificed herself for her son. And Voldemort, due to the backlash of the killing curse he cast, lost his physical body. After that, his fragmented soul had been hiding deep in the Albanian forest, and it had been 10 years. A year ago, he finally met Quirrell, who was on vacation there, and successfully subdued him, being easily brought to Hogwarts Castle. But who knew Voldemort, who had originally set his sights on the Philosopher's Stone, failed again. In his anger, he returned to this remote and familiar place. At this moment, Quirrell was slumped weakly against the trunk of a large tree, covering his left shoulder with his right hand, his left hand hanging limply by his side. Clearly, Dumbledore's blow had severely wounded him. Voldemort had long since released his control over Quirrell. He was still attached to the back of Quirrell's head, but the intense battle that day had consumed much of his strength, leaving him even weaker. On the large tree behind Quirrell, a hollowed-out tree hole could be vaguely seen, with a few strands of vines hanging from the opening. If one didn't look carefully, it would be hard to notice. This was the tree hole where the Ravenclaw diadem was hidden, which Voldemort had coaxed out of Helena's mouth back then. Because of its concealment, Voldemort unhesitatingly chose it as his hiding place. "Master, I feel very unwell," Quirrell said weakly, struggling to open his eyelids. Voldemort did not respond. Perhaps he was focused on recovering his strength, or perhaps he simply didn't want to waste words on it. Seeing no reaction from his master, Quirrell gazed blankly at the bushes in front of him. After a while, he closed his eyes again. After another long period, suddenly, Quirrell's eyes snapped open, his crimson pupils filled with a sinister glow. For some reason, Voldemort had once again taken control of Quirrell's body. He slowly stood up and walked step by step, without looking back. Deeper into the forest, P-class equals BL. Arc 1, the deeper he went, the taller and denser the surrounding trees became. Their intertwined canopies blocked out the moonlight, making the forest even darker. But Voldemort seemed to need no light at all. Although his steps were slow, he accurately maneuvered around many trees, not even touching a single one of the winding and twisted roots beneath his feet. Walk, keep walking, endlessly walking. The angle of the hillside gradually became steeper downwards. On many large slopes, Voldemort had to lie on the ground and slide down. The long journey made his movements increasingly difficult, but he still did not stop. This was all because he had a place he had to go, while he could still control Quirrell's body to move. Finally, when he pushed aside the bushes in front of him again, an old, dilapidated ancient temple appeared ahead. Voldemort controlled Quirrell to walk to the entrance of the ancient temple, looking at the almost half-collapsed stone slab floor inside, and for once, a hint of hesitation appeared on his face. But so, on he took another step and walked straight inside. Only upon entering the small ancient temple could one see that beneath the damaged and collapsed stone floor tiles, a dark and eerie passage corridor was revealed. It was extremely dark inside. After just 2 steps, his figure was completely swallowed by the shadows, and he was no longer seen. The next morning, on the coast of Pacino. "Hold on tight, we're leaving." Willie sat behind Marka, her hands tightly gripping his clothes. Although our face didn't show it, she seemed to have a slight fear of heights. Marka naturally didn't notice Willie's expression, otherwise he would have surely noticed it when they flew over from Rome. He kicked off, and the Firebolt 2000 carried him and Willie, still incredibly fast, and in a blink of an eye, they had already left the shore. They were flying towards the center of the Mediterranean Sea. There was a small island concealed by magic, and Marka would not have been able to find it without the sea chart in his hand. /P even so, after a good while, as Marka flew over a patch of sea, he suddenly felt a blur around him. As soon as he reacted, he saw a small island appear before him, with a tall tower in the center emitting a soft white light from its top. A light-absorbing barrier, an enlarged version of the disillusionment charm. Marka looked back once, then flew straight towards the tall tower. As he approached the tower, he immediately noticed many permanent enchantments on it. Most were harmless, merely serving to maintain the tower's structure and repel muggles, but some were passive defensive spells. Marka saw a red aura appear on the tower and immediately backed away. "It seems we still have to walk over honestly." He led Willie down into the woods below, and although he rushed against a tree branch, he still landed steadily on the ground. PFFT, Marka spat out the leaf hanging from his mouth and looked back at Willie. "Don't move," he said, gently brushing off the leaf on top of Willie's head, and then continued, "All right, let's walk in and see." But before he could take a few more steps, he immediately noticed something was amiss. "Is there something?" Marka immediately drew his wand and vigilantly observed his surroundings. Before long, the branches to Marka's front left stirred, as if some large creature was about to charge at him. Impedimenta, Marka flicked his wand sharply. Immediately, even the trembling leaves nearby slowed down. The next moment, a hideous, terrifying large mouth suddenly emerged from between the branches, its sharp, venomous fangs clearly visible. Chapter, BR class equals caliber 2 ID equals caliber PB49//B/lie/all/body. The creature was inherently fierce, twisting its body and trying to break through Marka's barrier spell. Marka narrowed his eyes and immediately used the Christmas gift Snape had given him. Sectum Sempra, the sword-like spell was invisible but incredibly sharp. With just one strike, it tore the attacking creature apart, and it fell into the bushes with a thud. Peruvian Viper Tooth, Marker looked at it hesitantly. Does Ravenclaw have a hobby of collecting magical creatures? But before he could ponder further, there was more movement ahead. There were indeed many magical creatures on this small island, and although most of them weren't particularly dangerous, they still delayed him quite a bit. What intrigued him, however, was that he found many large pits in the forest. The trees around these pits were mostly toppled, and in some places, the overturned soil looked fresh and faintly damp. After he killed Anno, the attacking creature, he habitually pushed aside the bushes and suddenly felt his vision clear. It was a strange building situated in the middle of the woods. It looked like a solitary tower, but numerous small, pointed huts of various sizes extended from its outer walls. Although each individual hut didn't seem very large, the overall structure appeared quite bulky. At the top of the tower, a huge eagle-shaped shield crest was embedded, with a striking black background and golden eagle, seemingly proclaiming the identity of the owner of This place. A long time had passed, and the building was already covered with green vines, presenting a vibrant appearance. Marker walked to the main entrance and slowly pushed open the somewhat stiff door, only to find that the interior was as clean and natural as if it had just been built, as if its owner had only left that morning. Winnie still followed him obediently, her gaze lingering on some wild flowers by the door. Upon entering, there was a fairly spacious circular hall, complete with tapestry and other decorative items on the walls. The floor was paved with large stone bricks, but there wasn't much wear. In the center was a spiral staircase leading all the way to the top of the tower, and looking up, faint light could be seen filtering in. However, because the wall lamps had not yet been lit, the hall felt a bit gloomy. Marker and Winnie stepped inside, and after a few glances, they realized that only the backgrounds remained on the canvases on the walls, and the cabinets were already empty. There seemed to be nothing of value here. There was a large room on the second floor. He went in and took a quick look, finding that it seemed to be a study, but the bookshelves inside had already been cleared out. Perhaps they were all moved to Hogwarts. Marker couldn't help but think. Further up were two smaller bedrooms. Although many things had already been taken away, there were still some items left in the room on the right. Marker went in to look and immediately noticed several old books stacked on the desk. P-Class equals Block 1, Magical Creature Experiment Notes. He casually flipped through it and found that it not only recorded a lot of experimental data, but also interspersed many casually jotted down thoughts of the day between the experimental contents at the back. Some of the content was related to the experiments, but the further he read, the more everyday musings appeared. The name Ewan appears quite often. Marker couldn't help but start mumbling to himself as he read. From a stranger to gradually developing affection, it feels like I'm peeking into someone's emotional diary. He recalled the bronze eagle's words, "This is also where Rowena and Ravenclaw met," and quickly flipped to the flyleaf of the notebook. The signature on it puzzled him, Rowena Murrah. Rowena Ravenclaw's real name. Where exactly was Rowena from? Although he couldn't figure it out at the moment, this wasn't the main purpose of his visit. Marker closed the notebook and casually stuffed it into his briefcase. Anyway, Rowena definitely doesn't need it anymore, so I'll keep it for her. But just then Winnie, who had been silent, uncharacteristically spoke up. Mommy said stealing is bad. Marker looked at her expressionless, delicate face and felt like he didn't have the energy to complain. All right, I'll put it back. As he was speaking, he heard a flurry of pitter-patter sounds around him, and a large group of house elves instantly surrounded them, looking at him and Winnie with wide, round, blinking eyes. Who are you? Oh, it's a human. Wow, it really is a human. Oh, just like Mommy said, so tall. Marker stared at the chaotic chatter around him, momentarily stunned. He realized he couldn't understand a word. Fortunately, the house elves didn't seem to have any ill intentions. They just surrounded him and Winnie, looking them up and down. It was as if they hadn't seen a human in a long time. Marker roughly counted, there were about 30 of them. But when he inadvertently turned his head, he found that even the doorway and corridors behind him were packed with house elves of various appearances. There were so many that he couldn't see the end of them. These house elves felt completely different from other house elves outside. Some were tall, some short, some fat, some thin. Although the tallest was less than half a person's height, each had distinct features and unique behaviors. Even with similar large ears and long, flat noses, They each had their own characteristics. Of course, the biggest difference was their clothes. As everyone knows, house elves don't wear proper clothes. They are intelligent magical creatures conquered by wizards in ancient times. Starting from the first generation's extensive servitude training, each generation is taught by their already enslaved house elf parents, passing down the slave status through generations until it has become their very nature. And slaves are not allowed to wear proper clothes. That is proof of being abandoned by their masters. This idea has even been etched into their souls. If you give a house elf a piece of clothing, or even just a sock or a glove, they will scream and run away. That is a cruel reality they absolutely cannot accept. This, even in the kitchens of Hogwarts, remained unchanged, but the house elves in front of Marka gave him a sense of freedom. He didn't see that deep-seated servility in any of them. Are you, Rowaners? Marka struggled to find the right words, breaking them apart and speaking them one by one. Are you Rowena Murras, friends? Immediately, the large group of house elves began to speak all at once, the chaotic scene making Marka's head spin. Oh, the human is talking. P. Claus. S equals block 1. Yes, he's asking if we're friends with the witch Rowena Murra. We are certainly not friends with the witch Rowena Murra. Oh yes, we've never even seen her. But my grandpa's grandpa's grandpa's. How many grandpas ago was it? Who knows? I can't remember. The group of house elves were chattering away when a cough came from outside the door. Ahem, quiet. Don't you remember the rules? What do you do when guests arrive? An older house elf suddenly walked in from outside the door, and Marka immediately noticed that the surroundings quieted down. In a moment, a few house elves by the table moved aside, and with a pitter-patter, a house elf carrying a tray placed 2 cups of black tea on the table. Marka opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. They apparently didn't understand. As he was thinking, he heard a similar commotion from outside. Oh, those stupid dragons are here. Ain't chase them away, chase them away. Oh my, those big guys have lost their minds. Yes, such bad memory, they were just chased away a few days ago. Marka froze, then saw the house elves in the room apparate one after another. He quickly ran to the window, only to witness a sight that wizards outside the island would rarely see in their lifetime. Outside the island, a group of dragons were charging straight through the invisible barrier. Their black-green scales and glittering golden horns made it easy to identify their species. They were a group of Romanian longhorns. Marka roughly counted. There were about 20 of them, big and small combined. Adult Romanian longhorns typically grow up to 40 feet long, and while not the largest of dragons, their ferocity and brutality are considerable. Just as Marka was hesitating whether to do something, he saw the red aura appear again on the outer wall of the tall tower beneath him. The aura grew larger and larger, enveloping the entire tower, looking from afar like an extra red circle around the tower. The dragons flapped their wings, charging towards them at high speed. But just as they approached a certain range around the tower, the red aura around the tower suddenly vibrated violently, then silently spread out. The dragon group clearly showed a trace of confusion. They tried to evade by flying, but still couldn't escape in time. The aura was too fast. As soon as the aura touched the dragons, they let out a mournful cry and were shed back to the edge of the island by the rapidly spreading aura, utterly powerless to resist. Several dragons even lost their ability to fly and fell onto the shallow beach by the sea, splashing up quite a bit of water. But the remaining dozen or so dragons were not discouraged, seemingly accustomed to this situation. After readjusting their posture, they charged towards the tall tower again, their speed noticeably faster than the first time. Marka looked down. Red light seemed to still be gathering around the tall tower, but it didn't seem to be able to form an aura again anytime soon. Chapter. Are there any other defensive spells on this tall tower? Marka couldn't help but wonder. However, the next moment, he obviously realized he was wrong. As the group of fire dragons approached the tower again, each one swooping down towards them, hundreds of slender red beams of light suddenly appeared from below the tower. They looked quite dense and shot out in neat parabolas towards the fire dragons in midair, drawing red arcs in the sky. /P for a moment, the fire dragons frantically began to dodge, but the sheer number of magic beams was too great, and their density was extraordinary, making it impossible to avoid them. The dozen or so fire dragons fell one by one like dumplings, crashing heavily into the trees on the island. Before long, they flew up again, glanced at the red halo that had gathered once more around the tower, and then scurried away. Marka quickly leaned out to look down at the tower and immediately saw the tiny figures on the ground. Class equals Block 1, Elves. Marka was truly astonished this time. It's hard to imagine how grand the scene must have been when the ancient wizards conquered these elves. I remember some ancient texts mentioning that there were quite a lot of elves back then. For those gifted, intelligent, magical creatures, using their innate abilities was almost as simple as eating. It's no wonder that every war initiated by these intelligent, magical creatures caused a major upheaval in the wizarding world. Putting aside the current state of house elves, the Magi, power that allowed ancient wizards to completely conquer such creatures is truly enviable compared to the more lifestyle-oriented spells of today. The gap is truly. Marka looked at the cheering elves below, and a longing for powerful ancient magic arose in his heart. He didn't wish for anything else, only to witness firsthand the profound mysteries of those ancient spells. This was entirely the mindset of a theoretical researcher. It must be said that after Marka obtained the Scroll of Truth, his desire to explore magic, theories was rapidly increasing. Although he was already very interested in magic, this increasingly strong desire subtly hinted at a touch of abnormality. However, this abnormality was not obvious, and even with Marka's alertness, he didn't notice it at all. After repelling the attacking fire dragons, the elves apparated away with a series of crackling sounds. Marka turned his head, looked at the cup of black tea on the table, thought for a moment, and then picked it up and took a sip. The tea was warm and tasted quite good, but unfortunately, he didn't know much about black tea, so he just drank it to quench his thirst, finishing it in no time. Want to try some? It tastes good. Marka turned his head and looked at Vili, who was still standing by the window. After resting for a while, Marka saw that the group of elves had no intention of returning, so he decided to continue searching the other rooms. It's just that, isn't it, why Muggle wizards always complain that wizarding architecture is mostly illogical? The rooms on the third floor were surprisingly numerous, and most of them were used as laboratories. Inside, apart from a large number of bottles and jars, there was almost nothing useful. Even most of the potion bottles on the wall cabinets were empty, just neatly arranged there. And some rooms were surprisingly spacious, seemingly having had undetectable extension charms or similar magic cast inside, and there was nothing in the rooms, making them look eerily empty. But on the entire third floor, one room was particularly unique. This seemed to be just a very ordinary small dining room, but as soon as Marka entered, he immediately discovered its special nature. This was a room enchanted with a peculiar spell. Although he and Vili could walk around freely inside, they couldn't touch anything. When they reached out, their hands would simply pass through what should have been solid objects, as if everything here was just an illusion. This forced Marka to ponder the deeper meaning behind it. It seems this is the place, Marka thought to himself, but what secret is hidden here? He and Vili wandered around here a couple of times, but gained nothing. Even if he saw something valuable, what good was it if he couldn't touch it? Suddenly, Marka felt something was amiss. The surrounding space, the surrounding objects were changing. Whether it was the dining table, chairs, or the surrounding cupboards and cabinets, even the blank portraits hanging on the walls, everything was gradually becoming distorted. The distortion wasn't significant, but all objects had undergone slight deformation. Seeing this anomaly, Marka couldn't help but frown, just as he was about to pull out his wand. To investigate, the surroundings changed again. This time the commotion was not small. Around them, with Marka and Vili at the center, a large number of characters and symbols suddenly appeared. They materialized out of thin air throughout the space of this dining room, emitting a faint golden glow, slowly rotating around them. If one were to disregard the current situation, this scene actually looked extremely beautiful. But what surprised Marka was that, unlike the runic symbols on the Scroll of Truth, he had basically seen most of these symbols. Just before this, in order to decipher the runic symbols on the Scroll of Truth, he had almost scoured various ancient script texts. Some were widely circulated magical scripts in the wizarding world, and some were non-magical scripts discovered through Muggle archaeology. Now, he could even distinguish from the surrounding characters which ones originated from ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs and which was Sumerian cuneiform, and closest to him were undoubtedly the 22 Phoenician characters Floa. Ting before him. They are a type of symbolic script recorded in the Muggle world, said to be the origin of European alphabets. According to Muggle archaeologists' research, they were created by Phoenician merchants around 1000 BC. What does this mean? Marker looked around, at a loss for a moment, but even without a clue, he gradually understood that this might be another riddle left by Rowena. The Bronze Eagle had said that he was to come here to retrieve something, and the breakthrough was clearly right before his eyes. Time passed bit by bit. Marker went from standing to sitting, and a notebook and quill appeared in his hands. He seemed to be in a trance, writing and drawing on the paper, clearly having entered a state of research. Villy, on the other hand, seemed very calm. Although she too was momentarily attracted by the wondrous symbols, she soon shifted her gaze to Marker. She sat quietly on the floor nearby, watching Marker lost in thought. No one knew what she was thinking. Perhaps she wasn't thinking anything at all, just simply sitting and staring blankly. In this dreamlike space, time seemed to lose its meaning. For a moment, it was eerily quiet, with only Marker's occasional rustling of writing proving that living beings were still present. Outside, the sky gradually darkened, and an afternoon quietly slipped away. In the gradually dimming room, only numerous symbols slowly drifted in midair, emitting a faint glow. Soon, Marker stopped what he was doing. He pulled out a bottle of Lumos sand and shook it, and a soft white light immediately burst from the bottle, illuminating the entire room as if it were daytime. This was an improved version of the gloom dust he used in the Whomping Willow Tunnel. Although it was still just a slightly prepared material, its brightness and duration were greatly increased. However, the added ingredients for this stuff were a bit expensive, and Marker, being frugal, was unwilling to use too much, as the number of uses was limited. He placed the bottle of Lumos sand aside, then turned and took some food out of his briefcase, handing it to Villy beside him. "Here, hungry," Marker said with a smile. "Sorry, I tend to forget the time once I start researching. If you're sleepy, I have a sleeping bag here." Villy took the food and looked at it. There were some exquisite cakes bought in Italy. She silently unwrapped them and began to eat in small bites. Seeing that she didn't seem to want to talk, Marker first took out the sleeping bag and neatly spread it out on the floor for her. Villy finished the cake in her hand, gently shook her head, refusing the second one Marker offered, then shifted her bottom and sat on the sleeping bag, seemingly preparing to continue staring blankly. "Aren't you going to do something else?" Marker asked. "You can continue reading the herbology notes I gave you." Villy nodded slightly but didn't move. "What's wrong?" Marker asked curiously. "Mom said it's important to rest after a meal," Villy said calmly. Marker looked at her with a subtle expression, sighing inwardly that he was worrying for nothing. He shoved the cake in his hand into his mouth in 3 bites, then clapped his hands and immediately refocused his attention on his notebook. As his research continued to deepen, he finally found a clue in the arrangement of the large number of symbols around him. He discovered that the 22 Phoenician characters closest to him had various connections with other ancient texts surrounding them. However, upon further scrutiny, the connections became ambiguous. According to Muggle research, Phoenician chara ceters were originally summarized and evolved from hieroglyphs and cuneiform. It's only natural for there to be some connections. But could it be that these 22 Phoenician characters are not the original version? Marker frowned deeply, the gears of thought rapidly turning in his mind. Since this is a riddle left by Rowena for the holder of the Scroll of Truth, that means... Marker paused, then slapped his head as if suddenly enlightened and picked up his quill again. He compared the various characters before him and, according to his own understanding, began to attempt to compare and restore the 22 Phoenician characters in front of him. Chapter. Once clues were found, the research progress accelerated significantly. However, even so, the work of restoring ancient magical runes still severely tested Marker's depth of understanding of magic theory. Although there were already 22 pseudo-Phoenician characters as references, it still required a great deal of time to deduce and experiment little by little. It took nearly 2 weeks before Marker finally put down his quill and let out a huge sigh of relief. During this time, food and water would occasionally appear out of thin air on the floor. It seemed that, no matter the era, house elves' habit of avoiding appearing in front of people remained consistent. Of course, the initial chaotic farce had to be excluded. As for these little creatures who had lived on this island from the beginning, humans were ancient legends that only appeared in bedtime stories. These characters indeed show traces of rules. It seems that the one who summarized and compiled the Phoenician characters was definitely not a merchant, but an ancient wizard. Marker brought the notebook in his hand closer, looking at the 22 characters that subtly emitted vague information, and couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Although the information conveyed by these runes is clearer and easier to understand than the rule runes in the Scroll of Truth, the completeness of the rules contained within them is far less than that of true rule runes. However, they can be used for reference and research. He looked up only to find that the surrounding symbols were fading away in large patches, one by one dissipating into the air. But the 22 Phoenician characters did not disappear, they changed. Under the illumination of the Phoenician magical runes in Marker's notebook, the surrounding 22 Phoenician characters gradually transformed into true magical runes and continuously changed their arrangement, subtly emitting a wave of rules. What's going on? Marker looked down at his hands, and a tremor arose in his heart. Ever since Christmas Day, when he had a realization while looking at Luna's back, Marker had found that he could cast the Patronus charm's silvery white mist without a wand. And from that same moment, Marker could occasionally sense the aura of his own magic, though it wasn't very obvious at the time. This situation continued until he began researching the Scroll of Truth. It was when those rule runes transmitted unknown rule auras to Marker that he had a very vague understanding of the concept of magic. But now, Marker found that he could genuinely feel the magic on his body, no, not just on himself, but even in the surrounding air. And even the magic on Villy's body could be felt. It was just much more vague in comparison. This really is magic. Marker couldn't help but close his eyes, focusing all his attention. It's wonderful. This is simply a different world. After savoring this novel sensation, Marker quickly fell into contemplation. After many long periods of research, this kind of thinking had almost become his instinct. Being able to sense magic is clearly due to the rearrangement of the Phoenician magical runes. What does this mean? He thought for a moment and immediately had a new idea. No. Before that, he opened his eyes, reached out, and gently traced a line in the air. Immediately, a faint ribbon of magic was left in the wake of his fingertip. However, this trace of magic was extremely unstable, like pigment poured into a river, quickly diffusing and soon merging with the magic in the air. No longer under Marker's perception and control. Seeing this, Marker couldn't help but frown. After pondering for a while longer, he seemed to understand something and drew his wand from his sleeve, making another slight flick in front of him. This was the first time Marker had such a direct experience of a wizard's wand. He saw magic flowing through his arm and into the wand, quietly gathering at the tip of the wand, and then following Marker's will, leaving a more solidified trace of magic in the air. /P. Hover, Marker waved his wand and cast a levitation charm on the suitcase on the ground. The box slowly rose under Marker's control, but Marker's attention was mostly focused on the tip of the wand. This time, he saw the clear magical trajectory left by the tip of the wand during the previous wave. Those trajectories subtly changed with the incantation, and driven by Marker's will to make the suitcase rise, several incomplete rule runes composed of magic flow quickly flashed by. Matter drives the appearer. NCE spirit interprets the rules. Marker couldn't help but repeat this sentence. I never thought that the answer I guessed blindly to answer a question was actually hidden in every spell I cast. Since that's the case, why not just try? As Marker spoke, his wand began to wave again, but this time the movement was extremely slow, as if he were meticulously painting a picture with magic flow in the air. He was going to directly write rule runes with magic. However, even with the wand helping to solidify the magic flow, If the rule runes were not completed quickly, they would eventually dissipate over time. Marker's attempt was unsuccessful. The precision required for drawing rule runes and the concentration of the drawer's will was simply too high. Even writing them correctly on paper would take a considerable amount of time, and drawing them in the air with a wand was clearly even more difficult. Still no good. After several attempts, Marker had to stop. He found that the Phoenician magical rune groups were to dissipate. After hastily recording the combination in his notebook, the magical runes quickly disappeared. The room returned to its original state, seemingly quietly awaiting the arrival of the next destined person. I can only continue my research when I have the chance. Marker closed his eyes and resensed the magic within him. Although it was clearer than before, it was still not as clear and distinct as it had been just now. Are we leaving? Villy stood up and asked softly, PCL. S equals block 1, Oh yes, Marker snapped out of his thoughts, nodded, and said, we're leaving now, directly to Albania. It's about the same distance as when we came to this island, so we can rest there. Villy immediately picked up her luggage and without a word turned and walked out the door. Marker was stunned for a moment, then smiled wryly. Well, being obedient is good. When Marker and Villy returned, they didn't encounter those somewhat peculiar house elves again. Perhaps they had hidden somewhere, or perhaps they had other things to do. Marker didn't want to deliberately search for them. For the seemingly free house elves here, he felt that not disturbing their lives was the most appropriate approach. The outside world was not suitable for them to live in, so it was best to let them continue to live safely and happily on this island. As he flew away from the small island with Villy, he inadvertently looked back and vaguely saw a group of tiny figures pushing and playing with each other on the beach. After a slight surprise, he felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Being two countries separated by the sea, Albania's scenery had a similar charm to Italy. However, due to various historical reasons, Albania's development was far behind Italy. It was a vast and somewhat barren country, with fields of farmland visible everywhere. Although not as splendid and colorful as Italy, it had its own unique natural charm. Marker found a guest house and rested for a night. The next morning, he and Villy set off, flying inland. Albania's Our reign was mostly mountainous and hilly. From high above, ravines were everywhere, and from time to time, small and medium-sized lakes were embedded in the intricate valleys, and their destination this time was hidden beneath one of those small lakes. Although the terrain here had changed somewhat, it was still an undeveloped area in the deep mountains, so Marker quickly found the small lake named Rikini. Miss Bloise, I'll go down first to check for danger. Please wait on the shore. Marker cast a Beebly head charm on himself and an imperturbable charm, then walked into the water. Once the undetectable extension charm is more proficient, I can consider making a smaller bag, at least to hold all my potion bottles. He muttered, then dove forward, submerging into the water. Perhaps due to the constant large flow of water, Lake Rikini's water was very clear, and the bottom of the lake could be seen clearly underwater. Marker swam around for a bit and quickly found a deep cave hidden behind rocks at the bottom of the lake. P-class equals BL. Arc 1, he instinctively looked back, then decided to go in and check it out first. The cave was not large, but it was wide enough for 3 people to walk abreast. After continuing to dive for a while, the water suddenly disappeared. Caught off guard, Marker stumbled and fell onto the rocks. Fortunately, he reacted quickly enough to protect his face, avoiding disfigurement. As he rubbed his arm and looked up, he found that he had arrived in an underground world magically separated from the lake water. P-class equals block 1, he was standing on a flat rock, and a few steps further, he could see stairs leading down. It was pitch black below, almost nothing was visible, but he could faintly hear the gurgling sound of water coming from below. Lumos, Marker flicked his wand, then waved it again, maximal. The light on the tip of the wand suddenly intensified, and as Marker waved it, it detached from the wand, flying in an arc for a distance before falling far down below. With the light, Marker generally saw what was below. When he saw a large or embedded in the rock wall in the distance, he was certain that he had indeed found the right place. Marker thought for a moment, then muttered to himself, I should bring Villy down first. Leaving her alone on the shore might not be very safe. Chapter. However, what Marker didn't expect was that when he returned to the shore, he saw an unexpected scene. At this moment, a group of people stood on the shore of Lake Requini. Most of them were dressed as servants of noble families, and the leader was an old butler wearing a black waistcoat over a white long-sleeved shirt. Miss Bloise. This is, Marker dispelled the spell on him and stepped forward to ask. The servants from home have arrived, I have to go back. Villy was as calm as ever, with no expression on her face, as if she was talking about something unrelated to herself. Sir, thank you for taking care of our young lady these past few days. If you have time in the future, please do visit Blois Castle in Paris. I believe the master will be very pleased. The old butler spoke kindly, without a word of blame for Marcus. Instead, he extended an invitation on behalf of his master, showing the competence and composure of a noble butler. Marker nodded. He glanced at Villy and then said, Butler, you must have had a tiring journey. When I have time in the future, I will definitely visit. Miss Bloise and I are classmates at Hogwarts and have become good friends. When the next semester begins, I will ask Professor Severus Snape, the head of Slytherin House, to continue looking after her. Marker's verbal skills had always been excellent. He knew what Villy lacked, and her family naturally knew it too. Although Villy's demeanor suggested that her family's situation wasn't too good, as an uninformed outsider, expressing goodwill in this way was always the right thing to do. As expected, the old butler also nodded, thanked him for his words, and then turned to walk towards Villy. Thank you, Villy whispered as she left, and thank you for the Christmas present. She turned and walked a few steps forward, but then looked back and added, P-class equals block 1, see you next semester. Marcus smiled at her, standing by the lake and watching the old butler take Villy away via apparition. It seems she's still a remarkable pure-blood noble. He stood on the shore, pondering for a while, then dismissed the conjectures in his mind and dived back into the lake. He easily made his way to the underwater cave, then descended the somewhat steep stone steps, quickly reaching the very bottom. Indeed, there was an ancient-looking stone door down there appearing very old but undamaged. However, the stone door was bare with nothing on it. Alohomora, Marker drew his wand and lightly waved it at the stone door. This was merely a test, and Marker didn't expect any results, but to his astonishment the door slowly opened. What's going on? Marker curiously poked his head in and saw that inside was just an empty hall. The space inside seemed vast, and the sound of the stone door scraping against the ground echoed in the hall, making one feel a little uneasy. On both sides of the hall, there were rows of supporting pillars, intricately carved with rough patterns. At the deepest part of the hall, a high-backed throne stood, carved from a single rock. Although it had some damage, at a glance, it still possessed a raw, rugged beauty. The floor of the hall was paved with large, flat stone slabs, with faint traces of carvings on them. However, the weathering seemed too severe, and the specific details were no longer clear. Weathering. Marker pondered as he looked, then suddenly froze. Speaking of which, there is indeed wind in this hall. Where is it coming from? This was the bottom of a lake. How could wind blow in? He waited quietly for a while, and when he found nothing unusual, he lifted his foot and gently walked in. As soon as Marker reached the center of the hall, he immediately felt a wave of dizziness. In a daze, the surrounding scenery seemed to be changing. He quickly suppressed the discomfort in his heart, shook his head, and found that everything around him had changed. To be precise, the hall had suddenly become incredibly new. The carvings on the stone pillars were clearer. The gaps on the rock throne had disappeared, and even the weathered marks on the stone slabs under his feet had all been restored. What's happening? Marker looked left and right, about to speculate, when unexpectedly the stone door behind him once again made a heavy moving sound. He quickly glanced behind him, but was astonished to find that the stone door was not closing but opening. He immediately ran a few steps to the left, using a stone pillar as a temporary hiding place. Just as he had hidden, footsteps followed from the doorway. It was open just now. How could it be? Marker thought with a frown. Could it be that the dizziness just now was because I walked into an illusion? This isn't real. It was hard to say if it was an illusion, but at the moment, it seemed someone was walking towards him, and dealing with that was the top priority. But when Marker waited a little longer, he found that the person seemed to have stopped. He turned sideways to look over and immediately froze. That person was also looking his way, and when he peeked out, their gazes met perfectly. It was a beautiful woman with black hair and black eyes, dressed in ancient noble attire, with a beautiful face but a solemn expression and exceptionally sharp eyes. Rowena, since he had been discovered, Marka had no choice but to step out, habitually probing with a question. "My name is Rowena Mira, young candidate, welcome to the second trial." Her tone was calm, and her words were simple and direct, subtly revealing a rational aura. Before Marka could ask anything further, the stone slabs on the hall floor all lit up with a dazzling, ghostly blue glow, enveloping both him and Rowena. Marka only managed to glimpse the carvings on those stone slabs on the ground, realizing that they were all regularly arranged runes. "This is a giant combination of runes," his mind flashed, and then his entire being vanished from the hall. The light gradually dimmed, and there was no one left in the hall. No one knew where Marka and that Rowena had gone. Just as Marka disappeared into that ancient hall, about 10 miles away, Voldemort was in an extremely precarious situation. Ugh, pant, P-class equals block. One beneath that small ancient temple was a massive underground palace, and at the deepest part of that underground palace, a colossal stone tablet was slanted into the ground, causing cracks of various sizes to appear all over the floor. And in front of this stone tablet, a tiny figure stood hunched over, emitting waves of painful wails. Master, spare me." Ugh, that was Quirrell. Behind him, a shadowy figure formed by black smoke floated in midair, its face hideous and terrifying. Suddenly, the eyes of the shadowy figure instantly turned blood red, and a brutal and bloody aura abruptly spread out. The powerful might contained within it made Quirrell shrink to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. However, this aura came and went quickly. The shadowy figure suddenly soared into the air again, transforming into black smoke and surging towards Quirrell. A moment later, Quirrell slowly stood up, and as his eyes opened, a bloody gleam immediately intensified. "Still no use. P-class equals block." "One." At this point, Quirrell spoke, or rather Voldemort. "This ancient stone tablet is indeed very strange. Just maintaining my will from being influenced consumes too much power," he muttered to himself in a low voice. Suddenly, his expression changed, and anger subtly flickered in his crimson eyes. "If it weren't for that boy, why would I need to come to this stone tablet to draw power? A pity. This thing is indeed better left untouched if possible." Voldemort had always had a love-hate relationship with this eerie ancient stone tablet. He loved its sinister power, but he hated how sinister and powerful it was. Unless absolutely necessary, Voldemort would never casually come here, all because of the stone tablet's eerie ability, seduction. It was as if a devil was hidden within this massive stone tablet. It could seduce any creature that came before it, making that creator reform a contract with it. It could provide power to the other party while also inflicting double torment, both physical and mental. If one endured, their power would grow stronger. But the creature itself would gradually succumb to the tablet's seduction as its power increased. Whether it was the gradual loss of humanity, extreme brutality, or other changes, all would bring great harm to the creature itself, ultimately leading to loss of life. The creature's soul would then attach itself to this stone tablet after its death. P-class equals block. K1. At this moment, Quirrell and Voldemort were effectively one, and Voldemort's intention was naturally for Quirrell to bear the contract on his behalf, while he extracted Quirrell's power. However, it was clear that the effect had not been good so far. "Since that's the case, I'll keep trying until I succeed," Voldemort said, narrowing his eyes as if he had made some sort of decision. At the same time, Voldemort once again transformed into black smoke, detached from Quirrell, and floated behind him again. P-class equals block 1. Continue. No, Master, I really can't hold on any longer." "Continue." Quirrell knelt on the ground, trembling and hesitating, but ultimately not daring to defy the Dark Lord's command. He sobbed as he cut his wrist, sprinkling his blood onto the surface of the stone tablet. With a flash of light and shadow, Quirrell began to wail again, his voice much weaker than before. The terrifying, eerie wailing echoed faintly in this undergrowth. Indy Palace, adding a few more chilling touches to this place shrouded in darkness. Behind Quirrell, the crimson glow in the black smoke's eyes intensified, and a dark and powerful aura once again expanded, filling the entire gloomy underground chamber of the palace. Chapter. Time passed day by day, and the lurking dangers in the darkness remained unnoticed for now. The relaxed and free summer vacation was like a refreshing breeze, quietly smoothing over the critical events of the last semester, leaving no significant ripples. Everything seemed peaceful, but no one knew how many undercurrents surged and tangled beneath this tranquility. Nevertheless, Hogwarts was about to start soon. Class equals Block 1 on the eve of the new term. Diagon Alley was always bustling, as most students needed to buy their new school supplies there. At this moment, Flourish and Blotz was even more crowded and packed. This was, of course, all thanks to the Wizarding World's celebrity author, Gilderoy Lockhart. "We can see him in person," Hermione exclaimed. "I mean, almost all the books on the reading list are written by him." Although most of the crowd consisted of middle-aged women, it was clear that Mr. Lockhart's charm was also very effective among young girls. Harry, Ron, and Hermione squeezed through the gaps in the crowd. Inside the bookstore, a long queue had formed, curving all the way out onto the street. Each of them grabbed a book for the signing and secretly ran to where the Weasleys and the Grangers were queuing. Just outside the main entrance of Flourish and Blotz, a large banner hung. Its words not only vibrant, but also moving. Gilderoy Lockhart signing copies of his autobiography, Magical Me, today from 12:30 p.m. to 4:30 p.m. "Oh, you've arrived, that's wonderful," Mrs. Weasley said. She was breathless, constantly smoothing her hair, trying to make it neater. "We'll be able to see him soon." As the queue moved forward, they finally caught sight of the star of Flourish and Blotz today. He sat behind a table, surrounded by photos of various sizes, all the faces in them winking at the crowd and flashing dazzling white teeth. The real Lockhart wore robes the color of forget-me-nots, matching his blue eyes perfectly, with a pointed wizard's hat perched jauntily on his curly, permed hair. In front of him, a short man with a camera was constantly hopping around, searching for different angles to take photos. Flashlights almost merged into a continuous stream, and puffs of purple smoke continuously emerged from the camera. "Move aside," the short man, clearly ill-tempered, yelled at Ron, who was blocking his view. He took a few steps back to get a better angle. "This is for the Daily Prophet." "Incredible," Ron said, struggling to lift his foot in the crowd and rubbing his aching in step where the man had stepped on him. Lockhart clearly heard this remark. He looked up, first at Ron, but then immediately saw Harry. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he said happily, "Isn't that Harry Potter?" The crowd parted, and amidst whispers, Lockhart rushed over, grabbed Harry's hand, and pulled him to the very front. Come, let's take a few pictures." Lockhart showed his neat white teeth. "Gilderoy Lockhart and Harry Potter, this is Sir E to make the front page." The entire venue erupted in enthusiastic applause, but Harry's face flushed crimson from the scene. When Lockhart finally released Harry's hand, Harry felt his fingers were numb from the squeeze. He wanted to slip back to the Weasleys, but Lockhart's arm was still draped over his shoulder, holding him firmly by his side. "Ladies and gentlemen," Lockhart announced loudly, waving for silence, "what an extraordinary moment. I want to take this splendid opportunity to announce a small matter, something I've kept under wraps for some time." Lockhart took this opportunity to announce that he would be taking up the position of defense against the dark arts teacher at Hogwarts. Immediately, the applause from the crowd grew even more enthusiastic. But in the crowd behind, two young wizards were squeezing their way out. Hermione, who happened to hear Mrs. Weasley speak, turned her head and inadvertently caught a glimpse. "Is that Marker?" Hermione said in surprise. "Who is that girl he's pulling along?" She turned back and tugged on Ron in front of her, but by the time she looked back again, the person had already disappeared into the sea of people. "Marker. Where?" Ron stood on tiptoe and looked around, then said doubtfully, "Did you see wrong? There are so many people." Hermione craned her neck and looked for a while longer, finally shaking her head. "I don't know, maybe." In fact, Hermione had actually seen clearly. It was just that the Marker she saw made her a bit doubtful. She wondered if she had really seen wrong. No, Marker's eyes would be softer, they wouldn't be so. Hermione muttered softly, "They wouldn't be so cold." "And who is that girl with long, light blonde hair next to him? She looks strangely dressed." She thought for a moment, then shook her head again. "Maybe I really did see wrong." Hermione was pondering when she heard an annoying voice from behind. "You must love this, Potter." It was Draco Malfoy with his usual mocking smile on his face. "Famous Harry Potter," Malfoy said. "Even entering a bookstore becomes front-page news." "Don't be silly, he doesn't want that," Ginny, standing beside Harry, said loudly. This was the first time she had spoken actively in front of Harry. Normally, she was shy and silent. "Potter, you've got a girlfriend," Malfoy drawled. Ginny's face instantly turned crimson. Ron and Hermione squeezed through from behind, each carrying a stack of Lockhart's books, separating her and Malfoy. Ginny was the Weasleys' treasure, and if Malfoy dared to bully her, Ron naturally wouldn't stand for it. He and Malfoy exchanged disdainful looks, taunting and ridiculing each other with every sentence. Soon, Ron was so provoked that he wanted to rush up and punch Malfoy in the face. Harry and Hermione quickly held onto the back of his robes tightly. Ron, Mr. Weasley, with Fred and George, squeezed through. "What are you doing? Everyone here is crazy, let's get out." Well, Arthur Weasley. Just as Mr. Weasley was trying to pull the children out, a person emerged from the crowd behind Malfoy. "Lucius." Mr. Weasley looked at him coldly and nodded slightly. It was Lucius Malfoy with one hand on Draco's shoulder. The sneers on the father and son's faces were identical. "I hear you're very busy with work, old chap," Mr. Malfoy said. "So many raids. I suppose they're paying you our time." He reached into Ginny's cauldron and pulled out a tattered copy of A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration from among the new, shiny Lockhart books. "HMPH, it seems not. My goodness, what's the point of being a disgrace among wizards if you can't even get good pay?" Mr. Weasley's face suddenly turned redder than Ron's and Ginny's. "We have very different ideas about what constitutes a disgrace among wizards, Malfoy," he said indignantly. "Of course," Lucius said dismissively, tilting his H. His pale eyes shifted, falling on the Granger couple who were watching them nervously. "Look at the friends you keep, Weasley. I thought your family had already sunk to its lowest point." Mr. Weasley lunged at Mr. Malfoy, knocking him into a bookshelf. Dozens of thick spellbooks fell on their heads, and even Ginny's cauldron was knocked flying with a clang. The twin brothers, Fred and George, shouted things like "Hit him, Dad," from the side while Mrs. Weasley shrieked, "Don't, Arthur. Don't." The crowd retreated in panic, knocking over more bookshelves and causing the sharp assistants to pull long faces. At this moment, a loud voice overpowered all others. "Break it up, gentlemen, break it up." It was Hagrid. He strode over the scattered books, and in the blink of an eye he pulled Mr. Weasley and Mr. Malfoy apart. Mr. Weasley's lip was cut, and Lucius had one eye hit by a thick book. Still clutching Ginny's worn Transfiguration textbook, P. Claw. SS equals block 1. Ginny, nearby, had already picked up her cauldron. Seeing this, Lucius casually tossed the book into her cauldron, his eyes glinting maliciously. "Here, little girl, take your book. It's the best your father can give you." He broke free from Hagrid's arm, gestured to Draco, and rushed out of the store without looking back. "You shouldn't mind him, Arthur," Hagrid said, reaching out to smooth Mr. Weasley's robes, but his strength was so great that he almost lifted him up. "That fellow is rotten, their whole family is, everyone knows. The Malfoys' words aren't worth listening to. Their blood is bad, that's all there is to it. Come on, let's go outside." The sharp assistants nearby seemed to want to stop them and demand compensation, but with Hagrid's physique, most people wouldn't dare to block him casually. Soon, they exited the store, leaving a group of sharp assistants there with long faces, staring blankly at each other. They hurried out onto the street. Hermione's parents, being ordinary muggles, were trembling with fright, while Mrs. Weasley, next to them, was furious. What a good example to set for the children, fighting in public. "What will Gilderoy Lockhart think?" "He was delighted," Fred said. "Didn't you hear him when we came out? He asked the Daily Prophet guy if he could include the fight in the report. He said it would cause a sensation." And in the crowd not far from them, a young man was looking on indifferently, his deep black eyes intentionally or unintentionally fixed on Ginny's cauldron, more precisely, on a black-covered diary inside that cauldron. Chapter. "What's wrong, Marker?" The young girl beside him tugged his hand without reservation, asking as the boy stared at the black-covered diary in Ginny's cauldron. "Nothing." Marker shook his head slightly, his tone seemingly as gentle and calm as ever, but his eyes were unusually cold. "This trip changed a lot." "Really, Luna?" Marker turned his head, a slight smile on his face. "Perhaps, but I think it's quite good this way." Luna tilted her head, looking at him, her gaze a little unfocused, making it impossible to tell what she was thinking. After a long while, she finally said, "Yes, it's quite good." Evidently, Marka had returned just in time for the start of school. Although no one knew where Rowena had taken him or what they had done, at least he had returned safe and sound. However, some inexplicable changes seemed to have occurred in him. "Let's go home first," Marka said on the day school started. Marka stayed by Luna's side the entire time, hardly leaving her even once. Even at the welcoming feast for new students, Marka sat directly at the Ravenclaw table. But surprisingly, almost none of the Ravenclaw students objected. This was extremely rare among the young Eagles, who held very high standards for wisdom and erudition. This was perhaps because many students had already seen the announcement posted on the Hogwarts notice board. The content of that announcement was simple. "It me." Rely conveyed good news to all the teachers and students at the school. Marka's invented Zionian potion had passed the inspection and evaluation of the International Confederation of Wizards. While Marka received official certification for the potion, it also indirectly acknowledged his status as a potions master. Just as Snape had said in class, potions truly could brew glory and enhance reputation. This was most significantly proven by Marka, who had just entered his second year this year. During the sorting ceremony, Luna was naturally sorted into Ravenclaw. Marka smiled and offered her his blessings, repeatedly reminding her of things to pay attention to in her future studies and life. The feast was lively and as warm as ever, bringing comfort to the young wizards like a big family. Dumbledore, in the middle of the head table, seemed to glance at Marka inadvertently, but quickly turned back to laugh with Professor Flitwick. A moment later, Professor McGonagall entered through a side door. She walked up to Dumbledore and whispered a few words. "P class equals block 1." Marka looked towards the Gryffindor table, and sure enough, Harry and Ron were not there. The other young lions were whispering amongst themselves, discussing animatedly. Among them, Hermione was clearly restless. As Marka looked over, she happened to turn her head and was also looking towards Marka. What exactly happened to him? Hermione stared blankly at Marka, who had already shifted his gaze elsewhere, her heart filled with questions. Hermione's inner self had always been very sensitive. She always noticed details that others wouldn't. For example, Marka at this moment didn't seem to have changed drastically, yet his cold eyes made Hermione feel very uncomfortable. Could it be that the Voldemort incident really affected him that much? Or did Marka get injured when he saved me? Connecting it to the events at the end of last semester and Marka's expression at the time, Hermione's guess naturally went astray. "And who is that girl?" She looked at Luna, who Marka was carefully looking after, and for some reason she felt a little unhappy. The next morning, Marka, who was eating breakfast, was disturbed by a howler from the Gryffindor table. It was from Mrs. Weasley to Ron. "Stolen the car. How dare you fly the car to Hogwarts, and several muggles even saw you along the way. I wouldn't be surprised if they expelled you. Just wait until I get my hands on you. You probably never even considered how your father and I felt when we found the car gone." A tremendous sound erupted from the red howler, filling the entire great hall 100 times louder than usual. The sound made the plates and spoons on the tables rattle, and the echoes from the stone walls were deafening. Everyone in the hall turned to see who had received the howler, and Ron shrank in his chair, only a bright red forehead visible. Marka frowned but made no move. In the past, he might have walked over to help Ron deal with the howler. It wouldn't have been difficult for him. But now, he sat at the dining table, unmoving. The first class was herbology, and Hufflepuff still had this class with Gryffindor. As Marka walked towards the greenhouses, he saw the Whomping Willow in the distance. It was currently bandaged to prevent some branches from breaking off completely. P class equals blow. CK1, this was the handiwork of Harry and Ron. They had crashed into it on their way to school in the enchanted flying car. Although they only did it because they couldn't get to the Hogwarts Express platform, the wall entrance there seemed to have been sealed by someone. Even so, it still couldn't hide their recklessness. At least, Professor Sprout spent a whole morning treating the poor Whomping Willow, only hurriedly grabbing some bread for breakfast. When Marker arrived near the greenhouses, he saw the other students standing outside, waiting for Professor Sprout. A short while later, Harry, Ron, and Hermione also arrived. As soon as they got there, they saw Professor Sprout striding across the lawn. She had many bandages on her arms and didn't look too well. Moreover, she, who is always kind and friendly, clearly had a hint of annoyance on her face today. And trailing beside Professor Sprout was Gilderoy Lockhart. These two were a stark contrast. Professor Sprout had a short, stout figure, a patched hat on her, flowing hair, and her clothes were always covered in mud. But Gilderoy Lockhart was spotless from head to toe, with flowing peacock blue robes and a perfectly straight peacock blue top hat with gold trim on his gleaming golden hair. "Oh, hello everyone," Lockhart shouted cheerfully at the students. "I just demonstrated to Professor Sprout how to treat the whomping willow, but I don't want you to think I'm better than her at herbology. I just happen to have seen a few of these peculiar plants during my travels. Today, we're going to Greenhow." "Use 3, Professor Sprout interjected, her face displeased, taking over the conversation. Marker was already a regular in Greenhouse 3. He had been there many times and even had a small area of his own inside. Here, the smell of damp earth and fertilizer was familiar, mixed with a rich floral scent. The flowers were as large as umbrellas, hanging from the ceiling, and looked to be growing well. Marker was about to go inside when Gilderoy Lockhart called out to him. "Oh, Marker, you're Marker, Lockhart grabbed his shoulder and exclaimed loudly, "Professor Sprout, and this one, Marker, Marker, I'd like to chat with him too. I'm sure you wouldn't mind just 2 minutes." Marker looked at Harry, who was standing on the other side, also held by Lockhart. Harry gave him an awkward smile. Lockhart didn't seem to intend to actually wait for Professor Sprout's consent. He simply said, "Excellent," and closed the greenhouse door on Professor Sprout. "Oh, the youngest potions master, I heard you invented the Zionian part ion when you were still a first year. Is that true?" "That's absolutely incredible," Lockhart said happily, one hand on Marker's shoulder, the other waving up and down with the conversation, looking quite excited. "I also heard that you were very low-key when you first started school, very low-key. Just like me when I was young, but no matter what, gold always shines, just like me. Although you can't compare to my 5 consecutive awards for the most charming smile from which weekly yet, you'll reach my level someday." "Excuse me, Professor Lockhart," Marker interrupted him, saying calmly, "If there's nothing else, I think I should go back to class." With that, he pushed open the greenhouse door, closed it behind him, leaving Lockhart standing there, blinking awkwardly. "Well, I suppose," he turned his head, the stiffness on his face quickly vanishing as if he hadn't cared at all, and shifted his gaze to Harry. "Harry, I think I can understand you." Inside Greenhouse 3, Professor Sprout stood behind a staging bench in the middle of the greenhouse. On the bench were about 20 pairs of earmuffs of various colors. In front of everyone, there were large terracotta pots, each containing a plant with lush green leaves that looked very healthy. As the students whispered amongst themselves, Harry also returned. He walked into the center of the greenhouse with a puzzled expression and sat in the seat next to Ron and Hermione. Just then, Professor Sprout tapped a flower pot with her wand and announced loudly, "Today, we're repotting mandrakes. Now, who can tell me the properties of a mandrake?" Hermione, instinctive, why raised her hand, she always did. But this time, after raising her hand, she glanced at Marker again. Marker was just staring at the mandrake in front of him, not even looking up. "Miss Granger," Professor Sprout also glanced at Marker before speaking. "A mandrake, also known as mandragora, is a powerful restorative." Hermione recited the knowledge points she had noted down from her pre-reading almost word for word. "Used to return people who have been transfigured or cursed to their original state. Very good, 10 points to Gryffindor," Professor Sprout said. "Mandrake is an important ingredient in most antidotes, but it's also very dangerous. Can anyone tell me why?" Hermione glanced at Marker again. In last semester's herbology class, Marker would always raise his hand with her to answer questions. To be honest, Hermione was always happy about this. She considered Marker to be the friend who understood her the most in this school, but at this moment, the other person still showed no reaction, which made her feel very disappointed. All class S equals list chapter. "Now who can tell me the characteristics of a mandrake?" Professor Sprout continued to ask. The cry of a mandrake is fatal. Seeing no reaction from Marker, Hermione had no choice but to answer herself. Absolutely correct. 10 more points, Professor Sprout said. As you can see, our mandrakes here are still very young and don't yet have a deadly effect. She pointed to the row of deep flower pots. In front of them, introducing the plants. Everyone looked closely into the pots, where they saw purplish-green seedlings. Everyone come up and get a pair of earmuffs, Professor Sprout said. The boys scrambled forward, pushing and shoving, as no one wanted to end up with a pair of pink furry earmuffs. Marker followed behind and casually picked up a pair. When I tell you to put on your earmuffs, make sure your ears are completely covered, Professor Sprout said. When it's safe to take them off, I'll give you 2 thumbs up. All right, put on your earmuffs. The deadly nature of a mandrake's cry only manifests after it matures. Moreover, it won't cry unless you forcibly pull it out of the soil. Generally speaking, wild adult mandrake plants always bury themselves in the soil in open areas like grasslands during the day. Then, in the evening, they pull themselves out and wander around the grassland all night. Marker had handled them many times before, and for him, a small task like repotting them was effortless. Class equals Block 1, the earmuffs were enchanted with very powerful soundproofing magic. Once worn, no sound could be heard at all. After Professor Sprout demonstrated once, she gestured for everyone to take off their earmuffs and began to assign tasks. 4 people per pot, and there are plenty of empty pots here. The compost is in the bags over there. Watch out for the venomous tentacula, it's teething. She slapped a spiky, crimson plant, making it retract the tentacle that was stealthily reaching for her shoulder. With that, she motioned for everyone to put their earmuffs back on and began the day's lesson. The students had just watched Professor Sprout do it with such ease, but in reality, it was nothing like that. The mandrakes didn't want to be pulled out of the soil, but they also seemed unwilling to go back in. They twisted their bodies, kicked their legs wildly, waved their tiny pointed fists, and gnashed their teeth. The other 3 students assigned to Marker's group clearly had the easiest time. Marker picked up a small trowel from the edge of the pot, gently loosened the soil around the mandrake, and then easily pulled it out. Its root system looked like a very ugly baby with leaves growing from its head. Probably because it was still young, its skin was light green with some scattered spots. The little creature was screaming loudly with its mouth wide open, but with the earmuffs on. Everyone couldn't hear a thing. Marker held it in his hand and directly covered the area where the leaves grew on its head with his other hand, and he saw that the TTLE creature's mood immediately calmed down significantly. He placed the little creature back into another pot and reburied it with new soil that had already been mixed with fertilizer. By the end of the class, most of the students were sweating profusely, their backs aching, and their bodies covered in mud. Only Marker's group looked the most relaxed, not even getting a speck of dirt on them. Oh, how did you do that? The Hufflepuff girl next to Marker couldn't help but ask. This makes it think it. Burrowed back into the soil, Marker said calmly. It only works for young mandrakes. Professor Sprout habitually praised Marker and awarded Hufflepuff 10 points. Next to Professor Sprout, Marker's face showed a happy smile, but upon closer inspection, one would notice that there was no mirth in his eyes. Hufflepuff's next class was Charms. Professor Flitwick's teaching style was still as relaxed and casual. Clearly, everyone breathed a sigh of relief because of this. But this comfortable atmosphere, he completely vanished by the afternoon. Not to mention Professor McGonagall's transfiguration class was always so strict. The most dreadful was Gilderoy Lockhart's defense against the dark arts class. As he entered the classroom, a smile spread across his face, revealing perfectly straight, gleaming teeth, making one wonder if they had been enchanted. He casually picked up a textbook from a student's desk in the front row, pointing to his own photo, where the image of him was winking. Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, and 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award. But I don't talk about that. I didn't get rid of the Bandon Banshee with a smile. He rattled off these words smoothly, probably because he had practiced them many times. I see you've all bought my complete works. Excellent. I thought we'd start with a little quiz today. Don't be scared. It's just to see how well you've read and understood. After handing out the papers, he returned to the podium and said, "You have 30 minutes, now begin." Marker flattened the test paper that was passed to him on the desk. 1. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? 2. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's secret ambition? 3. What do you consider Gilderoy Lockhart's greatest achievement to date? Maka merely glanced at it and frowned. The test had a total of 54 questions, all asking for detailed information about Lockhart. Maka initially wanted to just toss it aside, but after a moment of hesitation, he still filled in some random answers. No need to cause extra trouble, Maka thought calmly, and the rest of the class was even more annoying. Perhaps because the Cornish pixies prepared for little lions in the previous class had caused too much chaos. This class, he actually started reading his novels aloud to the little badgers on the spot. When he got excited, he even pulled students into acting out scenes with him. Maka sat in the back, engrossed in writing his potions research notes, not even glancing towards the podium. It wasn't until evening that Maka, while everyone else was sound asleep, leaned by the window alone. He looked at the cold moonlight outside and couldn't help but recall the events after the welcoming feast. That night he immediately went to the Ravenclaw Tower to find the Bronze Eagle, but no matter how he called, there was only the emotionless questioning voice of the Bronze Knocker. For some reason, the Bronze Eagle did not appear, let alone lead him to Rowena's secret room. Is it because of my current state? In fact, Maka was well aware of his current state. In the past, as a small swindler who made a living by deceiving people, he was undoubtedly best at concealing his true emotions, wearing different masks when facing different people. But precisely because of this, he understood even more clearly that he did indeed possess his own emotions. It was just that after the journey Rowena had taken him on, his emotions had completely vanished. This is probably a curse, but it doesn't seem to be a bad thing, Maka thought naturally, then suddenly shook his head. No, this thought is probably also due to the lack of emotions, and the judgment criteria have become solely rational. That night, he leaned by the window, pondering for a long time, but the more he thought, the harder it became to clear his mind. Logic told him that this feeling was very good, not only greatly helping with research work, but also making his handling of matters appear more rational. For example, he had already decided not to participate in any events in the second year, and even to no longer approach the Little Lion trio. He wanted to avoid sudden changes like those in the previous semester as much as possible. Although as long as he stayed at Hogwarts, he would always influence everyone and everything he interacted with. Minimizing the amplitude of changes was still a very necessary thing. Things completely out of control were always terrifying. Moreover, these matters were originally unrelated to him. What he needed to care about were the tasks left by Rowena and the improvement of his own magical knowledge, nothing more. But was such a thought truly correct? Maka didn't know, or rather, he had now lost his most adept angle of judgment. After a while, Maka finally lay back on his bed, but the experiences after being taken away by Rowena continued to entangle and linger in his mind, refusing to dissipate. Alani, this is your first mission after completing your training. You are the smartest and strongest among the Guardians, and I hope you can carry the will of my faction to execute every future mission. By the castle window, an old man in robes stood with his back to them, speaking slowly in his deep voice. Maka stood in the center of the room, frowning, constantly confirming the situation before him. What exactly is Rowena's intention in bringing me here? Maka directed his gaze at the old man, while his peripheral vision scanned the interior of the room. Alani, take the mission, depart from the Eagle's Nest today, and I await your good news. The old man turned around, his face benevolent, but his gaze was as sharp and piercing as a vulture's. Directed straight at Maka, P-class equals. Block 1, yes. Maka subconsciously lowered his head, burying his face in the shadows. He glanced at the table in front of him. A scroll of parchment lay quietly there, securely fastened in the middle with a blood-red seal. Picking it up casually and nodding slightly, Maka left the room without a word. It wasn't until he walked out of the door that a large amount of memories not belonging to him suddenly flooded into Maka's mind. For a moment, the dizziness forced him to lean against the corridor wall, and it took a long time for him to recover. Butahil Alani, an assassin from the Order of Assassins. Maka's face was full of confusion. What does this have to do with the Scroll of Truth? Although his mind was still a muddle, Maka at least understood the current situation. He guessed that he might be in a state similar to using Dumbledore's pensive. However, compared to the pensive, this array composed of runic symbols clearly had a much more realistic effect. Chapter/B/Lie/All/Body. Masyaf, the headquarters of the Hashishin assassins, was a castle nestled deep in the mountains, renowned for being easy to defend and difficult to attack. It boasted an excellent environment, with top-tier food, clothing, and amenities. This was because it served as the premier training ground for assassins. In 1084 AD, the eldest prince, supported by the Egyptian vizier Hassanai Saba, failed in his bid for the throne and was driven out of Egypt. Yet this old man, who had spent his entire life in service, had long since prepared his escape route. What Maka had just seen was this ambitious old man. He was now known as the Old Man of the Mountain, leading the entire Ismaili sect and attempting to overthrow the Seljuk dynasty. Though old, his ambitions remained as strong as ever. Maka rode his horse along a mountain path, glancing back at Masyaf. It shimmered in the morning sun. Dazzling like a rising star, he still didn't know the specifics of his mission, but it was undoubtedly an assassination. Although he still hadn't figured out Rowena's intentions, nor was he sure if he could actually commit murder. He had no choice but to continue. Since I was given a mission as soon as I arrived, following it should be the right path, Maka mused. The memories that inexplicably flooded his mind were not chaotic. This assassin, named Alani, was one of the first Hashishin assassins. Besides basic assassination techniques, what surprised Maka most were the subtle magical insights mixed within them. Swiftness, silence, focus, these are all crude applications of the rules, Maka thought, adapting to the horse while simultaneously organizing his thoughts. Is Rowena telling me how to utilize the rules? Perhaps this was one of Rowena's intentions. After all, these applications were based on will, and without guidance, trying to learn them would be extremely difficult. But now, Maka could clearly sense how to use them. The horse traveled quick, but even at its fastest, it still took time. Several days later, Maka finally reached his destination. He led the horse to the inn stable, fed it some fodder and water, and then headed towards the Pura district on the outskirts of the city. The meeting point was in a basement there. Using a regular yet complex knocking pattern as a signal, Maka was smoothly led into the basement by the contact person. Under the Old Man of the Mountain, secret guardian. Here is the mission proof. In the dimly-lit basement, the air was thick and murky, and the corners of the walls were damp and covered in stains and blemishes. He handed the rolled parchment to the man sitting behind the table. The man confirmed the seal, then carefully opened and read it. Respected Guardian, this is the mission we requested. Please complete it cleanly, the man said respectfully. All for the faith, Maka echoed casually, took a stack of documents, and then decisively turned and left. P-Claw. SS equals Block 1. The objective of the operation was not overly complex, but assassinating a person of status was, without a doubt, a very difficult task. The target was a high-ranking Sunni cleric who held a certain amount of power within the dynasty. Maka considered it and chose the target's home as the location. The target's information was already quite complete, including when and where he would appear, his daily routine, and even detailed floor plans of various locations. However, unforeseen circumstances are always possible, so caution was key. Several days later, Maka had been crouching diagonally across from the target's mansion for over 3 hours, concealing himself in a high position. He carefully observed from behind the dense tree canopy. Occasionally, a gust of wind blew through, rustling the branches and dispersing the muggy air. Dark clouds were subtly spreading across the sky, suggesting a heavy rain was inevitable that night. Today's situation is pretty good. I've mostly figured out the guard arrangements in the mansion. I can make my move. Maka touched the dagger at his waist, a flicker of hesitation in his eyes. Frankly, he still harbored doubts about assassination. He didn't know how he would react when the time came, and the new memories in his mind were so bloody they made him feel a little sick. If this goes on for too long, I might be affected. Maka couldn't help but sigh. Another 2 hours passed, and the sky gradually darkened. The target had returned to the mansion and was currently bathing. He scowled. Be heading to his bedroom to rest soon. Maka waited a little longer, then drew his dagger, gripping it tightly in his hand. The time had come. Regardless of anything, it was time to act. The infiltration process went surprisingly smoothly. It could be said that the training had almost become an instinct for this body. He moved agilely along the wall, the silence effect making him soundless. He quickly scaled the wall and dropped inside the perimeter. The patrol has a few minutes gap. This is easy. Long hours of training had given this body excellent physical endurance and explosive power. With just a few pushes off the ground, he directly climbed the wall and reached the second-story windowsill. Using a tool, he pried open the latch on the inside of the window. After a quick peek, he rolled inside, landing steadily in the hallway. It was a while before the second patrol passed downstairs. He hadn't alerted anyone. The bedroom was at the far right of the hall. Elway, the target, was still in the bathroom. Marcus silently sprinted down the hallway, as swift as a leopard moving in the dark. The bedroom was large, but there were few places to hide. Marcus scanned the room and inadvertently discovered a secret door under the bed. No wonder the first floor's structure seemed a bit odd. Turns out there's a hidden space here. Opening this secret door required moving the bed, so Marcus decided not to act rashly for now. He would see if there was an opportunity after the mission was complete. He hid himself in the narrow space behind the bed, quietly awaiting the target's arrival. As it turned out, his timing was precise. Not long after, the target pushed the door open, swayed his corpulent body, and immediately fell asleep on the bed. That's why drinking leads to trouble. Once the target was sound asleep, Marcus, holding the sharp dagger, quietly approached the bed. But when it came time to strike, he paused, just as he had anticipated. P-class equals block 1. The dagger's blade hovered over the target's neck. As it moved forward slightly, a cold glint appeared on the blade. The sheen subtly revealed a dark blue tint, clearly indicating it was poisoned. Do I really have to do this? Is it necessary? Facing an unarmed man, a slight push of the blade, even relying solely on the mixed snake venom on the edge, would quickly take his life. Such an easy action, yet Marcus felt his entire body stiffen. Is this necessary? Marcus asked himself again, but he still couldn't find an answer. Time ticked by. The target remained in a deep sleep, but Marcus, the assassin, had beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The weather was still hot. Dark clouds covered the sky outside the window, and the air was so muggy it made one feel faint. Boom! A flash of lightning streaked across the clouds outside, illuminating Marcus's face. His expression was one of intense struggle. Rumble, another flash of lightning. The target seemed to be disturbed, frowning and stirring. But this chubby middle-aged man could never have imagined that this slight movement would be what cost him his life. With an almost instinctive swing, blood gushed from his throat like a fountain. The target clearly struggled a few times, but Marcus's gloved left hand pressed firmly over his mouth, the immense strength making it impossible for him to move. Soon, only a cold corpse and a completely stiff assassin remained on the bed. Boom! The third bolt of lightning pierced the night sky, illuminating the entire mansion and the bed in the bedroom, drenched in vivid crimson. This feeling was truly indescribable. While he had seen death before, the sensation of taking a life himself was unforgettable. It took a while for Marcus to gradually recover. What a terrible assassination, he said, with a wry smile, looking at the stains on his clothes. If judged by training standards, this is clearly a failure. Despite being a failure, no disturbance had been made. Marcus pushed the bed a few inches, then heard a faint click. The secret door opened. It was a small secret room, just large enough for one person to enter while bent over. Inside, there was a large amount of gold, silver, and valuables, as well as many secret documents. Marcus casually picked up a few documents to look at, but found them to be of little use. The people of Masyaf never lacked money. Moreover, Marcus was now inhabiting this body, so even if he took it, it probably wouldn't be of much use. What is this? Suddenly, Marcus glimpsed a tightly bound box. He used his dagger to cut through the layers of rope, opened the box, and found an Arabian-style dagger inside. However, this dagger was clearly unused. It had faint, transparent ripples and emanated a subtle, obscure aura, making it seem very mysterious. Marcus didn't touch it easily, but he couldn't discern anything just by looking. Yet, his reluctance to touch it didn't mean he truly could avoid it. He felt an inexplicable force surge within him, invisibly compelling him to reach for the dagger's hilt. Even though he quickly reacted, his will to resist was useless. At that moment, his hand was entirely beyond his control. The instant he touched the dagger, a chilling sensation spread from his fingertips throughout his body. The feeling was indescribable, Though not painful, it was very uncomfortable. At this moment, he hadn't noticed anything unusual. He only felt that the eerie sensation of the blade slicing across a person's neck had vanished without a trace. Suddenly, Maka felt his vision blur. When his sight cleared again, he found himself back in the Old Man of the Mountains room at Masyaf. "Alani, this mission will be extremely difficult. You must prepare meticulously." The old man still had his back to him, his voice still low and slow, but the curve of his back had noticeably deepened. Several years had probably passed since their last encounter. Yes, Maka felt his own tone had become much colder. This second experience was even more unreasonable than the first. Perhaps it was because Maka's reluctance to cooperate had been noticed, or for some other reason, but this time, the actions were much more restricted. Although he could still initiate some activities, if they deviated from the mission objective, that invisible controlling force would immediately appear. So, more often than not, Maka could only be an audience member with a first-person VIP perspective. This feeling was very strange, with a strong sense of incongruity. He could clearly perceive every action Alani took, every psychological activity, and even the sensory experience brought by each movement, yet he couldn't intervene in any of it. What's more, even from a purely rational perspective, two different people would have different standards of judgment. From a purely rational perspective, Maka became puzzled by his own thought. It was clear he sensed something abnormal. He never thought about problems from a purely rational perspective. It simply didn't align with his philosophy of action. He watched the scenery constantly change. From traveling on horseback to Baghdad, the capital of the Seljuk dynasty, and then into the palace. It could be said that Alani's own actions were simpler and more direct than his, but also swifter and more concise. It wasn't until Alani, disguised as a Sunni Muslim, pretended to step forward to offer advice and then assassinated the target, that a wail from the soul suddenly erupted. "What's going on?" Maka pondered for a moment and then immediately reacted. "It's that dagger." He could feel that the mysterious dagger was tormenting the soul of the stabbed person. According to the magic book on souls in the restricted section of the Hogwarts library, tormenting the souls of one's own kind can grant great power, but it will also cause one's own soul to vibrate or even suffer damage. Many ancient dark arts were created using this theoretical characteristic, for example, the long-lost method of making soul caskets. Of course, there were also those who did the opposite, such as the legendary dark wizard, the despicable Herpo, who referenced the soul casket theory and used it to invent the method of making Horcruxes. As Maka was pondering, he found his entire vision turn completely white. When he came to his senses again, he found himself back in that ancient and rough hall. "Welcome back, young candidate, PC. LAS equals block 1, the light around his body gradually faded. Maka looked at the black-haired, black-eyed woman in front of him, and for the first time, he felt a similar aura from her. Had she also touched that dagger? "Rowena Mila?" Maka asked. The other party nodded slightly and said calmly, "Young candidate, this trial may last for a long time. I hope you can pass it safely." "What is the goal of this trial?" Maka pressed on, but Rowena Mila shook her head, not answering his question, and continued speaking. "Remember, you must pass the trial to proceed to the next step." Her expression remained calm, but the solemnity in her eyes intensified. "When you receive a response from the Bronze Eagle, you will know all the whys and wherefores," she said. "I hope you don't follow in my footsteps." Before she finished speaking, Maka was about to ask more questions, but in an instant, the hall suddenly began to decay and weather, quickly returning to its original appearance. P class equals B. Lock 1 and Rowena Mila had completely vanished. The second year of Hogwarts life was actually no different from the first, of course, except for the addition of the peacock-like Lockhart among the professors. If there had to be a difference, it could only be the changes in the Quidditch teams. Firstly, Harry finally joined the Gryffindor team in his second year, which made Ron excited for several days. Correspondingly, Malfoy also became the seeker for the Slytherin team, and his father, Lucius, even sponsored a batch of new Nimbus 2001 foe, which he taunted Harry. But perhaps still wary of the lesson Maka had given him last term, when Hermione retorted, he glared angrily at Hermione, opened his mouth several times, but still chose to ignore her. Besides that, a major event also occurred in the Hufflepuff team. That was, Marker actually voluntarily submitted a request to leave the team. Although Marker ultimately only received temporary permission to withdraw due to the requests of the team members and even head of House Sprout, it was still a considerable rigor for the entire Hufflepuff house. In fact, besides trying to minimize interference with the actions of the Golden Trio, he also needed a lot of time to study the knowledge and applications of soul magic. If there was any clue at the moment, it was clearly about the mysterious power of that dagger. Although no information about that thing could be found no matter how he searched, following this clue would ultimately not be wrong. I am a Hufflepuff to begin with, and being more low-key is the rig. HT path. In the following days, Marker spent all his time, except for class, in a corner of the library, exuding an aura of do not approach. Instead of a Hufflepuff, he seemed more like a true Slytherin. And Hermione, who used to often discuss with him in the library, also dared not approach him due to an unknown factor within her. This situation continued until October. Recently, damp cold air always permeated, constantly seeping through the entire Hogwarts castle. A cold suddenly became popular among the faculty and students, leaving Madame Pomfrey, the matron, in a frantic state. Her pepper-up potion had an immediate effect, but those who drank it would have smoke coming out of their ears for several hours. Ginny Weasley had been sickly lately and was forced by Percy to drink some pepper-up potion. As a result, wisps of steam emanated from beneath her vibrant red hair, making her whole head look like it was on fire. And Harry had been training on the Quidditch pitch during this time, no matter how heavy the ride. Gryffindor Captain Oliver would always remain enthusiastic. After all, Slytherin's batch of Nimbus 2001 put a lot of pressure on the team members. In a blink of an eye, Halloween was fast approaching. Hermione herself wasn't sure why she didn't dare to approach him and strike up a conversation. Intelligent as she was, she couldn't pinpoint the exact reason. She just felt that Marker seemed to have changed a bit. Lately, even Professor Gilderoy Lockhart, whom she particularly admired, sometimes found it hard to distract her. What exactly is wrong with him? Hermione sat on the other side of the library, looking at Marker, who was engrossed in writing, and hesitated internally. A few days ago, Harry had been invited by the Gryffindor ghost, nearly headless Nick, to attend the ghost's death day party, and she and Ron would also go. In fact, she was really looking forward to this party, as it was indeed very peculiar, and living people were rarely invited. She really wanted to go and ask Marker if he wanted to go together. Hermione hesitated in her seat for a long time, until it was almost evening, before she clenched her fists and gave herself a pep talk. Marker, Hermione said softly, but Marker, buried in his research books, didn't even lift his head, as if he hadn't heard, still focused on his own work. Marker, Hermione raised her voice a little. Nearly headless Nick invited Harry to his death day party. I was wondering, would you like to come with us tomorrow night? P class equals block. One. Marker still didn't answer. He continued to record some information in his notebook, but after waiting for a while, Hermione still hadn't left. He sensed that someone else was watching them from elsewhere, and thought that ignoring her indefinitely wasn't a solution, so he just shook his head slightly. Hermione saw that Marker didn't even want to lift his head, and her heart became flustered. Okay. After a long pause, she dropped that one sentence, turned around, and hurried away, even Forge, teeting to return the borrowed books on the reading table. Madame Pince's shrill shouts faintly came from behind her, but she had no time to pay attention. That night, the incessant rain continued outside the castle. Looking out, it was as black as if the windows were smeared with ink. But at least Halloween was still a day away, and the Gryffindor common room was brightly lit and filled with a cheerful atmosphere. The firelight from the fireplace illuminated countless soft armchairs, where people sat reading, chatting, and doing homework. And Fred and George, the Weasley prankster brothers, were naturally not idle. They were experimenting with what would happen if they fed a fire salamander some Weasley's wildfire whiz-bangs. Fred had rescued this brightly orange-red lizard from a care of magical creatures class. Now, it was sullenly burning on a table, surrounded by a curious crowd. Just as Hermione pushed open the door, the fire salamander suddenly shot into the air, spinning wildly around the room, crackling and spitting sparks. accompanied by some loud clan jing noises. Percy hoarsely scolded Fred and George, looking exactly like Mrs. Weasley. Orange red stars shot out from the fire salamander's mouth, a beautiful and spectacular sight. With a series of explosions, it flew past Hermione, who had just walked in, but Hermione immediately whipped out her wand and cast a freezing charm at it. She was in a terrible mood right now. "What's wrong, Hermione?" Ron cautiously approached and asked. "Leave me alone." Hermione tossed her head and quickly walked towards the girls' dormitory, soon disappearing from everyone's sight. "What's wrong with her?" Ron turned back, asking Harry with an embarrassed expression. "How should I know?" Harry shrugged, indicating that he was also completely bewildered. After thinking about it and getting no clues, they had no choice but to go back to bed. Harry's training had been very intense lately, and he was indeed a bit sleepy now. "I remember Hermione went to the library just now," Ron suddenly thought as he passed the entrance to the girls' dormitory. Maybe it's because of Marker. Although Ron wasn't particularly smart with what he knew about Marker, he also felt that Marker had been somewhat distant from them lately. Especially, Marker hadn't seemed to be with them at all recently. Chapter. Amidst everyone's fervent anticipation, Halloween finally arrived. Harry was regretting it. He felt he shouldn't have so hastily agreed to attend the Death Day party. The other students in the school happily attended the Halloween feast, and the Great Hall was already decorated with live bats, as usual. Hagrid's giant pumpkins were carved into lanterns, large enough for 3 people to sit inside. Rumor had it that Dumbledore had even booked a skeleton dance troupe to entertain everyone. "Hermione, are you still going to the Death Day party?" Harry couldn't help but ask. "MHM." Hermione nodded, but her attention was clearly elsewhere. By 7 o'clock, Harry, Ron, and Hermione walked straight through the archway that led to the bustling Great Hall. It was brightly lit, with flickering candlelight and tempting golden platters on the tables. Harry looked at the magnificent scene and sighed regretfully to himself as they continued towards the dungeons. The corridor leading to the Death Day party was also lit with candles, but they didn't look cheerful at all. They were small, thin, dark candles, burning with a ghostly blue light, and even when shining on their 3 vibrant faces, they cast a somewhat eerie glow. With every step, the temperature dropped, and Harry shivered, pulling his clothes tighter around himself. Then he heard a sound, as if 1,000 fingernails were scraping across a giant blackboard. "Is that supposed to be music?" Ron whispered, complaining. They turned a corner and saw nearly headless Nick standing at the entrance of a large room, draped in black velvet curtains. "My dear friends," he said with an inexplicable sadness, "welcome, welcome. I am so glad you could come." Looking at the hundreds of milky white, translucent ghosts in the room, and the terrible, trembling dance music from 30 musical saws, it was like a nightmare. Regardless, this was the worst Halloween or the trio, and most importantly, it was especially cold here. But even if the Golden Trio's Halloween was so miserable, at least they had many people accompanying them. In contrast, Marker's dull loneliness was truly a bit unbearable, though he himself didn't mind at all. At this moment, he was alone in the room of requirement, conducting some peculiar experiments. The effect of the rule runes is indeed very powerful. He was still writing rule runes with a quill. Although there was no progress in their application, in terms of the number of runes analyzed, the current results were already very significant. What pleased him even more were the rudimentary ability applications he had experienced when he was in Arani's body. After Marker's research and verification, he discovered that those enhancement-type abilities couldn't even be called rules. They were merely a rudimentary form of magic. Nevertheless, they still greatly benefited him. He finally understood why Godric Gryffindor was hailed as the most accomplished dueling master of his time. When a wizard mastered a large number of body-enhancing spells, their combat abilities would be greatly amplified. It was precisely for this reason that Gryffindor, whose magical achievements were definitely inferior to Ravenclaw's, and even slightly worse than Slytherin's, was the most powerful among the 4 Hogwarts founders. Of course, there might be more to it than that, but according to Marker's research and attempts, this was definitely one of the reasons. It's even possible that Gryffindor himself was originally a knight. After repeated attempts of jumping around and casting spells, Marker, having finished his research, rested for a while in the room of requirement before slowly walking back to his dormitory. The corridor was quiet, with only the pattering rain outside, which made one feel a little uneasy. It was always like this during holidays. When everyone gathered together, it meant that other places were much emptier. Vila. After turning a corner, Marca saw Vila de Lacca standing by the corridor window. Vila turned her head and looked at him silently. What's wrong? Why aren't you in the Great Hall? Marca tried to make his expression less rigid, but even so it was all in vain. You've changed, Vila whispered. After Luna, another person had said so, although Marca himself knew that his changes were so obvious. Even if he had been discreet enough, people who had been in close contact with him in the past would always notice some clues about him. And Luna Lovegood and Vila de Lacca, these two girls, were the two most sensitive among these people. Well, perhaps Hermione Granger could also be added to this list. After a brief self-reflection, he paused, no longer forcing an expression, and then shook his head slightly. Perhaps, but I am still me, he said calmly. Vila turned around and looked at him closely, her tone equally calm, but the feeling she conveyed was completely different from Marca's indifference. The old you was better, she said seriously, looking into Marca's eyes. With that, Vila turned and left. As decisive Elia she had in the library that day. Even without emotional ties, I still can't understand her thoughts, Marca thought to himself, quietly watching Vila's receding figure. The rain outside continued to fall. Marca stood there for a while, looking out the window, before heading towards the Hufflepuff common room in the basement. As he reached a corner on the third floor, his steps halted. Just around the corner, a giant snake was slithering through the corridor. And near its head, a petite figure was drawing something on the wall. Ginny Weasley, Marca murmured silently, turning sideways and staring intently at the small figure's back. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware. The foot-high letters were still faintly visible in the dim torchlight. Finally, Ginny hung a petrified cat on a torch bracket next to the words. It was Filch the caretaker's cat, Mrs. Norris, and not far away, a door stood wide open, seemingly a lavatory. Marca quietly observed all of this, pondering something in his mind. Suddenly, a flurry of footsteps came from the other end of the corridor. The giant snake, hearing the sound, darted into the lavatory, followed by Ginny, who closed the door behind her. A sign that read out of order swayed slightly on the door, seemingly denying entry to others. Harry, what on earth is going on? Ron said, wiping sweat from his face. I didn't hear anything, but I did hear it. That voice was saying. Hermione, who was running ahead, suddenly gasped and pointed down the corridor. Look, clearly she had seen the writing on the wall, such large letters it would be abnormal not to see them. What's that? Hanging down there? Ron said, his voice trembling slightly. They cautiously approached, and Harry almost slipped. There was a large puddle of water on the floor. Hermione grabbed his clothes to prevent him from falling. They slowly walked closer. The slogan, their eyes fixed on the dark shape below. They both saw what it was at the same time and jumped back in fright, splashing water. But Ron was staring intently at the corner not far from there, as if something there greatly concerned him. The three of them, each with their own thoughts, stood there motionless for several seconds. Shouldn't we try to save it? Harry stammered. Huh? What? Ron suddenly turned his head and was startled by Mrs. Norris hanging on the hook. What are you doing? Didn't you just see it? Hermione exclaimed loudly. No, that I just saw. Ron opened his mouth but swallowed his words. Just as Hermione was wondering, a low rumble like distant thunder told them that the Halloween feast had just ended. From both ends of the corridor they were in came the sound of hundreds of feet ascending the stairs, and the cheerful chatter of people after a satisfying meal. Then students jostled and crowded into the corridor from both ends. They were surrounded. When those in front saw the upside-down cat, the lively chatter suddenly ceased. Harry, Ron, and Hermione stood alone in the middle of the corridor, as the students instantly fell silent and pushed forward to see the horrific scene. In an unsettling silence, someone spoke. Enemies of the air, beware, you're next, mudbloods. It was Draco Malfoy shouting loudly. He had pushed to the front of the crowd, his cold eyes gleaming, and his usually pale face was now flushed, clearly delighted by the current situation. He looked at the stiff cat hanging there, a blatant sneer on his face. What's going on here? Happening. Filch had clearly been drawn by Malfoy's shouts, and he elbowed his way through the crowd. Then he saw Mrs. Norris. Filch stumbled back a few steps, clutching his face in horror. My cat, what happened to Mrs. Norris? He shrieked and muttered, glaring fiercely at Harry as if he wanted to devour him alive. Filch, Dumbledore, and the other professors had arrived. In a blink of an eye, he walked past Harry, Ron, and Hermione and took Mrs. No, a wrist down from the torch bracket. Come with me, Filch, he said to Filch. And you too, Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, Miss Granger. Lockhart hurriedly pushed his way forward, inviting Dumbledore to his office. My office is closest, just upstairs. The students silently parted to allow them to pass. In Lockhart's office, Dumbledore bent over, carefully examining, poking here and touching there. Lockhart stood by, feigning expertise, constantly offering terrible suggestion. She's not dead, Filch, Dumbledore said after finishing his examination. She's been petrified. But how it happened, I'm not sure. Ask him, Filch shrieked, turning his mottled, tear-stained face towards Harry. Snape watched everything from the shadows, seemingly with a hint of schadenfreude. For him, Harry's misfortune could directly translate into his pleasure, with a conversion rate of well over 200%. Hapto! He definitely did it, Filch shrieked, turning his face to Harry. A second-year student couldn't possibly have done this, Dumbledore said firmly. It requires extremely advanced dark magic. But Filch didn't seem to agree, still stubbornly insisting that Harry was responsible for the mischief. Snape, standing nearby, added fuel to the fire by questioning Harry's whereabouts, trying to get him removed from the Gryffindor Quidditch team. For a moment, the scene was somewhat chaotic. Innocent until proven guilty, Severus. Dumbledore was clearly as resolute as ever. Snape looked furious, and Filch was naturally the same. My cat was petrified, he shrieked, his eyeballs bulging. I want to see someone punished. We can cure her, Filch, Dumbledore said patiently. Madam Sprout recently acquired some mandrakes. Once they mature, I'll have a potion that can bring Mrs. Norris back to life. I'll brew it, Lockhart interjected. I've brewed it at least 100 times. I can brew mandrake restorative draft in my sleep. I think even McLean would do a better job than. Snape squinted, his sentence unfinished, but anyone with an ounce of sense could understand his implication. In the end, it was Dumbledore's single sentence that sent Harry and the others back. The trio naturally wished to leave as soon as possible. They quickened their pace, almost running. P-class equals block 1 arriving on the floor above Lockhart's office, they slipped into an empty classroom and quietly closed the door. Harry squinted, looking at his two friends' faces in the darkness. Do you think I should tell them about the voice I heard? He hesitated, saying. Hermione was still pondering what exactly the Chamber of Secrets was, while Ron stood beside her, lost in thought. For a moment, no one answered his question. For several days, students talked about nothing else but Mrs. Norris's attack, Filch's behavior, and Sue. Read that no one forgot about it. He often paced back and forth at the scene of Mrs. Norris's attack, as if expecting the attacker to return. Harry saw him scrubbing the words on the wall with Scourge's all-purpose magical mess remover, but it seemed to be in vain, as the words still glowed brightly on the stone wall. And if Filch wasn't patrolling the crime scene, he was certainly lurking in the corridors, red-eyed, ready to pounce on unsuspecting students and find any excuse to give them detention, such as for breathing too loudly or grinning. As for Ginny, she seemed very distressed by Mrs. Norris's fate. According to Ron, she had always been very fond of cats. Ron would occasionally comfort his dear sister, but sometimes he would also stare blankly into the air. Given his friendship with Harry, his current state would have surely been noticed by Harry by now. But Harry had been preoccupied with other matters recently, aside from anything else. The fact that people wanted to run away whenever they saw him was enough to give him a headache for a while. One day, Hermione emerged from between the bookshelves. She looked very annoyed, but she was finally willing to talk to them, probably because Marker hadn't been in the library for the past few days. All copies of Hogwarts, a history have been checked out, she said, sitting down beside Harry and Ron. The waiting list is already 2 weeks long. Oh, I wish I hadn't left my copy at home, but there were so many thick books by Lockhart in my trunk, there was no room for it. Why do you want to read it? Harry asked curiously. For the same reason everyone else wants to read it, Hermione said, to look up the legend of the Chamber of Secrets. What is the Chamber of Secrets? Harry immediately asked. That's the problem, I can't remember, Hermione said, biting her lip and glancing seemingly casually at the back corner of the library, and I can't find the story anywhere else. Hermione, let me see your essay, Ron said impatiently. Looking at his watch, no, Ione suddenly glared at Ron. Seeing that she seemed to be in a bad mood again, Ron could only pout, but his gaze also swept over that corner. That spot had almost become Marker's exclusive seat, but ever since the petrification incident, he hadn't been seen there again. Soon, the class bell rang. Ron and Hermione walked in silence towards History of Magic class. Along the way, Harry looked at them hesitantly several times. He finally realized something was amiss. I say, why ain't we go ask Marco? It feels like it's been a while since we chatted with him. Harry thought this was a good idea. After all, Marco held a very good position in the trio's hearts. No. Harry hadn't expected Hermione and Ron to simultaneously reject this bad idea for the first time. What's wrong? Harry couldn't help but look utterly confused. Nothing. No, nothing. Hermione and Ron exchanged glances, although they didn't know what the other was thinking. It was undoubtedly relaxed. Ted to Marco. Finally, the three of them arrived at the History of Magic classroom in silence. The History of Magic class was as dull as usual. Professor Binns, the only ghost teacher at Hogwarts, floated through the blackboard to the front of the podium. He opened his notes and read in a dry, low, monotonous voice, a continuous hum like an ancient vacuum cleaner. The entire class was drowsy, occasionally snapping back to consciousness to jot down a name or date, then sinking back into a semi-slump. But after he had spoken for half an hour, something happened in class that had never happened before. Hermione raised her hand. Professor Binns suddenly looked up, appearing very surprised. I'm Granger, Professor. I was wondering if you could tell us about the Chamber of Secrets. Hermione said in a clear voice. The term Chamber of Secrets was clearly a hot topic recently, and most students felt a touch of fear about it. Hermione suddenly bringing up this too. Picking class was like splashing a basin of cold water on all the sleepy students. Everyone sat up straight. Professor Binns blinked when he heard this. My subject is History of Magic, he said in his dry, wheezing voice. I deal with facts, Miss Granger, not myths and legends. He cleared his throat and again lowered his head, droning. It was in October of that year that a specialized team of wizards from Sardinia. But Hermione raised her hand again. I'd like to ask, sir, don't legends have some basis in fact? Under duress, Professor Binns slowly began to speak. Well, yes, I suppose you could say that. He stared intently at Hermione, as if he had never properly looked at a student before. But the legend you speak of is a very sensational, even ridiculous story. In fact, Hogwarts was founded about 1,000 years ago by the 4 greatest witches and wizards of the time. The 4 houses were named after them: Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin. In the early years, the founders worked together harmoniously, seeking out young people who showed signs of magic and bringing them to the castle for proper training. However, as time passed, disagreements slowly arose among them. The rift between Slytherin and the others grew wider. He believed that Hogwarts should be more selective in admitting students, and that magical education should be limited to pureblood families. He was unwilling to accept children of Muggles, considering them untrustworthy. After some time, Slytherin and Gryffindor had a fierce argument over this issue, and then Slytherin left the school. Reliable historical sources tell us only this much. Professor Binns pursed his lips, looking like a wrinkled old turtle, and a translucent one at that. But these pure facts have been overshadowed by the strange legend of the Chamber of Secrets. He said, the story goes that Slytherin built a secret room in the castle, unknown to the other founders. According to this legend, Slytherin sealed the Chamber of Secrets so that no one could open it until his true heir came to the school. Only that heir would be able to open the chamber, unleash the horror within, and allow it to purge the school, clearing out all who were unworthy to study magic. The story ended there. The class was silent, everyone staring at Professor Binns, hoping he would continue. But as a historian of magic dedicated to facts, such mythical speculations were clearly meaningless to him. No matter how much the students urged him, he simply refused to continue telling stories that even he himself didn't believe. Soon, class was dismissed. The trio was pushed aside by the surging crowd. At that moment, Harry's admirer, the younger student Colin Creevey, walked past them and enthusiastically greeted Harry. Hello, Colin, Harry replied casually. Harry, a boy in our class has been saying that you are, however. Colin was too small to resist the flow of people pushing him towards the gree. At Hall, they only heard him shriek, "Goodbye, Harry," before he was completely swept away by the crowd. What did the boy in his class say about you? Hermione asked, puzzled. I imagine he probably said I was the heir of Slytherin, Harry said, his heart sinking a little further as he suddenly recalled how Justin Finch-Fletchley had hastily avoided him at lunch. Ron looked at Harry, an expression of wanting to speak but holding back on his face. Class equals Caliber 1 chapter. What's wrong, Ron? Harry saw his good friend trying to say something, but he opened his mouth several times without making a sound, so he asked proactively. Actually, that day Ron struggled, but halfway through his sentence, he couldn't bring himself to say it. To be honest, Ron was a boy who valued friendship, and Marker, to him, was indeed a taciturn but worthy friend. After all, letting him copy his homework was truly a brotherly act. He didn't want to doubt Marker at all, although he did see Marker's retreating back at that corner that day. It was just for a fleeting moment. But he was too familiar with Marker's robe, which always seemed to hide many things. There was no way he could have mistaken it. No, nothing. I just think they'll believe anything. How could they suspect you, Harry? Ron paused, changing his gloomy tone from before. The crowd gradually thinned, and they could finally ascend the stairs without effort. Do you really think there's a chamber of secrets? Ron turned to Hermione and asked. I don't know, she said, frowning. Dumbledore couldn't cure Mrs. Norris, which makes me think that whatever attacked her probably isn't, not human. As they spoke, they rounded the corner and found themselves in the corridor where the attack had occurred. Immediately, they saw about 20 spiders scurrying frantically on the windowsill, seemingly eager to squeeze through a small crack. In the glass, a long silver thread hung down like a rope, and it looked as if they had hastily climbed up this thread to escape outside the window. Ron was startled. He had always hated spiders, especially the way they scuttled quickly. Hermione giggled. What's so funny? Ron said angrily. You know, when I was 3, Fred turned my teddy bear into an ugly giant spider because I broke his toy broom. If you'd been through what I did, you wouldn't like them either. If you're holding your teddy bear and suddenly it grows a lot of legs and... He shivered, unable to continue, and Hermione was clearly still trying to suppress her laughter. Harry felt they should change the subject and quickly interjected, Remember that puddle on the floor. Where did it come from? Someone had mopped the floor. They walked over, looked at the floor, and then glanced at the door next to it. Can't go in. Ron's hand was burned by the doorknob. It's the girls' bathroom. Oh, Ron, there won't be anyone inside, Hermione said. She stood up straight and walked over. This is Moaning Myrtle's territory. Come on, let's go in and take a look. She ignored the large sign that read out of order and pushed open the door. Myrtle was a ghost, and not a very likable one. She had a bad temper, always hid in this bathroom crying, and had even splashed cold water on girls who accidentally wandered in. However, all in all, it was only due to a vague sense of inferiority. Harry and his friends went in and asked a few questions, but Myrtle was clearly unwilling to talk much. After a series of irrelevant answers, she scurried into the toilet, splashing water all over them. Unfortunately, as they were just backing out of the girls' bathroom, they ran into Ron's brother, Percy. Unlike Ron, Percy was an excellent student and always liked to show off his prefect badge to his brothers. At school, he was always very proper. He believed he should not let personal feelings interfere. For example, he just deducted 5 points from Gryffindor. That evening in the common room, Harry, Ron, and Hermione tried to sit as far away from Percy as possible. Ron had been in a bad mood lately, and when doing his magic homework, he kept spilling ink on the paper. When he absent-mindedly took out his wand to try and clean the stains, he accidentally set the parchment on fire. Ron was so angry that flames seemed to ignite inside him, and he slammed shut Standard Book of Spells Grade 2. But to Harry's surprise, Hermione also slammed her book shut. But who could it be? She whispered. Who would want to drive all squibs and muggleborns out of Hogwarts? Maybe Malfoy, Ron blurted out. He kept his head down, making his expression unreadable. Hermione looked at him, a face showing some skepticism, but deep down she harbored a faint agreement. Are you saying, of course, it's him? Ron grew more animated, suddenly looking up at Hermione. You heard him say you'll be next, mudbloods. Actually, you just have to look at his ugly rat face to know it's him. Hearing this, Harry also closed his book. Look at his family. His whole family has been in Slytherin. He often brags about it. They're probably descendants of Slytherin. His father is evil enough. They might have held the key to the Chamber of Secrets for centuries. Seeing Harry also agree, Ron's eyes flickered, but his tone became even more resolute. Passed down from generation to generation, father to son. Yes, Hermione said cautiously, I think that's possible. Then how do we prove it? Harry said pessimistically. Perhaps there's a way, Hermione said slowly, quickly glancing at Percy at the other end of the room and lowering her voice even further. Of course, it won't be easy, and it's dangerous, very dangerous. We'll probably break 50 school rules. Just tell us, what is it? Ron asked impatiently. Well, there's no harm in telling you now, Hermione said calmly. What we need to do is get into the Slytherin common room and ask Malfoy a few questions without him recognizing us. That's impossible, Harry said, and Ron also looked annoyed. No, it's possible, Hermione said. We just need some Polyjuice potion. What's that? Ron and Harry asked in unison. Snape mentioned it in class a few weeks ago, Hermione said, hesitating for a moment, then continued, even earlier than that, last term. I saw it in Marcus Potion's notebook. Her voice grew softer and softer, almost inaudible by the end. Oh, Marca, Ron repeated, but said nothing more. Harry cautiously asked, really? I mean, are we really not going to ask Marca? Setting aside the Chamber of Secrets for a moment, regarding this, Polyjuice Potion, wouldn't it be better to ask Marca for help? He waited for a while, and seeing that both of them remained silent, the confusion on his face deepened. You too, what exactly is wrong with Marca? Harry couldn't hold back and asked directly. No, nothing, I just think. Marca has been a bit too reclusive lately. Ron hesitated. Hermione pursed her lips, glanced at Ron, and stammered. Harry, don't ask any. For now, about the Polyjuice Potion, I'll go ask Marca tomorrow. But in the following days, Hermione never found an opportunity. She barely even saw Marca. Eventually, they had to go to Lockhart to get a signed note to borrow books from the restricted section. In fact, Lockhart was willing to sign his name anywhere. So, Harry, Lockhart said, as Hermione clumsily folded the note and put it in her bag, tomorrow is the first Quidditch match of the season. Isn't it? Gryffindor versus Slytherin, right? I hear you've been doing very well in practice. I was a seeker myself back then. They wanted me to try out for the national team, but I preferred to dedicate my life to eradicating dark forces. However, if you feel you need some extra coaching, just come to me. I'm always happy to pass on my experience to players who aren't quite as strong yet. Harry mumbled something indistinctly in his throat and hurried away with Ron and Hermione. I can't believe it, Harry said as the three of them carefully examined the signature on the note. He didn't even look at what book we wanted, because he's a brainless idiot, Ron said. Who cares, anyway? We got what we wanted. He's not a brainless idiot, Hermione said, frowning, as they jogged towards the library. If it weren't for Marca, Hermione's attitude at this time would be far more intense, perhaps even more fanatical. After all, she was one of Lockhart's admirers. But right now, she really didn't have time to worry about so much. She just said one sentence and left it at that. There were so many bothersome things lately. Soon, they rushed to the library and borrowed a book titled Powerful Potions, then hurried to Moaning Myrtle's girls' bathroom. At 11 o'clock on Saturday morning, the Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Slytherin began. At this time, Marca was also sitting in the stands. He hadn't originally intended to come, but Luna seemed very interested in Quidditch. She insisted on dragging Marca to the Ravenclaw stands. He looked at Luna's enthusiastic expression, and in his heart, which was originally devoid of emotional residue, he inexplicably felt that accompanying her this once was quite nice. It was a hot and humid day, with a faint rumble of thunder in the air, making everyone feel that it would definitely rain soon. Not long after, the match began. Malfoy, riding his brand-new Nimbus 2001, weaved back and forth below Harry, seemingly showing off the broom's speed. But soon, a heavy black bludger suddenly flew. Towards him, Harry barely dodged it by a hair's breadth. He even felt the ball brush his hair as it flew past. Marca pulled out his wand, pointed it at his eyes, and muttered a few words. Immediately, his view was rapidly zoomed in and magnified, and he clearly saw the situation Harry was facing. Is it that house elf? Marca thought to himself. Chapter. Early the next morning, Harry's arm bones had already grown back. Madame Pomfrey came to check on him, found he had recovered well, and told Harry he could leave. Harry naturally couldn't wait. He dressed as quickly as possible and hurried to the Gryffindor Tower, eager to tell Ron and Hermione about Colin and Darby, but they weren't there. Harry went out to look for them, wondering where they could be. He felt the hurt that they didn't seem to care at all if his bones had healed. But after searching for a while, when he arrived at Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, he found only Hermione there brewing a potion. Harry, she said, you startled me. Come in, how's your arm? Fine, Harry said, squeezing into the small cubicle. A cauldron was propped on the toilet, and Harry heard crackling sounds from beneath the toilet, knowing they had lit a fire down there. conjuring portable. Waterproof fire with magic was he. Our Hermione's specialty. Where's Ron? Isn't he here? Harry asked curiously. Yes, Hermione said. Well, I mean, I haven't seen him since early this morning. As they were speaking, Ron pushed the door open and entered, his face looking quite grim. What's wrong, Ron? Where have you been? Harry asked in surprise. Ron was silent for a moment, then said, I went to look for Marker. Look for Marker? Hermione stood up abruptly. Well, I didn't find him, Ron said in a low voice, then left again, leaving Harry and Hermione looking at each other. Should we go ask what happened? Harry glanced at Hermione. I think it's best not to. Hermione shook her head, unsure how to answer, merely making an excuse. P-class equals block 1 for a moment. Harry was lost in confusion, forgetting what he had originally intended to say. But neither of them expected that Marker would suddenly appear before them at the most unexpected moment. On Monday morning, the news that Colin Creevey had been attacked and was now lying in the infirmary like a dead man spread throughout the school. In an instant, rumors flew around the school, and everyone became suspicious. First-year students now always moved in tight groups of 3 to 5, as if afraid they would be attacked if they walked alone. Ginny, who shared a desk with Colin Creevey in Charm's class, was extremely distraught. Fred and George, to cheer her up, took turns jumping out from behind stone statues, draped in feathers or covered in boils, which Harry felt was clearly counterproductive. Later, Percy, incoherent with rage, told them he would write to their mother, Mrs. Weasley, to tell her that Ginny was having nightmares, and only then did they stop their antics. One day after that, Harry was walking through the entrance hall. They suddenly saw a small group of people gathered around the notice board, reading something on a freshly posted parchment. Seamus Finnegan and Dean Thomas, looking very excited, beckoned them over. They're starting a dueling club, Seamus said. First meeting tonight. I wouldn't mind learning some dueling, might come in handy one day. And so, at 8 o'clock that evening, the great hall at Hogwarts looked different. The long dining tables had disappeared, and a long, gilded stage appeared along one wall, illuminated by hundreds of candles floating overhead, the ceiling once again as black as velvet. Almost all the students in the school had come, and fortunately, the great hall was spacious enough that, although still bustling, there was at least some room to move around. Each of them held their wands, their faces filled with excitement. But before long, to the disappointment of everyone's expectant faces, Gilderoy Lockhart made a dazzling appearance. P-class. S equals block 1. He was wearing a magenta robe, his hair neatly slicked back, and with his good looks at first glance, he was indeed radiant, as long as he didn't move much. But it was clearly impossible for this flashy new professor to remain still and silent. Lockhart waved his hand for silence, then shouted, gather round, can everyone see me? Can everyone hear me? Excellent. That's right, Professor Dumbledore has allowed me to set up this little dueling club, to fully train you all, in case you ever need to defend yourselves. To protect yourselves in the way I have countless times. For details on this, please refer to my published works, he said, and with another wave of his hand, made a pleased gesture. May I introduce my assistant, Professor Snape, he said to Snape, who was below the stage. He tells me he himself knows a thing or two about dueling. He has generously agreed to assist me with a small demonstration before class. I wouldn't want you youngsters to worry. Once I'm done demonstrating with him, I'll return your potions master to you in one piece. No need to be afraid. I say, Snape suddenly interrupted, I do know a thing or two about dueling, but it's not me who will be demonstrating with you today. He took a step to the side, revealing the person behind him, and said with a sneer, It's him, Ev. Hermione was startled this time, because the person standing behind Snape was none other than Marker McLean. Oh, haha, Lockhart paused, then laughed. I think you must be joking. As a teacher, how can I duel with a student? How dangerous. No, I think this is perfect, Snape said with a faint smile. This way everyone can see more clearly the dangers of spells. He paused, then outright taunted Lockhart. I think, with such a vast difference, controlling the danger shouldn't be a problem for you, a dueling expert, right? Sure enough, Lockhart immediately fell into the trap. Oh, of course, I think your idea is also good. Yes, Lockhart showed a cloyingly friendly smile. Then come up, Marker, P-class. Equals block 1. Marker had originally not wanted to get involved in this matter, but for some reason, Snape had thrown it to him. He thought about it and finally agreed. Don't worry, Child, don't be afraid. You won't get hurt because of this. I'm very experienced in dueling instruction. Lockhart maintained his charming smile. Perhaps I can even write a book on dueling. That would surely be very interesting. Perhaps, Marker said casually, drawing his wand. Below the stage, many students looked at Marker with curiosity. /P. Although many people had heard about some things that happened at the end of last term, the specific details had been blurred by Dumbledore. In fact, most students were very much looking forward to this sudden duel. And at this moment, Harry, Ron, and Hermione's gazes were all focused on Marker, but their thoughts were clearly very different. The one with the least psychological burden was probably Harry. Go, Marker, Harry shouted cheerfully. His unspoken meaning, of course, was that he hoped to see a cat teach Lockhart a lesson and make him less annoying. Lockhart and Marker stood opposite each other on the stage, a distance apart, and bowed to each other. Compared to Marker's unremarkable movements, Lockhart was clearly much more flamboyant. He made many fancy gestures with both hands, skillfully putting on a very gentlemanly appearance, and even took a moment to make an elegant gesture towards Marker. Then they held their wands like arrows at their chests. As you can see, we hold our wands in the usual dueling stance. Marker does this very well. He's clearly studied dueling, Lockhart said to the silent crowd. At the count of 3, we'll cast the first spell. Of course, I won't let Marker get hurt. Suddenly, all the students below the stage focused their attention. 1, 2, 3. Marker raised his hand and flicked it lightly, the tip of his wand rapidly outlining the spell trajectory with a speed that startled everyone. Expelliarmus. A slender, red light suddenly appeared from the tip of the wand, heading straight for Lockhart opposite. Although the lightning-fast red light was not particularly dazzling, the solidity of the light beam made even Snape's face flash with a hint of surprise. Lockhart didn't even have time to react before he was hit by the red light, suddenly flying backward off the stage, crashing hard against the wall, then sliding down and curling up on the floor. If Snape had done it, it would probably be about this much force. Although he didn't know High Snape had thrown this task to him, once Snape brought it up, Marker found it genuinely difficult to refuse. To put it bluntly, Marker's research in potions still occasionally needed Snape's assistance. It was rare for the other party to make a request, and a light refusal would clearly not be in his best interest. Helpless, Marker could only do it. Even he himself knew that this minimum level ridiculous imitation was probably just self-deception. In any case, I need time, more time, Marker thought to himself. The coup. Our Rent-Me is simply unable to make reasonable judgments, and that will be very bad. Leaving aside the expressionless Marker and the disheveled Lockhart, who was struggling to get up. Just looking at the students gathered below the stage in the Great Hall, almost everyone was too astonished to speak. After a moment of silence, a commotion followed. Marker looked at the situation below the stage, having already anticipated it. But in any case, this did not meet his current needs, even if it was certainly beneficial to his popularity at Hogwarts. Professor Lockhart, my apologies, Marker said softly, and without waiting for Lockhart to say anything, he directly jumped off the stage. Below the stage, Snape looked at Lockhart's slightly embarrassed expression, his face filled with a sneer. Chapter. The dueling club's farce finally concluded with Harry's astonishing performance. After Marker stepped down, Lockhart immediately recovered from his embarrassment and frustration. It must be said, his thick skin was truly exceptional. All right, everyone, did you see that? He said, stumbling back onto the stage. That was a disarming charm. As you can see, I lost my wand. Ah, thank you, Miss Brown. He took his wand then, cleared his throat, and continued. Yes, Marker. What a brilliant idea to demonstrate that spell to everyone. However, don't take this the wrong way, but your intention to do that just now was quite obvious. If I wanted to stop you, it would be effortless. I thought it would be good for them to see it, to broaden their horizons. Snape glared fiercely at Lockhart from below the stage. Marker, however, didn't care. He could say whatever he wanted. After all, everything that followed had nothing to do with him. Not long after, Lockhart had the students begin practicing in pairs, but before long, the scene became a bit uncontrollable. Good heavens, Lockhart exclaimed, hopping around in the crowd, observing the aftermath of the duels. Stand up, Ernie. Watch out, Miss Fawcett. Squeeze hard. The bleeding will stop immediately. Boot. To put an end to the chaos. Lockhart had no choice but to terminate this failed attempt. I think it's best if I teach you some ways to stop unfriendly magic. P class equals BL. Arc 1. The scene was simply too chaotic. After Lockhart's speech, the scene eventually reverted to one-on-one demonstrations, with him and Snape providing guidance from the side, and the first pair chosen was Malfoy and Harry. "All right, Harry," Lockhart said, "when Draco points his wand at you, this is what you do." He raised his wand and waved it from side to side, attempting a complex flourish, but accidentally dropped it. Snape sneered from the side. Lockhart quickly bent down to pick up his wand. "Oops, my wand's a bit overexcited." Snape approached Malfoy and whispered a few words to him, and Malfoy immediately began to sneer as well. "Professor, could you show me that stopping spell again?" Harry asked nervously, looking up at Lockhart. "Scared?" Malfoy whispered, making sure Lockhart couldn't hear. "In your dreams," Harry hissed through clenched teeth. Lockhart clapped Harry on the shoulder cheerfully and chuckled. "Just do as I did, Harry." "Do what? Drop my wand?" Harry couldn't help but retort, but Lockhart evidently filtered out Harry's comment. As Lockhart began to count down, Harry had no choice but to raise his wand and concentrate as much as possible. "Begin." Malfoy quickly raised his wand and shouted, "Serpensortia." Accompanied by a cracking sound from the tip of his wand, a long black snake suddenly shot out, landing heavily on the floor between them. P class equals. Lock 1. Wisps of dark energy swirled faintly between the black snake's scales, its mouth slightly agape, its fangs sharp. It was facing Harry, its head held high, clearly preparing to strike. The crowd shrieked and quickly backed away, creating an open space. Marker also retreated a few steps, hiding silently among the panicked crowd. "Don't move, Potter," Snape said languidly. Evidently, he was quite pleased to see Harry standing motionless, staring down the angry snake. "I'll get rid of it. Let me." Lockhart cut Snape off, and with a swift movement, he raised his wand and waved it at the black snake. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the snake didn't disappear but instead shot up over 10 feet high, then crashed back down onto the floor. It was furious, hissing and flicking its tongue as it slithered directly towards Justin Finch-Fletchley, who was closest to it. Then it raised its head, baring its fangs, as if ready to strike in the next second. Harry didn't understand why he did it. He hadn't even consciously decided to. He just knew his legs moved forward automatically, as if on little wheels, and then he foolishly yelled at the snake, "Leave him." No sooner had Harry spoken than the snake collapsed onto the floor, as pliable as a pile of thick, black rubber hoses, its eyes fixed on Harry. It worked. Harry looked at the black snake in surprise. He then looked up at Justin and smiled broadly. Harry had expected to see an expression of relief, confusion, or attitude on Justin's face, certainly not the anger and terror he saw now. "What trick do you think you're playing?" Justin shouted. Before Harry could speak, he turned and ran out of the Great Hall. Snape waved his wand, making the black snake disappear. He looked at Harry with a knowing expression, and all around Harry the students' whispers made him feel even worse. "What in the world happened?" Harry asked, looking around in confusion. Just then, Harry felt someone tug his clothes. "Let's go," Hermione said softly, walking over to Harry, but when they turned to call Ron, they found he had already left at some point. When Harry and Hermione hurried back to the Gryffindor common room, it was a long time before Ron walked in through the portrait hole. "Ron, where did you go again?" Hermione asked. Harry, meanwhile, sat in a nearby armchair, head slightly bowed, seemingly lost in thought. "I went to..." Ron looked at Hermione. A conflicted expression flashing across his face, then he took a breath, as if making a decision. "I went to find Marker," he finally said. "You went to find Marker again." What Hermione was speaking, but Ron interrupted her abruptly. "Hermione, Harry, listen to me." Ron walked over to them, lowering his voice. "Remember that day when we saw Filch's cat hanging on the wall?" "Oh, of course, but what about it?" Hermione asked curiously. Harry also looked up at the mention of it, waiting for Ron to continue. "At the time, while you two were busy looking at the cat, I saw someone around the corner behind us." Ron looked left and right, confirming no one was paying attention. Then he said slowly, "Although I only saw the person's back as they left, I'm sure it was Marker. Marker's robes are too distinctive, wide and large. I couldn't have mistaken him." "Are you trying to say Marker did it?" Harry said incredulously. "No, that's impossible." Hermione glared at Ron, stating firmly, "He couldn't be the heir of Slytherin." Perhaps Hermione's tone was too loud, as the latter half of her sentence attracted many people's attention, and everyone turned to stare at Harry. "Oh, I'm sorry," Hermione recovered and apologized to Harry. "No, it's nothing, it's just—" Harry shook his head, but his expression was somewhat downcast. He had been bothered by this ever since he returned from the Great Hall. Ron felt a surge of frustration when he saw Hermione didn't believe him. Why don't you believe me? Didn't you see it when Harry had his match last time?" Ron shouted. "And Marker has been acting very strangely ever since the start of this term. That doesn't prove anything." Hermione immediately bristled, losing control and shouting back, "I think Marker was controlled by Voldemort." She immediately realized her mistake and stopped short. "Keep your voice down, Ron," Hermione whispered. "Do you want everyone to know?" Ron turned around and saw many classmates looking at him with frightened expressions, evidently scared by Hermione's mention of Voldemort. "It's all because of you," Ron muttered under his breath. Hermione, you just said Marker was what by Voldemort?" Harry pressed urgently. "I'm not sure yet," she said with a complicated expression, "but I think Marker has been acting a bit abnormal since the end of last term. You should know I was the first one to see Marker when he came back. I've told you before that Voldemort possessed Quirrell and instigated him to steal the Philosopher's Stone." Harry and Ron both nodded. Only Marker and Professor Dumbledore know what happened to Voldemort in the end, but as Hermione spoke, she recalled Marker's expression at the time again. She couldn't help but purse her lips, a difficult-to-describe expression on her face. But when Marker came back, he looked very strange. Hermione found it hard to put into words. "I think Voldemort might have escaped after all." "Oh," Ron and Harry exchanged glances, both with a look of astonishment on their faces. "Considering Marker's state this term, I think he might have been affected by some dark magic." The more Hermione spoke, the more she felt this speculation made sense. "This is really quite possible. You know, Dumbledore was there too at the time. When he came back, he didn't bring Quirrell, let alone Voldemort. If it weren't for—" She lowered her eyes, saying somewhat dejectedly, "If Marker hadn't saved me then." So, Marker retrieved the Philosopher's Stone, but perhaps he also fell victim to the Dark Lord's dark magic. Ron, who had grown up hearing enough terrifying legends of Voldemort, didn't even dare to utter his name. Harry, meanwhile, was stunned once again. His attention wasn't drawn by Voldemort, but by the word dark magic, which stirred some memories. "Ron, Hermione," Harry said thoughtfully, "I think perhaps we can go and confirm it for ourselves." Chapter. Since the school year began, Marker has spent most of his time researching the problems he's been experiencing. The source of this issue isn't hard to pinpoint. It's all thanks to that dagger. According to Rowena, this is actually part of the trial. If Marker isn't mistaken, the objective this time might be to help him recover his lost emotions and feelings. However, this trial is clearly much more difficult than the last one. At least the Phoenician characters left relatively obvious clues, but that strange dagger has left Marker completely clueless. Rational thinking can help him ponder calmly, but without any basis, all his conjectures are just wild guesses. It's clearly related to the soul. Marker remained invisible, searching for information in the restricted section of the library. He carefully flipped through the magic book he had glanced at before. The research notes on soul magic. The book still emitted an uncomfortable magical fluctuation, but for some reason, Marker no longer found it unbearable. He turned the pages one by one, studying them meticulously by the moonlight filtering through the window, often lost in thought. After a while, he had roughly skimmed through the book. "I did gain some insights, but they're not relevant to my current goal." Marker tucked the book back into its place. The dagger, tormenting the soul, what could be? He kept muttering to himself, trying to spark some inspiration to aid his thinking. As he was pondering, he suddenly closed his eyes and stood still for a moment. "Yes, that's it." Marker's eyes snapped open, and he blurted out the words involuntarily. He even forgot that he was in an invisible state. Yes, if emotions and feelings are also part of the soul, then erasing them is equivalent to erasing a part of the soul. Marker analyzed calmly, proposing a hypothesis that wasn't even recorded in the magic book. And if you want to erase a part of the soul, you must first tear the soul apart. This can be referenced from the method of making Horcruxes. But then what? After tearing it apart, is it devoured? His words trailed off at this point in his speculation. Doesn't that mean, if it was truly devoured, then it would probably be troublesome, as the dagger didn't return with him? "It seems I can only find a way to check the state of my soul." Marker considered for a moment, then pulled out the book he had just put back. "I remember, I've got it. if I analyze this incomplete spell. I should be able to try and separate the first half. Eve. Since Marker witnessed the mystery of spellcasting firsthand during the summer vacation, his understanding of spells and rules had deepened. While creating his own spells was still unlikely, he could now attempt to deconstruct and improve existing spells. Marker stared intently at the contents on the page, subconsciously waving his wand to verify the correctness of his analysis. A faint wisp of black mist briefly flickered on the wand, coiling around the shaft and emerging from the tip. The black mist twisted and swirled, gradually growing denser, slowly even taking on a vague form. Before long, the black mist formed a terrifying, misty skull, with a faint blue light flickering in its hollow eyes, looking quite dreadful. Suddenly, a suppressed gasp echoed out of nowhere in the library. Marker immediately dispersed the black mist skull and turned his gaze towards the source of the sound. He paused for a moment, then calmly said, "Ron, if you're here, come out now." P class equals block 1. As Marker's voice faded, the library returned to its original silence. After a good while, Ron, Harry, and Hermione emerged from under the invisibility cloak beside a bookshelf outside the restricted section. Quite clever. Marker looked at the strips of cloth tied to the bottom of their shoes, then glanced at Hermione. No, Marker shook his head, interrupting Hermione. "Tell me what brings you here so late." Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged glances, unsure where to begin. Especially Ron, after witnessing what had just happened, he already felt the urge to leave immediately. To be honest, he really regretted accidentally letting out a gasp just now. And Harry, standing next to Ron, was clutching the scar on his forehead. The skull formed by the black mist earlier made his scar throb faintly. As for Hermione, she actually hadn't wanted to come this time, but she was very worried about Marker's current state. After much deliberation, she eventually Ellie followed along. But when the three of them stood face to face with an expressionless Marker, they all stood frozen with their mouths half open. Even though everyone had terrible suspicions about the situation, no one had anticipated witnessing such a terrifying scene in the library. To be honest, when the three of them saw the skull forming from the tip of Marker's wand, a sense of fear from the depths of their souls immediately arose within them, a feeling that still lingered. At this moment, Marker stood beside a giant bookshelf, a sliver of moonlight streaming in from the window, illuminating half of his face diagonally. His indifferent expression, coupled with the dim setting, made him look quite chilling. "No, nothing. We just wanted to find a book in the restricted section," Hermione said cautiously. "A book," Marker nodded. "Then you can look for it. I should head back." He naturally didn't take Hermione's words seriously. The book, Powerful Potions, had already been borrowed by her, so what book was she looking for now? But Marker also didn't want to point that out.